Song Shao found himself transported to a world of beast tamers, embarking on a journey as a high school student, juggling 3 jobs from the very outset. Did you think his fortune was particularly grim? Not at all. His cherished beast would go so far as to duel for the privilege of forming a bond with him. Rare creatures would willingly lower themselves to serve him. Even god-tier beasts brought their wealth to him, eager to attach themselves. If one were to inquire about Song Shao's secret, he would simply declare that it is not a fad he wishes to maintain, but rather a manifestation of his extraordinary talent. Chapter 1. My colleagues are not human. Friday at 8 p.m., we eagerly await your presence at the Cadia Human Beast performance. Prepare for a sensational display by the rare beast Fantasia Hiko, accompanied by the robust Lon Loss unique creature live on stage. Work is arduous, work is exhausting, and all one desires is to vent frustration at their superiors. Dreamland is the ultimate sanctuary for your fatigue, guaranteed to rejuvenate your spirit and invigorate your vitality. Heartfelt Beauty Bathhouse promises to leave you utterly relaxed. Not only will your heart be beautiful, but your entire being will radiate charm. A human beast performance? A bathhouse? Upon awakening, Song Shao discovered he had traversed realms, clutching a stack of promotional flyers in his hands. His expression a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity at the unabashed advertisements before him. Should he attend? Certainly, he mused 2 hours later. After witnessing an adult-themed performance, Song Shao found himself seated on the edge of a flower bed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He pondered whether he was ensnared in a dream. There was no conceivable way he could have witnessed such an exhilarating and surreal spectacle. After a couple of hours to acclimate, Song Shao had gradually come to terms with his new reality. This world was a complete upheaval of all he had known, where humans coexisted with beasts, a lifestyle that had persisted for millennia. In the beginning, both humans and beasts were exceedingly vulnerable in the face of the insectoid threat. Over 3,000 years ago, in a bid for survival, humans and beasts forged their first alliance that a select few of humanity awakened their psychic powers, allowing them to resonate with the souls of their beasts, thus enabling contracts and achieving a level of mutual empathy. Through this empathy, both parties underwent evolution, securing a slender hope in their battle against the insects. Over time, they evolved further, and a millennium ago, during this fierce struggle against the insectoids, humanity and their beasts achieved a decisive triumph for the first time. In the present day, while the threat of the insectoid invasion has faded into history, the relationship between humans and beasts has become more harmonious and congenial. However, not all individuals possess the potential to become beast tamers. Every interstellar citizen undergoes a psychic awakening at the age of 12. Only those who successfully awaken can form contracts with beasts. According to statistics from the Interstellar Alliance, approximately only 45% of citizens achieve this awakening. The original host of this body was among that fortunate 45%. Yet, 6 years had passed since the successful awakening of psychic abilities at 12, and now at 16, Song Shao had yet to form a contract with any beast. The sole reason for this was his impoverished circumstances. Examining his slender arms and legs, he gazed into a mirror, scrutinizing the various aspects of his physique. This body, though 16, displayed signs of malnutrition typical of adolescence, with a lean frame, pale skin, and a height just shy of 6 feet. His facial features, however, were rather striking, with captivating phoenix eyes set against his pallid complexion and a lovely curvature from nose to lips. Resembling his original form by about 60 to 70%, he caught a glimpse of his youthful visage. Casting aside the provocative promotional flyer for the bathhouse, Song Shao swept back his hair, observing the peculiar beast that occasionally wandered the streets. Just then, his phone buzzed insistently that it was time for him to commence his third job. With a well-worn black backpack slung over his shoulder, Song Shao boarded the bus and checked the route on his phone, making his way to his third workplace. It was hard to fathom that a high school student would toil at 3 jobs over the weekend, and today's third task involved scavenging for refuse. The garbage dump stretched endlessly before him, a vast expanse of refuse, with a scattering of individuals and beasts navigating through the refuse. These were his colleagues. Dressed in a pitch-black protective suit, Song Shao meticulously checked to ensure every inch of his skin was shielded, for today's mission involved handling hazardous waste, which invariably carried a degree of radiation, making thorough protection imperative. His partner was a creature about 5 feet tall, gray and scruffy, with a head reminiscent of an anteater and a body akin to an underdeveloped triceratops. It possessed a circular exhaust vent measuring 20 centimeters in diameter on its neck. This was a fully grown rast, fond of decaying gases and capable of purifying polluted air, providing a measure of resistance against radiation. Lala. The black wristband on Song Shao's arm began translating. Don't slack off, Song Shao replied. Equipped with a hazardous waste detector, he sorted through the refuse, distinguishing between hazardous, regular, and recyclable waste, while the RAS processed the hazardous materials to mitigate their dangers. The garbage dump was a stifling cauldron of foul odors, and inside the airtight black suit, Song Shao felt increasingly suffocated. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to redirect his focus, mechanically repeating the motions of sorting the waste while his mind began to wander. In a world that revered beast tamers, the Interstellar Alliance classified all citizens into 6 tiers. Song Shao found himself in the 4th tier, representing those who had awakened their psychic powers, but had yet to form any contracts with beasts that, if he were to contract a beast of crank attributes, he would ascend to the 3rd tier. Following his awakening, he had engaged in matching at the beast repository, discovering over 100 beasts that matched his criteria with an 80% compatibility. Excluding those unattainable from other planets, as well as rare and prohibitively expensive beasts, he was left with roughly 20 viable options. After discussions with his family, he decided on the crank beast, the grade striped. The price of the grade striped was a staggering 800,000. Thus, at a tender age, Song Shao found himself burdened with a beast loan. While others embarked on their journeys as mighty heroes, Song Shao's adventure commenced with a debt of 800,000. Chapter 2. Burdened from the start. The gray-eyed spotted beast, possessing a lightning attribute, bears a striking resemblance to a snow wolf. Its coat is a mottled gray and white, with eyes as profound as gray crystals and a slightly elongated tail, measuring less than a meter in its juvenile form. Those who awaken their mental prowess are inherently more robust than ordinary individuals. In his relentless pursuit of accumulating the 500,000 yuan needed for a down payment on the gray-eyed spotted beast, Song Shao attended classes by day and worked tirelessly by night, often juggling 3 jobs over the weekends. As he glanced at the time, he realized that only 2 hours of his shift had elapsed. A sudden pain throbbed in his head, and he gasped for breath before slowly crouching down to alleviate the stinging sensation. The creature, Rast, paused and regarded the crouched Song Shao, inquiring with its gaze if he required a moment's respite. Despite a wave of nausea that washed over him, Song Shao could only nod in response. Yet, Rast did not remain idle. It approached Song Shao, standing before him as its elongated mouth moved, emitting inaudible sound waves that spread through the air. A refreshing breeze began to emanate from the hollow behind it, swirling around them. In an instant, Song Shao felt a surge of clarity. The oppressive pain in his head significantly diminished. He gradually lifted his gaze, witnessing Rast purifying the air around him. "Thank you," he murmured, retrieving several candies from his pocket, small treats he had taken from the tea shop where he worked part-time that morning. Rast's tone brightened noticeably as it eagerly accepted the sweets from him. After a brief respite, Song Shao resumed his duties, enduring 2 more bouts of headache during which Rast came to his aid, purifying the air and granting him much-needed moments of relief. Naturally, his stock of snacks was soon depleted. At 8:30 in the evening, Song Shao finished his shift. Before leaving, he sought out the supervisor, Rast's beastmaster, to express his desire to change positions. Although the salary for handling hazardous waste was triple that of other jobs, Song Shao harbored doubts that he would earn enough to survive in such a role. On his way home, he received a notification of a money transfer. His part-time jobs paid daily, and after today's 3 shifts, he had earned a total of 1,000 star coins. Exiting the subway, he arrived at a dilapidated parking spot, retrieving his bicycle and navigating through a narrow alley thick with the scent of cooking oil, starkly contrasting the advanced and glamorous interstellar world. He halted in front of the 3rd restaurant, where a girl tidying the tables caught sight of him, her eyes lighting up. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed. The girl was Song Shao's younger sister, Song Jingjing, a slender 14-year-old with somewhat brittle hair, a delicate face, and lively eyes, clad in a faded red apron and holding a pair of chopsticks used by customers. After securing his bicycle, Song Shao rolled up his sleeves and approached her, taking the greasy chopsticks from her hands and gesturing for her to wash her hands. "I'll take care of this." The bright white light at the entrance was blinding, and outside, 2 tables of patrons were engaged in animated conversation over drinks. The cheap scent of shampoo wafted from the neighboring barbershop, while the handsome yet slender youth bent over to clear the remnants from the table, the light casting a shadow over his slightly long hair. "School starts tomorrow. You and Jingjing should head home. You'll be too tired for class otherwise," he advised. Song Qin, holding a pot in one hand, deftly transferred the dishes into a plate, swiftly washing the pot with fluid and graceful movements, his well-defined muscles taut and aesthetically pleasing. Song Shao glanced at him, then at his own slender arms, and persisted in carrying several plates. Let Jingjing go home and rest. I'll help brother clean up, he insisted, adding, I'm not tired. It was a lie. He was utterly exhausted, his head pounding, but he felt that no matter how fatigued he was, it paled in comparison to Song Qin's burden. If left to manage alone, it would take Song Qin until the dead of night to clean up, and he needed to rise before dawn to procure ingredients for the morning market. In truth, Song Qin was only 22, even younger than the previous incarnation of Song Shao. Yet he bore the weight of supporting the family. Song Qin lowered his eyes, tightening his grip on the pot, and after a moment, said, Don't push yourself too hard. Shao, you're doing remarkably well. Song Shao smiled. Brother, why say such things? You are the hardest on yourself. When our parents were gone, I was only 10, Jingjing was 8, and you were just 16. You shouldered the responsibility of caring for us. Now that I am 16, I still rely on you. All things considered, I seem inferior to you. Song Qin chuckled, though his breath was somewhat unsteady. Nonsense, you are far more capable than I. You're a beast master. Once you contract a beast and become a third-class citizen, capable of attending a prestigious university, that will be impressive indeed. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, the pain in Song Shao's head eased considerably, and he smiled broadly in response. Absolutely, I will surely become remarkable. Song Shao never doubted himself, in either his past life or the present. On Monday, seated in class, Song Shao stared at the books on his desk, once again questioning his life choices. There were no language arts, mathematics, or English, nor were there politics, history, or geography. Instead, he faced a tome titled The Origins and Evolution of Extraordinary Creatures. Another was Illustrated Compendium of Extraordinary Artifacts, and yet another, The Historical Evolution of Extraordinary Creatures. The academically inclined Song Shao felt utterly illiterate. Nevertheless, he found considerable interest in these subjects, as they represented the culture of an entirely different world. Extraordinary creatures was the scientific term for pets, and as he delved into their origins, evolution, and historical transformations, it felt akin to reading a fantastical novel. Throughout the narrative of extraordinary creatures, the most prominent figure was the General Bai Fuan, who, a millennium ago, led humanity and their beasts in defeating the insectoid race. He expanded the previously singular path of beast evolution into 4 distinct routes, laying a foundation that endures to this day. Lost in his reading, Song Shao lost track of time, only snapping back to reality when the school bell rang. His phone chimed, indicating it was time for work. He slung his worn black backpack over his shoulder and rose from his seat. As he exited the classroom, he brushed past a girl, oblivious to the hesitant words she seemed to hold back. His mind was consumed with thoughts of extraordinary creatures and the remarkable evolutionary paths they could take. As Song Shao, clad in a blue and white school uniform and carrying his slightly worn black backpack, made his way to the parking lot. A blob of thick green snot splattered onto his trousers. The sticky sensation caused him to stiffen momentarily. Straightening up, he turned to see a small, about 50-centimeter high fungus. With a boy of average height and a face speckled with acne standing behind it, his expression rather smug. Sorry, Song Shao. My fungus does this when it encounters someone it dislikes, he said, feigning an apology that lacked sincerity, clearly intending to provoke. Sure enough, he continued with a smirk. By the way, I forgot you don't have a beast. I suppose they all have peculiar temperaments. Chapter 3, The Beast Master World. Once one awakens their mental prowess to become a beast master, they seek to contract a pet that matches their compatibility by over 80%. It is exceedingly rare for a beast master as financially strapped as Song Shao to remain without a contracted beast. There were hardly a handful in the entire school. Moreover, given Song Shao's commendable appearance, many girls were fond of him, resulting in a considerable number harboring resentment towards him for his lack of a beast. Song Shao did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved the plastic bag he had intended to discard, calmly cleaning the large mass of green snot into it. Once satisfied with the cleanup, he turned his gaze back to the boy. It's fine. I truly am unfamiliar with these creatures' temperaments. However, you were just apologizing, weren't you? The boy let out a derisive snicker, his voice laced with mockery. Indeed, so Song Shao, you certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against a sprout mushroom, would you? Nodding, Song Shao swiftly brought the plastic bag in his hand crashing against the boy's face, forcing the viscous green mucus into his open mouth. Simultaneously, he gripped the boy's throat, compelling him to swallow. Within mere seconds, the mass of mucus was consumed, and as the boy screamed and struggled, Song Shao released his grip, stating, returning what belongs to you. No need for an apology. Witnessing the treatment of her beast master, the sprout mushroom inflated, its previously azure skin transforming into a furious crimson as it bellowed, "Sprout." The liquid expelled from the now red sprout mushroom was highly corrosive. Song Shao's gaze turned cold. The juvenile sprout mushroom was only 50 centimeters tall, and he could easily evade the attack. Even if unable to dodge, he could certainly kick it down. Just as the sprout mushroom was about to unleash its corrosive fluid, a voice rang out behind Song Shao. "What are you doing? Fighting pets is prohibited on campus. Which class are you from?" A security guard approached briskly. The red hue of the sprout mushroom gradually faded back to blue. Looking up at its master with a sense of grievance, it murmured, "Sprout." The boy, his eyes aflame with anger, had to suppress his rage upon seeing the security guard. If caught, his pet's assault on Song Shao would inevitably result in his disadvantage, for Song Shao had no pet, and he would certainly face a deduction of credits. With a distorted smile, the boy feigned amiability, saying, "Nothing much, we're just classmates having a bit of fun." The guard scrutinized both the boy and Song Shao with suspicion, but chose not to delve deeper, only admonishing, "Hurry home. If I see such behavior again, I will definitely report you to your homeroom teacher." After the guard departed, the boy taunted Song Shao, "For years, and you still can't afford a pet. Inferior people remain inferior. Even if they awaken, they're still garbage." Song Shao glanced at the boy's apologetic face, expressionless, before turning away. "Though I may be a bit impoverished, at least my monitor is top-notch, unlike your outwardly repulsive demeanor." With that, he turned and walked away. The recent incident had not stirred any emotions within Song Shao. He had long surpassed the sensitive phase of adolescence. Seated on the subway towards the junkyard, Song Shao observed the screen displaying live coverage of the Intergalactic Beastmaster Challenge. With his memories, he could barely recognize the competitors. On the blue side stood a mature, intelligent woman with golden hair and blue eyes, surrounded by 6 distinct colored beast rings that spun rapidly, providing her with formidable protection. Opposing her, the red side featured a man with red hair and brown eyes, also enveloped by 6 colored beast rings. Almost simultaneously, their beasts appeared in the arena, and the rings around both competitors diminished to 5. The woman summoned a golden beast god-level flame dragon, towering at 10 meters, while the man conjured a beast god-level dark serpent, its body cloaked in black scales with horns adorning its head. The classification of beasts ranged from primary to 7th stage: awakening, evolution, extraordinary, beast king, beast emperor, beast god, and super god levels. Historically, only 5 beast masters had achieved super god status, and in the last 5 centuries, no super god level beasts had emerged, rendering beast god the highest classification. As Song Shao watched the live broadcast, the woman appeared to be ablaze, her gaze searing like molten lava, fixated on the man. The man's face was marked by black scales, his pupils morphing into slits, exuding an aura of cold danger. This phenomenon, known as symbiosis, occurred when a beast master and their beast shared a heightened emotional bond, resulting in a temporary physical transformation. The dark serpent unleashed a dark swamp, turning the training ground into a toxic mire, forcing the flame dragon to take flight, while the dark serpent teleported behind it, launching a venomous attack. The flame dragon, however, was exceptionally sensitive and swiftly enacted a spatial blockade, freezing the dark serpent midair before unleashing a white flame strike that sent it crashing to the ground, followed by a lava hell attack that engulfed the arena in a vivid crimson, shrouded by black toxic fumes, inciting an enraged roar from the dark serpent. The broadcast shifted back to the blue side, where the man's black scale patterns became increasingly pronounced, and his serpent fangs began to emerge. Watching the duel unfold, Song Shao noted the fierce clash between the two figures, their skills flowing like a continuous stream of special effects, making it exceedingly difficult for him to discern the techniques employed. This illustrated the profound chasm between elite beast masters and ordinary individuals. With a beep, Song Shao realized he had arrived at his destination. Exiting the subway, he observed the dark serpent, half of its body stripped of scales, while the flame dragon was enveloped in a layer of toxic mist. It was hard to articulate the impact this brief spectacle had on Song Shao. Even though it was only the 3rd day since arriving in this world, he had gained a rough understanding of its historical origins. Yet nothing compared to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. This was the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his ink-like beautiful phoenix eyes towards the sky. Although it appeared similar to the heavens of his previous life, it felt profoundly different. A sharp pain in his head prompted Song Shao to close his eyes, and after a moment, he casually proceeded toward the junkyard. Having already informed the management of his position change, Song Shao was now tasked with sorting recyclable waste. Clad in a white protective suit, he joined his colleague at a mound of rubbish. This time, his companion was not a pet, but a scruffy man in his 40s. Short in stature and wearied by life, he had few expectations of Song Shao, merely requesting that he not hinder his work. Following instructions, Song Shao sorted through various types of garbage. After about an hour, a man emerged from the rubbish pile to speak with his colleague, and they arranged to grab a drink after work. Once their plans were set, they chatted for a while, but as Song Shao bent down to continue sorting, he suddenly heard his colleague scream in terror. Turning around, he was struck by a chilling sight. From atop the towering garbage heap loomed a colossal creature. Approximately 20 meters tall, resembling a stick insect with 3 pairs of compound eyes, its sharp, serrated forelimbs cleaving a person in two. Blood splattering as entrails fell to the ground. It was an insectoid creature. Screams erupted in chaos as people and pets alike fled in panic. For a moment, Song Shao's body froze, and he recalled the warning sign at the entrance of the junkyard, stating that insectoids were present. Many had assumed it was merely a cautionary sign, as the junkyard had been peaceful for over 20 years, and the sign had long since faded and rusted. The pets working in the junkyard were primarily lusters, creatures that merely consumed waste and purified the air, lacking any offensive capabilities. Within moments, additional dismembered bodies littered the ground, the stench of blood mingling with the foul odor of garbage, causing Song Shao's head to throb intensely. His vision blurred, and in a daze, he vaguely saw a bloodied guillotine reaching out towards him. The instinct for survival surged within him at that moment. Song Shao pivoted and fled, plunging to the ground and rolling a few times, narrowly evading the lethal guillotine. The enraged insectoid creature lashed its tail, causing the mountain of refuse to collapse like a sand dune, burying him in an avalanche of debris. The discarded oven, though seemingly useless, proved to be an authoritative instrument for delivering a fatal blow. Song Shao found himself struck on the head by a filthy mint green oven, the excruciating pain and dizziness plunging him into unconsciousness. He had often contemplated his demise, yet never did he envision being crushed to death by a colossal insectoid wielding an oven. The absurdity of such a fantastical end filled him with a profound sense of the ridiculous. Gathering his last breath, he pushed the oven off his face, blood streaming from his forehead and staining his left eye, casting half of his world in crimson. The distant, terrified screams ebbed and flowed around him. An agony contorted his features, rendering him breathless. With his bloodied eye, he gazed toward the direction of the insectoid's roar, and in a daze, he seemed to glimpse the colossal form stretching 20 meters long through the refuse. Name: Mutated Compound-Eyed Centipede. Attribute: Silent. Level: C-Class. Skills: Scythe Harvest, Destructive Venom. Advantages: Enormous size, hard exoskeleton, explosive power, all-encompassing vision. Disadvantages: Third pair of compound eyes. Was it an illusion? Song Shao felt as though he had seen something. Just then, gunfire and explosions erupted. He turned toward the source of the sound and beheld a 5-meter-long white avian, upon which stood a tall man clad in a black combat uniform, surrounded by 3 beast rings of different colors. Suddenly, a cyan beast ring detached from him, transforming mid-air into a battle mantis, which teleported onto the mutated compound-eyed centipede. The 2-meter-sized mantis was only the size of the centipede's head, yet it showed no fear, its sharp forelimbs slicing through the air. Amidst the clash of blades, the centipede's legs were severed in numerous places. As the centipede, enraged, lunged to capture the mantis vanished without a trace. The man atop the white bird then commanded, "White Feather, attack." The 5-meter-long avian extended its wings instantaneously, its razor-sharp feathers casting a holy white light in the sunlight, then struck swiftly like a bolt of lightning against the centipede's hard exterior. However, the centipede's defenses were formidable. The white feather attack did not cleave it in two, but it did slice through its exoskeleton, causing a foul, dark liquid to ooze from the wound. The centipede retaliated, spewing venom at the white bird while its remaining legs poised to strike. "Continue," the man commanded, his tone unwavering. Several white feather assaults targeted the centipede's injury, ultimately carving a massive gash into its abdomen. "Dowdu, attack the compound eyes." At this moment, the previously invisible battle mantis revealed itself, only to disappear again, reappearing atop the centipede's head. Its forelimbs, akin to sharp blades, plunged into the centipede's eye, causing noxious black liquid to spurt forth. The centipede writhed and contorted in agony, struck at its weak point. "Finish it," the man said with a nonchalant tone. The white bird then revealed its crimson claws, employing a rending skill, and the already injured mutated compound-eyed centipede was torn asunder. Song Shao's final consciousness was marked by the man's glance from above. When he regained awareness, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, his elder brother Song Qin, clad in a faded apron from their family restaurant, hunched beside him. After a few moments of recovery, Song Shao noticed something amiss with his vision. It appeared as though one of his eyes was sealed. He raised his left hand to touch his face and discovered his left eye had been bandaged. The intermittent stinging he had experienced over the past few days had now subsided. Using his mental energy with some difficulty, he realized that deep within his mind, a haze of white gas persisted. He breathed a sigh of relief. For a beast master, An uncontracted mental domain is typically a shroud of white gas, which would change color upon forming a contract with a beast. However, there were cases where a beast master suffered mental damage, leading to an inability to control their contracted beasts, resulting in backlash. Song Shao had feared that his head injury might impact his mental capacity. Song Qin stirred, awakening to see his brother's left hand touching his eye. In an attempt to assuage his brother's concerns, he quickly explained. The doctor said the pollution in the dump was too severe. Your eye merely suffered an infection. It will heal in a few days. Little Shao, you've been asleep for 2 days. The manager of the dump learned you are a beast master and mentioned there would be compensation coming your way. Song Shao's first thought was, damn, I'm about to be burdened with a 300,000 credit pet loan. Chapter 5, Gray-Spotted Feline. Regardless, this was still good news. Song Shao would finally have his own contracted beast. Song Qin was far more excited, as his plans for the future had shifted since Song Shao awakened his mental powers. Previously, no one in their family had ever awakened such abilities, and they had always been classified as fifth-tier citizens, including himself. Therefore, when Song Shao awakened, 16-year-old Song Qin made a decision. He dropped out of school and reopened their parents' dilapidated restaurant to support his younger siblings' education and livelihood. Contracting a C-class beast, the gray-spotted feline, would allow Song Shao to choose a career in law enforcement or policing when applying to university, which is a respectable occupation, enabling him to escape the lower class and become a true citizen enjoying interstellar privileges. At the very least, his brother would not have to endure a lifetime trapped in this barren, chaotic, and hopeless slum. At noon, Song Jingjing arrived to bring food, accompanied by a doctor and a law enforcement officer. Song Shao recognized the officer's uniform as belonging to the same faction as the man who had slain the mutated compound-eyed centipede atop the white bird, though this officer's rank was likely lower. Recalling the man surrounded by 3 beast rings and standing on the white bird, Song Shao surmised he was a 4th-tier beast master. The planet on which Song Shao resided was Blue Star, divided into 13 districts, each containing numerous cities. Song Shao's area was the 10th district, Jinggan City, a mixed region within the lower 3 tiers. The proportion of awakened beast masters in the 10th district was less than 20% of the total population, with ordinary people dominating the streets. Even among those with beast master abilities, they were typically 1st or 2nd tier, while men like the one he had seen were regarded as talents even in the mid to upper tiers. The doctor approached to examine Song Shao's wounds, noting that the injury on his head had healed significantly. Though beast masters possess far superior physiques compared to ordinary individuals, it is quite rare for someone like you, who has yet to contract a beast, to exhibit such remarkable recovery. Everything seems fine. However, your mental energy is somewhat unstable. You can be discharged this afternoon and should rest at home for a couple of days until your mental state stabilizes. After the doctor finished his examination, he left the room. At that moment, the young law enforcement officer, in his 20s, activated his body camera and spoke. Hello, Song Shao. We need to take your statement. The officer, named Eugene Yuan, primarily inquired about Song Shao's colleague and the man who had been severed in half. In other words, Lu Song took the initiative to seek out your colleague for collaboration? Song Shao nodded. Yu Jichao proceeded to ask several more questions, to which Song Shao answered truthfully. Once the inquiry concluded, Yu Jichao put away his notes and said, "This session is now complete. Thank you for your cooperation, Song student." Song Shao nodded in acknowledgement. It was nothing. Song Qin stood up to escort Yu Jichao out of the ward, leaving only Song Shao and Song Jingjing behind. Song Shao glanced at the silent Song Jingjing and, feeling somewhat guilty, spoke up. "Jingjing, I'm hungry." Song Jingjing looked at him for a moment, her chopsticks hovering over the fragrant mushroom noodles before finally resting on a piece of meat, which she picked up and said, "Brother, didn't you tell me that part-time jobs are safe?" What could Song Shao say in response? He looked at Song Jingjing, pondering how to appease his sister's anger. However, before he could find the right words, Song Jingjing softened, lowering her head and speaking in a subdued tone. "Brother, as long as you're okay." A pang of emotion struck Song Shao. He remembered that when their parents had unexpectedly passed away, he had been ill at home while his elder brother was at school, and only 8-year-old Song Jingjing had witnessed the entire ordeal. The feeling of heartache was peculiar, something he had never experienced as an only child in his past life. Yet he found no aversion to it. He reached out to touzle Song Jingjing's slightly unruly hair and chuckled gently. "Brother is a beast master, destined to become a formidable one. I will be just fine." Standing at the doorway, Song Qin leaned against the frame, observing his younger siblings with a soft smile. After being discharged in the afternoon, Song Shao contacted the manager of the garbage dump to inquire about the compensation. As he saw the funds deposited, he momentarily lost himself in thought, only to be enveloped by a wave of joy. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. It seemed that the elation he felt now surpassed the happiness he had experienced when he secured tens of millions in experimental funding in his previous life. Brother, the compensation has been credited. Song Qin, who was tidying up Song Shao's clothes, suddenly turned around, exclaiming with delight, "We can go by the gray-modeled beast now." Indeed. Song Shao nodded in agreement. Song Qin appeared even more elated than him, his lips curving into a broad smile. "We must tell Jingjing as soon as she returns from school. I've arranged for you to have a 3-day leave, the moment the compensation arrives. We will head straight to the beast training base." The compensation arrived in the morning, and Song Jingjing took the afternoon off. She donned her favorite light blue dress, while Song Qin tidied himself up, looking like a cheerful young man. Only Song Shao remained in his blue and white school uniform, carrying an old black backpack, one eye obscured by a gauze patch. Yet, the eye patch did not diminish his attractiveness. Rather, it added an air of delicate charm to his appearance. "Today, we shall indulge in a flight, a little luxury," Song Qin said as he tapped on his mobile app. Within 3 seconds, a gray eagle descended from the sky, its yellow beak curving sharply as it landed and squawked, "Bye-bye." Song Shao gazed at the creature, known scientifically as the bald eagle. An awakened-level beast proficient in long-distance flight with a cold demeanor and sharp talons, its beak imbued with tempered strength. This particular bald eagle exhibited a relatively gentle disposition, likely a pet of a beast master. After all, beast masters not only held a higher social status than ordinary folk, but also possessed superior earning potential. Many beast masters could send their creatures to work while they merely directed from afar. Song Shao stepped onto the eagle's feathers and sat down, maintaining a composed demeanor throughout the experience. Though internally he was overwhelmed with emotion, he had genuinely ridden a bird. The wind tousled his hair, revealing his striking phoenix eyes, which he squinted slightly to relish the exhilaration of soaring high above. The bald eagle, known for its speed, preferred gliding during flight, allowing Song Shao to experience a thrilling airborne roller coaster, during which the eagle even engaged in a speed competition with another swift falcon. Upon arriving at the beast breeding base, Song Shao felt a lingering sensation of lightheadedness as he touched the ground. Chapter 6. So, I'm in such high demand? The beast breeding base was the most bustling and significant location in the region, designed in a circular layout reminiscent of a beast's ring. Having pre-registered and made a request to purchase a gray-modeled beast via his mobile device, the trio proceeded to the front desk for information verification. A minute later, a female staff member in her 30s, clad in a gray uniform, accompanied by a plump little white duck about a meter tall, waddled over to them. The staff member operated her tablet with a few taps and smiled as she addressed them. "May I ask who is Mr. Song Shao?" Song Shao stepped forward. "That would be me." The staff member glanced at the eye patch covering one of Song Shao's eyes, but maintained her composure. "You have an appointment to purchase the gray-modeled beast at 3 o'clock. Please follow me." The little white duck wiggled its rear and shook a delicate yellow feather on its head, quacking "Jiega." The beast language translator chimed in. "Welcome, welcome." Song Shao nodded at the staff member and then at the little white duck. "Thank you for your assistance." The group entered the elevator, and the staff member pressed the button for the 13th floor. Upon exiting, she introduced, "The gray-modeled beast is an electric attribute creature with an initial rank of C. Its primary skills include Thunder Roar, Electric Charge, and Electromagnetic Paralysis. Its evolution path involves learning and development. The gray-modeled beast has a somewhat indifferent temperament and requires a beast master to provide ample care and affection, yet it dislikes excessive interference in its affairs." Song Shao mused to himself that it seemed rather challenging to cater to. He would need to discern its thoughts without excessively flattering it. "Quack, quack, quack." The little white duck chirped cheerfully, raising its wings to point toward an ecological garden, speaking to Song Shao. The staff member smiled and explained. "The little white duck says it has many friends among the gray-modeled beasts. If you have a preference for a particular temperament, it can assist in introductions." Quack. The little white duck nodded, its adorable eyes fixed on Song Shao. Through the glass, Song Shao observed the gray-modeled beasts within the ecological garden. There were over a dozen awakened-level creatures, each approximately 80 centimeters in size, sporting gray and white-mottled fur, predominantly gray in hue. Their deep gray eyes sparkled like gray crystals, resembling snow wolves, but with longer tails, sharper ears, and 2 black lightning-like stripes running from their nostrils, beneath their eyelids. To their ears, the little white duck entered the enclosure, flapping its wings and spinning around, calling out, "Quack, quack." Instantly, the dozen or so gray-mottled beasts turned to face Song Shao, their jewel-like gray eyes narrowing slightly as they regarded him with an air of haughty indifference. As electric attribute combat beasts, they ranked among the formidable within the sea-level creatures. To form a bond with them, one would need to earn their recognition. Song Qin patted Song Shao on the shoulder, gazing at the group of gray-mottled beasts before them, softly encouraging, "Go ahead, Shao Shao. He understood that once his brother stepped inside, he would be entering an entirely different realm. Song Jingjing clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with encouragement as she looked at Song Shao. Brother, do your best. The staff member, noticing the tension in Song Qin and Song Jingjing, reassured them. The bond between a beast master and their creature is mutual, and the gray model beasts are inherently proud, rarely forming contracts easily. Many have attempted to bond with them in the past, but unfortunately, they have failed. However, this does not reflect on the beast master's capabilities. It merely signifies a lack of compatibility. I have reviewed Mr. Song's profile, and there are several other creatures in the base that have an 80 compatibility with you. She offered this precaution, having witnessed too many aspiring beast masters fail in their attempts to bond with gray-modeled beasts. Song Qin lowered his gaze. Are there many beast masters hoping to bond with the gray-modeled beasts? The staff member nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the creature's status as one of the most formidable beasts of the C rank. Song Jingjing gazed resolutely at the retreating figure of Song Shao, proclaiming, Brother will undoubtedly succeed. As Song Shao stepped into the ecological park, a gentle breeze swept through, causing his slightly elongated hair to dance across his exquisitely delicate features. His slender silhouette stood tall amidst the verdant grass. Upon entering the territory of the gray-eyed spotted beasts, a dozen of them became alert, their once dragging tails now animated. Their predatory eyes narrowing as they assumed aggressive stances towards Song Shao. He took 3 more steps and paused, one of his eyes shrouded by a veil, limiting his vision. Yet, at that moment, his clarity surpassed that of any other. With a graceful wave of his hand, 2 ethereal ivory rings encircled him, the sunlight bathing his blue and white school uniform in a warm glow, as if enveloped in a gentle aura. The handsome youth, with his eyes veiled in white fabric, spoke amidst the swirling rings. Who among you wishes to form a pact with me? The staff member, who had maintained a standard smile throughout, now completely lost her composure, exclaiming inwardly, 2 beast rings. How is that possible? It was unprecedented for an untethered beastmaster to manifest 2 rings before contracting any beasts. Typically, the rings would be pale white before a pact was formed, only transforming into the color corresponding to the beast's attributes post-contract. Furthermore, a beastmaster's mental prowess could only be enhanced through the evolution of their contracted beasts, which would, in turn, grant them additional rings upon reaching certain thresholds. She had never witnessed a beastmaster awaken a second ring without having formed a contract with any beast. In that instant, she doubted her reality, questioning if she was still dreaming. Though Song Qin was not a beastmaster himself, he had absorbed much knowledge of the craft through his brother. Observing the 2 rings around Song Shao, he hesitated and queried, How does my brother possess 2 rings? Other beastmasters I've seen in videos only have 1. Surely, he mustn't have any issues? His first thought was whether his brother had suffered some injury that left him impaired. The staff member, after a moment of silence, replied, I have no idea. What could she possibly know? She had never encountered such a phenomenon. The gray-eyed spotted beasts within the ecological park began to stir, collectively exclaiming, Bungshi. The beast language translator conveyed, I want. Song Shao, taken aback, noted the unexpected enthusiasm of the typically aloof gray-eyed spotted beasts. Addressing the eager candidates, he declared, I have 2 requirements, a good temperament and formidable abilities. The covenant with a beast is a lifelong commitment, often lasting longer than that with family or lovers. Naturally, Song Shao desired a companion with a congenial disposition to ensure a smoother journey ahead. While strength was self-evident, those lacking ambition would not seek to contract combat-oriented beasts. Bungshi, Bungshi, Bungshi. Outside, Song Qin, informed by the translator, realized that they were all vying to become Song Shao's contracted beasts, even willing to engage in battle for the honor. He turned to the staff member, remarking, They seem quite enthusiastic, nothing like the indifference described online. The staff member replied, In all my years of work, this is the first time I've seen them so eager. The gray-eyed spotted beasts raised their voices in a fervent battle cry, clearly preparing for a contest. Only the victor would earn the right to contract with Song Shao. The dozen or so gray-eyed spotted beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, all at the awakening level, wielding basic skills like thunder roar and electromagnetic paralysis. The air crackled with thunderous roars as their tails intertwined, attempting to incapacitate one another. The first to succumb was a gray-eyed spotted beast with fur significantly lighter than its kin. Song Shao understood that the darker the coat, the stronger the beast, resulting in a quicker evolution to its advanced form. This lighter-coated creature was evidently among the weaker of its kind. Yet, it soon regained its bearings and rejoined the fray, baring its fangs and unleashing a thunder roar to intimidate its adversaries. Its tail swiftly ensnared another beast, successfully defeating one, only to be promptly taken down by another. However, it rose again, re-entering the fray. Ultimately, only it and a slightly larger, darker gray-eyed spotted beast remained, the former battered and bruised. Its lighter fur disheveled and trembling from the residual effects of electromagnetic paralysis. The larger beast, with its dark coat, revealed its fangs and growled menacingly, Bungshi. Despite its trembling form, the lighter beast stood its ground, defiantly responding, Bungshi. Feeling provoked, the dark-coated gray-eyed spotted beast unleashed a thunder roar, launching itself towards the opponent with razor-sharp claws. The lighter beast, momentarily stunned, failed to evade in time, suffering 3 deep gashes across its face, its delicate lightning patterns marred. Before it tumbled to the ground in a heap, the darker beast, rubbing its claws against the earth, displayed utter disdain. Song Jingjing clutched Song Qin's sleeve, sensing that victory seemed assured. Their gazes fixated on the dark-coated gray-eyed spotted beast, while only Song Shao, with his obsidian-like eyes, remained still, observing the fallen creature. Suddenly, its sparkling gray eyes met his, its face smeared with blood, rendering it both pitiful and comical. Stand up, Song Shao commanded. The dark-coated beast hesitated, growling in displeasure, Bungshi. It questioned why Song Shao would concern himself with such a weakling when it was the strongest among them. Meanwhile, the injured gray-eyed spotted beast, upon hearing Song Shao's words, struggled to prop itself up, and as it slowly rose, Song Jingjing gasped in anxious surprise. The staff member, equally astonished, recalled that this particular gray-eyed spotted beast was merely 2 months old, the youngest of the group, and not well regarded due to its lighter fur. The standing beast bowed its head, blood dripping from its nose to the ground, and it emitted a low growl. Bungshi. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the 2 gray-eyed spotted beasts lunged at one another once more. As the darker beast prepared to unleash another thunder roar, the lighter one swiftly wrapped its long, fluffy tail around its opponent's mouth, silencing the impending roar. Yet, its energy had been depleted, rendering it incapable of executing electromagnetic paralysis. In a desperate maneuver, it leaped while maintaining its grip, sinking its teeth into the nape of the darker beast's neck, refusing to relent despite the latter's frantic struggles. The dark-coated gray-eyed spotted beast, initially furious, soon succumbed to pain, emitting a whimper of defeat. When the lighter beast finally released its grip, it collapsed, utterly drained. Observers noted its belly and sides were marred with numerous claw marks, its once pale fur now stained crimson. Even at such a dire state, it had never let go. Song Jingjing felt an inexplicable warmth in her eyes, murmuring, "Brother will surely contract this gray-eyed spotted beast, right?" Song Qin offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the wounded creature. Song Shao stepped forward, lowering himself to meet the panting gray-eyed spotted beast's gaze, extending his hand as he declared, "Let us form a pact." The gray-eyed spot gazed at the human before it, captivated by a pleasant aroma that compelled it to draw nearer. The light cascaded down like a gentle rain, enveloping them in a soothing embrace. It responded softly, Banfan. The blood-stained paw of the beast rested upon Song Shao's distinctly knuckled hand, and a milky white beast ring began to spin rapidly, transforming into a dazzling white ring of lightning. This white beast ring gradually detached from Song Shao's form, swirling rapidly around the gray-eyed spot, while the wound at its center healed swiftly, and its mottled fur regained its luster. A black lightning pattern began to emerge on its forehead. Once the pact was concluded, the gray-eyed spot curiously inspected its restored body, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through it. Its tail swayed excitedly as it approached Song Shao, affectionately uttering, Banfan. Simultaneously, information regarding the gray-eyed spot materialized before Song Shao's eyes. Name, gray-eyed spot. Attribute, lightning. Type, fighting. Level, C-class beast, awakened. Skills, thunder roar, beginner, apprentice. Electromagnetic paralysis, beginner, apprentice. Electric impact, beginner, apprentice. Electric kiss, intermediate, apprentice. Evolution path, learning evolution, bloodline evolution, secondary attribute, not yet recorded. It was not an illusion. He indeed could perceive the attributes of beasts or insectoid species. Song Shao recalled the data he had seen about the mutated compound-eyed centipede before losing consciousness in the refuse pile, seemingly due to the injury to his eye. He wondered if he would still be able to see after his eye healed. Bending down, Song Shao scooped up the gray-eyed spot, which instantly stiffened, disbelief causing its tail to wag in astonishment. This human, exuding a delightful fragrance that made it yearn to be close, had actually embraced it. In an instant, the gray-eyed spot's tail wagged with even greater fervor. The other defeated gray-eyed spots watched its obsequious behavior, emitting jealous growls. As Song Shao emerged holding the gray-eyed spot, he addressed the staff, stating, "Those injured gray-eyed spots require treatment." The staff member promptly responded with a smile, "We will arrange specialized care. In fact, fighting-type beasts often engage in skirmishes, so this is nothing unusual." Song Shao inquired. That won't cost us anything, will it? The staff member assured him, no, it won't. Chapter 8. Second-tier Beastmaster Song Shao breathed a sigh of relief. He had already expended all his savings to acquire the gray-eyed spot, and could not afford any further misfortunes. Song Jingjing reached out, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she wished to stroke the gray-eyed spot. The creature sniffed her, detecting the scent of its owner, and graciously lowered its head. Instantly, Song Jingjing's face lit up with joy as she caressed the gray-eyed spot's fluffy fur, turning to her elder brother, saying, "Brother, it's so well-behaved. Not at all like the indifferent creatures described online." Song Qin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite obedient. After completing the payment, Song Shao received all pertinent information about the gray-eyed spot. Its identification number was C1075, its birthday was March 7th, and it was currently just 2 months and 10 days old. Once he confirmed the information was accurate, he left the beast cultivation base with his brother and sister, cradling the gray-eyed spot. All three, along with the creature, were in high spirits and were already deliberating on a name for their new companion. Song Jingjing suggested, "How about calling it Song Hui?" Song Qin shook his head. "No, it's male. It should be Song Hui. Song Hui sounds rather unappealing." Observing their retreating figures, the staff member immediately made a call. "Manager, today we encountered a beast master who already possesses 2 beast rings before even contracting a beast." After an intense debate among the three, filled with spirited exchanges, Song Shao decisively announced the chosen name. "It shall be called Song Xing, with the nickname Xingxing. From now on, you shall be known as Xingxing." The gray-eyed spot excitedly waved its paw, exclaiming, "Banfan." With a smile in his eyes, Song Qin remarked, "Our Song family has indeed welcomed a new member. We ought to celebrate. Tomorrow, we will head to the Beast Bureau to officially register Xingxing as part of our family. Xingxing will be our youngest brother." The gray-eyed spot, having comprehended this, joyfully looked at Song Qin, even resting its tail in Song Qin's hand, indicating that he could pet it. Song Qin was taken aback. He recalled reading online that gray-eyed spots detest having their tails touched, as it signifies a declaration of war. As Song Qin stroked the gray-eyed spot's tail, he mused that indeed, one should not believe everything found online. Having ventured outside for the first time, the gray-eyed spot curiously surveyed its surroundings, unable to restrain its excitement upon seeing various flying-type beasts in the sky, exclaiming, "Banfan." Noticing the gray-eyed spot's keen interest in the flying beasts, Song Qin gestured grandly, calling for one to approach. A large Juzhou, measuring 4 to 5 meters, descended. It sported 3 red feathers on its forehead, while the rest of its plumage was a pristine white. Perched atop the Juzhou, the gray-eyed spot inexplicably adopted a haughty demeanor, raising its cool face aloofly. Only Song Shao could discern its tail, which swayed with excitement despite its facade of indifference. Song Shao found it amusing to experience the emotional nuances of the beast directly. After confirming that the gray-eyed spot indeed enjoyed the ride, he realized it was merely too burdened by its image to reveal its inexperience before other beasts, hence its aloofness. At just 2 months old, it was already concerned with image management. As the Jojo landed at the pet shopping center in the city center, it courteously nodded before taking off. "Jojo. Beast language translator. Journey concluded. Thank you for flying with us." Quite polite indeed. The gray-eyed spot observed the Jojo and mimicked the gesture, lowering its chin slightly. Amused, Song Shao ruffled the gray-eyed spot's head, playfully transforming its cool demeanor into one of endearment. The gray-eyed spot, looking at its beast master, felt no aversion. Rather, it nuzzled joyfully against Song Shao's palm. "Banfan. Happy." This scene attracted the attention of onlookers. Given the higher difficulty of contracting gray-eyed spots, most successful contracts yielded aloof beasts that barely tolerated human interaction, often exuding an aura that warned, "Do not approach." It was a rare sight to encounter such an affectionate and amiable gray-eyed spot, prompting passers-by to pause and observe. As the gaze upon the gray-eyed spot intensified, it, still happily nuzzling against Song Shao, couldn't help but stiffen. Turning away, its dazzling gray eyes narrowed menacingly, revealing its still-developing fangs as it emitted an impatient growl, conveying a sense of "Look any longer, and you shall face my claws." The onlookers murmured, "Ah." The familiar demeanor returns. Once the attention waned, the gray-eyed spot nestled back into Song Shao's embrace, softly calling out, "Banfan." Song Shao teased, "You have 2 faces, don't you?" He entrusted the gray-eyed spot to his sister, Song Jingjing, while he retrieved the care guide provided by the beast cultivation base, outlining the dietary preferences for the awakened gray-eyed spot. Preferred foods included electric fruit and lantern balls, with favored flavors being 3 drops of tree trap grass juice or peach blossom honey soaked for over 12 hours. Considering the gray-eyed spot was still a juvenile, he planned to prepare its food in sizes akin to small steamed buns for easy feeding. Song Qin pointed ahead. That should be the food center for combat-type beasts. Song Jingjing led Xingxing over, where a staff member approached, assessing Xingxing before asking, "Hello, are you looking to purchase food for your beast?" Song Jingjing nodded, and Xingxing, maintaining its aloof air, slightly lifted its chin, stating, "Banfan." The attendant exhibited no surprise towards the gray-eyed leopard and continued, "Could you please present the identification certificate for your pet? If you are a second-tier Beastmaster, you are entitled to a 10% discount. If you are a third-tier Beastmaster, the discount is 20%. Song Jingjing glanced at Song Shao behind her, and then turned to inquire, "Isn't there no discount for a first-tier Beastmaster?" The attendant replied, "Indeed. If you are a first-tier Beastmaster, I regret to inform you that no discount is available. However, you may follow our official account. On the 15th of each month, it is Pet Discount Day, allowing first-tier Beastmasters a 5% discount." Song Shao approached, pondering aloud, "If I possess 2 beast rings, does that not qualify me as a second-tier Beastmaster?" The attendant was momentarily taken aback. Of course, 2 beast rings indicated a second-tier Beastmaster. How could someone not know such a basic fact? Despite her astonishment, she answered earnestly, "Yes, 2 beast rings signify a second-tier Beastmaster." Song Shao nodded in understanding. "Then I am indeed a second-tier Beastmaster, though I currently have only 1 contracted pet." The attendant scrutinized the delicate youth before her, whose injured eyes and high school uniform seemed incongruous with the status of a second-tier Beastmaster. However, he did not appear to be lying. Yet, the gray-eyed leopard was clearly a juvenile. A first-tier Beastmaster typically required 5 to 6 years to advance to second-tier status. Was he truly attempting to deceive for a discount? The attendant, harboring doubts, asked, "Could you please demonstrate your beast rings?" Chapter 9. A family once struggling faces further hardship. Song Shao, unfazed, performed a hand seal to summon Star, then waved his hand, causing 2 beast rings to orbit around him, one a solid, pristine white, the other an uncontracted pale ring. The attendant, having confirmed the presence of 2 beast rings, felt a sense of relief. Yet upon witnessing Song Shao summon the gray-eyed leopard, she became perplexed. Only 1 juvenile pet for a second-tier Beastmaster? She had truly never encountered such a phenomenon. While the attendant was lost in contemplation, Song Qin also expressed confusion, uncertainly asking, "Shao Shao, I meant to inquire earlier at the pet nurturing facility. How do you possess 2 beast rings?" Song Shao considered briefly before replying, "Perhaps I am just a bit more talented." Song Qin responded, "It does indeed seem so." Song Jingjing gasped, "Brother, you only contracted a pet today, and yet you are already a second-tier Beastmaster?" The attendant's brow furrowed tightly. How could one become a second-tier Beastmaster upon contracting a pet on the very same day? This seemed implausible. Was he not merely posturing? The bewilderment was not confined to the attendant. Song Qin and Song Jingjing shared the same incredulity, being natives of this world. Unlike Song Shao, who had only a rudimentary understanding of pet knowledge, they were aware that it was unheard of to possess 2 beast rings without a contracted pet. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Song Qin and Song Jingjing's faces, Song Shao hesitantly inquired, "Is this truly so rare?" The attendant, observing Song Shao's perplexed demeanor, repeatedly confirmed that he was not pretending. She wanted to exclaim, this was not merely rare, it was unprecedented. What level of mental acuity must one possess to unlock a second beast ring without a contracted pet? Rationality told her that he must be pretending, yet emotionally. Upon gazing at Song Shao's delicate, frail visage, she forced herself to believe that even if he were showing off, what harm was there in a handsome youth boasting a little? Inside, Song Qin was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, culminating in uncontainable excitement. He embraced Song Shao's shoulders as though he had uncovered a profound secret. "Shao Shao, you must be a genius." Song Shao cast a light glance at his exuberant brother, replying nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am aware." Song Qin exclaimed, "Huh? This is not how I envisioned it." "Brother, you are a genius. Why are you not more excited?" Having been labeled a genius or a top student throughout his life, Song Shao had long since come to terms with this reality. Star chirped joyously in Song Jingjing's arms. Banban. Banban. Naturally, its Beastmaster was a genius. It had fought to secure the right to contract with its master from many of its peers. By all accounts, it too was a genius. Song Shao glanced at Star, unable to bring himself to reveal, "You still have a long way to go." The genius Song Shao's expression soon turned grave as his gaze fell upon the price list for dendrobium fruits for an extended period. Why was it so exorbitantly priced? Dendrobium fruits were 500 star coins each, lantern balls 399 star coins each, tree cage grass liquid 10 milliliters at 1999 star coins, and peach blossom honey 10 milliliters at 599 star coins. His part-time job at the milk tea shop earned him only 100 star coins, and the hazardous waste disposal job paid a mere 800 star coins. Gazing into Star's brilliant gray eyes, He felt a pang of anguish as he placed the dendrobium fruits and lantern balls into his shopping basket. He selected 6 of each, 5 milliliters of tree cage grass liquid, and 10 milliliters of peach blossom honey, intending to create an energy meal with half infused with tree cage grass liquid and half soaked in peach blossom honey, sufficient for Star's sustenance for 20 days. Additionally, he purchased some food suitable for combat-type juvenile beasts. The total amounted to 8,093 Star coins, with a 10% discount bringing it down to 7,283 Star coins. In that instant, the Song Shao of his previous life, who had always remained unfazed by wealth and viewed money as mere refuse, suddenly felt a profound yearning, a yearning for financial stability. Indeed, his senior brothers had not deceived him. He could not help but recall the frequent remarks of his married, child-rearing seniors. Junior, once you marry and have children, you will understand that money is indeed a valuable resource. Although Song Shao was not married, he indirectly experienced the burdens of raising a child. The family, already struggling, faced further adversity. As he handed his card to the attendant for payment, he was consumed by sorrow for his poverty and failed to notice the changing expressions on the attendant's face. As he exited the store with his purchases, he suddenly halted, turning earnestly to Star with a promise. I will provide you with a better life. Star, bewildered, responded, Ban? What is happening? In that moment, Song Shao, having never raised a child before, resembled many responsible fathers, resolutely deciding to work hard to earn money for his child, aspiring to provide them with better conditions. After all, he would inevitably have more children to care for in the future. Song Qin exchanged a glance with his sister and could not help but chuckle. Becoming a genius did not move Song Shao, but the prospect of financial strain did. Song Qin reached out to take the shopping bag from Song Shao, gently ruffling his younger brother's hair as he had done in their childhood. Brother is still here. Our family will improve, especially since our Shao Shao is a genius. Beastmasters do not lack for money, and genius beastmasters even less so. After a moment, Song Qin added softly, however, our family currently lacks the funds to purchase a second pet, so we should hold off for now. With 2 beast rings, Song Shao had the potential to contract 2 pets. He turned to his brother. Brother, I currently have no intention of contracting a second pet, after all. I just formed a contract with Star today, and I need to nurture it in all aspects. Moreover, I need to carefully consider which pet I wish to contract next. Most importantly, I lack the funds. In summary, there is a lack of money, and I am also in debt. Song Qin acknowledged. That summary is quite to the point. Let us refrain from summarizing next time. The family temporarily set aside their financial woes and returned home joyfully to prepare for a celebration. With Chef Song showcasing his culinary prowess, creating 8 sumptuous dishes replete with color, aroma, and flavor. Before they began to eat, the family patriarch, Song Qin, first offered a toast to their late parents, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This 16-year-old, who had dropped out of school to single-handedly support his younger siblings, was moved. Shao Shao, raise a glass to Mom and Dad. Song Qin handed the wine glass to Song Shao. Bowing his head, Song Shao addressed his parents, Mom and Dad. It's me, Shao. It is somewhat challenging to articulate Song Shao's current emotions. He merely felt a surge of warmth rising from his heart, a sense of oppression. In his previous life, his parents had divorced when he was merely 7, subsequently forming new families of their own. He had drifted between the 2 households like a boarding student, a transient existence that concluded after middle school, leading him to reside permanently in a school setting. Consequently, his emotional ties to his parents had always been rather tenuous. The dinner, consisting of 3 humans and 1 beast, was surprisingly lively. As the sole adult present, Song Qin had indulged a bit too much, and, despite his youth, his handsome visage had shed its facade of maturity, revealing a trace of boyish innocence. Just as Song Shao was about to assist Song Qin to wash up, he was unexpectedly restrained by the latter's arm. Glancing at Song Qin's muscular arm, honed from daily kitchen labor, and contrasting it with his own slender frame, Song Shao sat on the sofa and quietly opened his phone to purchase a set of dumbbells. Chapter 10, Bloodline Evolution. Banban, Xingxing, his pet, placed its front paws on Song Shao's lap, its beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as it looked up at him before turning its gaze aside, signaling for Song Shao to look over. Following its gaze, Song Shao discovered that Xingxing was fixated on pet snacks, as the shopkeeper had bestowed a bag of pet chips. Do you wish to have some? Song Shao inquired. Xingxing nodded eagerly in affirmation. Song Shao picked up the pet chips, tore open the packaging, and a refreshing aroma wafted through the air. Instead of immediately feeding them to Xingxing, he accessed its profile, which revealed that Xingxing possessed 4 skills: Thunder Roar, Electromagnetic Paralysis, Electric Shock, and Electric Kiss. Song Shao had already encountered Thunder Roar and Electromagnetic Paralysis at the pet nurturing facility, but was unfamiliar with the other 2. Xingxing, do you possess any additional skills? If you have new skills, there are chips to be had. Xing, puzzled by Song Shao's mention of new skills, tilted its head. Ban ban? Song Shao retrieved his phone, which contained information about the gray-eyed stripe and included videos demonstrating its basic skills. He located the video for electric shock and played it for Xing. In the video, a 10-month-old gray-eyed stripe squinted its eyes, emitting a threatening low growl, while black lightning patterns slowly emerged on its forehead, crackling with electricity. Suddenly, a current struck a fist-sized stone, shattering it into pieces. Xing watched intently, extending its front paw to touch its own forehead, then imitating the gray-eyed stripe in the video, displaying a fierce expression and producing a low growl, although nothing followed. 10 minutes later, Xing, puzzled, touched its forehead. Ban? Why is there no electricity? Although the initial practice had not been successful, Xing demonstrated great interest in the various skills. Song Shao searched for a range of beginner and intermediate lightning skills, noting that Xing was particularly intrigued by a skill called Thunder. Upon discovering that the Thunder skill could conjure lightning from thin air, he mused that it would be quite convenient for roasting pet beasts. Remarkably, it was also an upgradable skill, with the advanced version being Thunderbolt. Song Shao set the video to loop and turned his attention away from Xing. As he perused Xing's evolution pathways, his expression faltered, learning evolution and bloodline evolution. While Song Shao possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the pet knowledge in this world, he had skimmed through some books in the past few days, learning that there were 4 evolution pathways for pets, established a millennium ago by the 7th-tier Beast Master by Fei Yuan. These pathways included learning evolution, item evolution, bond evolution, and bloodline evolution. From the original owner's memories, Song Shao was certain that the gray-eyed stripe had only one evolution pathway, learning evolution. But why did Xing's evolution pathway display an additional bloodline evolution option? Song Shao sensed something amiss and searched for bloodline evolution. Bloodline evolution was an exceedingly rare pathway, existing only in pets with Divine King genes. Pets with bloodline evolution could potentially evolve to Divine Beast level or even beyond, as over 70% of the super divine beasts in the history of the Galactic Alliance were products of bloodline evolution. Bai Fei Yuan himself possessed 2 super divine beasts with bloodline evolution. Consequently, did this mean that Xing was an incredibly powerful pet endowed with Divine King genes? Song Shao cast a skeptical glance at Xing, who remained on the floor, grumbling and unable to execute electric shock. Soon, he dismissed this notion. Aside from wild beasts that had not been cultivated or tamed, pets like Xing, which emerged from the nurturing facility, underwent regular genetic and potential testing from birth, leading to their valuation. Given that Xing was priced at 800,000, it indicated that its qualifications were merely those of an ordinary gray-eyed stripe. If it truly had Divine King genes, this would have been detected. Any pet identified with such genes would be auctioned on the main star, likely with restricted circulation. Thus, why did Xing possess a pathway to bloodline evolution? Song Shao continued to search for entries related to gray-eyed stripe bloodline evolution, but found no results, suggesting that throughout the history of the Galactic Alliance, no gray-eyed stripes had undergone bloodline evolution. As a C-grade pet, the evolution limit of gray-eyed stripes was the Beast Emperor level. If Xing, with Divine King genes, were to pursue bloodline evolution, could it possibly transcend its racial limit and reach the Beast God level or even the Super Divine level? In the dimly lit, yellowish room, the atmosphere bore a sense of desolation. The fair-skinned, exquisitely featured youth sat on the sofa, his long fingers gently caressing the veil over his face while his inky phoenix eyes scrutinized the information on his phone. Super divine beasts had not appeared in the history of the Galactic Alliance for 500 years. Perhaps it was worth a try. The youth glanced at the gray-eyed stripe, which had finally manifested a faint current on its forehead, and smiled softly. Upon deciding to nurture Xing along the path of bloodline evolution, Song Shao diligently gathered information on this scarce phenomenon. Regrettably, bloodline evolution was indeed so rare that after reviewing the public information on a dozen bloodline evolution pets, he found little in common among them. However, one notable characteristic emerged. These pets, due to their noble bloodlines, exhibited striking personalities, often cold or irritable. Even Bai Fei Yuan's 2 super divine beasts shared this trait. Song Shao then searched for Divine King pets. Over 3,000 years ago, there were 16 Divine King pets, each representing one of the 16 attributes of pets today. The gray-eyed stripe belonged to the lightning attribute, with the primary Divine King of this element named Yujiasiso, described only in words as entirely snow-white, with 9 wings on its tail, a single eye, and 2 black horns upon its forehead. None of these descriptions seemed to correlate with the evolution form of the gray-eyed stripe. With no results to show for his inquiries, Song Shao set aside his questions and continued to study bloodline evolution. After a lengthy examination, he discovered that bloodline evolution pets, aside from their formidable abilities and volatile temperaments, harbored an intense aversion to insectoid creatures. For instance, by Fei Yuan's two pets. Typically aloof and difficult to communicate with, even sleeping during competitions, transformed into ferocious killers on the battlefield against insectoids, having evolved multiple times in such encounters. The enmity between the pet beasts and the insectoid race predates humanity itself. The inherently simplistic yet stubborn pet beasts harbor an instinctive animosity towards the insectoid creatures. Should we necessitate further battles for the stars against the insectoids to catalyze bloodline evolution? Chapter 11, Registration. This meager offering would scarcely suffice as a morsel for the insectoids. Song Shao recalled the mutated compound-eyed centipede, also classified as C-grade, yet stretching over 20 meters in length. Nevertheless, this path could be worth exploring. As for the insectoids, Blue Star is still home to numerous remnants of their kind. After millennia of conflict between humanity, pet beasts, and the insectoid race, during the most dire of times, humanity and pet beasts were left with but a single habitable planet, the planet Lanluos. As humanity and pet beasts teetered on the brink of extinction, they forged their first alliance. A millennium ago, following their victory over the insectoids, humanity and pet beasts embarked on a protracted campaign to reclaim their planets. From a singular main planet, their domain has now expanded to 7 planets, including Blue Star, where insectoids once held dominion. Even after its reclamation, numerous insectoid remnants still linger, and humanity designates these areas as hazardous zones. Song Shao was not foolish enough to send the stars into such perilous territories. He resolved to stimulate the dormant divine genes within the stars through combat, in hopes of inciting a bloodline evolution. At 5:30 the following morning, Song Shao rose to find his inebriated brother still slumbering. He quietly departed with the star, embarking on a morning run. This physique was rather too slender. A modicum of muscle would serve him well, preventing him from being easily overpowered by Song Qin. Throughout its brief existence, the star had been sheltered within the ecological gardens of the pet beast nurturing base, thus everything appeared novel to it. When alone, it would eagerly paw at the flowers lining the path, while in the presence of others, it donned an air of aloofness. After an hour of running, Song Shao prepared to return home, mindful of the need for gradual progression in exercise. On the way back, he planned to procure breakfast. For the star was exceedingly curious about human food, particularly when it beheld the steam rising from the open steamer, revealing plump, white buns. It couldn't resist tugging at Song Shao's leg, exclaiming, "Ban Ban, what is this? I want to eat." Song Shao paid for the meal, explaining, "This is human food. It cannot provide you with energy, so you may only have a little. Otherwise, you might lose your appetite for your energy meals." The vendor, upon observing the star, exclaimed in surprise, "Young man, you are a beast master. This pet beast is truly magnificent." Upon receiving the compliment, the star proudly lifted its chin, its eyes narrowing in a manner befitting royalty, as if to convey that such praise was only to be expected from mere mortals. Song Shao produced a small steamed bun, saying to the star, "Do you see that stone? Use lightning strike." The star turned its gaze towards the fist-sized stone, lowered its head, and emitted a threatening glare. Black lightning patterns manifested upon its brow, culminating in a weak spark. As the lightning expanded, it swiftly struck the stone, causing it to shatter into fragments. "Impressive," Song Shao remarked, feeding a piece of the bun to the star. "Ban Ban." The star joyfully leaped, but after biting into the bun, it froze in place. 3 seconds later, its long, fluffy tail shot upright, and its gray eyes sparkled with longing as they fixated on the remaining bun in Song Shao's hand. Song Shao, seemingly impervious to the star's pleading gaze, remained resolute, for he knew that indulging a child in too many snacks would hinder their appetite for proper meals. Seeing Song Shao's indifferent demeanor, the star's tail drooped, its innocent face adopting a pitiful expression. "Ban Ban, I want it. I want to eat." Song Shao reassured, "Brother Song Qin is a chef. He can prepare many delicious dishes far superior to this. Once you learn new skills, I will have him cook something even better for you." The star's dejected demeanor vanished instantly at the prospect of such delicacies, and it nodded vigorously. "Ban Ban, let's learn now." Song Shao replied, "There is no need to rush." "Ban Ban, Ban Ban, no, I must learn." The star's protests conveyed an almost palpable frustration towards its beast master. Song Shao lifted the star, engaging in a weighted run back home, and to his surprise, the hefty little creature was quite suited for this task. Upon returning home, Song Jingjing barely had time to hastily consume a few bites before rushing off to school. She was enrolled in a prestigious institution for ordinary individuals, where she could eventually pursue studies related to pet beasts. Consequently, the management was strict, and as she was on the brink of her 3rd year in junior high, the academic pressure was intense. It was already a challenge for her to secure a day off yesterday. Thus, the task of registering the star fell to her elder brother, Song Qin, who, After finishing breakfast and ensuring the star had consumed its energy meal, set off with it to the Pet Beast Administration Center. Having fallen into a state of poverty overnight, flying was out of the question. They could only take the subway. They cycled to the subway station. With the star perched on the back seat, its claws clutching Song Shao's jacket. Dressed in a black sports jacket and white athletic pants, the wind tousled his ink-black hair, which glistened under the sunlight. His indifferent expression exuded a carefree, youthful spirit, while the pet beast behind him mirrored his aloof demeanor. The adage like master, like pets certainly held true. After a 15-minute ride, they reached the subway station. Song Shao harbored a peculiar preference. He was not fond of purchasing tickets via his phone and maintained the habit of buying subway tickets in person. As he bent down to retrieve a single journey ticket from the machine, the star raised its paw and placed it on Song Shao's arm. Ban. Hug. Song Shao readily obliged, lifting the star into his arms, while Song Qin, slightly taller, watched with a gentle gaze. At that moment, the scene froze, and a girl, having captured the moment on her phone, couldn't help but chuckle. Upon entering the subway, Song Shao observed a fair number of pet beasts aboard, yet he did not spot another gray-eyed pet. It seemed that the gray-eyed variants were indeed difficult to bond with. "Hello, may I take a picture with your gray-eyed pet?" An excited boy, no older than 12 or 13, asked Song Shao. Song Shao affectionately patted the star's head. "You need to ask it." The boy turned to the star, inquiring if he could take a picture. In the presence of outsiders, the star adopted a demeanor of cold detachment. It gazed at the boy for a few seconds before begrudgingly nodding. The boy, completely oblivious to the star's aloof attitude, gushed, "This gray-eyed pet has such a wonderful temperament. I really should let my cousin see it." The star struck a regal pose reminiscent of the time it observed the chirping warbler, lifting its chin and casting a condescending glance. As the boy prepared to capture a second shot, Song Shao reached out to touzle the star's fluffy head, transforming its haughty demeanor into one of endearing clumsiness. Ban. The star tilted its head towards its beast master, bearing an expression that seemed to say, "What can I do with you? Since you enjoy being petted so much, I suppose I can indulge you a little longer," Song Shao remarked, allowing the star to nuzzle against his palm. Chapter 12, Third-Class Citizen. This moment was recorded by the boy as a video, capturing both his astonished expression and his subsequent inquiry. "Brother, how do you usually train your gray-eyed pet? Its temperament is so delightful and obedient. You wouldn't believe my cousin has also bonded with a gray-eyed pet, but that one barely acknowledges him and only responds when it feels like it." Song Shao lowered his hand. "I only bonded with it yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to train it yet. It is naturally sociable." Had he not witnessed the behavior of his cousin's gray-eyed pet, he might have taken Song Shao's words at face value. Ban. Indeed, it was both formidable and good-natured, thus earning the privilege of bonding with its beast master. The star proudly raised its chin. After alighting from the subway, a brief 10-minute stroll led to the Pet Beast Administration Center. Upon entering, a lively boppy beast approached, bounding with exuberance. Its lengthy ears trailed to the ground, enveloped in a vibrant raspberry hue, its visage reminiscent of a fox, yet adorned with a stubby tail and a pouch on its abdomen akin to that of a kangaroo. The boppy beast, an auxiliary type of pet, possesses the ability to connect with electromagnetic fields. When its elongated ears are raised, they enhance network signals. "Greetings. What services do you require?" inquired the pet translator. "I wish to register a pet," replied Song Qin. "Understood. Have you brought all the necessary documentation? If so, we can proceed with the appointment," the boppy beast responded. "All documents are in order," Song Qin affirmed. The boppy beast nodded and puffed out its belly. Song Shao, observing this spectacle, couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment as Song Qin reached into the boppy beast's pouch, which shimmered briefly, and withdrew a ticket bearing a number. "Your appointment is confirmed. Please expect a wait of approximately 15 to 20 minutes, the pet translator announced. Song Shao, cradling his pet star, joined Song Qin in the waiting area. This world was utterly distinct from the one he previously inhabited. Even the energy and material systems were fundamentally different. This implied that the knowledge Song Shao, a scholarly individual, possessed had become obsolete. It appeared that his plans for financial prosperity would necessitate careful recalibration. Many individuals were present to register their pets. Most of the first-tier beast masters were boys and girls around the age of 12 or 13, with few peers of Song Shao's age. Upon awakening their psychic powers at 12, they would hasten to establish contracts with their pet beasts, allowing these creatures to mature alongside them. A 4-year gap could enable a pet with exceptional aptitude to evolve from the awakened stage to the advanced stage. Song Shao could be said to have lost 4 years right from the starting line. Song Qin sighed, relieved that his younger brother was a prodigy. Next, number 021. Song Shao. Song Shao took the registration materials from Song Qin and approached the window. He presented the documents to the clerk, who verified the registration information. Upon confirming the Psychic Awakening certificate, the clerk examined the details of his pet star, which was documented with a birth certificate issued by the pet nurturing base. Song Shao, 16 years old, contracted pet gray-eyed spotted beast. Name, Song Xing, first-tier Beastmaster. All information is correct. Please proceed to the photo area for your picture. Incorrect. I am a second-tier Beastmaster, Song Shao corrected. The clerk, puzzled, replied, but this gray-eyed spotted beast is your first pet, and you have just established a contract, making you a first-tier Beastmaster. Without immediately explaining, Song Shao summoned Song Xing into the beast ring. After forming the necessary seals, 2 rings encircled him, a solid white ring and a translucent milky white ring. I am a second-tier Beastmaster, Song Shao reiterated. Second-tier Beastmasters receive a 10% discount on pet purchases. This cannot be overlooked. The clerk stared blankly at the 2 rings swirling around Song Shao, bewildered. Even though the second ring appeared translucent due to the absence of a pet contract, it still represented 2 legitimate rings. Did you truly contract your pet just yesterday? How could your psychic power have increased so rapidly? The clerk, in all their years of service, had never encountered such a phenomenon, contracting a pet one day and advancing to a Beastmaster the next. No, prior to the contract, there were 2 translucent rings. Song Shao clarified. He was confused. After all, didn't the presence of 2 rings merely signify a slightly higher psychic power? Given that he was already 16 and had traversed into this world, possessing elevated psychic abilities was to be expected. While a 16-year-old second-tier Beastmaster could indeed be considered a genius, it was hardly extraordinary. He had researched that renowned Beastmasters in the starry expanse often achieved second-tier status by the ages of 14 or 15. Bai Fei Yuan, the foremost Beastmaster in the galaxy, awakened his psychic powers at 10 and reached 3rd tier by 15. Please amend my records to reflect my status as a second-tier Beastmaster, Song Shao requested politely. Certainly, the clerk replied, still lost in thought, pondering the implications of his earlier statement regarding the translucent rings prior to contracting a pet. What Song Shao did not realize was that even a genius like Bai Fei Yuan, a 16-year-old 3rd-tier Beastmaster, had never possessed 2 translucent rings prior to contracting a pet. While Song Shao was aware of his genius status, he remained oblivious to the extraordinary nature of his abilities, still marveling at how any hint of talent in a less developed region would elicit widespread amazement. After Song Shao departed from the window, the clerk, regaining composure, made a phone call. With Star in his arms, Song Shao proceeded to the photo area, first capturing a solo portrait of Star, followed by a joint photograph of them both. The former would be affixed to the family registration book, while the latter would be included in Song Shao's Beastmaster credentials, signifying ownership of the gray-eyed spotted beast. In this era, although rare, incidents of pet trafficking existed. Some rare beasts were abducted while still vulnerable and were coerced into breaking contracts with their Beastmasters through manipulation by criminals. Upon receiving the pristine family registration book, Star was officially registered within the Song family, becoming a legally recognized member. Simultaneously, Song Shao's citizen status was upgraded from 4th tier to 3rd tier. Song Qin's gaze lingered on the designation of 3rd-tier citizen, a hint of excitement surfacing. The Song family had always been 5th-tier citizens, and now they had a 3rd-tier citizen among them. In this world, citizen classifications were exceedingly stringent and unfriendly to the common populace. Ordinary individuals with criminal records were relegated to the lowest tier, classified as 6th-tier citizens. The ordinary populace constituted 5th-tier citizens. Those who paid considerable taxes or made outstanding contributions could ascend to 4th tier. Awakening psychic powers allowed one to become a 4th-tier citizen without any additional requirements, while contracting a powerful pet or becoming a 2nd-tier Beastmaster easily facilitated a rise to 3rd-tier status. 3rd-tier citizens enjoyed various implicit benefits and policies in daily life. Chapter 13, Part-Time Work. Having completed their business, there remained a considerable interval before noon. Song Shao, accompanied by Star and Song Qin, took the opportunity to visit a hospital to have his eye bandages removed and to assess whether the infection had subsided. This would also determine if his newfound ability to perceive information about pets and insect races would dissipate with the restoration of his eyesight. After a meticulous examination, the doctor declared that the bandages were no longer necessary, although some redness lingered. With consistent application of eye drops morning and evening for a few days, full recovery was anticipated. Following the prescription, Song Shao procured the eye drops. Throughout these recent days, his vision had remained unaffected by the bandages, and as he surveyed the hall filled with frolicking pink cat-like pets, he noted their details. Scientific name, Nemo's Beast. Attribute, Wood. Type, Special. Level, B-Class Evolution. Skills, Light of Restoration, Bountiful Harvest, Sweet Dream, Song of Hope. Characteristics, fond of healthy, vibrant individuals and pets, displaying heightened affection towards them. Dislikes red and abhors being told that it sings poorly. It was evident that he had indeed unlocked some form of skill. What could this be? An all-seeing eye? A humanoid CT scan? A scanner? Regardless, he could perceive information about both insect races and pets, comprehending their skills, preferences, and weaknesses with clarity. This could certainly be regarded as a significant advantage. At the very least, it would greatly enhance Star's chances of victory in future battles against other pets. Let us go eat, Song Qin said, patting Song Shao on the shoulder. Song Shao nodded, cradling Star. The two individuals casually enjoyed a bowl of noodles, while Xingxing savored an energy meal reminiscent of Wanzai steamed buns. As they prepared to return home, they encountered a man clad in a suit at the intersection. His demeanor nonchalant yet amusingly out of place in such formal attire. The man in the suit first noticed the gray-eyed spotted creature in Song Shao's arms, then turned his gaze to Song Shao himself, approaching with a smile. Hello, my name is Yingnan Feng. Song Shao regarded this peculiar fellow with a cool detachment. His sharp, phoenix-like eyes drifting to the indifferent gray-eyed creature standing beside Yingnan Feng. Hello, Song Shao nodded in response. Xingxing locked eyes with the aloof gray-eyed creature, its gray irises glinting with disdain as it subtly lifted its chin, mimicking Song Shao's nod almost perfectly. Yingnan Feng quickly interjected, please don't misunderstand, my friend. I merely noticed you also have a gray-eyed creature, and yours appears quite affectionate, even allowing you to hold it without resistance. I'm curious about how you raised it. Do you have any tips? Song Qin, standing nearby, scrutinized the aloof gray-eyed creature beside Yingnan Feng, noting its distinct difference from his own Xingxing. Song Shao gently stroked Xingxing's head as he replied, there's no secret to it. I recently contracted it. It has a naturally amiable disposition and is quite fond of family. Yingnan Feng, observing how much Xingxing relished Song Shao's touch, felt a pang of jealousy, his eyes reddening. This man, dressed as if he were a suit-clad rogue, could not help but lament, I don't believe it. How could any gray-eyed creature be so obedient? Mine dismisses me for not being handsome enough or for lacking sophistication. It only shows me favor when I wear a suit. At other times, it won't even glance my way, ignoring me completely even when I'm in the bathroom. Song Shao. Song Qin. My friend, Song Qin remarked, we are mere strangers. Such intimate matters need not be shared. Yingnan Feng, realizing he had overshared, wore a more haggard expression, while the disdain on his gray-eyed creature's face became even more pronounced. Looking between Yingnan Feng and his brother, Song Qin spoke gravely. Could it be that my brother is indeed quite handsome? Yingnan Feng. Yingnan Feng wanted to retort, yet the authoritative countenance of Song Shao rendered him speechless. This young man possessed not only striking good looks, but also an air of aloof sophistication. At that moment, the gray-eyed creature beside him piped up, Ban Ban, Ban Ban. Pet translator, I quite like your beast master. Would you consider a trade? Upon hearing this, Xingxing immediately assumed an aggressive stance, letting out a low growl as a flash of lightning manifested on its brow. Ban Ban, dream on. Song Shao produced his household registration booklet and soothed, you are Song Xing, a member of our family. No one can trade you away. Xingxing, upon hearing this, relaxed its aggressive posture, nestling comfortably in Song Shao's embrace, exuding an air of unassailable confidence, as if to infuriate the gray-eyed creature attempting to usurp its beast master. Song Shao turned to Yingnan Feng, contemplating before suggesting. Gray-eyed creatures are battle-type pets. Though they may seem indifferent, they possess an inherent admiration for strength. If your gray-eyed creature does not seem close to you, it may perceive you as lacking in power. Work on enhancing your mental prowess. With sufficient mental strength, you will naturally assume a dominant role in the shared consciousness of your pet, leading it to willingly submit to you. Song Qin nodded, affirming his brother's insight. Indeed, pets tend to admire strength, especially gray-eyed creatures. Our Xingxing had to defeat all other gray-eyed creatures to secure the right to bond with my brother. Yingnan Feng, who had just resolved to bolster his mental strength, was taken aback by Song Qin's revelation. Defeating other gray-eyed creatures to earn the right to contract one? Damn it. I spent a month trailing behind mine, trying to curry favor. Despite his bruised ego, Yingnan Feng expressed gratitude to Song Shao, ultimately requesting to add him on contact, mentioning that he had several friends who also contracted gray-eyed creatures and could exchange insights. Song Shao did not decline, and after adding him, he departed with Xingxing and his brother for home. That evening, as Song Qin had to tend to the store, and with the weekend approaching, Song Shao, free from school obligations, assisted in preparing the ingredients. He instructed Xingxing to practice its electric shock technique in the backyard, as he noted that its recent attempts had not matched the impressive power seen in videos. He promised that once it could shatter the stones he had gathered, it would earn the privilege of enjoying a dish prepared by Song Qin. Xingxing, upon hearing this, charged at the stones in the backyard, exuding a fierce determination to not relent until it achieved its goal. Ban ban, ban ban. Accompanied by Xingxing's roar, Song Shao skillfully harvested and washed the vegetables. Neighbors were well aware of Song Shao's bond with the pet and would occasionally gather to watch Xingxing, showering it with compliments. After all, Song Shao was a beastmaster, and in the eyes of ordinary people, beastmasters were regarded as higher citizens, fundamentally different from them. As he finished preparing the ingredients and removed his apron, Song Shao's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was the manager of the milk tea shop. Song Shao answered the call. Manager. The manager replied, Shao, can you work an extra shift tonight? The mall is hosting an event, and we need some presentable staff to boost the popularity of our milk tea shop. I'll offer you double pay. The financially struggling Song Shao consented, then inquired, Manager, are employees allowed to bring their pets to work? After a brief silence, the manager responded with confusion, Shao, are you a beastmaster? Yes, Song Shao affirmed. He could hear the manager take a deep breath on the other end. Suppressing his curiosity, why didn't you mention you were a beastmaster before? Are you not aware that beastmasters earn more than ordinary people? Song Shao. Is that so? Chapter 14, Haikalu. The manager sighed in exasperation. Yes, beastmasters earn more. If you come in tonight, your pay will be tripled. We can discuss the details when we meet. After hanging up, Song Shao fell into contemplation, perplexed as to why he had no recollection of beastmasters earning higher wages in his original memories. Upon reflection, he recalled that the previous Song Shao had been troubled by his lack of a contracted pet, fearing ridicule for not living up to the expectations of a beastmaster. Thus, during job interviews, he refrained from mentioning his identity as a beastmaster, leading others to assume he was an ordinary individual, especially since he had no visible pet. Now understanding the reason, Song Shao felt no need for further distress. He clarified the situation to Song Qin, changed his clothes, and set off to the mall with Xingxing. The mall was a large, comprehensive establishment bustling with crowds. Upon reaching the second floor and arriving at the milk tea shop, Song Shao noticed a few young men and women placing orders. The manager's gaze first fell on Song Shao, then shifted to the gray-eyed creature at his side. Although the manager was an ordinary person, like most, he had a fondness for pets and immediately recognized that this was a gray-eyed creature. As Song Shao lifted the gray-eyed creature and approached, both he and the creature bore expressions of cool detachment, yet shared the same strikingly handsome features. The manager, who had initially intended for Song Shao to work inside the shop, suddenly changed his mind. He had Song Shao don a black work uniform and handed him a stack of flyers. Have the gray-eyed creature perch on your shoulder and distribute these flyers at the entrance. It will surely attract many customers. Xingxing cast a disdainful glance at the manager upon hearing this. The manager continued, pets can also earn their keep. Song Shao placed the star on his shoulder and agreed. It is willing too. The star, perplexed, asked Ban, when did I express such willingness? Song Shao responded, I'll give you a cup of milk tea. It's the delightful fragrance. The star replied, Ban. It's a deal. Transitioning into business mode, Song Shao tidied up the star's hairstyle. Standing at the entrance, the exquisitely handsome youth donned a black uniform, with a similarly aloof and striking pet perched on his shoulder, drawing considerable attention. Before long, Song Shao distributed numerous flyers, resulting in a surge of customers. A group of high school students, having just ascended to the second floor, turned their gazes towards the bustling crowd. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, that gray-eyed Ban is actually assisting its beast master in handing out flyers. The star, embodying the demeanor of an imperious CEO, thrust a flyer into a girl's hands and slightly lifted its chin, declaring, Ban Ban. The girl, instantly smitten, pulled out her phone to capture a photo with the star. Another boy in the group scoffed, that gray-eyed Ban has such a pale hue, its aptitude must be lacking. Merely pleasing to the eye. He then turned to the boy at the center of the crowd, saying, by the way, Ingu, aren't you preparing to contract Hikaru? When can we meet the legendary god of 10,000 eagles? Hikaru, an A-grade combat pet, was rumored to possess flight speeds rivaling that of lightning. Ing Sibai's brow flickered with slight annoyance, yet he responded calmly, you'll see it after the contract. Listening to the flattery from his entourage eased some of his irritation. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Song Shao, who was gently soothing the star, and he felt a tinge of disdain. After all, it was merely a C-grade pet. The gray-eyed Ban was known for its aversion to affection, and its continued cooperation in handing out flyers was already testing the star's patience. Sensing its restlessness, Song Shao returned to the shop, fetching a cup of pet-friendly milk tea and placing it on a nearby table, entrusting the star to the shop manager for supervision. Sip slowly. Once you've finished, we can head home, he reassured, patting the star on the head before continuing to entice customers outside. The star took a sip of the milk tea, its gray eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Ban Ban, it exclaimed joyfully. The manager, unable to contain his happiness, began snapping photos of the star. After a few sips, the star peered through the shop's window at its beastmaster. who typically wore a serious expression but now wore a gentle smile as he bent slightly to distribute flyers to passersby. Some accepted them politely, while others tossed them aside, prompting Song Shao to retrieve the discarded flyers. Ban ban. The star fidgeted restlessly, being so young. It didn't understand the concept of heartache, but simply wished to be by its Beastmaster's side. After taking a hearty sip of milk tea, the star addressed the manager, Ban Ban. The manager set down his phone and, consulting the pet translator, asked, "Do you want me to keep an eye on you?" The star nodded and leapt down from the sofa, exiting the tea shop to join Song Shao, tugging at his pant leg with its paw. Bending down, Song Shao lifted the star into his arms, inquiring, "Aren't you tired? Why not rest?" The star climbed onto Song Shao's shoulder, snatching a flyer from his hand, declaring, "Ban Ban, I want to accompany you." Song Shao regarded the star, hesitating momentarily, before resignedly switching it to his other shoulder. Although the star wasn't heavy, it still weighed several pounds, and if this continued, he feared he might develop shoulder issues at a young age. After finishing work, Song Shao received his part-time wages. His earnings, tripled along with the star's, totaled 1,000 star coins. While riding the subway, he massaged his sore shoulder, resolving to strengthen his physique. As a Beastmaster's physical condition significantly impacts their pet's abilities. The stronger he became, the stronger the star would be. Upon returning to the small restaurant, Song Shao had the star practice electrical strikes while he took a cloth from his sister, Song Jingjing, to clean the tables. After bidding farewell to the last group of customers, the star joyfully dashed in, exclaiming, "Ban Ban." Song Shao was taken aback, wondering if the star had truly shattered all the stones so quickly, including 2 that were larger than basketballs. "Well done. We'll add an extra meal tomorrow," he encouraged. Lacking experience in raising children and having grown up relying on himself, Song Shao looked up to his brother, Song Qin, believing he was doing better than many parents. Learning had always been Song Shao's forte. Hearing the praise, the star gleefully showcased its abilities, swiftly forming a fist-sized bolt of lightning on its forehead, which it promptly unleashed upon a nearby table, resulting in a resounding crash. The diligent old employee, who had served since the shop's inception, met an unfortunate end. The remnants were reduced to mere splinters. Song Shao sighed. Chapter 15, The Jumping Mouse. The star looked at Song Shao with bright gray eyes. "Ban Ban. Look how impressive I am." Song Shao facepalmed, begrudgingly stating, "Impressive indeed." The star's long tail lifted slightly, exuding a sense of pride. After clearing the shattered table, Song Shao rode home with the star. Upon arrival, he noticed a package. The dumbbells he had ordered had finally arrived. The star, exhausted from the day's activities, was sound asleep on Song Shao's bed. After showering, Song Shao began planning his tasks, primarily focusing on 3 objectives: earning money, enhancing the star's abilities, and improving his own. In this world, nearly all profitable ventures were intertwined with pets, making the first 2 goals closely related. Song Shao browsed through available online jobs, realizing that high-paying positions typically required at least a 2nd or 3rd-tier Beastmaster, alongside a pet of at least evolution level. He paused at the last job listing, which was for a garbage dump. Following the recent incident involving the insectoid race and fatalities, many had resigned from their jobs at the dump, leaving only those unwilling to handle hazardous waste. Consequently, the few remaining workers were overwhelmed, leading to a substantial increase in wages. The original pay was 800 star coins for 5 hours, now soaring to 1,500 star coins for the same duration. Song Shao accepted the offer, not out of recklessness, but because he had acquired skills akin to a human scanner from the previous garbage dump incident, presenting both a danger and an opportunity for him. Furthermore, he wagered that after the Enforcement Bureau's cleanup, another insectoid wouldn't emerge in the near future. The next day was Saturday. In the morning, Song Shao worked his part-time job at the tea shop, and in the afternoon, he headed to the training grounds. His colleague, a 3-meter-tall Abai beast, greeted the star nestled in Song Shao's arms. "Abai, Ban." Song Shao conferred with the Abai Beast's Beastmaster, who also served as the manager, proposing that the star apply as a companion for awakening-level pets. This was currently the most suitable training plan for the star. Many awakening-level pets came to the training ground to enhance their battle capabilities, and the star had already mastered electrical strikes, thunder roars, and electromagnetic paralysis, qualifying it for companion training. This arrangement would not only save money, but also generate income. However, they needed to assess the star's abilities first. The manager scrutinized the star, contemplating its strength. While the gray-eyed Ban was certainly formidable, it was still evidently a juvenile, whereas many awakening-level pets present were fully grown. The manager sent a message, and within a minute, a jumping mouse entered the room. "Jump, jump." Song Shao recognized this jumping mouse as the manager's second pet. He examined the jumping mouse's profile. Scientific name, jumping mouse. Attribute, fighting type. System, combat type. Level, C-Class Awakening Level. Skills: Jumping Punch, Teleportation, Iron Tail, Cannon Impact. Characteristics: Enjoys burying its tail in the sand. Becomes instantly enraged if stepped on, boosting combat power by 50%. Dislikes dampness. The jumping mouse measures approximately 1 meter in height, and it propelled itself into the training ground with a powerful leap. Shao also entered the training arena, forming a hand seal with one hand. As two beast rings swirled around him, with a mere wave of his hand, stars appeared in the training field. The previously relaxed manager immediately straightened up upon seeing the two beast rings around Shao, filled with surprise and confusion. When did Shao become a second-tier beastmaster? Shao did not afford the manager much time for contemplation and promptly issued an order: Electric Impact. The stars lowered their heads, emitting a low growl, while a fist-sized bolt of lightning emerged from the black patterns on its forehead and swiftly struck towards the jumping mouse. The manager snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Dodge." The jumping mouse, which had been bouncing around, instantly teleported to a meter away, evading the electric impact. Cannon Impact. The jumping mouse, seasoned in battle experience, had already gathered its cannon impact as the manager spoke. Jump. Observing the jumping mouse's new position, Shao calculated how many times an awakening level pet could teleport within a short span. Generally, pets could teleport 3 times, but considering this jumping mouse was an adult, it likely had reached the later stages of awakening, meaning it could potentially teleport 4 times. He immediately commanded the stars, "Left, pursue." The stars swiftly veered left, but barely missed, sustaining a minor injury to its tail from the cannonball. Nevertheless, the stars merely let out a low growl without halting, continuing to execute its beast master's command. In terms of speed, the non-teleporting jumping mouse could not match the gray-eyed star. The stars charged towards the jumping mouse like a hunting snow wolf. Move to its right. Strike. The manager, witnessing the star's injured tail, decisively commanded the jumping mouse to attack that vulnerable spot. Thunder Roar. Shao commanded. The stars opened its mouth to unleash a thunder roar, trying to intimidate the jumping mouse. However, due to the jumping mouse's higher level, the intimidation's effectiveness was diminished. After less than a second of hesitation, the stars evaded most of the punches but still took 2 solid hits, crashing to the ground, panting in pain. Ban. Electric Impact. Shao calmly issued the command. The stars promptly rose from the ground, launching an electric impact toward the jumping mouse. The manager, now relaxed, commanded, "Move." The jumping mouse teleported to evade the electric impact, and the manager quickly followed with, "Move in, Iron Tail." Shao declared now. Intimidation Paralyze, Electric Kiss. Just as the jumping mouse executed its 4th teleport, arriving before the stars, its iron tail raised, the stars opened its mouth to unleash a thunder roar, while simultaneously wrapping its long tail around the jumping mouse to execute Electric Paralyze. This combination managed to restrain the jumping mouse for 2 precious seconds. Ample time for the stars to unleash Electric Kiss. The stars leapt fiercely, sinking its teeth deep into the jumping mouse's nape. A surge of electricity coursed through its fangs, instantly breaking through the jumping mouse's tough skin, visibly revealing black electric patterns on its body. The pain ignited the star's fury. It savagely clamped down on the jumping mouse, forcefully lifting its head and sending the jumping mouse, almost double its size, crashing to the ground. The jumping mouse emitted a faint, pitiful cry, "Jump, jump." The stars panted heavily, head held high, the brilliant gray-eyed star gazing down upon the jumping mouse, bloodied fangs shimmering with faint electricity. Ban. The manager was now utterly stunned. Having collaborated with the jumping mouse numerous times, he had seldom faced defeat, and just moments ago, the jumping mouse could have secured victory with its iron tail. Yet the tide of battle had turned so swiftly. After the stars triumphed, it leapt off the training ground and nestled into Shao's embrace, softly lamenting, "Ban. It hurts so much, I need chips and milk tea to feel better." Shao, Chapter 16, Teased. After placing both the jumping mouse and the stars into the healing chamber, the training ground had a Seymour beast capable of treating injuries, but unfortunately, its beastmaster was on leave today, so they had to resort to the healing chamber. "I never expected your gray-eyed star to possess a mid-tier skill. And it's still a cub, quite the talent," the manager remarked, realizing after witnessing Electric Kiss that his loss was not in vain. Electric Kiss, as the name suggests, sends electricity coursing through the entire body upon impact, leaving black electric patterns on the skin, akin to being kissed by a current. This skill had been triggered suddenly during a battle with the last gray-eyed star before Shao had even formed a contract, though at that time, the star had been cloaked in deep gray fur, concealing the electric patterns. Later, upon discovering the Electric Kiss skill, Shao had researched it further. The combination known as Intimidation Paralyze was Thunder Roar Electric Paralyze. Considering the stars were still a cub, Song Shao had anticipated that facing an adult awakening-level beast would be disadvantageous. So he had previously discussed with the stars that this skill combination could at least restrain for over a second, providing ample time for either electric impact or electric kiss to be unleashed. The outcome of the battle was quite favorable. While the stars lay in the healing chamber, Song Shao signed a contract with the manager and downloaded an app on his phone, searching for the training ground's name. If customers sought sparring partners, tasks would be posted on this platform, and if one met the requirements, they could accept the tasks. An awakening-level sparring partner would earn a minimum of 500 star coins per hour, with special requests priced by the customer, the manager explained. Song Shao returned to the page, noticing many other establishments listed, and inquired, "Can these tasks be accepted as well?" The manager replied, "These are postings from other regions. Unless you visit the store, you cannot accept them. You are now a formal sparring partner, and our training ground is part of a chain across the district. Should you leave here for elsewhere in the future, you will still be able to accept orders." Song Shao nodded. The manager continued, "Your pet's abilities are quite formidable. I recall you are still a student, correct? A high school student. If you are attending school, you can leave your pet here, occasionally. Beast masters will also leave their pets here for training." This meant that during busy times, he could allow the stars to train independently, yet upon further reflection, Song Shao considered that while this arrangement resolved the issue of insufficient time for training, excessive independent training might lead to conflicting viewpoints between the pet and the beast master, resulting in the pet being less obedient to commands in battles. Furthermore, it was common for those who left their pets for training to possess multiple contracted beasts, whereas Song Shao currently had only the stars contracted, alleviating this concern. "All right, I will keep an eye on it." Song Shao nodded, acknowledging that while he could occasionally allow the stars to train independently, his presence remained essential. Half an hour later, the stars emerged from the healing chamber fully healed, while the jumping mouse, due to its severe injuries, required another half hour. Song Shao began accepting orders on the app, as the manager had set the stars ranking above the jumping mouse, and soon, Song Shao received his first order. The app displayed that Venue 17 had been successfully booked, and Song Shao carried the stars towards Venue 17. "Banban. Where to?" Song Shao replied, "To train." The stars tilted its head. "Banban? Is it training like before?" Song Shao affirmed, "Yes, just like before, defeating the opponent." "Do you like it, stars?" The star reflected on the painful experience of bouncing off itself and ultimately crashing to the ground, feeling a surge of anger followed by a victorious sense of accomplishment. It nodded cheerfully, exclaiming, "Banban. I like it." The training ground number 17 was still unoccupied when Song Shao placed the star on the field and reviewed the client's peculiar request, which specified a preference for pets that were aesthetically pleasing, strikingly handsome, and possessed impressive skills. Observing the star, Song Shao noted that despite the star's lighter fur, which might be deemed less popular among the gray-spotted variants, it still conformed to human aesthetic standards. If the client found it unsuitable, he would simply pursue another order. Song Shao mused to himself, aware that this order was priced at 800 star coins. Just as he finished his thoughts, the door to Training Ground 17 swung open, revealing a girl clad in a school uniform and a short skirt, appearing to be of a similar age to Song Jingjing. She cradled a pink, butterfly-shaped pet in her arms. Upon making eye contact with Song Shao, she paused momentarily before approaching with a smile. "Hello, are you Song Shao?" Song Shao nodded, "Yes." "And you are the one known as Tiroff Young Director?" The girl, taken aback by having her online name called out, retorted, "Isn't that akin to being called out for publicly relieving oneself? Just call me Yang Shao." Song Shao readily complied. "Hello, Yang Shao. Is this your pet?" Yang Shao inquired, observing the gray-spotted creature. "It appears quite handsome. May I see its skills?" Song Shao nodded and turned to the star, electric shock. "Banban." The star immediately unleashed an electric shock, producing a loud bang and a shower of sparks, standing coldly in place, its gray eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Yang Zhao's eyes brightened at the sight, and more notably, the pink butterfly in her arms struggled to escape and fluttered into the air. "Dian Dian, Dian Dian." Yang Shao then translated, "Dian Dian is quite fond of your pet. Let us commence training." Yang Shao, along with her butterfly, took to the field and explained, "My Dian Dian's primary skill is charm. However, she has a peculiar quirk, only willing to charm aesthetically pleasing pets. Those she deems unattractive will not elicit her skills, causing her proficiency to grow at a sluggish pace. If your gray-spotted creature can maintain charm's activation, I would consider a long-term order." Song Shao agreed, understood. Yang Shao regarded Song Shao's cool and striking visage, silently noting that both the pet and its trainer were clearly on the aesthetic route. The pink butterfly danced around the star, its long antennae shimmering, while the white patterns on its pink wings glimmered as well. Dian Dian. The star was evidently entranced, its gray eyes taking on a faint pink hue, akin to a high-quality gem glimmering under light. a mesmerizing sheen that faded like ripples in water after 2 seconds. The star tilted its head, perplexed Banban. Meanwhile, Dian Dian appeared elated, sparkling pollen enveloping the star, as its beautiful wings continued to swirl around, intermittently casting charm. After the star succumbed to charm for the second time, Dian Dian's antennae gently touched the black lightning mark on the star's forehead. Yang Zhao's expression shifted instantly. She glanced at Song Sha, and upon noticing he exhibited no unusual reaction, she silently sighed in relief, realizing he was unaware of the peculiarities surrounding Dian Dian. The pink butterfly, adorned with a stunning exterior and charm ability, caused any pet ensnared by its charm to enter a state of oblivion, and the gentle touch of its antennae indicated it was taking advantage of the star. To put it simply, the star had been teased. Chapter 17. The Life of an Ant. Dian Dian. Focus on training. No distractions. Yang Shao internally lamented. The star, upon regaining consciousness, was utterly bewildered by the preceding events. Tilting its head towards its trainer, Banban, before receiving an answer, Dian Dian resumed casting charm, Dian Dian. Thus, the scene resembled a broken record, with the star repeatedly asking, Banban. After a back and forth of 7 or 8 exchanges, Dian Dian ran out of energy, and the star finally snapped out of its dazed state, bounding towards its trainer. Feeling lightheaded, 15 minutes elapsed, and Song Sha observed Yang Shao administering a nutrient-like substance to Dian Dian, which revived the butterfly within minutes. Yang Shao placed Dian Dian back on the training ground and stated, to charm the opponent, Dian Dian must establish eye contact. Please ensure your pet avoids eye contact with her. I wish to train Dian Dian's in-field combat capabilities. Song Sha nodded, advising the star to evade eye contact with Dian Dian while keeping its eyes open. The star responded, Banban. Watch me. Dian Dian, mystical wind. Yang Shao commanded. Dian Dian flitted towards the star, spinning gracefully as it approached, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. Thunder roar, Song Sha called out. The star unleashed a thunderous roar, stunning Dian Dian momentarily, but it did not hinder the spread of the fragrance, causing the star to momentarily slow. Electric shock, butterfly illusion. In the star's dulled vision, the singular pink butterfly suddenly multiplied into 2, leaving the star unable to discern which was the true Dian Dian, resulting in its electric shock missing its mark. Charm. Stunning paralysis. The star's long tail swiftly ensnared Dian Dian's antennae, delivering a subtle electric current that paralyzed it. As Dian Dian struggled, a thunder roar rendered it completely still. Since this was training, Song Sha refrained from allowing the star to use electric kiss, an intermediate skill that would render Dian Dian incapable of continuing the battle. Dian Dian's failure to charm left Yang Shao somewhat disheartened. However, she reminded herself that Dian Dian was not a combat-oriented pet, and it was entirely reasonable for it to be outmatched. Song Sha approached, holding the star, and suggested, if Dian Dian could attract the star's attention with the butterfly illusion while the real body casts charm, the star would likely be ensnared. I believe you could train in that direction. Yang Shao, uncertain, queried, similar to the thunder shock and roar, but that is different. The butterfly illusion utilizes the previous mystical wind to entice the pet into inhaling the fragrance, thus creating an illusion. Therefore, Dian Dian cannot control the illusions produced. Unable to control the illusion? Then shorten the time, Song Sha noted, recognizing that when the illusion appeared, the star was visibly confused, unable to discern the true form. If this fleeting moment could be seized to cast charm swiftly, it could be effective. If all else fails, create multiple illusions, rendering the pet incapable of distinguishing reality. Or directly transform the illusions to mimic the casting of charm, thus allowing the true form to blend in, with one genuine amidst many fakes, achieving an element of surprise. Song Sha shared his thoughts with Yang Shao, who fell deep into contemplation. 5 minutes later, she resolved to give it a try. This attempt extended to an hour, and upon successfully acquiring an extension fee, Song Sha's eyes gleamed with joy. Completely exhausted, Dian Dian nestled in Yang Zhao's arms, refusing to train further, prompting her to conclude the session. She also succeeded in becoming Song Sha's first regular client. After bidding farewell to Yang Shao, Song Sha glanced at the time. It was almost time for him to head to the garbage dump for his part-time job collecting trash. He informed the manager that he would leave Xingxing here. Should anyone require a pet for individual training, Xingxing could take the assignment. If not, it could continue its training here. As Xingxing lacked the ability to withstand the radiation within the dump, Song Sha did not intend to bring it along. This decision also stemmed from a hint of personal sentiment. After all, parents often wish to present themselves as strong before their children. Song Sha cherished Xingxing's proud and somewhat arrogant demeanor, and he was reluctant for it to discover that its beast master was a mere garbage collector. His proficiency with electric shock remained at the apprentice stage. He planned to practice diligently tonight, striving to elevate his expertise to an advanced level. allowing himself breaks if fatigue set in. Just before leaving, he reminded Xingxing. Xingxing followed closely by Song Sha's side. Looking up, Banban. Understood. Banban. Come back quickly. Song Sha patted Xingxing's head. I'll bring you back some potato chips. By the time Song Sha arrived at the garbage dump via subway, it was nearly 5:30. He swiftly changed into a black protective suit, meticulously checking for any exposed areas. After ensuring everything was secure, he sought out the familiar figure of Rast. Rast detected the scent emanating from Song Sha and greeted him amicably. La Song Sha replied. Hello. Having previously collaborated, the duo worked efficiently together. An hour later, darkness enveloped the area, and Song Sha felt the overhead lights insufficiently bright. Thus, he activated the headlamp on his helmet, lowering his gaze to handle hazardous waste. He gently blinked. In the light, he perceived what appeared to be vaguely floating black dust, perhaps from the hazardous refuse. Curiously, he examined it closely, noticing that the black particles seemed to possess a life of their own, undulating as he reached out to brush them away, dispersing like ripples in water, vanishing into the air, as if the entire scene had been a mere figment of his imagination. Rala? Noticing Song Sha's lack of response, Rast approached, assuming the radiation had affected him, and began to purify the air around him. The fresh air alleviated Song Sha's drowsiness, prompting him to express his gratitude and inquire, where do all these garbage come from? This area was considered an impoverished region of Jinhai City, where beastmasters comprised less than 20% of the population. Over 80% of the hazardous waste was related to pet supplies, many of which Song Sha had never even seen. Based on his estimation, the refuse from pet products could hardly be afforded by the local residents. Most of this is transported from the Middle Zone 4. In the 12 districts of Blue Star, there were Upper Zone 4, Middle Zone 4, and Lower Zone 4. An unshakable class distinction existed between Upper and Middle Zone 4 and Lower Zone 4, akin to the divide between nobility and commoners. It was said that beastmasters in Upper Zone 4 constituted over 70% of the total population, while ordinary people incapable of taming beasts found it nearly impossible to survive there. Furthermore, these upper-class nobles treated Lower Zone 4 as their personal dumping ground, with dangerous restricted areas housing insect species primarily located within Lower Zone 4. Upon hearing Rast's explanation, Song Sha understood. The class disparities in this world were more severe than he had imagined. Indeed, in a world that could classify individuals into 6 tiers, the lives of ordinary people were akin to that of ants. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Hikaru. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Xingxing observed the prideful bird before it, assuming a defensive posture and letting out a low growl. Hikaru, with its azure eyes, fixated on Xingxing, the oppressive aura of a high-level pet descended upon it. Xingxing's tail thrashed impatiently against the ground, its back taut as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Hikaru noticed that its imposing presence did not intimidate Xingxing. Instead, it seemed to incite further fury within the creature, prompting Hikaru to gradually withdraw its previously dismissive demeanor. Outside the training ground, Ingsibo quietly vented his frustration to the man beside him on the phone. Even if I can't form a contract, I won't let Hikaru go. I'd rather destroy it. The man maintained a respectful demeanor, yet showed no fear, replying politely, Young Mastering, you have 1 month left in your trial period. If you are unable to form a contract with Hikaru by then, the association will reclaim it. Should you truly destroy Hikaru at that time, I fear it will become exceedingly difficult for you to contract high-level pets in the future. Ingsibo's sinister expression tarnished an otherwise handsome face as he retorted, Are you threatening me? The man maintained his tone, Young Mastering, I am merely stating the facts. Suppressing his anger, Ingsibo murmured, But there's still a month left. I will successfully contract Hikaru. The man replied, Then, I shall await your good news. After hanging up, Ingsibo furiously kicked a nearby water dispenser. A single kick barely released his frustration, and he continued until he had thoroughly destroyed the dispenser. Hikaru perched at the edge of the training ground, casting a cold glance toward Ingsibo, then seemingly disregarding him entirely, returned to the training arena. The manager, hearing the commotion within the training ground, contemplated inquiring but hesitated, fearing to provoke the young master's ire. Peering through the glass of the door at Hikaru, he couldn't suppress his excitement. After all, Hikaru represented a pinnacle of A-grade combat pets and was a rare species. Without immense power, one could hardly qualify to contract with Hikaru. Hikaru was known as the god of 10,000 eagles, possessing an evolutionary pathway to become a beast god-level pet. With a solitary and proud temperament, gaining its allegiance necessitated exceptional strength to earn its respect, a process akin to enduring a grueling trial. Due to such stringent contractual conditions, only a select few Hikuris ever formed contracts with beastmasters. Moreover, given Hikaru's reputation as the king of solitude, it rarely felt affection for its kind. making reproduction exceedingly difficult. Thus, the population of Hikaru diminished over time, rendering it a rare species. After venting his frustrations, Bo turned to Hikaru, adopting a warm expression as he addressed it. Tired of battling the gecko? This time, let us have some fun at the training ground. It's just a C-grade gray-eyed beast. You can let loose. Bo's dismissive tone incited Xingxing's ire, causing it to turn away and reveal its electrified fangs. Recognizing Xingxing's appearance, Bo realized it was the same gray-eyed beast he had seen distributing flyers earlier. How amusing that it had come out to serve as a training partner. Its beast master truly was a fool. Bo smirked maliciously, just a C-grade pet abandoned by its beast master at the training ground. His subtly obsequious demeanor failed to elicit any reaction from Hikaru, which focused its attention on the C-grade gray-eyed beast that could withstand its oppressive aura. Despite being entirely ignored by Hikaru, Bo suppressed his rage. He was well aware of Hikaru's temperament. Yet for the past 2 months, he had tirelessly trained it. And even after exhausting it to the brink of collapse, it refused to submit, let alone form a contract. Suddenly, Hikaru addressed Xingxing. Kulu, your beast master no longer wants you. At this remark, Xingxing leaped into action, launching an electric shock attack at Hikaru. Anger coursed through it, causing a faint current to ripple through its fur. Ban. Hikaru gracefully soared into the air, evading Xingxing's assault, hovering just out of reach, continuing its taunts. Kulu, you're so useless that your beast master abandoned you. Kulu. However, if I can form a contract with you, it seems your beast master is equally worthless. The stars roared in indignation, revealing an intense desire to deliver a resounding thrashing to the detestable bird that dared to insult its master. With a resounding crash, thunder erupted, engulfing the training ground in a tumultuous display of fury. Yet, despite this, Hikaru was merely momentarily daunted. For the star, this fleeting instant presented the perfect opportunity. The black lightning patterns on its forehead surged to an unprecedented magnitude, striking forth like a talon towards Hikaru. Hikaru took to the skies, deftly evading the ferocious lightning. But before it could launch another taunt, it was startled to see the star leap forward, closing the distance to less than a meter. Its long, fluffy tail whipped towards Hikaru, the faint electromagnetic pulses distorting the very air around them. Suddenly, Hikaru's azure eyes glimmered with seriousness as it executed a swift spin to evade the star. As long as it remained airborne, it would be invulnerable. However, in that moment of rotation, a pair of furious gray eyes intruded into its line of sight, sharp fangs crackling with pale blue electricity, exuding a predatory demeanor that almost made one forget it was merely a juvenile gray-spotted beast. With an explosive impact, the star unleashed its electric kiss, sinking its fangs into Hikaru's wing. Bo cursed under his breath, summoning his first pet, the wood gecko, intending to teach this unassuming gray-spotted beast a lesson. However, as the wood gecko appeared, the star was forcefully slammed to the ground, the impact sending it skidding several meters. Bo's gaze shot toward Hikaru, recalling that the previous attack had been the mid-level skill, electric kiss. From beneath its pristine white wings, Hikaru's deep seal-like eyes slowly emerged, revealing that the wing previously bitten by the star remained utterly unscathed, gleaming with a near-ceramic smoothness. This was solidification, a mid-level defensive skill. Enduring the pain, the star rose from the ground, glaring at its airborne adversary, fury mingling with a sense of helplessness, nearly pushing it into a state of rage. Its claws digging deep into the rubber surface of the training ground. It yearned to prove its worthlessness was a fallacy, and that its master was anything but. He was a remarkable and formidable beastmaster. In this moment, the young gray-spotted beast felt an urgent desire to grow stronger, to protect its master. Reminiscent of the first time it laid eyes on him, filled with an unwavering resolve to surpass the other gray-spotted beasts. Yet, the adversary could fly, rendering all its skills ineffective. Oh, if only it could bring this despicable bird down. Meanwhile, Shao, who was busy dealing with refuse, felt a sudden, intense burning sensation in his previously injured left eye, akin to a flame raging within. Amidst the excruciating pain, his vision blurred, with only a distant white light standing out vividly against the darkness. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his black protective suit as he strained to focus on that white light, noting the gray-white fur, the long, fluffy tail, and the black lightning patterns adorning its face. It was the star. Star? Shao managed to utter. Instantly, the star snapped back to reality. Casting a wary glance around, gray-spotted? Beastmaster? It's me, Shao replied, sitting amidst the refuse, covering his left eye. What happened? The star, ablaze with fury, glared at the airborne foe, determined to vanquish the detestable bird. Shao struggled to lift his gaze to the soaring creature, its plumage entirely white. with a delicate layer of black patterns accentuating its form. Scientific name, Hikaru. Attribute, flying. System, fighting. Level, A-class awakening. Skills, Featherblade, beginner, air/beginner, dark strike, beginner. Solidification, intermediate. Characteristics, proud and emotionally detached, despising the weak, prone to provoking those it finds displeasing, fiercely loyal once tamed, making it an excellent companion in battle. An A-class pet. Despite the throbbing pain in his head, Song Shao began to analyze the situation, acutely aware that the star was facing an overwhelming opponent. Hikaru's ability to fly put the star at a distinct disadvantage, as it lacked long-range offensive capabilities and defensive skills, leaving it vulnerable to relentless assaults. Maintaining his composure, Song Shao concealed his discomfort from the star and commanded, "Taunt it." With the guidance of its master, the star quickly regained its composure. Its remarkable learning ability allowing it to mimic Hikaru's previous taunts with flawless precision. Gray spotted, gray spotted. A pet without a beast master is worthless. Hikaru regarded the star with an aloof expression, its wings fully unfurled in the air, the exquisite white feathers resembling the finest porcelain, and as Hikaru effortlessly flapped its wings, hundreds of sharp feathers shot down in a cross formation towards the star on the ground. Dodge! Song Shao shouted. The star evaded left and right, moving several meters. It still suffered deep gashes across its forearms from the feathers. Before it could catch its breath, an invisible yet razor-sharp air-slash struck fiercely at the star's chest. The star crashed heavily to the ground, a horrific cross-shaped wound slicing open its chest, blood instantly staining its gray-white fur. This was untenable. It was far too passive. Song Shao meticulously recalled the lightning skills that could counter flying types, and in that moment, both he and the star simultaneously remembered the lightning skill they had trained but never successfully executed. Thunder. Star, do you remember the thunder skill? Song Shao gasped, struggling to speak. If it can fly, bring it down. Lust had no clue what was happening with Song Shao, seeing him trembling and slumped amidst the refuse. It assumed he was still in pain and focused on purifying the air. Meanwhile, beneath the thick protective helmet, Song Shao's left eye had transformed into a deep and brilliant gray, akin to the star's. When a beast master can mentally resonate with their pet, a part of their body often reflects the pet's characteristics. Alas, Song Shao remained oblivious to the subtle change in his left eye. Thunder, Song Shao uttered. The star, dragging its injured body, rose once more, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed with the sound of crashing thunder, yet no lightning descended. Hikaru, it mocked. Outside the training ground, Sibo had completely relaxed, convinced that even with a mid-level skill, Hikaru's flying ability and defensive skill of solidification rendered the gray-spotted beast no match for it. His desire to contract Hikaru grew stronger, as the wood gecko beside him fixated its gaze on the airborne Hikaru, only to feign indifference moments later. Seemingly tired of toying with the star, Hikaru executed a dark strike, its already swift form vanishing like a shadow, only to reappear behind the star in the next instant. The sharp, dark claws seized the star's back, piercing through its flesh, lifting it into the air before slamming it down ferociously. Star. Song Shao steadied his emotions. Yet couldn't he help but lose control. The star struggled to rise once more, but time and again, it collapsed to the ground, its chest, forearms, and back marred with wounds. Blood streamed down, leaving it a pitiful sight. This time, Xingxing was injured more severely than during its days at the Beast Rehabilitation Center. Just as Song Shao resolved to concede defeat on behalf of Xingxing, it astonishingly rose once more, its long tail lashing against the ground with fervor, its gray eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Banban. It would not succumb to this loathsome bird. Observing Xingxing's defiance, Song Shao, after a moment of silence, lowered his hand that had covered his left eye, the searing pain akin to having one's eyeball forcibly extracted from its socket. Yet, amidst such torment, a faint smile graced his pallid face. Once a beast master contracts with their companion beast, the beast reciprocates by empowering the beast master. Correspondingly, the beast master's mental fortitude enhances the beast's prowess. Both the original owner and Song Shao were oblivious to the nuances of wielding mental strength. Yet in this moment, Song Shao felt an unprecedented surge of Xingxing's rage and desire for strength, pouring all his awareness into Xingxing. In the dim haze around them, Xingxing's form grew increasingly radiant, resembling a brilliant moon in the pitch-black night, dazzling and resplendent. Hikaru unleashed its feather blade once more, intent on concluding the battle. As hundreds of sharp, white feathers were released in unison, Song Shao swiftly commanded, "Thunder." This was their final opportunity. This time, Xingxing did not awkwardly dodge to the sides. Instead, it braved a portion of the feather blade's assault and charged towards Hikaru, shortening the distance between them. Simultaneously, Xingxing let out a piercing howl, and thunder roared to life. Just as both Hikaru and Ing Sibai presumed defeat was imminent, a bolt of pale blue lightning, as thick as a wrist, materialized from above the training ground, striking down towards Hikaru with a thunderous force. Hikaru hurriedly retracted its white feathers to fortify its defense. But some feathers had embedded deeply into Xingxing's body and did not return in time. Consequently, although the fortification mitigated most of the lightning's impact, Hikaru was still struck down by the overwhelming surge of electricity, crashing onto the training ground. This marked the first time Hikaru had ever touched the ground. The ground of the training area was blasted into a 1-meter-wide crater, and within it, Hikaru crackled with residual electricity. Suddenly, a nearly blood-soaked gray-eyed Banban surged forth like a shooting star, its fierce fangs crackling with pale blue electricity as it sank deeply into Hikaru's wing. In an instant, Hikaru let out a pained howl. Kulu, Song Shao, unsteady, fell to the ground, the familiar sting radiating through his mind, dulling the burning sensation in his left eye amidst the agony. The manager of the training ground rushed in upon hearing the thunder, witnessing Xingxing clinging tightly to Hikaru while the latter retaliated with its talons, piercing through Xingxing's wounds. A C-class gray-eyed Banban was actually able to pin an A-class Hikaru to the ground. However, the injuries were grievous. Ing Sibai approached in a fit of rage, attempting to separate Xingxing from Hikaru, but the manager quickly intervened. Young Master Ing, the injuries sustained in the training ground are not life-threatening. There is no need for such severity. Upon saying this, the manager hastily instructed the Abbey Beast to shield Xingxing, who, despite being on the brink of collapse, remained fixated on Hikaru. Hikaru, loathing Ing Sibai's touch, found itself paralyzed by the electric shocks, its deep blue eyes locked onto Xingxing. Xingxing, you have not lost. Go seek treatment. Song Shao imparted one final piece of advice before losing consciousness. When Song Shao awoke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. With half an hour left until the end of his shift, supporting his head, he rose from the bed and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in the garbage disposal manager's office. Before he could react, the manager, wearing a disgruntled expression, entered. Awake? The manager was an elderly man, lean yet possessing a keen gaze. Behind him, Last greeted Song Shao with a casual lala. Just so you know, you fainted on your own. It has nothing to do with our garbage disposal. The risks associated with handling hazardous waste were made clear from the start, so don't think of scamming me. Moreover, you only worked for an hour. I can give you a maximum of 300 star coins, the manager preemptively stated. Song Shao replied, I merely wish to thank Last. Lala. Last replied, no need for thanks. The manager huffed dismissively, indicating that since Song Shao was awake, he should leave promptly. Song Shao did not linger, sensing that the manager's anger was particularly pronounced that day. Although the manager's demeanor had always been poor, it had never been as evident as it was now. Concerned for Xingxing, he hurriedly departed the garbage disposal facility. On his way to the subway station, he noticed a 24-hour pet supplies store still open and decided to enter. Pet snacks were priced at 99 star coins a bag. Pet cheese sticks were 99 star coins each, or 169 star coins for two. Song Shao picked up 2 bags of snacks and 4 cheese sticks, then proceeded to check out before boarding the subway to return. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found Xingxing still lying within the treatment pod, while the manager had pulled up the surveillance footage, watching with astonishment. Xiao Xiao is back. Your gray-eyed Banban is remarkable. The manager greeted warmly upon seeing Song Shao. In the surveillance footage, Xingxing began under Hikaru's torment, but with each blow it sustained, a newfound fighting spirit ignited within it. The final thunder strike decisively influenced the battle's outcome. Xiao Xiao, I have never seen a beast at the awakening level capable of utilizing 2 intermediate skills. Although your gray-eyed Banban is a C-class beast, I believe its potential rivals that of Hikaru, the manager remarked, drawing from years of experience in training beasts. However, Hikaru is a flying type, which poses a significant disadvantage to the gray-eyed Banban. Song Shao acknowledged this was indeed Xingxing's shortcoming, already pondering how to train it in that regard. After waiting for another half hour, Xingxing emerged from the treatment pod. Upon seeing Song Shao, it did not rush over immediately but instead stood still, displaying a dejected expression as if it felt it had shamed its beastmaster. Although both Xingxing and Hikaru had lost their ability to fight, it was clear that Xingxing's injuries were far more severe. If the battle continued, victory would have been unattainable. Its beastmaster was a powerful individual, yet it felt inadequate. Song Shao approached and embraced the somewhat disheartened Xingxing, gently stroking its head. Do you remember what I promised you when I left? He asked, presenting the pet treats he had purchased. Because Xingxing performed admirably, these are all rewards for you. Instantly, Xingxing perked up, its ears standing tall as it gazed at Song Shao with delight. Banban? Really? Song Shao unwrapped the pet cheese stick and placed it in Xingxing's paws. Of course it's real. You fought valiantly until the very end. and I am both surprised and delighted. In Song Shao's eyes, success and failure were merely facets of life. The refusal to give up was commendable in its own right. As he prepared to leave, a thought struck him, and he inquired of the manager, "What does it feel like to share a bond with a pet?" The manager regarded Song Shao, assuming his inquiry stemmed from curiosity, and explained, "It is said that part of the body undergoes a beastly transformation, allowing one to experience everything the pet feels, including emotions and pain, and to communicate telepathically." Song Shao pressed on, "Does that mean one can see everything the pet sees, even when not physically together?" The manager frowned, contemplating before uncertainly responding. Perhaps a deep bond could allow for such an experience? I recall that the champion of the previous Interstellar Pet Beast Challenge, Saga, underwent a transformation into a beastly form, her skin enveloped in scales, enabling her to share the injuries of her pet. However, such a profound empathic transformation with a pet can only be achieved by a beastmaster of at least the 4th tier. Why do you inquire about this? You are merely a 1st-tier beastmaster. Do not expect to achieve greatness overnight, as it could backfire on your mental fortitude. Song Shao replied, "It's nothing. I'm just trying to understand." Upon leaving the training ground, he reflected on the excruciating pain in his left eye and the peculiar sight of stars and the battling Hikaru. Could it be empathy? He opened his phone to search for information on the empathic bond between beastmasters and their pets. When a beastmaster shares an empathic bond with their pet, certain traits of the pet manifest in the beastmaster, such as skin transforming into scales, canine teeth elongating into fangs, or fingers morphing into claws. Different pets result in varied transformations for the beastmaster. A deep empathic bond allows the beastmaster to experience everything their pet does, even sharing the pain. It seems that the vision of stars he experienced was indeed linked to this empathic connection, and the intense burning sensation in his left eye might indicate a possible transformation of his eyeball. Chapter 21. Make your appearance known. Star, how did you hear my voice while battling Hikaru? Clutching her cheesy snack, Star raised her head, her mouth smeared with cheese, and replied in confusion, "Banban? Banban? I don't know. I just felt as if the Beastmaster was right beside me." Observing Star's lack of intelligence, Song Shao quietly wiped her mouth and decided to look for relevant literature once school commenced. Star, now fully satiated, had shaken off her earlier despondency, though she appeared somewhat overly exuberant. "You intend to find that Hikaru and defeat it?" Song Shao placed Star on the back seat of his bike, engaging in conversation as he pedaled. Star nodded, realizing her Beastmaster could not see, and declared, "Banban. Yes, I will defeat it." The gray-mottled spotted beast is a C-rank creature with an evolutionary ceiling of the 5th-tier Beast Emperor level, while Hikaru is an A-rank creature with a ceiling of the 6th-tier Beast God level. Thus, in terms of origin and potential, gray-mottled spotted has virtually no chance of victory. A different Beastmaster might have advised Star to abandon this notion or pretended to agree while harboring little hope. Yet, Song Shao was someone who transcended the boundaries of possibility. "Very well, however, the plan I previously devised for you requires modification. Furthermore, the strength of a pet correlates with the benefits it bestows upon its beastmaster, and vice versa." He couldn't allow Star to be hindered by him. The early summer breeze carried a hint of coolness, ruffling the boy's tousled hair and revealing a pair of indifferent eyes, though his expression remained warm. "Since Hikaru lacks a beastmaster, you wish to confront it alone? Banban, I want to win fairly." On Sunday, Song Shao worked tirelessly, armed with a newly formulated training regimen. At the training ground, he reviewed the footage of Star's battle against Hikaru to conduct an analysis. Star's disadvantages were glaringly evident. First, she was unable to inflict significant damage on flying types, particularly against Hikaru, who possessed innate swiftness. Second, her speed was insufficient. Had she been faster, she could have evaded many attacks. Third, her emotional volatility hindered her performance. The Thunderstrike move struck Hikaru because it underestimated her, believing she would not unleash it. Should it be attempted again, Hikaru's speed could easily evade it, matching the swiftness of lightning. Star, envision yourself as a bolt of lightning, your speed rivaling that of a storm, making you an unavoidable force. Song Shao incorporated numerous targeted obstacle training exercises to enhance Star's speed and evasive capabilities. The Thunder-type creatures possess a high-tier skill known as Heavenly Thunder Shattering Armor, capable of shattering most defensive abilities, including Hikaru's solidification. However, mastering such a high-tier skill necessitates at least an evolutionary level. Thus, Song Shao temporarily set this skill aside, focusing instead on a mid-tier skill named Swift Electric Shadow, which allows a creature to transform into a bolt of lightning in the sky, though it lacks destructive power and is primarily used for evasion or ambush. If Star pretended to unleash Thunderstrike, she could covertly employ Swift Electric Shadow for a surprise attack. Though it may be somewhat underhanded, all is fair in war. Song Shao repeatedly played the video of Swift Electric Shadow for Star, guiding her to visualize herself as a flash of lightning. Unfortunately, speed had always been Star's Achilles heel. And by the afternoon, there had been no progress. I'm heading out. Behave here. If the dream butterfly appears, practice battling with it, focusing on speed. If it's Hikaru, ignore it. Song Shao instructed, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. If Hikaru provokes you again, just say it was my command not to engage. In the garbage dump, Luster awaited Song Shao. Initially, he did not don his protective gear, but instead presented the cheese snacks he had purchased to Luster. Thank you for your help yesterday. Luster joyfully accepted the treat, spinning around. Lala, if you could always be my colleague. Song Shao replied. Actually, he's only temporarily stationed at the garbage dump. As night fell, Song Shao was not drawn into another empathic connection, and his left eye showed no signs of pain, indicating that Star had not caused any trouble at the training ground. Meanwhile, Star was diligently focused on her obstacle training, completely disregarding the imposing presence of Hikaru nearby. Kulu, come fight. Come on. Hikaru called out. Star ignored Hikaru, recalling her Beastmaster's words not to engage. Kulu, why are you ignoring me? Has your Beastmaster abandoned you again? Though fatigued, Star maintained a facade of indifference, glancing at Hikaru with a faint expression before finally responding. Banban. You should leave. My Beastmaster doesn't allow me to play with you. Banban. You abandoned wild creature. Hikaru, agitated, extended its wings in frustration, breaking down. Kulu. The Beastmasters wanting to contract with me can be ranked from District 10 to District 1. I wouldn't even consider those weaklings. Star reveled in Hikaru's distress internally, but maintained an air of nonchalance, striving to uphold her dignity. Ban. Even if many desire to contract with you, my Beastmaster only wants me. After speaking, Star turned her gaze away from Hikaru's furious state, flattening her ears against her head and beginning to envision herself as a bolt of lightning, swift beyond capture, even by the wind. When Song Shao finished work and went to pick up Star, he sensed her good mood, attributing it to her successful training and refraining from asking further, unaware of Hikaru's emotional turmoil throughout the night. On Monday, as Song Shao brought Star to school for the first time, the sight of the aloof yet regal, gray-mottled Spotted perched on the shoulder of a similarly strikingly handsome and indifferent young man caused quite a stir. That's a gray-mottled Spotted. I heard their temperament is quite difficult to approach, making them hard to contract. Indeed, the gray-mottled Spotted is truly magnificent. I wonder if I could contract one once I become a second-tier Beastmaster. Why does this gray-mottled Spotted look somewhat familiar? It's merely a gray-eyed spot. What's so remarkable about a C-rank pet beast? Truly, some people have never seen the world. A boy, accompanied by a spraying mushroom, scoffed while observing how Song Shao had captivated the attention of nearly the entire class. Linyu, aren't you also a C-rank spraying mushroom? What are you pretending for? A boy defending Song Shao leaned forward from behind, cradling a deep blue liquid beast resembling a slime in his arms. Linyu instinctively stepped forward, eager to teach a lesson to these two insolent fools, but halted upon seeing the sharp fangs of the star beast, reluctantly retreating instead. In Song Shao's memory, this was the only classmate with whom he shared a good rapport, not for any particular reason, but because they were the only two students in the entire school who had reached 16 without forming a contract with a pet beast, ranking last and second to last. Tang Jiannan greeted Star with his Nito. This was a pet beast Song Shao had never seen before. Chapter 22, Registration. You contracted a pet beast? What is its name? Song Shao gently set Star down from his shoulder. Tang Jiannan, excitedly holding his pet's claw, introduced, this is a C-rank special attribute Nitum. It can store items within its body and purify contaminated soil by consuming tainted earth, an industrious and adorable creature indeed. The Nitum, praised by the Beastmaster, shyly turned an even deeper shade of blue. Nito. After cultural classes, it was time for combat lessons. Song Shao and Tang Jiannan headed to the academic office to register their newly contracted pet beasts, ensuring their records were kept. Song Shao, first year class 6. Pet beast, awakened gray-eyed Spot. The director at the computer suddenly looked up with an expression of excitement that Song Shao found hard to comprehend. You are Song Shao? Contracted pet beast, gray-eyed Spot, it's definitely you. Song Shao replied, Director, you remember me? Indeed. Being the lowest ranking student in the grade must leave an impression on any teacher. I heard you've already become a second-tier Beastmaster? The director appraised Song Shao with satisfaction. Song Shao nodded. Tang Jiannan gazed at Song Shao in astonishment, but restrained his curiosity due to the presence of the director. Excellent. Just in time for the final registration period. The director's mouse swiftly opened a web page, initiating the registration process. Wait, what am I registering for? Can you explain this to me? Are you referring to the high school pet beast competition in District 10? Tang Jiannan quickly deduced. The director, without looking up, replied, what else could it possibly be? This year, we don't have a single second-tier Beastmaster in the first-year cohort. I thought we might have to forego registration. But yesterday the principal called to inquire why we hadn't signed anyone up, given that there is indeed a second-tier Beastmaster in our first year. Even if we get eliminated in the first round, that's better than having no participants at all. In the city of Jingang, there are 6 high schools for Beastmasters. The school Shao attends, Yaming High School, ranks 5th alongside its neighbor Qiming High School, which is effectively tied for last place. Last year, Yaming High School had a second-tier Beastmaster participate in the competition, and although they were eliminated in the first round, they earned a point simply for registering, allowing them to tie with Qiming High School with a total score of 8 points. It was said that Qiming High School had a second-tier Beastmaster registered this year, while Yaming High School had none. If this continued, Yaming High School might not even maintain its position at the bottom and would truly become the last in rank. Thus, when the principal learned from a friend that there was a second-tier Beastmaster in the first year, he was overjoyed, as even a single point from a first-round elimination could be valuable. Upon hearing the director's explanation and his relieved tone, Shao suddenly gained a clear understanding of his school's standing, realizing that even in the impoverished city of District 10, they managed to rank at the very bottom. But director, my pet beast is currently only awakened rank. Are there no requirements regarding the pet's level for the competition? Shao inquired. The director waved his hand dismissively. Only the seniors require their pet beasts to be evolved rank. There are no such requirements for the first years. I've already informed your combat class teacher about this, and he will provide you with focused training. We have only one proper coach in the school, who is busy attending to the second and third year students and cannot spare time for you. Don't feel too pressured. The school merely hopes you can show up at the competition and secure that single point. The director was quite astonished that Shao, having just contracted a pet beast, had already become a second-tier Beastmaster, but considering that this pet was still in its juvenile form, he harbored few expectations. As they exited the office, Tang Jiannan still felt a sense of unreality. The once mocked last-ranked student, derided as a poor wretch, was now set to represent the school in a competition, and indeed, he was the only one eligible from the first year. Shao, you've truly outdone yourself. But when did you become a second-tier Beastmaster? How did the director find out? Shao shook his head. I realized I had become a second-tier Beastmaster when I contracted the beast. As for how the director knew, it was likely through the Pet Beast Nurturing Center or the Pet Beast Management Bureau. There was a registration process at that time. Brother, let us not forget each other when we rise to wealth. Tang Jiannan grasped Shao's arm with genuine sentiment. Calmly, Shao withdrew his arm from Tang Jiannan's grasp, replying with composure, naturally, I wouldn't forget you, my son. Then it's settled, my adoptive father. Tang Jiannan cheerfully accepted the banter without a hint of concern. Shao, the combat teacher, appeared to be a man in his 40s or 50s with a buzz cut. However, Beastmasters often age differently due to the nurturing effects of their pets, so Shao speculated that this teacher was likely in his 50s. From now on, you will train independently according to the targets I previously taught you. Shao, step forward. The combat teacher blew a whistle, signaling the dismissal of the class. Shao, accompanied by Star, made his way to the training grounds he had previously visited with the combat teacher. The training area at Yaming High School was remarkably rudimentary, with the ground still showing signs of unevenness and wear. The combat teacher, surnamed Ling, appeared somewhat disheveled, wearing black sunglasses. If encountered outside, Shao might have mistaken him for a lone shark from the underworld. Chapter 23, Dream Eater Vine. Teacher Ling formed hand seals, and 3 rings of purple, white, and blue energy swirled around him. With a wave of his hand, an evolved Dream Eater vine manifested in the training ground. The Dream Eater vine sported purple leaves, its body a milky white gelatinous substance laced with purple veins, crowned with a small purple flower in a half-bloom state. What skills does your gray-eyed spot possess currently? Teacher Ling noted down the details, having never coached before, but having observed the only coach at Yaming High School train the second and third year students. He was familiar with the procedures. Shao closed and opened his left eye, perceiving the information about Star. Name, Gray-Eyed Spot. Attribute, Electric. System, Combat. Level, C-Rank Pet Beast. Awakened. Skills, Thunder Roar, Beginner, Apprentice. Electromagnetic Paralysis, Beginner, Apprentice. Electric Impact, Beginner, Apprentice. Electric Kiss, Intermediate, Apprentice. Thunder, Intermediate, Apprentice. Evolution Path, Learning Evolution, Bloodline Evolution. Second attribute, not yet recorded. Only these 5 skills, Thunder Roar, Electromagnetic Paralysis, Electric Impact, Electric Kiss, and Thunder. After Shao completed his statement, he pondered that it would be prudent to teach Xingxing the skill of Thunder Shadow swiftly. This ability not only enhances Xingxing's chances of victory against flying-type creatures, but is equally beneficial for encounters with other Pokemon. Teacher Ling, while noting the first 3 skills, remained somewhat indifferent. These three abilities were universal skills for awakened gray eyes, most of which could be learned without difficulty. However, when Electric Kiss was mentioned, he experienced a brief moment of surprise, as it was a mid-tier skill, indicating that this gray eyes possessed considerable talent. Yet when Thunder was mentioned, Teacher Ling's pen halted on his notebook, casting doubt on whether he had misheard. Thunder? He double-checked. Song Sha clarified. The proficiency is merely at the novice level. No, this gray eyes is not even 3 months old and has already mastered a growth-capable mid-tier skill. Thunder. This skill has the potential to evolve into the high-tier skill. Thunderous Might. Observing Song Sha's nonchalant demeanor, even expressing concern over the low proficiency, left Teacher Ling somewhat dazed. He recalled that even students in their final year of high school with evolved Pokemon had not managed to learn such a growth-capable skill. Although Thunder is a mid-tier ability, its potential for advancement far surpasses that of ordinary mid-tier skills. Moreover, this is merely an awakened Pokemon not yet 3 months old. Teacher Ling cleared his throat with excitement, feigning calmness as he instructed Song Sha to train independently, then discreetly retreated to a corner to make a phone call. Director. It's me, Shao Ling. Ah, Teacher Ling, what brings you to call? Director, I believe our first-year competition could yield a score exceeding just 1 point. It appears that student Song is performing quite well. Encourage him to continue his efforts. If he achieves a commendable score, I will petition the principal for a scholarship. The director perused Song Sha's records, realizing he hailed from a notably impoverished background. The school would undoubtedly extend strong support and encouragement to such a talented student facing financial hardships. Director, since we're discussing this scholarship, do you think I should receive a raise? Ahem, Shao Ling, you know our school's finances are not particularly robust. Let us leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. Chapter 24, Thunder Shadow. After hanging up, Teacher Ling turned to Song Sha. Let us have the Gray Eyes battle against Dreaming Vine. I wish to assess its capabilities. As a fledgling coach, Teacher Ling's approach could be deemed rather crude and unrefined. However, Song Sha had never received formal training himself, leading to a rather haphazard practice session between the two. Dreaming Vine. Under Teacher Ling's direction, Dreaming Vine initiated with a Thorny Vine's attack, unleashing a mass of thick, thorn-covered tendrils toward Xingxing. Swiftly, Xingxing evaded to the side, timing its movements to stealthily approach Dreaming Vine. Just when Xingxing was within 2 meters of Dreaming Vine, it leapt forward, opening its mouth to unleash a thunder roar. Given that Dreaming Vine was covered in thorns with paralyzing properties, Xingxing found it challenging to utilize its electromagnetic paralysis, opting instead to approach and use Thunder Roar to intimidate. Dreaming Vine's vulnerability lay in the flower bud atop its head, the only area devoid of thorns. Electric Kiss. Upon witnessing Dreaming Vine being momentarily stunned, Song Sha issued the command. Xingxing's fangs glimmered with a pale blue electric current, and as it sank its teeth into the flower, Dreaming Vine emitted a piercing shriek. Teacher Ling calmly instructed, release. Dreaming Vine. Look out. Song Sha cried urgently. It was too late. The half-open purple flower suddenly bloomed fully, enveloping Xingxing's head in a faint purple gas. Caught off guard, Xingxing succumbed to the skill, its body slumping to the ground as it slipped into a peaceful slumber. Dreaming Vine. Dreaming Vine retracted its blooming purple flowers, lightly striking Xingxing with its vines. Seeing Xingxing fast asleep, Song Sha approached to lift it gently. Teacher Ling, alongside Dreaming Vine, came over. The 1.5-meter-tall Dreaming Vine extended a vine, from which a drop of dew formed from its purple leaves, falling onto Xingxing's nose. Xingxing stirred slightly, stretching in Song Sha's arms as it awakened. Ban. How did I fall asleep? Teacher Ling, with his notes in hand, cast an appreciative glance at the gray eyes, praising, impressive. Its agility, speed, and combat capability rank among the best for awakened Pokemon. Now we can focus on training it in 2 skills, one for intimidation and one for attack. Reflecting on how Xingxing had just collapsed, Song Sha queried, Teacher, how should we counter Dreaming Vine's skill? Before Teacher Ling could respond, he was interrupted by an irate voice. Teacher, it is rather unfair to show such favoritism. We are your students too. Why is only Song Sha receiving special training? Lin Yu, accompanied by Peng Peng and several other boys, approached the training ground, their envy poorly concealed. With Lin Yu's provocations, students who had previously looked down upon Song Sha, viewing him as a pitiful figure who dared not speak up when bullied, joined in the ruckus. Exactly. We all contracted Pokemon at 12. Song Sha is just starting out. Even if you care for your students, you should prioritize those who excel. Commoners buy a Pokemon with their hard-earned money. Shouldn't they flaunt it? Lin Yu's laughter grew increasingly derisive as he continued to mock. The lighter the color of a gray eyes, the poorer its talent. Why didn't Song Sha procure a better one? Hearing the derision directed at her beloved trainer, Xingxing emitted an aura of threat. its fierce gray eyes locking onto Lin Yu, growling lowly. Tang Jiannan, witnessing Lin Yu's smug demeanor, rushed in front of Song Sha, ready to retaliate. However, before he could finish, Song Sha restrained his shoulder to prevent him. A piercing whistle echoed across the training ground, and Teacher Ling, with an impassive expression, regarded the group of students who had disrupted the order. Have you all said your piece? Teacher Ling inquired. Since you've all expressed your sentiments, I shall convey the school's decision. Song Sha from Class 6 of the first year will represent Yaming Beast Master High School in the first-year Pokemon League. Thus, I was merely following the directive issued by the school in providing special training for Song Sha. Upon hearing Teacher Ling's declaration, Lin Yu's smile vanished instantly. His already unappealing face now contorted with disbelief, resembling a crushed purple yam. How is this possible? Song Sha has only just contracted his Pokemon. Teacher, has the school lost its senses? Allowing someone who has just contracted a Pokemon to represent the school in competition? If Song Sha can compete, then so can I. At that moment, a girl rushed over, standing behind the group, equally astonished as she gazed at Song Sha. Teacher Ling blew his whistle again, his expression turning grave. Because Song Sha is the only second-tier Beastmaster in the first year. If any of you are also second-tier Beastmasters, the school would consider allowing you to participate. So, do you truly believe you can? The training ground fell silent, the once mocking group exchanging glances filled with disbelief and confusion. Since you cannot, you may disperse. Teacher Ling signaled. Lin Yu glared at Song Sha with envy, his mind racing with thoughts of how this supposed failure could possibly be a second-tier Beastmaster. Convinced that he had deceived the school. Yes, he must have tricked the school. He was just a commoner, a failure, and a fraud. I refuse to believe it. Lin Yu shouted loudly, stepping forward to confront Song Shao. How could you possibly be a second-tier Beastmaster? Indeed, how could Song Shao, who had only recently contracted a pet beast, claim to be a second-tier Beastmaster? I've been contracted for 4 years and still haven't reached that level. Just days ago, wasn't there news about a second-tier Beastmaster masquerading as a 4th tier to swindle people? Song Shao, you wouldn't be deceiving us just to participate in the competition, would you? The chorus of skepticism rose, as they were unwilling to believe that a former underachiever, who had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, could suddenly become a second-tier Beastmaster. A girl could no longer contain herself. She strode toward him, but just as she was about to reach Song Shao, the perpetually indifferent boy waved his hand. A phantom ring, indicating the absence of a contracted pet beast, appeared and swirled around him. In the ensuing silence, all the mockery and doubt transformed into resounding slaps across the faces of the onlookers. After showcasing the second phantom ring, Song Shao turned to his teacher. Let us continue training. The teacher, shaking his head at the group of students, led Song Shao back to the training grounds. At that moment, Lin Yu saw a girl rushing over with an anxious expression, and the humiliation of being publicly rebuked by Song Shao ignited his fury. How dare this lowly commoner, who couldn't even afford a pet beast, claim such status? Poison. His companion, the spore mushroom, cried out, unleashing a jet of dark green venom towards Song Shao. Witnessing this, Xingxing's fur bristled, and with a low growl, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, whisking Song Shao away from danger. Thunderbolt Shadow. The teacher, upon seeing the flash of lightning, lost all composure, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Chapter 25, Justifiable Defense. In an instant, as Song Shao found himself in a new location, he barely had time to marvel at Xingxing mastering Thunderbolt Shadow. He glanced down at the highly corrosive puddle of venom on the ground, and some of the previously expressionless faces now wore looks of alarm. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his voice icy. Thunder. Xingxing tilted its head back and opened its mouth. Under the bright sky, thunder roared, and a thick bolt of pale blue lightning struck the spore mushroom, catching Lin Yu in the crossfire. The spore mushroom didn't even have time to scream before it was rendered unconscious, while half of Lin Yu's body was charred from the lightning strike. Nearby boys with hair similarly singed shared in the shock. True silence spread as everyone stared at Song Shao, who had effortlessly incapacitated Lin Yu and his pet with a single skill. The once boisterous skeptics began to stammer, their faces pale with fear of making eye contact with Song Shao. Song Shao turned to the teacher. Teacher, this is justifiable defense. The teacher replied, huh? So, I want to be compensating for this. Song Shao's tone was exceedingly serious. The teacher exclaimed, is this really the time to discuss that? In a state of confusion, the teacher hurriedly called the infirmary, cradling Lin Yu while the dream-eating vine disdainfully carried the charred spore mushroom, rushing towards the medical room. Others exchanged glances, tiptoeing away quietly, while Tang Jiannan finally closed his mouth, unable to contain his excitement as he clapped for Song Shao. Song Shao, you've truly made something of yourself. Absolutely incredible. Tang Jiannan was still reveling in the delight of Lin Yu being reduced to a charred heap when the girl who had been watching Song Shao approached him. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a slight blush tinting her fair complexion as she nervously said, "Song Shao, congratulations. You will surely win the competition." The serene sunlight suddenly felt warm, and Song Shao looked at the girl before him, replying, "Thank you." After that, he turned with Xingxing and headed toward the training ground. The girl watched his retreating figure without a hint of displeasure, eventually smiling softly before turning to leave. Tang Jianan regarded the girl's departing silhouette with uncertainty before quickly approaching Song Shao. "I can't believe it, Song Shao. You've really come into your own. You've had a crush on Jiang Liyun for 2 years, and yet you remained so composed when she spoke to you." Song Shao's figure stiffened momentarily before he slowly turned his head. "I have a crush on Jiang Liyun? No, I have no recollection of such a thing." Song Shao, bewildered, searched his memories, while Tang Jianan chattered on. "Otherwise, why do you think Lin Yu has always targeted you?" "It's because he likes Jiang Liyun too, and she never pays him any attention." Song Shao snapped back to reality. "Shouldn't it be Jiang Liyun who likes me? Why would it be me who has a crush on her?" After confirming repeatedly, Song Shao found no evidence in his memory of any such infatuation. His understanding of Jiang Liyun was merely that she was the class monitor, one of the top 3 students, beautiful, wealthy, and kind enough to treat him. An underperforming student without a pet beast, equally. Tang Jianan stared at him, his eyes wide as if to say, "What dream are you living? You still want to admit it? Having a crush on Jiang Liyun isn't something to be ashamed of, many people like her." Song Shao insisted, "I'm certain." "I don't." Tang Jianan looked at Song Shao's stubborn demeanor, preparing to ruthlessly expose him. "Then why were you spotted at the milk tea shop she frequents? That place has overpriced drinks. Don't tell me you enjoy them." Song Shao replied, "Is it not possible that I work there part-time?" Tang Jianan seemed taken aback by this response, continuing, "And a few months ago, I saw you outside Jiang Liyun's villa, not just once." Song Shao thought for a moment before answering, "I was delivering takeout." Tang Jianan pressed further, "Then why did you go to the pet training ground she often visits? Especially when you didn't even have a contracted pet at that time." Song Shao pulled out his phone and opened the training ground app, "Because I also work here part-time." Tang Jianan exclaimed, "You must have taken that part-time job because you have a crush on Jiang Liyun." Song Shao, expressionless, held Xingxing and denied, "I took the job because of it. It needs 800,000. Tang Jianan felt utterly bewildered, sensing his worldview was about to be reshaped. Could it truly be that Jiang Liyun had a crush on Song Shao? No way. One was an academically gifted, stunningly beautiful rich girl, while the other couldn't even afford a pet beast and had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class. By any measure, it seemed that Song Shao should be the one feeling inferior and secretly pining. Tang Jianan looked at Song Shao in confusion, only to see him place Xingxing on the ground. Sunlight slanted across Song Shao's profile, illuminating his clear, aloof features with a hint of warmth. His handsome visage, with delicate brows and phoenix-like eyes, remained untainted by any sharpness that might come with age, instead exuding a rare elegance akin to budding bamboo. Tang Jianan suddenly realized Song Shao had not given this matter much thought. He was not the same Song Shao as before. He simply wished to take care of his brother and sister. And beyond that, he had no interest in anything else. Song Shao instructed Xingxing to perform Thunderbolt Shadow once more. Xingxing obediently stood in the training ground. Yet 5 minutes passed, then 10, and it remained stationary, confusedly asking Song Shao, "Baba, why can't I execute it?" Song Shao examined Xingxing's data, discovering in the skills section, Thunderbolt Shadow, Intermediate, Beginner, indicating that Xingxing had indeed mastered the skill. However, it had only been performed in a moment of urgency. Now, lacking that pressure, it was entirely reasonable that it could not be executed. "Xingxing, are you tired from training? Let us play a game," Song Shao suggested. "Baba, not weary. Let us continue training." Song Shao, "No, you are fatigued." "Banban, I am not tired." Observing Song Shao's resolute demeanor, Xingxing tilted its head, appearing to concede in a manner that suggested it was indeed weary. "Let us engage in a game of hide and seek. First, you must cover your eyes and count to 10 before uncovering them. Then find me to claim victory." Song Shao explained the rules of the game to Xingxing. Nodding in agreement, Xingxing covered its eyes with its paws and called out, "Banban, I shall begin counting now." Song Shao found a spot to conceal himself and had Nidam suppress his scent. After finishing the count, Xingxing opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of its master. Sniffing the air, it detected no familiar scent either, and thus began its search throughout the training ground. In the initial 5 minutes, Xingxing was still quite intrigued, but by the 10-minute mark, it had grown increasingly anxious. After 15 minutes had elapsed, it was evident that Xingxing was becoming irritable. "Banban, Banban." At the 20-minute mark, Song Shao suddenly appeared, urgently exclaiming, "Xingxing, save me." Instantly, Xingxing's head shot up, transforming into a streak of lightning that blinked to Song Shao's side, its gaze fierce, revealing its electrifying fangs as it faced forward. Chapter 26. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Nidam, intimidated by Xingxing's imposing presence, timidly murmured, Nido. Xingxing retracted its fangs, bewildered, Ban. Song Shao patted Nidam in gratitude and turned to Xingxing. Just now, you utilized the lightning shadow. Realizing that it had indeed teleported to Song Shao's side in a flash, Xingxing understood that its master was training it. Reflect on your emotions from earlier and see if you can invoke the lightning shadow once more. Obediently, Xingxing closed its eyes, recalling how it had executed the lightning shadow, yearning to be close to its master, driven by a desire to protect him, urgent and fervent, clearing its mind of all distractions. When Xingxing reopened its eyes, its gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Standing on the training ground, the aura of both beast and human shifted, and with a sudden leap, it became a pale blue flash that landed several meters away. Ban. It has learned. During subsequent training sessions, Xingxing successfully executed the lightning shadow 5 or 6 times out of 10, a probability that pleased Song Shao, considering it had only just acquired the skill and was still mastering it. Mastery of any skill necessitates extensive practice to attain proficiency, and the potency of a skill increases with greater proficiency. When classes concluded, Teacher Ling hurried in, informing that Lin Yu was no longer in danger but required at least another half-month of treatment. However, his sprout mushroom had left him with some psychological trauma, resulting in extreme agitation. The school would handle the matter, and surveillance indicated that Lin Yu had instigated the confrontation, so there was no need for excessive concern. With his gaze cast downward, Song Shao smirked. Worry? Teacher, you are overthinking. Observing Song Shao's expression of regret over not having dealt more decisively, Teacher Ling sighed, finding him quite troublesome. Song Shao was not concerned about Lin Yu's family seeking retribution. Frankly, students attending Yaming Beastmaster High School, apart from a few exceptional cases, were largely of similar caliber. If Lin Yu truly possessed significant ability, he would not merely be contracted with a sprout mushroom. Yaming Beastmaster High School and Qiming Beastmaster High School are the only two institutions that do not impose restrictive conditions for enrollment. Even if one's parents were 5th or even 6th-tier citizens, as long as they awakened their mental power, they could apply for admission. In contrast, the top-ranking Yuanming Beastmaster High School requires at least one parent to be a Beastmaster, with a minimum qualification of 2nd-tier Beastmaster status. Admission into the elite classes demands not only high standards for the students themselves, but also scrutiny of their family lineage and assets. The Star Alliance has long adhered to the theory of bloodlines, positing that the likelihood of high-tier Beastmasters emerging from Beastmaster families far exceeds that of ordinary Beastmasters. It is akin to the disdain pure-blooded wizards hold for those whose parents are mere muggles in the magical realm. If Lin Yu truly had proficiency, why did he not attend Yuanming High? Was it out of disinterest? With time still at his disposal, Song Shao requested to remain for training. Here is the key to the training ground. I must rush to pick up my daughter from school and take her to her art class, so I cannot accompany you. Teacher Ling placed the key before Song Shao. Gazing at Teacher Ling's weathered visage, which suggested he was in his 40s, Song Shao inquired, art class? Teacher Ling's demeanor softened as he spoke of his daughter, the demeanor of a lone shark dissipating. Yes, she is only 6 years old, an age filled with curiosity. And she has enrolled in several interest classes. Teacher, how old are you? Song Shao asked. Removing his sunglasses, Teacher Ling replied proudly, I am already 32. Can you not tell at all? Indeed, it is not discernible. Xingxing gaped in astonishment, innocently exclaiming, Ban. The teacher looks like a grandfather. Song Shao swiftly covered Xingxing's mouth, relieved that Teacher Ling had not brought along a beast translation device. Teacher Ling turned to Song Shao. What did Grey Eye Ban say? Maintaining his composure, Song Shao replied. It said you are quite young, teacher. Hearing her master distort its words, Xingxing thought it had not articulated clearly and reached out its paw to nudge Song Shao's hand. In haste, Song Shao bid farewell to Teacher Ling and quickly returned to the training ground with Xingxing. With less than 2 weeks remaining until the high school beast competition, Song Shao had resigned from his part-time job at the milk tea shop. His homeroom teacher even granted him permission to attend only the morning academic classes, allowing him to train during the noon and afternoon hours. Following the incident with Lin Yu, those classmates who had previously mocked him no longer approached Song Shao, while others who had not crossed him began to forge connections with him. During practical combat classes, Song Shao enlisted the help of several classmates who had contracted flying-type pets for training. However, these flying pets fell short of Xingxing's capabilities, lacking the potential to ignite its combat fervor as the Awaken-level Haikalu had once done. Ban. Xingxing expressed its agreement, eager to battle Haikalu once more. Unfortunately, I have not seen Haikalu at the beast training ground lately. Song Shao requested teacher Ling for permission to train off-campus after 3 in the afternoon. How about this? I will speak with the director about transferring you to train with the second and third year groups. The first year group lacks any suitable opponents for Grey Eye Ban, and extending this will yield little progress, as the skills of Dream Devouring Vine have already been thoroughly grasped by Grey Eye Ban. Teacher Ling dialed the director's number, but it took a while before it was answered. Teacher Ling, is there an urgent matter? The director's tone was somewhat hurried. Director, it's about Song Shao. I wish to request that he train with the second and third year groups. Discuss this matter with Coach Ming. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must hang up. The director concluded hurriedly. Teacher Ling had to rely on connections to obtain Coach Ming's contact information. Clearing his throat, he dialed the number. Hello, I am Teacher Ling, responsible for the first year contestant Song Shao. Coach Ming's voice sounded cold and distant, indicating she was a woman in her 30s. Hello, what is the matter? Well, I wish for Song Shao to train with the second and third year groups, as the training level in the first year has already before Teacher Ling could finish. He was interrupted, Coach Ming's tone devoid of inflection, yet inexplicably conveying impatience. I apologize, but the training plan here has been meticulously arranged in advance, and it is indeed inconvenient to accommodate another individual at this juncture, especially with the competition merely 8 days away. Regardless of how diligently this student may train, the impact would be minimal. It is best not to disrupt the training regimen of the other students. If there are no further matters, I shall terminate this call. Teacher Ling, gazing at the screen of his abruptly disconnected phone, felt a surge of inexplicable irritation. He recalled the rumors circulating within the school regarding this coach, who was rumored to have been lured from Yuanming High School at great expense by the principal, and whose demeanor was notoriously haughty. This was not mere arrogance, it was downright contempt. Teacher Song Shaoling was still pondering how to explain this to Song Sha when, standing a few meters away, Song Sha, without lifting his head, remarked, Teacher, I heard everything. It is entirely reasonable for Coach Ming to want to maintain her training schedule. I know where Star is more suited. Chapter 27. A Reunion with Hikaru. After hanging up, Coach Ming glanced at her phone and scoffed. I see that Yaming High School is truly beyond salvation. With only 8 days until the competition, they actually wish to force a freshman into the fold. When has a freshman ever made it past the first round? The homeroom teacher of the senior class smiled obsequiously. One can only wonder what the principal and director were thinking. I heard that this student injured another student just days ago, and severely at that. It is prudent for you, Coach Ming, to avoid such a troublemaker, lest they taint the other students. After all, we are counting on them to score well this year. Coach Ming regarded the homeroom teacher with a light laugh. You are quite the sensible one, dear teacher. Rest assured, Su Wenyu should place within the top 50, which will grant him additional points for the Beast Tamer independent admission examination. Securing a place at a Class A university should pose no challenge. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Song Sha brought Star to the Pokemon training ground, opting not to take any orders, but rather to seek out other sparring partners. Internal personnel received a 30% discount. Song Sha arranged for an initial evolution level giant strength monkey at 800 per hour, focusing on enhancing Star's resistance to strikes. Over the course of the hour, Star, initially overwhelmed and pressed to the ground, ultimately managed to evade the giant strength monkey for over 5 minutes, successfully countering with a paralyzing strike that rendered the monkey incapable of retaliation. Cradling the battered Star, Song Sha gently stroked its head before placing it in the healing chamber. Subsequently, he departed the training ground and ventured to another venue, where the jumping mouse had been waiting for quite some time. The manager remarked, the striking strength of the jumping mouse exceeds 200 pounds, with an explosive power surpassing 400 pounds. Given your smaller frame, you might also require the healing chamber after this. Are you certain? Song Sha nodded. He understood that the bond between Pokemon and Beast Tamer is one of mutual enhancement. He could already sense that as Star grew, so too did his own physical capabilities. Reaction speed and strength were on the rise. What once felt burdensome now seemed inadequate. Upon discovering that the jumping mouse could also facilitate physical conditioning and resistance training for Beast Tamers, Song Sha promptly contacted the manager. As the jumping mouse appeared before him, its eyes locked onto his, a flash of red light igniting a wave of inexplicable rage within him. He threw a punch at the jumping mouse, which effortlessly dodged. The force of its return strike would have sent the original Song Sha fleeing. Yet now he felt emboldened, eager to engage. The manager, sipping tea nearby, could hardly bear to watch as Song Sha recklessly endured the onslaught without fear. Struck repeatedly, Song Sha felt no pain, only a sensation akin to every meridian in his body being thoroughly ravaged by the jumping mouse. He pondered vaguely whether this experience was more beneficial than traditional Chinese massage. After a series of rapid-fire strikes culminating in a flying kick, the jumping mouse stood unfazed, appearing as if it had merely concluded a casual session. Lying on his back on the training ground, The sudden wave of pain coursing through him compelled Song Sha to grimace. The discomfort was accompanied by a strange, invigorating sensation, reminiscent of an intense, therapeutic treatment. Thankfully, the physique of a beast tamer is considerably more robust than that of an ordinary person. Had an average individual endured such a beating, they would likely have broken several bones. In pursuit of rapid advancement, Song Sha was soon approached by a Seymour beast. The Seymour beast placed its paws on Song Sha's abdomen, its warm touch washing over him like a gentle spring, alleviating his pain. This exemplified the healing capabilities of a Pokemon, akin to a mobile healing chamber. Afterward, the jumping mouse pulled him up, only for Song Sha to be met with yet another punch. Star, having emerged from the healing chamber, searched for Song Sha and wandered about in confusion. Bam bam, bam bam. Suddenly, as Star approached an equipment room, a sound erupted from within, causing its alert ears to perk up. Cautiously, it peered inside. Ban Ban. Who's there? Receiving no response, Star was about to depart when the sound echoed again. Swiftly turning, it scratched the ground with its claws and cautiously nudged the door open. Inside the dimly lit equipment room, an eerie silence blanketed the space, as if nothing had transpired. Star scanned the area, only to suddenly lock eyes with a pair of deep, ocean-like orbs. Ban Ban, what are you doing here? Hikaru emerged, half hidden behind the equipment, its proud posture suggesting it wished to ignore Star entirely. Yet at that moment, a most untimely rumble emanated from Hikaru's belly. Star, surprised, turned its gaze toward the haughty Hikaru, who seemed to regard itself as a superior Pokemon. Hikaru stiffened, irately turning its head away from Star, adopting an attitude that suggested if it refused to acknowledge the situation, it might somehow disappear. At that moment, Hikaru's once pristine wings were now dust-laden, with streaks of dried blood marring one side, a far cry from its previous, imperious demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Hikaru cautiously turned its body to glance at the door, only to find it ajar and devoid of Star's presence. Again, Hikaru concealed itself among the cluttered equipment, observing the dusty room with its azure eyes slowly descending. The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing nearer, until it seemed Hikaru could almost hear the breaths of the approaching entity. Peering out, it met the dazzling gray eyes of Star. Ban Ban. Star placed the Pokemon cheese stick it had been carrying in front of Hikaru, tilting its head and calling out. Seeing Hikaru remain still, Star nudged it with a paw. Kurulu, I don't want it. Hikaru took a step back, turning away from Star. Star grew anxious. If Hikaru refused to eat, how could it muster the strength to battle alongside itself? Ban Ban, Ban Ban. Star held the cheese stick in front of Hikaru again, insisting, eat it. You must be starving. It's delicious. My beast tamer specially bought it for me. Upon hearing this, Hikaru's expression shifted instantly. It glared fiercely at Star, striking it with its injured wing, sending the cheese stick flying, exclaiming, Kurulu, Kurulu, beast tamers are no good. I despise beast tamers. Only a fool like you would find such a cheap snack appealing. Star, taken aback by the ungrateful response, felt a surge of anger. A ball of lightning began to coalesce on its forehead, but upon noticing Hikaru's injured wing, it halted, snatching up the cheese stick and storming out of the equipment room. Stupid bird. Chapter 28. How about calling me Big Brother? When Song Shao, his body barely holding together, found Xingxing, he discovered it sulking on the ground, a cheese stick clamped in its mouth. Upon seeing Song Shao, it immediately began to complain, Ban Ban, Ban Ban, Ban Ban. After hearing Xingxing mention that Hikaru was injured and hiding, Song Shao gently patted its fluffed-up head to soothe it. Following their previous encounter, Song Shao had delved into Hikaru's value, an A-class combat pet, with prices starting at 30 million. For those with exceptional appearance and talent, acquiring one was merely a small goal. Initially, Song Shao had intended to contract a second pet, specifically a Hikaru, but now that thought was utterly out of the question. While he could manage a 300,000 pet loan, he could never bear a 30 million debt. However, if there was an opportunity to seize, he would take it. Song Shao produced 2 cheese sticks of different flavors, indicating for Xingxing to deliver them to Hikaru, hoping to facilitate a battle between them. Xingxing shook its head. Ban Ban. It won't agree. Song Shao suggested, ask it if it's afraid. If it calls you Big Brother, then this matter will be settled. If it refuses, tell it to come and fight. Xingxing's eyes lit up at the notion of becoming Hikaru's Big Brother. Immersed in the delightful fantasy of being called Big Brother by Hikaru, Xingxing eagerly dashed back to the equipment room. A mere 10 seconds later, a loud bang echoed as Xingxing was sent flying out. Inside, Hikaru continued to squawk in frustration. Even without a pet translator, Song Shao could imagine the profanities it was hurling. Both juvenile pets were exchanging insults like fledglings pecking at one another, neither willing to concede. And soon they agreed to meet in the training ground for a duel. Song Shao, devoid of guilt, returned to the monitoring room. as Xingxing believed that since Hikaru lacked a contracted Beastmaster, fairness dictated that no Beastmaster be present. Though Hikaru's wing was injured, the wound was not severe enough to greatly impact the battle. At the onset, Hikaru seized the aerial advantage, diving like a falcon, claws extended to seize Xingxing. However, Xingxing was no longer the naive creature it once was. It skillfully utilized Thunder Shadow to evade Hikaru's assault. Hikaru was momentarily taken aback, as it had previously underestimated Xingxing's capabilities, now witnessing it adeptly dodge flying-type skills. Observing through the monitor, Shao realized that the two pets were merely enjoying the thrill of combat, devoid of any tactical considerations. Ultimately, Hikaru proved somewhat more formidable, and when Xingxing was knocked down for the third time, Shao instinctively shielded his left eye, recalling the enigmatic sensation of the Beastmaster's connection with their pet. He felt a searing warmth emanating from his left eye. Utilizing the reflection from the monitor, he discerned that his left eye was gradually transforming into a sparkling gray, reminiscent of stars. Indeed, it was a shared sensation. Calculating that Hikaru's energy could only sustain its solidification ability once, while Xingxing's energy could support a single use of Thunder Shadow and one intermediate skill, a strategy formed in Shao's mind. He planned for Xingxing to use Thunder Shadow to leap onto Hikaru's back, feigning an attack with Electric Kiss to draw out Hikaru's solidification before pinning it to the ground and unleashing thunder, conveying the plan through their shared connection. Xingxing emerged from the pit in the training ground, unfazed by the familiarity of the sensation, and promptly executed its Beastmaster's commands. In an instant, it transformed into a meter-long, wrist-thick bolt of pale blue lightning, vanishing from sight. When it reappeared, it was already perched upon Hikaru's back. Hikaru attempted to shake Xingxing off, only to find it had sunk its teeth into its injured wing. With the wing already wounded, Hikaru immediately activated solidification, but as its body began to sink, it realized Xingxing had not utilized Electric Kiss. The duration of solidification at its current level could not exceed 3 seconds. Almost instantaneously, as it landed, the solidification dissipated, and thunder crashed down. Lightning erupted upon Hikaru, singeing its pristine white feathers to a charred gray. Xingxing, now sporting a few battle scars, leisurely descended from Hikaru's back, maintaining a facade of calm. Ban. From now on, I am your big brother. As Hikaru lay unconscious on the training ground, Xingxing celebrated its first victory with unrestrained joy, disregarding its own injuries, and pounced upon Shao the moment it spotted him. Shao had intentionally summoned Seymour Beast to assist in healing Xingxing's external wounds, as Hikaru's injuries were severe enough to necessitate a healing chamber. Given that Hikaru had sneaked in without a reservation and was not a staff member of the training ground, the use of the healing chamber required payment. Shao utilized an employee card to obtain a discounted rate of 3,000 star coins per hour. Although he had not earned any profits that day, having incurred expenses instead, he comforted himself with the thought of Xingxing's progress. Bending down, he lifted Hikaru, observing its previously injured wing, the blood appearing dark red, as if it had been harmed by a venomous creature. After placing Hikaru in the healing chamber, he set a cheese stick outside. Upon learning that the earlier Hikaru had hidden in his training ground, the manager was elated. The wealthy young master who wished to contract it had been searching for it since it had run away days earlier, offering a reward of 100,000 for its capture. They would split the bounty evenly. Shao, profit. The subsequent matters were left to the manager, and the next day, he transferred 50,000 star coins to Shao. Shao promptly repaid a portion of his pet loan and replenished Xingxing's essential supplies. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 star coins dwindled to less than 10,000. Upon discovering that Shao represented Yaming Beastmaster High School's first-year segment in the High School Pet League of District 10 and was the sole first-year contestant from the school, Songqin and Songjingjing were elated for quite some time. Songqin even ordered a brand-new school uniform for Shao, claiming that the previous one was stained with oil from a small restaurant, which would adversely affect his luck. Young master, Hikaru has been on a hunger strike for 2 days. After Ing Sibai retrieved Hikaru from the pet training ground, the creature appeared utterly demoralized, initially consuming only a bit of water, and now refusing even that. Young master, in a few days, the association's personnel will come to collect Hikaru. If it remains in this state, it will be difficult to explain. Ing Sibai raised his brows, casting a cold glare at the pet caretaker. Determining the reason for Hikaru's refusal to eat falls under your responsibilities as its caretaker. Are you implying that you are derelict in your duties? The pet caretaker wiped the sweat from his brow. Were it not for the generous salary and benefits, he would never endure such treatment under this young master. However, accepting a salary meant enduring such indignities. The caretaker summoned a ding-ding flower, a pet resembling a sunflower with 2 tiny golden bells on its forehead, which, when rung, had a soothing effect on the spirit. Under the persistent guidance of Ding Ding Flower, Hikaru finally revealed the reason for its refusal to eat. It was purely outraged. It could not accept that as an A-class combat pet. It had been defeated by a C-class gray-eyed spot, feeling utterly humiliated. Pet caretaker, this is utterly ridiculous. Chapter 29, The Fire. The pet caretaker relayed Hikaru's sentiments to Sibai, who frowned. The fact that Hikaru, an A-class combat pet, had been repeatedly bested by a gray-eyed spot raised suspicions that the association's old-timers were deliberately humiliating him with a pet of poor talent. Such incidents are not unprecedented. In the past, within the 4th District, there were instances where individuals passed off a hybrid fire-type beast egg as one from a divine lineage, fetching exorbitant prices. It was only after the contract was established that the deception was unveiled. These hybrid beasts are notoriously unpredictable, with significantly diminished innate abilities, resulting in a mere waste of a beast ring slot when contracted. Although Hikaru is notoriously difficult to tame, it has never been reported that a Hikaru would flee to avoid contracting. Such instability in temperament is alarming. Yet, the audacity of those in the association to demand a staggering 100 million star coins for such a creature is incomprehensible. Mushu, calmly perched by Sibai's feet, surveyed the room housing Hikaru with its cold, orange-yellow vertical pupils, extending its tongue to reveal barbed, bluish-black spines. Young master, the high school beast competition is imminent, and you have yet to contract a second beast, which could prove detrimental during the tournament. Sibai's expression darkened as he replied, "Then I shall contract the Fire Armor Fox." The Fire Armor Fox, also an A-grade offensive beast, possesses attack power comparable to that of Hikaru, albeit with a more volatile temperament and lacking the loyalty exhibited by Hikaru post-taming. Thus, it was considered a backup option. With the grand competition approaching, Sibai, now a second-year student, must secure first place in this tournament to regain his standing in the 4th District. "Young master, shall we contact the association to retrieve Hikaru?" Mushu inquired. Sibai absent-mindedly stroked Mushu's tail. "Isn't Hikaru already fled? Why should I concern myself?" As Sibai's first contracted beast, Mushu shares a temperament and character strikingly similar to its master. At that moment, it swiftly concealed itself, vanishing from sight. Handle it discreetly. For a beast that cannot be contracted, there is but one fate that awaits. Shao felt a surge of energy coalesce on his forehead, forming a palm-sized bolt of lightning, and he exhaled in relief, finally elevating his proficiency in electric shock from novice to adept. With this newfound mastery, the damage radius of electric shock expanded to thrice its original size, rendering even typical awakening-level beasts incapable of retaliation after a single strike, and inflicting considerable damage to those of evolutionary status. Next on the agenda was mastering the skill of Swift Lightning Shadow. He delved deeply into this technique, which consists of 2 components. One part transforms the user into a flash of lightning, while the other creates a residual shadow to confuse foes. Only then can one truly wield Swift Lightning Shadow. Currently, Xingxing can only morph into lightning and has yet to master the art of creating a phantom. However, time was of the essence, as the competition was set for the morrow. After setting down the dumbbells, Shao took a shower. Upon emerging, he found Xingxing gazing out the window, seemingly captivated by something. "Look, the moon has fallen," Xingxing exclaimed excitedly, turning to face Shao. Perplexed, Shao asked, "What do you mean the moon has fallen?" Following Xingxing's gaze, he spotted a blinding white light glowing in the distance, reminiscent of a fallen moon. In that instant, the towel slipped from his grasp. That was their small family restaurant. Songqin had insisted that Shao conserve his energy for the competition and had not permitted him to assist with the preparations. Now, both Songqin and Song Jingjing were inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Shao dashed downstairs, dialing emergency services while calling on neighbors to help extinguish the flames. The small restaurant was ablaze, the fire rapidly engulfing the adjacent barber shop. As Shao scanned the scene, he noticed Song Jingjing standing frozen in shock. "Where's my brother?" he urgently inquired. Tears streamed down Song Jingjing's face as she pointed at the flames, crying, "He's still inside." With no time to waste, Shao plunged into the inferno. The modest establishment, roughly 30 square meters, was nearly consumed by flames. As he entered, searing pain coursed through his body, but he pressed on, driven by sheer will. Racing towards the kitchen, the door had been completely incinerated, the flames blocking his path. Songqin lay unconscious on the floor, his apron ablaze. A wall of fire prevented Shao's advance. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a white beast ring that illuminated the raging flames like a starry path. The moment Xingxing materialized, Shao issued a command, "Swift lightning. Get my brother out." Xingxing glanced back at Shao before leaping into the fire, transforming into a bolt of lightning upon reaching Songqin and vanishing with him. As Shao turned to escape, The flames at the entrance surged, sealing his exit. The heat curled his hair, and had it not been for his training with the leaping mouse, he might have succumbed to the oppressive heat. Just as he contemplated summoning Xing again, a torrential downpour descended, extinguishing the flames. The air was thick with the scent of charred wood, dampened by water. Looking up, he beheld a beast adorned with blue scales, sporting fins atop its head, its limbs resembling those of a chelan, standing resolutely in the night. This was the sea-scale beast, a creature of royal caliber. To the onlookers, the raging inferno was a dire spectacle, but to the sea-scale beast, it was but a trivial matter, easily resolved with a spray of water. Fortunately, when the fire broke out, the restaurant had few customers, resulting in no casualties aside from Song Qin, who remained unconscious, though the cherished family establishment, passed down through generations, was reduced to ashes. Cradling Song Qin, Song Shao watched as a rescue team member, donned in a nurse's cap, approached with a Nemo's beast, which proceeded to examine Song Qin and cast a healing light. Under the healing aura, many of Song Qin's burns healed completely, leaving only faint scars behind. The wounds have improved significantly. He just needs to rest, and he will awaken. The Nemo's beast translator conveyed. Song Shao nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Supporting Song Qin, with Song Jingjing clutching Xing, the family stood together, gazing at the charred remains of their restaurant, an overwhelming sense of loss enveloping them. Turning to the beast master who had led the firefighting efforts, Song Shao recognized him. He had previously commanded beasts to vanquish a mutated centipede at the junkyard. Brother, it was arson. Song Jingjing cried through gritted teeth. Chapter 30. The high school beast tournament commences. Present at the scene, Song Jingjing relayed all that she had witnessed to the rescue team. She had been clearing tables outside while Song Qin tended to the stove. The fire had erupted suddenly, and there were no flammable materials in the restaurant at the time. The flames initially blazed with a pure, moonlit, white hue. The Beastmaster, Captain Jin Shifeng of the 3rd Division of the Enforcement Bureau, furrowed his brow upon hearing Song Jingjing's account. It was likely a blaze bird of evolutionary status, he deduced. We will investigate the Beastmaster contracted to that blaze bird. However, I personally suspect this to be a case of a wild beast causing harm through arson. Has your family offended anyone or any beasts recently? Wild beasts. In this impoverished area, residents would do anything to avoid crossing paths with wild beasts, let alone offend them. As Captain Jin Shifeng perused the data, he discovered a blaze bird known for its history of arson. It had spent 10 months in a beast rehabilitation center for previous offenses and had only recently been released. This blaze bird was notorious for being motivated by monetary gain. It seems your family has incurred someone's wrath, leading to the hiring of the blaze bird for this malicious act. The first person that crossed Song Shao's mind when it came to offending someone was Lin Yu. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Lin Yu had only just emerged from the treatment chamber a couple of days prior, and he lacked the audacity to provoke him further. By the time the record was completed, it was nearly dawn, and Song Qin had already awakened, the 3 of them sitting in the Enforcement Bureau's hall, looking as disheveled as refugees. Shao, this will delay your competition. You should head to school first. I can manage the remaining matters, Song Qin said, gently ruffling Song Shao's hair, which had become curly from the heat, a wave of guilt washing over him. Yet, Song Shao remained uneasy. The person who had instructed the firebird to ignite had yet to be apprehended. He arranged for Song Jingjing to stay at a classmate's house for a while and requested the manager of the beast training base to have Song Qin temporarily take over his responsibilities, ensuring that with the manager's oversight, no issues would arise. In a rush, Song Shao managed to return home to change into a fresh school uniform. And with Xing in tow, he hurried off to school. Upon his arrival, the school bus was already waiting. In the first-year section, he was the sole occupant, while the second year had 3 students and the third year 5, alongside teacher Ling and a female coach, totaling 11 people, more than sufficient for a single school bus. Teacher Ling, observing the hastily arriving Song Shao, was about to speak when he noticed the disarray of his hair. Reminiscent of a shell-shocked soldier, what on earth happened to your hair? Such a handsome young man, yet your aesthetic is quite beyond understanding. Teacher Ling mistakenly believed he had styled it for the competition. Song Shao froze, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had almost forgotten about it. In a rush, he borrowed a pair of handmade scissors and, using the bus mirror, chopped off the unruly curls. The hair that had once been slightly long was now a ragged mess. Yet this haphazard dog-chewed hairstyle revealed his naturally beautiful but aloof phoenix eyes in their entirety, with a delicate, fair complexion and those captivating eyes akin to shimmering jade. Teacher Ling thought to himself how fortunate he was to have such a face to compensate for the haircut. As Song Shao boarded the bus, he was met with several scrutinizing glances, most merely glancing over him before lingering on his hair, followed by dismissive smirks. It was well known that first-year students were merely there for a brief appearance. Xing was not particularly fond of remaining within the beast ring. So after Song Shao settled into a comfortable position on the bus, he summoned Xingxing into his arms for a nap. Meanwhile, a girl seated diagonally in front of him glanced around and, seeing no one was paying attention, boldly stole a few glances at Song Shao before engaging in a conversation on her phone. Is this what first-year students are like now? A somewhat chubby boy on the other end of the conversation shot a glance at Song Shao. The girl, without turning her head, retorted, "Looks are justice. What business is it of yours? He hasn't offended you." Unperturbed by the rebuff, Zhou Yong chuckled as he addressed the meditative Su Wenyi. I hadn't heard of any first-year participants before. Where did this one come from? If it were anyone else, Su Wenyi would have ignored them. For few dared to engage him in conversation. However, this chubby boy was different. He came from a wealthy family, ranking among the top 3 in District 10. Yet neither of his parents were beast masters, disqualifying him from entering Yuanming High School. Thus, Zhou Yong had to lower himself to attend Yaming Beastmaster High School. Most of the training team's funding came from Zhou Yong's family, including the high salaries for their coaches. He had signed up on the final day of registration. Rumored to have just acquired his second beast ring, currently possessing only one awakened beast. Su Wenyi patiently replied, "Only just obtaining your second beast ring and an awakened beast? You won't make it past the first round." Half an hour later, the school bus arrived at the airport. Song Shao, holding Xingxing, went through security and boarded the plane. As they settled in, he noticed the phones of the second and third-year students around him vibrating simultaneously. Coach Meng spoke up. As you have already reviewed the profiles of the participants in the upcoming high school beast competition on the campus network, the organizing committee has just updated the list of confirmed participants, which is similar to what I had predicted. We have 2 hours until we arrive at the competition venue. I hope you familiarize yourselves once more to enhance your chances of victory. Song Shao looked up at Teacher Ling, his eyes sparkling with inquiry. Why didn't I receive any information? What participant profiles? Why am I missing out? Teacher Ling, feeling ashamed, lowered his head. Unable to meet Song Shao's gaze, I apologize. It's my first time bringing students to compete, and I am just as lost as you are. Forget it, I'll just sleep for now. After all, my worst outcome will merely be a first-round exit. Seeing Song Shao succumb to sleep once more, Coach Meng cleared his throat. You must pay attention. You are not like those who will merely make a brief appearance. You are the hope of Yaming Beastmaster High School. Zhou Yong observed his friend sleeping peacefully, assuming he had resigned himself to the fate of a first-round exit, and thought it best to let it go. Even if it were just a first-round exit, one shouldn't sleep through it. During his second year, Coach Meng had taught him better than that. After 2 hours, the plane landed at the competition venue, the Beast Battle Base in Canaan City, District 10. Upon entering the battle base, Teacher Ling was responsible for checking in with the first-year competitors, while Coach Meng led the other 8 students to different areas. Few schools allowed only one participant from the first year, but there were some. So the waiting room was populated with students in various school uniforms. Song Shao stood at the end of the line awaiting inspection when he noticed a skinny, short boy ahead of him turn around, glancing disdainfully at his name tag and school before snorting derisively and turning away. What is his problem? Song Shao wondered. Chapter 31. For seconds. Quickly, it was Song Shao's turn. The examination for Beast Masters was quite simple, requiring only a drop of blood, while the examination for Beasts necessitated presenting them before the examination beast. The examination beast would expel a highly elastic bubble from its head, enveloping the entire beast, allowing for a thorough check of its health and whether it had ingested any prohibited substances. If the beast's condition was problematic, the bubble would turn red. If all was well, it would turn green. When it was Xingxing's turn, it curiously flailed its paws within the bubble. The staff, initially indifferent to the data appearing on their screens, froze upon seeing Xingxing's age, 3 months and 17 days. Excuse me, you have another beast that requires inspection. The staff member stopped Song Shao, assuming Xingxing was his second contracted beast. After all, given the awakening of spiritual power at 12, his first beast should be at least 3 or 4 years old by now. I only have one beast, Song Shao replied. The staff, assuming Song Shao was deceiving them, chuckled. You, a second-tier beast master, have only contracted a 3-month-old gray-eyed spot? Song Shao nodded. The staff laughed, unsure whether to find Song Shao hopelessly naive or to consider him mocking them, scolding him with irritation. Which school are you from? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. The beast breeding base only sells beasts that are 2 months old. Even if you contracted this gray-eyed spot at 2 months, it can only be a little over a month old now. Are you claiming to have become a second-tier beast master in such a short time? Having been already irritable at work, encountering such absurdity was almost too much for the staff. Their eyes nearly rolled back in disbelief. Song Shao glanced at the staff member, opting not to explain further. Instead, he formed a hand seal, a milky white aura swirling around him. Now, do you believe me? It is indeed a void ring devoid of representation and contract beast, and what he stated is true. This 3-month-old gray-eyed spotted creature is his first pet. The students behind him gazed incredulously at the void ring beside Song Shao, as if a person who graduated from elementary school and had not attended school for 3 or 4 years suddenly proclaimed that they had been accepted into a prestigious high school and even into the advanced mathematics class. Song Shao stowed away the void ring and remarked, "If you examine each student's records closely, you will find that I truthfully registered my beast information at the time of enrollment. So did I pass the inspection?" Perched upon his shoulder was the imposing, yet somewhat foolishly grinning Star, who exited the inspection room along with the teacher, whose aged face still bore a lingering smile. Appearing even more benevolent, "Song Shao, here is the list of participants from the first-year segment along with some pertinent information. Please take a good look at it." Song Shao opened his phone to receive the information and inquired, "Aren't you afraid I might be eliminated in the first round?" The thought of being eliminated in the first round rendered such information unnecessary. Coach Ming likely thought the same, which is why he did not regard Song Shao as a competitor representing Yaming Beast Taming High School. The teacher's eyes glimmered with excitement. "I don't believe that will happen. You must endure through 3 rounds. I promised my wife that there's a fantastic shopping festival here the day after tomorrow, and the lipsticks and cosmetics she desires will be significantly discounted. After all, round-trip tickets here are quite expensive. We must seize the opportunity." Suddenly, Song Shao mused that it would be best to head home if he were to be eliminated in the first round. At noon, the organizing committee distributed nutritious meals suitable for beasts of various systems. Although they could not compare to some privately prepared meals, they were certainly reliable. However, the Star's cheese sticks and chips were confiscated by the teacher, as these items contained appetite-enhancing additives for pets. While they posed no harm to the creature's health, they served little purpose and would increase satiety, thereby diminishing the creature's desire for nutritious meals. The Star, dejectedly sweeping its tail, perked up again upon discovering that the nutritious meal tasted better than the ones at home. As a concerned father, Song Shao felt a pang of sorrow, pondering whether this league would allow betting like the World Cup back in the original world, enabling him to earn a bit of extra money to support the Star. Upon returning to the lounge to await the afternoon match, the second and third-year students were already on high alert, as no one wished to be eliminated in the first round, which would result in immediate dismissal back to school that very evening. Jiang Liqing spoke up ahead of time to a short-haired girl, Lin Mu. "Tonight, I will share a room with you." Lin Mu shyly smiled. "If we both win." "That is." Zhou Yong looked over the materials in astonishment. "Why haven't I seen Sikong Bo from the first Beast Taming High School in Canaan City? Last year's second-year segment champion of the lower 4 districts, ranked among the top 50 in the Blue Star's 12th district. He had anticipated winning the third-year championship this time and advancing to the top 20 in the 12th district, hadn't he?" Su Wenin, suppressing his impatience, explained, "You were taken home for special training and are unaware that Sikong Bo suffered severe injuries and is unable to compete." Zhou Yong exclaimed, "How can that be?" Su Wenin's expression grew serious, as if realizing something dreadful. "He is engaged in a grave task." A sudden silence enveloped the lounge, as everyone seemed to understand the frightening implications of such a task, leading to a cessation of further discussion. "A grave task? What is that?" Song Shao began to search on his phone. The Starry Beast Alliance's Rescue Information Center contained a section marked with a 5-star black danger level, humorously dubbed a grave task, due to its extreme peril, potentially even costing lives. "Your level is insufficient." When Song Shao clicked on the webpage, he found that while he could browse other tasks without issue, the 5-star black section displayed a message indicating he lacked the authority to view it. After registering for the information, hoping to take on tasks in the future, Song Shao took a brief nap before heading to the competition venue with Teacher Ling. The 10th district contained a total of 20 cities, each with 5 to 7 beast taming high schools, thus resulting in 384 first-year participants, even amidst some schools having insufficient first-year competitors. In the second and third years, the number of participants ranged from 5 to 600. Half an hour before the start, the opponents and battle locations were sent to their personal phones. Upon discovering that his opponent was a student named Feng Chunshin from Fenghua High School in Changhong City. With the match taking place at venue 113, Song Shao arrived at the venue and waited. Within 5 minutes, a girl with a ponytail and a charming appearance entered, dressed in a red and white school uniform, exuding an energetic aura. Upon seeing Song Shao, she paused momentarily, her gaze lingering on his hair before taking a seat on the opposite side, waiting for the referee to arrive. Chapter 32, Dodo Mouse. 5 minutes before the match commenced, a 20-centimeter tall dodo mouse, with a short tail and a black whistle around its neck, pranced in. Its fur was a gray-brown, with long yellow ears standing upright, and one could clearly see the membranous wings extending from its abdomen. The dodo mouse spread its arms and soared to the center of the training ground, where a wave-like arc of energy emanated from above. enveloping the entire arena before it picked up the whistle and blew it to signal the start of the match. Song Shao and Feng Chunshin entered the arena, each taking their respective positions in the red and blue battle zones. Once the time was up, the dodo mouse rapidly blew its whistle. Song Shao formed hand seals and waved his hands, causing the beast ring to swirl around him like a celestial orbit. A white beast ring detached from him and fell to the ground, revealing the figure of the gray-eyed, spotted creature. As the star entered the arena, it exuded an impressive aura, defiantly gazing at its opponent, Banfan. Feng Chunshin summoned her pet, a late awakened level water beast. Song Shao examined the water beast with his left eye. It was water attribute, possessing 3 basic skills and 1 intermediate skill. With proficiency in the basic skills of water spray and water flow ring having reached an advanced level. Its characteristics included a love for water and a disdain for dirt. Although the star's lightning attribute was advantageous against water, the opponent's 2 advanced skills should not be underestimated. Upon seeing Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted creature, Feng Chunshin's expression soured. The elemental disadvantage was her setback, prompting her to take the initiative. She executed water spray first, catching her opponent off guard and preventing them from closing in. Water spray. Thunderbolt, kiss. A powerful jet of water surged towards the star, but the star instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from its position. In the next moment, it appeared behind the water beast, bearing its fangs, which shimmered with a pale blue current, and sank its teeth into the water beast's back. In an instant, black electric patterns spread across the water beast's body like a spider's web. Holy! The water beast shrieked, becoming incapacitated by the electric shock until the star released its grip, its body still trembling slightly. For seconds elapsed. The whistle sounded sharply in his ears. Feng Chunshin was still in disbelief, having only executed 1 move. Who would have thought that a mid-level awakened beast would seamlessly unleash 2 intermediate skills in succession without any time to react? The music indicating the end of the match echoed throughout the vast and silent battle base, creating a stark contrast, while the judges, who had just seated themselves without even taking a sip of water, all turned their gazes toward the source of the music. Was the match over? The battle lasted only 4 seconds. Was it from the first-year segment? Surely, it must be a student from Canaan No. 1 High School. Not necessarily. Wutong, Xinghua, and Mingxi also have some promising talents. The figures emerged, but which school was this yamming Beastmaster High School? Journalists stationed outside the arena were on high alert, well-versed in the accomplishments of these renowned prodigies. The first to step out of the competition venue was akin to the ostentatious individual who exits an examination hall first. Thus, upon spotting a silhouette, they eagerly converged. However, upon recognizing the unfamiliar visage of Song Shao, they all abruptly halted, their minds teeming with questions. Who on earth are you? Why does no one in the records resemble this person? Indeed, had anyone looked like this, they would surely have remembered. Song Shao furrowed his brow at the reporters blocking his way. Their silence felt rather peculiar. Excuse me, please, he politely requested. Only when the celebratory music for another concluded match played did they snap back to reality, by which time Song Shao had already distanced himself significantly. As the competitions came to a close, the campus network was flooded with various reports, and in the released videos showcasing triumphs. It appeared that only the second-place student from the freshman class had exited the arena. The comments section exploded with remarks. The reporters are too slow. How did they miss the first place? One campus journalist shared a brief 3-second clip featuring a rather handsome yet disheveled young man, who coldly remarked, "Excuse me, please." The reporter's headline boasted, "First place here." The top comment quipped, "The first place's hair looks like it was chewed by my grandmother's dentures." While the majority of comments were light-hearted jests, some were digging into the identity of this obscure first-place winner. Upon discovering he hailed from a little-known third-tier high school, interest waned, as many believed the preliminary rounds relied heavily on luck. After all, one could easily encounter a mismatched opponent and secure a swift victory. Only the finals would serve as the true test. After all students had competed, Coach Meng escorted her team back to the lounge. This time, 1 student from the sophomore class was eliminated, while 2 from the junior class were cut. Remaining were Lin Mu and Zhou Yong from the sophomore class, and Su Wenyi, Jiang Liqing, and Gao Yu from the junior class. Coach Meng noted that 5 victories amounted to 5 points, plus the 3-point baseline, bringing their total to 8 points, a secure score. However, upon scrutinizing the total score for Yamming Beastmaster High School, she found it to be 9. That extra point attributed to Song Shao. Remarkably, he had not been eliminated in the first round. As she examined further, she gasped, "For seconds?" Su Wenyi's expression darkened as he approached to see for himself. Song Shao, battle duration 4 seconds, victory. Those few words diminished his earlier joy. 4 seconds was merely the time for a single skill, a brief exchange. Did Song Shao truly conclude the match with 1 move? Surely his opponent's beast must have been of an incompatible attribute, allowing for such a swift triumph. What luck! Contemplating this, Su Wenyi felt considerably better. Though he couldn't help but wonder how long this fortune would last. Jiang Luqing was equally astonished, quickly pulling out her phone to send messages excitedly. Upon returning to the lounge, Coach Ming saw off the 3 eliminated students on the bus back to school, leaving only the remaining competitors in the room. The accommodations were shared 2 to a room, and Zhou Yong approached with a charming little tiger-tooth grin. Song Shao, let us share a room tonight. Song Shao glanced around, noting only 2 remaining girls who would undoubtedly share a room together, and with 2 other boys from the junior class. It seemed his only option was this chubby fellow. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Teacher Ling was the first to receive news of Song Shao's victory. He had barely settled into the waiting area when the notification arrived. For a moment, he thought it might be a scam message, requiring confirmation from several colleagues before believing it. Tomorrow, give it your all. If you make it to the top 50, your scholarship this semester is guaranteed. Song Shao nodded, suddenly filled with determination. For seconds, ha ha ha, a real man must be swift. With a straight face, he replied to Teacher Ling, Teacher, I am still a minor. That night, as he prepared for bed, Song Shao summoned his gray-eyed spotted beast. Star had grown accustomed to sleeping alongside him. During the day, he refrained from letting it out because the teachers advised against revealing 1's beasts early in the competition, as it could expose vulnerabilities. With no one else around at night, Star was free to emerge. Zhou Yong summoned a sea jade white dolphin, an evolved level creature over 2 meters long, which took up a significant portion of the room. Coupled with Zhou Yong's portly frame, the once spacious competitor's room suddenly felt cramped. Little you wants me to play with it for a while before resting, Zhou Yong explained, sporting a white dolphin head atop his own. Song Shao was unconcerned and gestured for him to proceed. To his astonishment, Zhou Yong began performing an intricate Latin dance with the sea jade white dolphin, both of them reveling in the joy of the moment. Song Shao felt a twinge of surrealism at the scene. Once the dance concluded, Zhou Yong retrieved a hoop from his bag and tossed it into the air like a dog owner, prompting the sea jade white dolphin to joyfully catch it in its mouth. Star watched in wide-eyed amazement, even applauding at the spectacle. If this continues, he might as well start a circus, Song Shao mused. After a series of entertaining antics, Zhou Yong was left too exhausted to even twist a bottle cap. When water was handed to Song Shao, he thought to himself that this was the first time in his life he had been asked to twist a cap for someone, and the recipient was a chubby boy. Zhou Yong gulped down half the bottle, tearing open a snack bag to munch while he spoke. I get so tired every night. Yet I haven't lost a single pound. Losing weight is just too difficult. Song Shao's gaze fell on Zhou Yong's snack bag, shaking his head. May I ask, my friend? Song Shao, how are you so fast? Zhou Yong gasped, his words punctuated by heavy breaths, altering the meaning slightly. Song Shao responded with a deadpan expression. Perhaps it's because I'm quite strong. Zhou Yong cheerfully accepted Song Shao's bravado, giving him a thumbs up. Truly fast, strong guy. Shut up and eat your snacks. Song Shao retorted. Observing Star still buzzing with excitement, Song Shao decided to let it unleash its excess energy. Quick strike. Instantly, Star transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing at the door with its head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Song Shao contemplated whether Star's quick strike had a range. It seemed to max out at 5 or 6 meters, suitable for close combat, but if the distance were widened, it would lose its advantage. It was time to train Star's quick strike range. However, the room was still too small, if distance training wasn't feasible. Perhaps he could train it to execute consecutive quick strikes to extend the range. If 5 meters served as the landing point for Star's quick strike, executing it again upon descent could yield a total of 10 meters, allowing for flexibility in both close and long-range scenarios. Zhou Yong's sea jade white dolphin, being a water-type beast, was well aware of the attributes that countered it. He observed as Star utilized the mid-tier skill quick strike, feeling a flicker of surprise. It seemed that despite being merely an awakened-level mid-stage beast, Star had learned a mid-tier skill. Quite impressive indeed. Sharing his thoughts with Star, Song Shao first stood on the balcony and opened the door. The distance from the balcony to the corridor was about 10 meters. He aimed to test Star's quick strike distance. Star gathered its energy and executed quick strike, managing to stretch the distance to around 7 meters. Then, Song Shao encouraged Star to attempt consecutive quick strikes, reasoning that if Star could use 2 skills in succession, repeating a single skill twice should not pose a problem either. The truth is that Song Shao was mistaken. After Xing Xing utilized the skill Lightning Strike, it was imperative for her to pause, as she could not immediately employ the ability a second time. The interval between the 2 uses of the skill was approximately 2 minutes. After numerous attempts, Xing Xing exhausted her energy, managing to reduce the waiting time to just over a minute. This represented her current limit. It seemed that the energy dynamics of using two skills in succession differed significantly from that of deploying the same skill consecutively. Song Sha speculated that once Xing Xing advanced, this duration would be considerably shortened. Zhou Yong, having observed for a while, finally grasped the situation and, with wide eyes, asked, "You aren't seriously considering having Hui Mu Ban use lightning strike consecutively, are you?" Song Sha replied, "I want to give it a try." Zhou Yong, losing his composure, exclaimed, "Different skills have varying energy dynamics for pets. To use the same skill consecutively without a gap, a pet must at least reach the Transcendent level or the Beast King level. This is basic knowledge from middle school. You must know that, right?" Song Sha, somewhat reluctantly, admitted, "I'm at the bottom of my class. My grades are poor." Zhou Yong realized he had inadvertently pricked the pride of a struggling student and quickly laughed to mask his embarrassment, saying, "It's normal to forget what you learned in middle school, but your willingness to experiment and strive for breakthroughs is truly commendable." Song Sha remained silent. He placed the exhausted Xing Xing beside him and lay down, preparing for sleep. The next day, Zhou Yong, feeling more familiar with Song Sha and finding his temperament agreeable, invited him to share breakfast at a table with the second and third-year students. Song Sha's appetite was substantial, evident from the overflowing plate he piled high, even exceeding Zhou Yong's own portion. Coach Meng frowned. "We have a competition this morning. It's not wise to eat too much, making it seem as if our school doesn't provide you with food. How embarrassing." Song Sha shot her a cold glance and calmly consumed a small steamed bun, stating, "My family is poor, and I typically cannot afford meals. I apologize for the inconvenience." If Song Sha had maintained his cold demeanor, one could argue he disrespected his teacher. But his nonchalant acceptance of his impoverished circumstances only highlighted Coach Meng's petty and calculating nature. Infuriated, Coach Meng turned and left. Song Sha finished his copious breakfast with tranquility, while Su Wenyu chuckled mockingly, seemingly deriding Song Sha's audacity. Offending Coach Meng wouldn't matter if he performed well in the competition. After all, when the time came for the second year, Coach Meng would surely find a way to bench him. After breakfast, Zhou Yong leaned in and whispered, "Song Sha, are you really that poor? You could apply for the school's hardship scholarship. My family sponsors it, and it offers 50,000 star coins per semester." Song Sha halted, turning to the relatively neat-looking chubby boy and asked, "What are the requirements?" It was the first time Zhou Yong had received such a friendly gaze from Song Sha, prompting him to explain, "They'll verify your family situation to determine if it qualifies as impoverished, and then there's your academic performance or any awards you might have." For a single individual, 50,000 was a mere drop in the bucket for his family, totaling a few million star coins across the entire Yaming Beast Master High School. Song Sha pondered and replied, "Both my parents are gone. Although my brother is an ordinary person, he raised me and my sister while bearing debts. Does this situation count as impoverished?" Zhou Yong was momentarily stunned, looking at Song Sha with disbelief. The handsome youth, with his cold phoenix eyes and aloof demeanor. Had he assumed Song Sha came from a privileged background? He certainly had not anticipated such dire circumstances. "Of course, you can apply once you return. You're bound to be approved," Zhou Yong assured, already contemplating that even if it were denied, it wouldn't matter. These funds were merely his weekly allowance. Song Sha expressed his gratitude just as his phone chimed. Both he and Zhou Yong opened their devices to find the announcement regarding their upcoming match. After half of the competitors had been eliminated, 192 participants remained. The High School Beast Master League would be broadcast live on StarNet, though the live coverage would only commence once the top 50 contenders were reached, with previous matches of these top competitors also being disclosed to ensure fairness in the event. Song Sha's opponent this time was Jiang Qingsen from Qianlin Beastmaster High School in Fengyuan City, arriving 10 minutes early at the venue. Song Sha sat on a bench with his arms crossed, occasionally observing the D-grade surveillance drones darting overhead. While these drones had a limited growth ceiling of the transcendent level, they possessed an exceptionally practical function as mobile monitors, providing comprehensive coverage. In this world, many beasts had supplanted technology, proving to be more beneficial to humanity due to their inherent capacity for growth. Jiang Qingsen stood at the entrance of the arena, not yet entering, as he conversed on the phone until a dodo mouse flew over, prompting him to hang up. The dodo mouse soared to the center of the training ground, enveloping the area in an energy shield, and the countdown to the match commenced. "Let us hurry up. I have other matters to attend to." Jiang Qingsen sneered at Song Sha, having reviewed his information beforehand. With no reputation and only a single awakened beast, he dismissed Song Sha with contempt. Song Sha hesitated for a moment before nodding. As the whistle blew, he formed hand seals and waved, summoning a white beast ring that spiraled around him like a stellar orbit, transforming into the shape of a star. In contrast, Jiang Qingsan summoned an early-stage evolved steel rock armor, its body covered in gray-brown scales resembling that of a pangolin, with a black rock protrusion at its tail. Its belly and claws were obsidian black, and a sharp silver horn adorned its head. Shao utilized his left eye to examine the steel rock armor's data. Its intermediate skill Crack Claw, intermediate skill Rock Strike, and its initial skill Harden had all reached an advanced level. It was a rare defensive beast within the combat category. It exhibited formidable offensive capabilities, but struggled with prolonged engagements and lacked agility. Rock Strike. Jiang Qingsun aimed for a quick victory, immediately commanding the steel rock armor to execute its intermediate skill, launching a widespread assault on Xing Steel Rock. The steel rock armor erupted, raising its foreclaws to reveal its obsidian belly, then slammed its foreclaws into the ground, sending dozens of basketball-sized boulders hurtling toward Xing like projectiles. The stones fell in a dense array, completely encompassing a 2-meter radius around Xing. Lightning Strike. Paralyze. Just as the rocks were about to strike Xing, she transformed into a faint blue lightning bolt, darting through the dense rain of stones. As the rocky barrage descended, Xing had already appeared before the steel rock armor. Her long, fluffy tail entwined around its forelimb, while a wave of pale blue electromagnetic energy enveloped the steel rock armor. However, being a beast of the evolved level with strong defensive capabilities, the electromagnetic paralysis that typically immobilized beasts for 1.3 seconds merely rendered it momentarily stiff. Jiang Qingsun was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure, issuing a command, "Knock it away." Yet, faster than Jiang Qingsun's command, Xing executed another move, Thunder Roar, without any directive from Sha. During their earlier tactical discussions, Sha had explicitly stated that if either the paralysis or Thunder Roar failed to incapacitate the enemy, she should immediately follow up with another move. Electric Shock. The advanced level Electric Shock manifested as lightning larger than his palm, and with a furious roar, Xing declared, "Spot on." The ethereal blue current struck directly upon the steel rock armor's head. The steel rock armor, having just freed itself from its rigidity, was unable to defend itself in time and was struck to the ground by an electric shock, causing significant cracks to mar the training ground. Jiang Qingsun's previously disdainful smile had long since vanished. He gazed at the scene before him with a grim expression, humiliated by being overpowered by a mid-tier awakened beast. This was an utter disgrace, and even though his steel rock armor had only recently evolved, that was no justification. Steel Rock. The steel rock armor, in pain, rose from the ground, its fury directed at the star. Attack, Earth Shatter Claw. Jiang Qingsun quickly regained his composure. It was merely a trivial trick. Even with all the techniques an awakened beast might possess, the disparity in levels could not be bridged. His steel rock armor boasted a second-tier skill. The steel rock armor curled its hefty body into a massive spherical rock and hurled itself towards the star. Just as the star attempted to dodge to the right, the steel rock armor's tail suddenly extended, with a trail of black rocks shooting forth like meteors, viciously sweeping toward the star. This must come to an end, Jiang Qingsun thought, regaining his relaxed demeanor. The star was flung 3 meters away, and as it fell to the ground, the steel rock armor unleashed its Earth Shatter Claw. The ground around the star split apart, rocks floating into the air before crashing down onto the star, seemingly intent on burying it alive. Thunderbolt. Circle behind and use Electric Kiss. Shao immediately issued the command, covering his left eye with his hand to establish a connection with the star. Circle behind to bait out Harden, then unleash Thunder. Shao employed a clever strategy, issuing commands verbally that differed entirely from what he conveyed through the bond with the star. The star, in a desperate bid, transformed into a bolt of lightning and evaded, reappearing behind the steel rock armor with its jaws agape, revealing its fangs. Mid-tier skill Electric Kiss? Jiang Qingsun's expression froze. Surely he had commanded Harden. Yet, 3 seconds later, the star remained behind the steel rock armor, failing to execute Electric Kiss. Had it been a ruse? A sense of foreboding arose. Suddenly, the training ground was illuminated by a brilliant azure lightning bolt, a force of nature, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, harmonizing with the star's furious cry. Crash! The steel rock armor, its hardened dissipated, was struck heavily by the thunder, charred electric patterns emerging across its grayish-brown scales. It let out a mournful wail, its hefty form swaying precariously, yet it stubbornly remained on its feet. Recover. Shao felt no pity. His thoughts were solely on seizing the opportunity. If not now, then when? Chapter 35. This is not provocation. Without the slightest hesitation, the star supported its battered body, gathering a massive current of electricity at its forehead. The pale blue lightning struck the steel rock armor, exploding from its abdomen. Steel Rock. The steel rock armor fell on its back, its eyes struggling for a moment before finally closing. The entire sequence, from the deception of the hardened command to the steel rock armor's collapse, transpired in less than 10 seconds. Jiang Qingsun stared in disbelief at the fallen steel rock armor. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. With the clock halting at 1 minute and 43 seconds, Song Shao recalled the injured star into its beast ring and walked to the center of the arena. Regardless of victory or defeat, competitors were required to shake hands. Song Shao extended his hand, stating, "I hope I did not take up too much of your time." Jiang Qingsun's incredulous expression morphed into one of utter disgrace. Was this a provocation? It absolutely was. Damn it. How could your awakened beast possess a mid-tier skill like thunder? This was no ordinary mid-tier skill. It was an evolving one. Jiang Qingsun was 100% certain that Song Shao was a cunning individual, and this was a blatant mockery, displaying a countenance more pained than sorrowful. Jiang Qingsun grasped Song Shao's hand with all his might, yet Song Shao remained utterly unfazed. Jiang Qingsun thought, is this person devoid of sensation? How can he endure this? Song Shao regarded the trembling Jiang Qingsun with slight confusion, yet he politely returned the handshake. In that moment, Jiang Qingsun felt as though his hand had been caught in a vice. Damn it, cunning scoundrel. As Song Shao exited the battlefield, he found the area outside desolate and devoid of people. He decided to turn back, encountering Jiang Qingsun, who stepped back cautiously, clutching his hand and eyeing Song Shao with suspicion. What are you up to? Recalling how he had been dubbed 4-second brother for his previous haste, Song Shao resolved to linger a bit longer, allowing others to leave before stepping out. Nothing, just taking a break, he replied, stepping aside for Jiang Qingsun. Jiang Qingsun squinted slightly, ensuring that Song Shao harbored no ill intentions before hastily departing the arena. However, he hadn't made it far before being besieged by a throng of reporters. Classmate, as the first victor to emerge from the battlefield, do you have anything to say? Indeed, classmate, please share your thoughts. As the one who lost the fastest, Jiang Qingsun's complexion shifted from dark to purple, then to red. What a treacherous ploy. He had stooped to this level to humiliate him, a true stab to the heart. After cursing Song Shao countless times in his mind, Jiang Qingsun coldly pushed past the reporters and fled the battlefield. Unaware of Jiang Qingsun's encounter with the reporters, Song Shao summoned the star, noticing its somewhat listless demeanor, indicating a serious injury. He gently patted the star's ear before recalling it into its beast ring, deciding it was time to head to the healing center. As Song Shao exited the training ground, he coincidentally witnessed another arena's protective shield being retracted, and the victory music played. He looked up to see a girl in a white shirt and black pleated skirt uniform emerging, her slightly curled long hair framing her face, with clear eyes that sparkled like a fawn's. Upon spotting Song Shao, she offered a friendly smile. Song Shao's gaze fell upon the school emblem on her chest, and he recognized it as belonging to Yuanming Beast High School in Jingguang City. The girl's gaze lingered on Song Shao's hair for a few seconds before she approached him, her smile warm and embodying the gentleness of early summer, exuding an aura of natural grace stemming from her family's heritage. Are you from Yuanming Beast High School? Song Shao nodded. You must be Song Shao, she inquired, though her beautiful eyes conveyed certainty. Yes, that's me. Song Shao did not pause his stride or spare her a second glance, despite her being akin to a goddess. Indeed, the girl recalled the fervent comments beneath her video, noting that this person's attractiveness seemed to stem from an unusual aesthetic. She thought, he's just a bit too aloof. I've never been overlooked like this before. Seizing the opportunity while the reporters pursued Jiang Qingsun, Song Shao hastily exited, wishing to avoid being labeled with an epithet akin to 4-second brother again. The healing center was still devoid of students as Song Shao pushed open the nearest door and stepped inside. Within the consultation room sat a Mambo doll, its body a blend of white and brown, featuring a white gem at its center, with short limbs that accentuated its roundness, especially in a white coat. Mambo, does the beast require treatment? Song Shao summoned the star, stating, please assist in its healing. The Mambo doll nodded and floated over, examining the star's injuries while murmuring, Mambo, Mambo. The white gem in its center suddenly emitted rippling waves, which detached from the gem and slowly enveloped the star's abdomen before vanishing. Before long, the stars began to twinkle with renewed vitality, their spirits markedly lifted. Despite having witnessed this phenomenon countless times, Song Shao remained astounded. The healing waves that could mend injuries in such a brief span of time were beyond the reach of contemporary medical science. Mambo, Mambo, your pet's internal energy is unstable. It is advisable to conduct an energy measurement and customize a more suitable nutritional regimen for it. May I inquire where such tests can be performed? Song Shao recalled that since bringing Xingxing home, he had not conducted an energy measurement for it. However, he had discovered online that pets only needed to undergo this assessment once a year, akin to a health checkup, and frequent testing was unnecessary. Mambo. The round and patient Mambo doll kindly informed Song Shao of the necessary steps. Ban Ban. Xingxing tilted its head, questioning whether an examination was indeed required, as it had undergone one just yesterday. Lifting Xingxing into his arms, Song Shao explained, "This test is different from yesterday's." He pressed the button for the 13th floor in the elevator, and upon arriving, he followed the signs to the energy measurement room. Inside, a young male nurse in his 20s was lounging, engrossed in a live stream featuring pet battles, the sounds of which permeated the air. Upon knocking, the nurse quickly tucked away his phone and turned to Song Shao, albeit startled, leaving the volume inadvertently amplified. "The legendary grave sticker. The black 5-star mission is hardly anything to boast about. Family, let us start swiping. The more we swipe, the more I can showcase the true treasures to my family." Chapter 36, An Advancement? Grave Sticker? Song Shao recalled that Zhou Yong had mentioned the previous year's champion of the second-year high school segment, Sikong Bo, who had sustained severe injuries due to revealing a grave sticker, thus missing this year's league. "Hello, are you here for an energy measurement?" The nurse, flustered, lowered the volume and looked sheepishly at Song Shao. Song Shao placed Xingxing down, saying, "Could you please help test it?" The nurse placed Xingxing into a device resembling a space capsule, and a nearby screen began to display data about Xingxing's physical values. The energy levels indeed fluctuated significantly, hovering around 900. "Your pet has already transcended into the late awakening stage of the electric-type, gray-eyed breed. 3 months?" The nurse's voice rose abruptly, blinking rapidly as if fearing his eyes had blurred from prolonged screen exposure. To reach the late awakening stage in less than 4 months was unfathomable. Generally, it took at least 3 to 4 years for a pet to progress to such a level. How could it possibly take only 3 to 4 months? While some beast tamers possess extraordinary talent that allows them to forge deep connections with their pets, enabling earlier advancements, this was an unprecedented leap. The nurse regarded the perplexed Xingxing within the energy measurement device with an expression of bewilderment. Had any A or S-level pets been before him today, he would not have been so astonished. Yet here was merely a C-level gray-eyed breed, which appeared to belong to a lineage of lesser talent. Thus, the anomaly might lie with the beast tamer. The nurse's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as he looked at Song Shao, feeling slightly uncomfortable under the nurse's suddenly fervent gaze. Song Shao inquired, "Is there a problem?" "This young man is destined for greatness," the nurse concluded, drawing from his years of indulging in sensational stories. "You have nurtured this gray-eyed breed exceptionally well. It is already in the late awakening stage at such a young age. Its recent energy fluctuations will be unusual. The energy meal should include a higher quantity of electric fruits and thundergrass. However, the precise ratios should be calculated by a specialist, which is beyond my capabilities." The nurse spoke enthusiastically. "All right, thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Song Shao retrieved Xingxing from the energy measurement device. Inside, it had heard nothing, and upon exiting, it couldn't help but inquire, Ban Ban, Ban Ban? The nurse said, "You are remarkable, evolving rapidly. Many pets cannot compare to you." Song Shao rephrased the nurse's words as praise for Xingxing. Upon hearing this, the nurse nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I have never encountered a pet that evolves so swiftly." Xingxing wagged its tail joyfully, slightly raising its chin, exuding a demeanor of pride while attempting to suppress a smug smile. After leaving the testing room, Xingxing's tail continued to wag cheerfully, its otherwise aloof wolf-like face betraying its inner joy as it resembled a playful pup. Song Shao contemplated the need to recalibrate Xingxing's energy meal. Given that it was the competition period, he wondered if the school could take responsibility, especially since he had just searched for the price of thundergrass, which was over 3 times that of electric fruits. He picked up his phone and dialed Teacher Ling's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Before Song Shao could speak, Teacher Ling exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "You've won the competition again. Didn't I tell you not to be so quick? One must respect their opponents." Song Shao replied, "Teacher, you're being a bit theatrical." Teacher Ling chuckled heartily, continuing his playful act. "Next time, remember that friendship comes first and competition second. We must preserve a bit of dignity for our rivals." Rubbing his temples, Song Shao said, "Teacher, Xingxing has already entered the late awakening stage, and we need to recalibrate its energy meal. Is the school responsible for this?" Teacher Ling paused, momentarily taken aback. "Late awakening stage? Are you certain?" "Yes, I just emerged from the testing room with Xingxing." Teacher Ling's voice faltered, his emotions difficult to articulate. He felt the urge to laugh, yet it seemed absurd. He recalled that Xingxing was not even 4 months old. He began pondering whether there had ever been a pet that achieved the late awakening stage at such a young age in the history of the Star Alliance. He hesitated, convincing himself that there must be examples he simply did not recall, dismissing his own doubts. If there were none, it would be utterly shocking. This could be regarded as the fastest evolution on record. All right, I will coordinate this." Teacher Ling, overwhelmed by the news, agreed almost absent-mindedly. Once the call ended, He felt less inclined to boast to his old friends about this revelation. Where could he even begin to coordinate such matters? When the school had sent Song Shao, they had merely hoped he would score a few base points, believing he would likely be eliminated in the first round. Little did they anticipate that he had already triumphed in 2 rounds, and each time, he was the first to conclude his matches. Since the school had never held high expectations for Song Shao, they had not concerned themselves with specialized pet breeders or nutritionists. Such notions seemed far-fetched. Teacher Ling's gaze slowly fell upon a friend nearby, cautiously asking, "I recall you boasting about your sister being an S-level pet nutritionist." His friend immediately retorted, "That is no mere boast." Teacher Ling erupted into laughter, his face creasing with joy. "Could you do me a solid?" His friend replied, "Just say what you need." After the midday competition concluded, half of the participants had been eliminated, leaving the cafeteria noticeably quieter. After a quick meal, Song Shao returned to his room. Finding that Zhou Yong had yet to return, perhaps still engaged in the ongoing matches, he summoned Xingxing and began to analyze the morning's battles. When confronting the steel rock armor, a notable vulnerability of the Star Beast was unveiled. Its offensive skills were insufficient. Thunder, a powerful yet exceedingly energy-draining attack, could only be executed once in a battle given the current energy reserves of Star. Attempting it a second time would prove extraordinarily challenging, while Electric Impact, against a creature already possessing a hardened attribute, evidently lacked in delivering sufficient damage. The potency of Thunder was formidable, but its energy consumption was excessive. Conversely, Electric Impact failed to inflict significant harm, rendering it ineffective even with repeated use. The notion of Star learning an intermediate offensive skill on the fly was clearly unrealistic. Fortunately, with Star's recent advancement, its internal energy storage had increased, and when supplemented with the specially formulated energy meals from the school, this issue should find resolution. "Song Shao, you've been placed on a bounty list online," Zhou Yong declared excitedly as he burst through the door, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Song Shao. Chapter 37. For seconds resurfaced. Confused, Song Shao gazed at Zhou Yong. "A bounty? Who have I offended to the extent that they wish to place a bounty on my head?" Zhou Yong presented his phone, opening a prominent post with an eye-catching title. "Whoever can defeat this pretentious fellow, I shall reward them with 500,000 star coins." The post included a screenshot from the reporter who captured Song Shao during his inaugural match, showcasing his exquisitely handsome face, paired with a rather unfortunate hairstyle. The content was succinct, merely stating that the poster, humiliated by Song Shao, was eager for revenge in the next match, offering a reward of 500,000 star coins to anyone who could triumph over him. Pondering for a moment, Song Shao failed to recognize the poster's identity. He prided himself on having never stirred up trouble. Nevertheless, he returned the phone to Zhou Yong and accessed the official website of the High School Beast Battle League. Sending a message to the poster, "I possess first-hand information regarding Song Shao. Interested?" The poster responded promptly, "Why should I trust you?" In return, Song Shao sent a photo of himself in his school uniform, complete with the school emblem, to verify his identity. "I attend the same school as Song Shao and am currently lodging with him for the competition. I possess exclusive information about his beast that even the school is unaware of, all for a mere 50,000 star coins." After a brief wait, the poster replied, "Account details, please." Once the 50,000 star coins were transferred, Song Shao shared the latest news regarding Star's evolution. Song Shao's creature had ascended to the late awakening stage, having yet to reach 4 months of age, boasting initial skills such as Thunder Roar, Electric Impact, and Electromagnetic Paralysis, along with intermediate skills including Electric Kiss, Thunder, and Lightning Shadow. Having made a modest profit from selling his information, Song Shao felt somewhat uplifted. However, he soon overlooked subsequent messages from the poster. Ku Yao received a call from her foolish younger brother, responding with restraint, C-grade gray spotted, under 4 months, late awakening stage. "Sister, I'll send you the beast data. Could you assist in concocting a suitable energy meal?" Ku Yao's initial indifference quickly transformed into a frown. Suspecting her brother was playing an April Fool's prank on her. "Ku Yu, I'll give you 3 seconds to articulate your thoughts coherently. If you continue to be nonsensical, you'll find yourself on my blacklist." After 3 consecutive days of relentless work, Ku Yao had lost all patience. Ku Yu, eager to appease, replied, "Sister, although this sounds implausible, it is indeed occurring. I'll send you the data right away." Hesitating for a brief moment between blocking her brother and opening the data, Ku Yao ultimately decided to view the information, curious to see which organization dared to fabricate such a ludicrous report. A 4-month-old creature at the late awakening stage? Such a thing could not exist in this world. However, when Ku Yao perused the reports from the breeding base and the league's health examination, she was rendered speechless. Both institutions were official, easily verifiable on their websites. No one would fabricate such a transparent falsehood. Thus, Despite the absurdity of the situation, only one conclusion remained. The report was authentic. There truly existed a creature that had reached the late awakening stage at merely 4 months of age. Kuyao swiftly returned the call. "Hello, sister," Kuyu began, but Kuyao interjected, "Send me the address." "Address? You can't be serious about coming in person, can you?" Kuyu was taken aback, knowing this was a rare occurrence. Yet, his sister was one of the only 2 S-rank beast breeders in District 10. Every beast in her possession was invariably of S-rank talent, exceptionally rare, while the gray-spotted was merely a C-rank beast. In the afternoon, Song Shao took Star to a new battle arena. If victorious in this match, he would secure a place among the top 50, which would initiate live broadcasts of the High School Beast Battle League, allowing him to place bets through official channels. If he wagered wisely, he might even be able to purchase another shop for Song Qin, enabling him to open a small restaurant. Having sold information to the poster, Song Shao was prepared for his opponent to be fully aware of Star's skills, even anticipating that they might devise a specific strategy against him. In martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Thus, Song Shao resolved to strike first. If he could not overpower his adversary with absolute strength at the outset, a prolonged battle could deplete Star's energy, leading to a loss. Therefore, Star, this match is crucial. Unleash your full potential. This will be the most formidable opponent you have ever encountered. Song Shao encouraged Star before the battle. The youthful face of the snow wolf nodded emphatically, its gray eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an intense aura of aggression. As the signal from the referee sounded, Song Shao quickly formed hand seals and waved his hand, summoning Star to the blue side of the arena, while the red side revealed a creature known as the Moraloo snake, which Song Shao was unfamiliar with. The battle unfolded in a manner more arduous than he had anticipated. Lightning bolt, electric kiss. The Moraloo snake, adorned with elongated fins resembling those of a fish on either side of its head, surged toward Star like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Star and the Moraloo snake collided, a pale blue electric glow illuminating the arena. Song Shao, gripped by anxiety, momentarily froze until the sound of the referee's whistle snapped him back to reality. What? Has it ended already? The Moraloo snake lay on the ground, its body covered in black lightning patterns, rendered rigid. Star, equally astonished, turned to Song Shao with a confused expression. Ban? Is this truly the unprecedentedly powerful opponent? Had there been a mistake? The Moraloo snake possessed skills such as blink, bind, and poison fang. Its earlier charge had aimed to ensnare Star and subsequently utilize its poison fang to incapacitate him. However, Star transformed into a flash of lightning, thwarting the Moraloo snake's binding skill and instead seizing its vital point. The Moraloo snake's scales were tough. Ordinarily, it could withstand Star's electric kiss. Yet this time, Star deemed the Moraloo snake an exceptionally formidable adversary, unleashing all its energy without reservation. In a surge of power, the electric kiss proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Thus, the Moraloo snake was rendered incapacitated by a single electric kiss. The Beastmaster from the red side shouted the Moraloo snake's name, tears welling in his eyes as he returned the creature to its beast ring. Meanwhile, Song Shao regained his composure, awkwardly avoiding Star's questioning gaze. What a situation this had become. The entire match lasted a mere 4 seconds, and Song Shao found his emotions in turmoil, caught between laughter and disbelief. As the victory music played, the judges, having just lifted their cups of tea to their lips, nearly choked in astonishment. After a moment of silence, one judge, bewildered, inquired, "Is there a problem with the system?" Chapter 38, The Fraudulent Storm. Another judge, setting down his teacup, responded uncertainly, "Surely not. The operational system of the arena undergoes daily checks and should not fail." A slightly portly judge with graying temples chuckled, "Well, it can't be that a competitor has already concluded their battle. It's only been a few seconds." Following this remark, an oppressive silence enveloped the judging panel, as they collectively recalled the first match of the league, which bore striking similarities to the current situation. On that occasion, they too had been in this serene afternoon, just lifting the meticulously brewed tea prepared by a wooden element beast to their lips when the sound of victory music signaled the end of a battle. The judges exchanged glances. Uncertainty etched upon their faces. It can't be, can it? Yet, the music indeed resonated. Having served as judges for so many years, they had never encountered such a scenario. While a few seconds to conclude a battle was acceptable in the first match, given the variance in competitor strengths, some fortunate souls facing weaker beasts. Now, however, in the mid-stages of the competition, where the less skilled had been eliminated and the remaining students were of comparable ability, how could such a quick knockout occur? The judges inhaled deeply, beginning to check the surveillance of the match. Moments later, they wore expressions of utter confusion. It was indeed a swift victory. Could this be rational? Is it scientifically plausible? Upon his emergence, Song Shao, spotting the familiar journalists, continued his stride, leaving behind a casual remark, "Please make way." 2 hours later, as the battles drew to a close, a post rapidly gained traction on the campus network. "Please make way. The King of Pressure says you still need practice." The video juxtaposed Song Shao's first and third exits from the battle base, showcasing his identical cold, exquisite features, his similarly disheveled hairstyle, and that strikingly similar phrase, "Please make way," alongside the astonishing 4-second battle conclusion that defined his prowess. It concluded with a bold statement, "Everyone present is but refused before the King of Pressure." This post, paired with the audacious video, skyrocketed in popularity on the official website, a stark contrast to the typically lukewarm reception of previous first-year competitions, where only one beast was permitted per contestant, and the low-level beasts offered little spectacle. However, Song Shao's achievements were unprecedented, likely unmatched by future contenders. For seconds, the duration of a mere sneeze concluded the match. Consequently, this video gained undeniable fame. Song Shao's social media accounts were inundated, yet whether in his previous or current state, he rarely updated them, leaving little useful information to uncover. Naturally, Jiang Qingxin also came across the video, and upon discovering Song Shao's exposed account, his face darkened. How could this be the swindler who deceived him out of 50,000 star coins? After spending that sum on purportedly confidential information about Song Shao's beast, not a single word proved viable. How could there be a beast at the late awakening level within just 4 months? It was clearly the work of a deranged swindler. Yet, more humiliating was the fact that he had indeed been duped out of 50,000 star coins. Enraged, Jiang Qingxin cared little for the trivial amount. What gnawed at him was that he had been deceived. Thus, in a fit of fury, he initiated a new thread titled, "Unveiling the True Face of the So-Called King of Pressure." He detailed his conversations and transactions with Song Shao, exposing the so-called King of Pressure as merely a fraud, hiding his identity and fabricating false information to swindle money. Following the rapid rise of the post alongside the viral video, it too gained immense popularity on the campus network, and within less than an hour, Song Shao's reputation experienced a drastic reversal. "I thought he was a hidden gem, a prodigious talent. Who would have guessed he was a counterfeit swindler? Hilarious." As if it were believable, a beast reaching the awakening level in just 4 months. Has Song Shao lost his wits? I'm a former classmate of Song Shao from middle school, and I'm not the least surprised he turned out to be a fraud. His entire family are 5th-class citizens. He merely stumbled upon luck with his awakening of mental prowess. Yet even awakened, he couldn't afford a beast. Spending 3 years in middle school without one. It seems he has successfully purchased a beast with the money he swindled. A rather inspirational fraud, wouldn't you say? Song Shao the fraud. Return the money. Purchasing a beast with stolen funds brings disgrace to beast tamers. Will the league committee continue to feign ignorance? Shouldn't a swindler like him be disqualified from the competition? Exactly. Why should such a fraud participate in the league? Disqualify Song Shao. The campus network buzzed with fervor, while the competition committee remained oblivious. After the matches concluded, the first, second, and third-year segments had largely entered the top 50, and the eliminated contestants were to be returned to their original schools. The remaining competitors were to convene a meeting to outline the subsequent arrangements. Within the Beast Combat Arena, which could accommodate 1,000 spectators, the remaining 40 contestants from the first-year segment sat in their respective seats, idly scrolling through posts. Unsurprisingly, they stumbled upon Jiang Qingxin's expose of Song Shao as a fraud, and as they glanced around, upon seeing the infamous disheveled hairstyle, they lowered their heads and whispered among themselves, "That must be Song Shao, the fraud." What fraud? Haven't you seen the trending post this afternoon? It's that Song Shao who ended a battle in 4 seconds, claiming he is a fraud. Exactly. Who else could have such an atrocious hairstyle? Honestly, how desperate must one be to swindle 50,000 star coins? It said that Song Shao's entire family are 4th-class citizens, coming from a slum. What could he possibly be good for? A boy clad in the uniform of Yuanming Beast Tamer High School cast a hostile glance at Song Shao, scoffing as he approached. "Hey, Song Shao." Perceiving the shadow looming before him, Song Shao removed his headphones, pausing the video, and looked up to find a robust boy with dark skin and a buzz cut, his expression radiating blatant provocation. "What do you want?" Song Shao replied coolly. The boy sneered, as if regarding a mere insect, and from his towering height, addressed Song Shao. "Now that we're all participating in the league, couldn't you at least try to mask the scent of the slums you bring with you? It's my first time feeling this embarrassed in the same city." While Song Shao struggled to decipher the meaning behind the boy's words, he understood enough to know they were far from complimentary. He met the boy's gaze directly, offering a smile more disdainful than the boy's own. "Is that so? I feel embarrassed to be compared to someone like you." Chapter 39, Withdraw? I refuse. Song Shao's retort successfully darkened the boy's expression, His face clouded, and his fierce gaze revealed unabashed hostility as he reached out to grasp Song Shao's collar. A lowly commoner like you? Squashing you is no different from squashing an ant. Staring intently at him, Song Shao suddenly burst into laughter. His naturally handsome features, with their phoenix-like eyes and well-groomed brows, appeared even more dazzling in that moment. Then why don't you go ahead and try? Don't you want to? Just then, the boy raised his fist, intending to strike at Song Shao, when suddenly, a light-furred gray-spotted creature leapt onto his shoulder, its long, fluffy tail whisking sharply across the boy's face. Bam bam! The stars glared fiercely, and when they reappeared, they had brought Song Shao to a spot 2 meters away. Song Shao gazed at the boy, who was rendered immobile by electromagnetic paralysis, a cold smirk gradually forming at the corner of his lips. He extended his hand, lightly tapping with his index finger. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of pale blue lightning, as thick as a human arm, erupted beneath the boy's feet. The solid battlefield was blasted open, creating a crater over a meter in diameter, while dust swirled around, intertwining with faint blue electric currents. The boy lay helplessly in the pit, his uniform from Yuanming Beast Taming High School, which exuded an air of wealth and nobility, now tattered and barely covering him. Such a commotion quickly attracted the attention of the teachers, with the coach from Yuanming Beast Taming High School arriving first. He summoned his pet, a transcendent-level blackwing sparrow, which shielded the boy, its sharp gaze and overwhelming aura instantly directed at Song Shao and the stars. High-level pets naturally exerted pressure on their lower-level counterparts. However, the stars stood resolutely before Song Shao despite the intimidation, fiercely protecting him. Its gray eyes deepened, and its long, fluffy tail hung low, emitting a low, impatient growl. Teacher Ling rushed over, puzzled about what had transpired, yet she positioned herself in front of Song Shao, summoning the dream-devouring vine, bracing for what was to come. Coach Ming, who had been poached from Yuanming Beast Taming High School, recognized the situation as one involving an old acquaintance. She stepped forward to ease the tension. Coach Lee. What has happened? Coach Lee's expression was grim, but considering their past as colleagues and her gender, he reluctantly offered a semblance of courtesy, allowing the boy to speak for himself. Embarrassed by the incident at Song Shao's hands, the boy recounted the events, painting Song Shao as a swindler who had brought disgrace to the entire city of Jingguang, claiming that in response to his advice against further wrongdoing, Song Shao had attacked him. Coach Ming turned to Song Shao, her expression strained, rebuking him. This incident arose because of you. You've brought shame upon Yuanming Beast Taming High School. You must sincerely apologize to this student, return the ill-gotten gains, and finally, submit a request to withdraw from the competition. Teacher Ling's face turned anxious. How can this be? This is merely one side of the story. Song Shao has yet to speak. How can we rush to judgment? Currently, Song Shao was the only student from Yuanming Beast Taming High School to enter the top 50. The others had all faltered, making him a rare gem among them. Coach Ming looked at Song Shao, recalling his earlier disrespect towards her. A wave of unexplainable delight surged within her. What did it matter if he was talented? What did it matter if he won competitions? He was still nothing but refuse. Allowing such refuse to continue in the competition would be an affront to the league. Song Shao, did you take money? Did you use your pet to harm others? Teacher Ling turned to Song Shao, her eyes signaling him not to admit guilt. Song Shao stepped out from behind Teacher Ling, unflinching as he faced the biased Coach Ming. His dark pupils slowly swept across everyone present, noting the glee, scorn, and disdain reflected in their eyes. I took the money, and it was I who caused the harm. He raised an eyebrow, calmly confessing the truth. The murmurs around him crescendoed, and glances from all directions intensified. Retrieving his gaze, he smirked coldly at Coach Ming, but I did not deceive anyone. My actions were merely in self-defense. On the contrary, Coach, what ulterior motive drives you to hastily tarnish my reputation? His direct gaze seemed to strip her of her vile intentions, exposing them to the glaring light of day. Coach Ming's face flushed with rage as she resolved to ensure that Song Shao would not continue in the competition, considering her official role as his coach. She shifted her tone to one of resignation. Song Shao, your character is deplorable, your integrity abysmal. Initially, I saw some potential in you, hoping for your improvement. But you have proven to be obstinately unyielding. Engaging in deceit and assaulting fellow competitors during the league is unacceptable. I will submit a request to the committee for your disqualification, and I hope you will reflect on your actions and seek redemption. Her earnest tone vividly portrayed a coach who dedicated herself to her students, yet felt misunderstood. Song Shao's mood darkened. Such tactics had been wielded against him in his past life by someone who, as he recalled, had been universally condemned and vilified. A resounding cry echoed through the sky, and a majestic white swan, with wings spanning a full 20 meters, gracefully descended, conjuring a warm breeze akin to spring. This was none other than a Beast Emperor-level Aqualos. I apologize, but I, representing the committee, must reject your request for Song Shao's disqualification. A graceful figure emerged from the swan's wings. Long, seaweed-like hair swayed gently in the breeze. Her snow-white skin and vibrant lips sparkled with fragments of light in her expressive eyes. Many in attendance recognized this stunning visage. She was Ku Yao, one of the two S-class beast tamers from the 10th district. Beast tamers cultivate pets from their eggs, and S-class pets are exceedingly rare. Not merely due to their formidable capabilities, but also because they are highly sensitive in their eggs, requiring mental guidance to unlock their potential. Ku Yao's legendary achievement of nurturing a Neaqualos, with an evolutionary limit of Beast King level, to the Beast Emperor level had shattered the racial limits of pets. It is noteworthy that following the Great War with the insect race 1,000 years ago, Bai Feiyuan consolidated the evolutionary pathways and limits of pets, establishing a framework that had remained largely unchanged for 500 years. Thus, Ku Yao's breakthrough in pet racial limits was monumental, etching her name into the annals of the entire Interstellar Alliance. This was not only the glory of the 10th district, but the pride of the entire Blue Star. Consequently, the upper 4 districts had repeatedly extended olive branches to Ku Yao, inviting her to teach at Galahad Beast Taming University. Galahad University ranks 5th among the 9 interstellar planets. A dream institution for all beast tamers on Blue Star, with exceedingly stringent admission requirements. Ku Yao dismounted from her beast Aqualos, and, under the gaze of all present, approached Song Shao. "Hello, Song classmate. Please allow me to take charge of the subsequent cultivation of your pet." Her words struck like thunder on a clear day. The pride of the lower 4 districts, a figure typically found only in news and histories of honor, stood before them, offering to cultivate the pet of a mere high school student, a high school swindler with only a C-class awakened pet. At that moment, all present fell into an eerie silence, and a singular thought burgeoned within their minds. Why? Why should Song Shao garner Ku Yao's favor? The coach from Yuanming Beast Master High School approached, his earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by a look of uncertainty as he regarded Song Shao. Just moments ago, Song Shao had merely been an inconspicuous student in his eyes, someone easily manipulated. However, Ku Yao's inexplicable favoritism had stirred a sense of alarm within him. Was this Song Shao truly just a destitute student from the slums? How many individuals, clutching vast sums of wealth and power, had sought Ku Yao's guidance to nurture their beasts, only to be met with disdain? Yet here she was, drawn to this very place for Song Shao. Behind him, his students appeared disheveled, struggling to cover themselves with tattered cloths to avoid public embarrassment. Jealousy and resentment ignited a blaze of fury in him, prompting him to shout, "Song Shao is nothing but a fraud. Professor Ku, don't be deceived by him." The head of the organizing committee approached as well. What had begun as a mere altercation between students from 2 schools now required their attention, especially with Ku Yao's unexpected arrival at the arena. "Ku Yao, it's been a long time," greeted a middle-aged man, appearing in his 50s. As he stepped forward from the judges' panel, smiling warmly at her, Ku Yao nodded in acknowledgement. "Teacher Chong, it's been a while." Judge Chong had once instructed Ku Yao in a course. Although her current title surpassed his, he still clung to his former role as a teacher. Known for her succinct and decisive demeanor, Ku Yao turned her gaze toward Song Shao, or more precisely, toward the starry creature that stood protectively before him. It was indeed true. Although she had previously confirmed the age of the starry creature through her observations of Acrolos, witnessing its power up close still left her astounded. 4 months old, at the late stage of awakening, with mid-tier offensive skills, such attributes were astonishing for a creature that initially possessed only a C-grade level. Ku Yao averted her gaze back to Song Shao, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she inquired, "Song, may I ask how you have nurtured this gray-spotted beast? It has reached the late stage of awakening at just 4 months old, an unprecedented feat in my experience. Even my fastest evolving creature took a year and 5 months to reach this stage. 17 months versus 4 months. These are entirely different realms." As her words echoed, the atmosphere, previously subdued by Ku Yao's formidable presence, erupted once more. Did this imply that Song Shao's awakening-level beast was indeed only 4 months old? Surely, Professor Ku must have misjudged. How could this be possible? The suggestion that Song Shao had been dishonest crumbled. He had spoken the truth, and it was merely disbelief that had clouded their judgment. Having witnessed the earlier accusations and the crowd's reaction to Ku Yao, Song Shao now understood that his starry companion was indeed exceptional, evolving at a remarkable pace. Initially, he believed that, just like humans, some beasts were born with innate talent, while others were simply more gifted than their peers, a rare occurrence, yet not entirely extraordinary. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that this situation was indeed remarkable. Contemplating for a moment, he looked at the starry creature and replied to Ku Yao, I haven't done much in terms of nurturing. It is the star that is growing stronger on its own. A hypothesis lingered in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Namely, the potential for bloodline evolution, a well-known attribute of only the most formidable creatures. However, gray-spotted beasts had never been documented to undergo such evolution. He found it impossible to articulate how he came to know that the star could evolve through its bloodline. Would he claim to possess an omniscient eye? That would only invite scrutiny upon himself. Ku Yao fell into deep thought upon hearing Song Shao's words, her gaze returning to the starry creature, which clearly shared a profound bond with its master, having exhibited unwavering loyalty in its protective actions. Suddenly, a realization struck her, whether during the creature's swift departure with Song Shao or its thunderous assault, he had never issued a command. Was it an instinctive act of protection from the gray-spotted beast? Yet, she distinctly recalled seeing Song Shao raise his hand, his long finger casually gesturing, prompting the beast to unleash its power. The level of understanding between them was staggering, almost akin to a shared consciousness. A thrill coursed through Ku Yao's elegant features as she sensed that this high school student, Song Shao, was destined for greatness. Perhaps she would witness his prowess on the Interstellar Beast Challenge stage one day. Ku Yao's presence validated the authenticity of the information Song Shao had sold to Jiangqing, dispelling any notions of deceit. The organizing committee arranged a designated area to accommodate her, and as she departed with Song Shao, the previously silent venue erupted into fervent chatter. Unbeknownst to Song Shao, engaged in conversation with Ku Yao, his name was rapidly gaining notoriety, trending online, accompanied by videos and posts circulating throughout the campus network. In a fleeting moment, his composed and striking visage became a sensation. As the entire 4th District learned of the high school student who had nurtured a beast that evolved to the late stage of awakening in just 4 months, Cao Yu rushed over. Although his smile had yet to fully blossom before Ku Yao, resolute and unyielding, barred him from entry. She had brought the most advanced diagnostic equipment to assess the starry beast's condition. Her alabaster features radiating a seriousness towards her research that compelled Song Shao to adopt a similarly grave demeanor. The gray-spotted beast exhibited excellent health. With energy fluctuations well within normal parameters, it had only recently advanced to the late stage of awakening, and its ability to stabilize its energy so swiftly was unprecedented in his experience. Song Shao, if possible, I would like to take responsibility for the subsequent energy pills for this gray-spotted beast. Its rapid growth renders ordinary energy pills inadequate, Ku Yao stated earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shao responded, "Is it free of charge?" Chapter 41. Indeed, he is my brother. Ku Yao appeared momentarily taken aback by Song Shao's inquiry. Her previous interactions had been with those who offered substantial sums of money, eager for her to assist in selecting their beasts. Their sole demand was to enhance the creature's qualities, while financial matters were trivial. Interpreting Ku Yao's silence as hesitation, Song Shao thought, of course, a renowned beast nurturer would command an exorbitant fee. It's unlikely she would engage in charity. Turning to the starry creature, he cradled it and addressed Ku Yao. Professor Ku, my family's financial situation cannot accommodate hiring you. Free. Not only will it be free, but I will also allocate a special fund for this gray-spotted beast. How does 50,000 star coins a month sound? If you find that amount insufficient, we can negotiate. Ku Yao stepped forward, interrupting Song Shao, fearful that he might refuse her due to financial concerns. At this moment, who cared about money? If she could oversee the development of this gray-spotted beast, transforming it into the fastest evolving creature in the entire galaxy and breaking records, that was an achievement priceless beyond measure. As Song Shao observed Ku Yao's sudden proximity, he couldn't help but notice her striking beauty. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, yet there was nothing flirtatious in her demeanor. Song Shao merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. The prospect of 500,000 star coins a month left him somewhat dizzy, and he chided himself for his lack of ambition. After enduring a few days of poverty, even his horizons seemed diminished. Very well, henceforth, I shall rely on Professor Ku. However, I must inquire, what precisely do I, or rather, Xingxing, need to undertake? Without some form of engagement, this monthly sum of 500,000 star coins feels burdensome. Ku Yao replied, it's not as complicated as you might think. I will formulate an appropriate energy pill based on the current evolutionary data and energy fluctuations of the gray-eyed stripe. During the competition, I shall collect data on its performance. But beyond that, I will not interfere with you and the gray-eyed stripe. After all, you are its beast master. Very well, let us collaborate harmoniously. Song Shao extended his hand. Ku Yao glanced at him, and upon closer inspection, realized that his demeanor was anything but that of an ordinary high school student. He remained remarkably composed in her presence. Indeed, with such an outstanding beast, it was only reasonable that its master would be exceptional as well. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Kuyao lightly grasped Song Sha's hand. Upon returning to his residence, Song Sha was taken aback to find Zhou Yong still there, gazing at him with an indescribable excitement. He halted at the door, maintaining a 2-meter distance from Zhou Yong. What expression is that? Zhou Yong eagerly approached, pulling Song Sha in to snap several photos, speaking at a rapid pace. Song Sha, do you realize you've become famous? Hurry. Let us take a joint photo so I can boost my followers and have something to brag about. Furrowing his brow, Song Sha questioned. What do you mean I'm famous? Previously, you called me a fraud. Now, what have I done to garner such attention? I haven't taken anyone's money. Apart from that fool who bumped into me, I haven't harmed anyone with my beast. Zhou Yong, recognizing the bewilderment on Song Sha's face, chuckled as he handed over his phone. The official website of Yaming Beast Master High School had been updated with Song Sha's photo, and his video requesting consideration had been pinned at the top, boldly titled, Genius Beast Master Song Sha. We welcome all to apply to Yaming Beast Master High School. Song Sha remarked, this recruitment announcement is exceedingly blunt and straightforward. The online community was abuzz with curiosity regarding the sudden rise of Song Sha, now labeled a genius beast master, particularly after Professor Ku Yao's unexpected announcement that she would personally oversee the training of his beast. Public interest reached a fever pitch, although many remained skeptical. Thus, the live stream reservations for the upcoming high school beast competition had surpassed 100 million, a staggering increase from the previous year's 10 million, an undeniable surge in viewership. By the way, why haven't you gone back? Song Sha returned the phone to Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong, while uploading photos to his social media account, replied, Coach Ming was dismissed. In a fit of anger, she left us stranded here. The school's shuttle won't arrive until tomorrow. Dismissed? Zhou Yong continued. It was revealed that Coach Ming had deliberately suppressed students and their beasts at Yuanming Beast Master High School, leading to the mental collapse of several students, reducing them to mere ordinary individuals. Yuanming suppressed the incident, and our principal, unaware of this, mistakenly believed he had found a commendable coach. Now that the truth has surfaced, she was promptly dismissed. The thought of someone capable of such oppression sent a chill through Song Sha, recalling Coach Ming's subtle antagonism towards him. If such a person were to continue coaching, the consequences would be dire. In the ensuing days, Song Sha isolated himself from external news, focusing intently on training Xingxing. Initially, he had merely been a low-tier participant sent by the school, and a loss in the upcoming competition would have been inconsequential. However, the situation had escalated beyond control, and now every match demanded victory. His newfound fame felt more like a burden. Winning was expected, while losing could render him instantly devoid of all prestige. With his left eye sparkling like the gray of his beast, Song Sha gazed at the exhausted Xingxing and the 2-meter-wide crater on the battlefield, exhaling deeply as he affectionately ruffled Xingxing's head. Xingxing, we have succeeded. In the judges panel of the high school beast competition, a familiar face appeared, the S-level beast trainer, Kuyao. As the live broadcast transitioned to her striking visage, an unprecedented wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Surely, everyone is aware of Professor Ku's purpose for being here, and our viewers must be curious about the veracity of the rampant rumors circulating online. Let us swiftly delve into the competition to uncover the truth. Whether by design or coincidence, Song Sha was scheduled to compete first. The expansive screen at the live venue scrolled continuously before settling on a matchup list. The commentator enthusiastically announced, the first match features Song Sha from Yaming Beast Master High School against Cheng Haoheng from Daomen Beast Master High School. As Song Sha stepped onto the battlefield, facing a crowd of thousands, he swiftly formed hand seals and summoned Xingxing to the blue side of the arena. Cheng Haoheng, in turn, summoned his own beast, a fully evolved flying-type rodent bee, Kulu. The azure eyes of Haikulu fixated intently on Song Sha and Xingxing on the screen. Song Qin steadied his excitement and proudly remarked, you recognize him? Indeed, he is my younger brother. Chapter 42, The 5-Second Turnaround. An evolved beast, particularly a flying type, had a distinct advantage over Xingxing in both level and attributes, leading Song Sha to suspect this was a deliberate targeting. Cheng Haoheng was well aware of the recent stir surrounding Song Sha. The videos of his matches had been released once he entered the top 50, and he had studied Song Sha's tactics extensively. He acknowledged that this gray-eyed stripe was stronger than others of its kind. Yet he was confident in his ability to prevail. Despite its potential, it was still in the late awakening stage. While his rodent bee had reached the initial stage of evolution and possessed the advantage of type. As the match commenced, Cheng Haoheng opted for an aggressive strategy. Following his command, the rodent bee executed the skill of concealment, causing it to vanish from the battlefield. Xingxing, on high alert, scanned the surroundings when suddenly, the buzzing of wings flitted close by. In an instant, Xingxing froze, collapsing onto the battlefield as the rodent beast's form materialized beside it, swiftly ascending into the air, poised for another attack. Clearly, the rodent beast's training, under the direction of its beast master, had equipped it with the knowledge of Xingxing's vulnerabilities, allowing it to strike and then retreat to a height beyond Xingxing's reach. However, Xingxing was no longer the pitiful creature bullied by Haikalu. Although the rodent beast's concealment skill was rather vexing, as it could hide until it launched an attack, Xingxing managed to break free from its paralysis, but not before suffering from the rodent beast's poisonous stinger. Its gray eyes narrowed in defiance at the rodent bee hovering above. Cheng Haoen, witnessing the effectiveness of the strategy he had devised with the rodent bee, breathed a sigh of relief. What did it matter if Song Shao was labeled a genius beastmaster? The disparity between the awakening and evolution stages was undeniable. Today, he would triumph over this so-called genius beastmaster before the eyes of the world. The rodent bee once again concealed its form, this time employing the intermediate skill, venomous blade piercing, rather than its previous toxic sting. Upon witnessing the rodent bee's disappearance, Song Shao calmly uttered, "Lightning Shadow." The star, vigilant as ever, surveyed the battlefield, entirely oblivious to the fact that the rodent bee had stealthily positioned itself beside it, poised to unleash a venomous blade piercing capable of incapacitating even late-stage awakened beasts with its potent toxin. On the judges' panel, as well as in the audience, spectators were able to see the hidden rodent bee, and they sighed at the unawareness of the gray-eyed beast. Although this creature possessed remarkable talent, it was ultimately too inexperienced. Its energy levels were insufficient to withstand the evolved venomous blade piercing. Such was the nature of things, regardless of level or attributes, they were fundamentally incompatible. And from the very outset, the chances of victory were non-existent. Ku Yao remained silent, observing the gray-eyed beast on the battlefield, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. Is this what they call a genius beast tamer? It seems greatly exaggerated. Among the audience, jeers began to emerge. Another case of hype. How could Professor Ku possibly value such a person? What a waste of my ticket money. Had I known this would be such a low-tier performance, I wouldn't have spent a dime to watch it. Just as the derisive remarks were about to continue, a shriek erupted from the battlefield as the rodent bee, its body coursing with black electric patterns, collapsed, rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, amidst the pale blue currents of electricity, two identical gray-eyed beasts lifted their heads, looking down with disdain upon their defeated foe. This was the Lightning Shadow. The judge, adjusting his glasses, exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the two identical gray-eyed beasts on the field. The complete manifestation of the Lightning Shadow skill involves leaving an afterimage to confuse the enemy while the actual body transforms into lightning for a stealthy attack. Time rewinds to 5 seconds prior, as the rodent bee prepared to unleash its venomous blade piercing under the veil of invisibility. At Song Shao's command, the star executed a skill, creating an afterimage to mislead the rodent bee. Under the concealment of its skill, the rodent bee remained undetected, with only the sound of rapidly vibrating wings revealing its imminent strike. However, just as the rodent bee prepared to launch its attack, its moment of exposure, the star, having transformed into lightning, appeared behind the rodent bee without warning. With fangs enveloped in pale blue electricity, it sank its teeth into the nape of the rodent bee, unleashing a surge of electricity that coursed through its body, the black electric patterns blooming across its form like a sudden explosion of flowers. Considering the rodent bee was an evolved beast, Song Shao had instructed the star to deliver an additional jolt of electric shock to ensure victory. Throughout the battle, the star had transformed from a lamb awaiting slaughter to a cunning butcher seizing the opportunity, all within a mere 5 seconds. Ku Yao, seated among the judges, displayed no surprise at the outcome, as if he had anticipated it all along. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Their earlier ridicule had swiftly turned against them. One judge could not help but remark, it seems Song Shao indeed held back. After all, he only mentioned that the gray-eyed beast would utilize lightning, without mentioning the shadow. Naturally, these students are quite astute and would not readily reveal all their trump cards. The notion of Song Shao withholding information lingered in the air. While it is not uncommon to keep a secret, expressing it in such a manner gave an impression of cunning. Ku Yao's expression remained placid, his tone light. He held back. The gray-eyed beast only learned lightning in the past 2 days. What? The judge, who had previously cast aspersions on Song Shao, faltered. Are you telling me he learned an intermediate skill in just 2 days? Why don't you claim a rare beast is begging to be contracted by you as well? What a daydream. Cheng Haohing stared incredulously at the rodent bee, now incapacitated. It lost so easily. Truly, a genius beast tamer, as Professor Ku had highlighted. That reversal was simply extraordinary. Indeed, it was spectacular. Wait, didn't you just call it hype? You were questioning how Professor Ku could possibly recognize such a person? Cough, cough. You must have misheard. I never said that. Meanwhile, at home, Song Qin and Song Jingjing waved their support sticks in celebration as Song Shao emerged victorious. Even from afar, they rejoiced in his triumph. Brother, Star was absolutely magnificent. Song Jingjing could not help but stand and vigorously wave her support stick. Hikuru's gaze remained fixated on the screen, where the victorious Star would receive a few moments of close-up footage post-match. The gray-eyed beast, resplendent in its victory, exuded an air of dominance, its youthful form undiminished in its majesty. Song Shao, adorned with a subtle smile, extended his hand as the victor to clasp that of the vanquished. The once derided beast that he had disregarded and overpowered had now grown into an entity he could only look up to. Hikuru murmured as he stared at the screen. Chapter 43, The Price of Power. Upon arriving backstage, Song Shao found himself confronted by a throng of reporters. Just as he contemplated slipping away unnoticed, a microphone suddenly thrust itself into his vicinity. It belonged to a chatted, its feathers a soft yellow, adorned with red plumes on its forehead, and a tail featuring intertwining blue and purple feathers. The chatted clutched the microphone in one claw and a phone in the other, a camera dangling from its neck, the screen boldly displaying. What are your thoughts on being referred to online as a genius beast tamer? Song Shao. While I evaded capture by the reporters, I found myself ensnared by a reporter's pet. Noticing Song Shao's delay in response, the chatted chirped, "Chatted." The microphone edged closer, nearly poking Song Shao in the mouth. Gazing at the camera dangling from the chatted's neck, Song Shao replied, "My thoughts are that I am not merely a genius beast tamer, but also a genius beast." Having won the match, Song Shao had entered the top 24, and with each subsequent victory, any contender could potentially become his opponent in the next round. Thus, he diligently trained Star while attentively observing the remaining matches. After watching numerous bouts, it was evident that every victorious beast was, without exception, at the evolved stage, with some even being mid-evolutionary beasts, making them strong contenders for the championship in this upper-grade segment. Now that Star had reached the late-awakened stage, Song Shao felt it was time to consider preparations for Star's evolution. However, if he merely allowed Star to learn evolution, that would be straightforward enough. Yet, Song Shao aspired for Star to pursue a path of bloodline evolution, a novel avenue. To date, no gray-eyed beast in the interstellar realm had ever possessed the pathway to bloodline evolution. Indeed, none of the C-grade beasts had such a route. Although Song Shao was uncertain how Star had acquired this bloodline evolution pathway, he was resolute in his intent to guide Star along this path. Bloodline evolution differs fundamentally from learning evolution, item evolution, or bond evolution. The latter three typically require a singular evolution criterion. Learning evolution necessitates reaching a threshold of energy and skill proficiency within the body before evolution occurs naturally. Item evolution combines the requirements of learning evolution, supplemented by various rare materials to assist the beast in breaking through the shackles of evolution. The evolution of bonds relies profoundly on the emotional connection between the beast and the beastmaster. Bloodline evolution, on the other hand, imposes distinct requirements concerning time, place, and even weather conditions. According to the information uncovered by Song Shao, there exists an unequivocal necessity for various conditions to be met for a beast to undergo bloodline evolution. Consequently, Song Shao finds himself utterly ignorant of the prerequisites for the bloodline evolution of Xingxing. However, he does have a valuable resource at his disposal, the S-rank beast cultivator, Kuyao. During the midday break, Song Shao ventured forth with Xingxing in search of Kuyao. Bloodline evolution? Kuyao regarded Song Shao with a puzzled expression, bewildered by his interest in such a phenomenon. The gray-eyed spotted beast has but one evolutionary path, that of learning evolution. The reason for Song Shao's curiosity remained unspoken, and he could only articulate, every beast possessing the potential for bloodline evolution is, without exception, a formidable entity. I am merely intrigued as to why. In the past 500 years, apart from the rare dragon species, no other beasts with bloodline evolution have emerged. Indeed, although beasts with bloodline evolution are exceedingly rare, prior to 500 years ago, one or two such beasts would occasionally appear every few decades. Yet, since then, aside from the solitary surviving dragon beast, none have been seen, and those that were have gradually succumbed to age. Kuyao's gaze drifted toward the window, where the sun blazed fiercely, casting a warm yet oppressive glow. Her voice, calm yet tinged with an imperceptible sorrow, broke the silence. Who says no bloodline-evolved beasts have appeared in the last 500 years? Song Shao was momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, why had he found no trace of such information? Was it perhaps suppressed? In total, 37 beasts with bloodline evolution pathways have been documented over the past 5 centuries. Yet all, without exception, met with failure. It was as though some unseen force shackled their innate talents, extinguishing their potential for evolution. My mentor once handled the 37th beast with bloodline evolution, and she concluded that the current environment is no longer conducive to their emergence. Once humanity's arch-nemesis, the insect race, retreated from the annals of history, the divine bloodlines within these beasts fell into a slumber. Forcibly awakening them would only result in their demise. Shao tightened his embrace around Xingxing, who sensed the turmoil within him and gazed back with concern in her gray eyes. All 37 have perished? His voice was barely above a whisper. Ku Yao, lost in memories, nodded slowly, oblivious to the shift in Shao's emotions. Without exception, this revelation struck Shao's heart like a thunderous blow, shattering any remnants of relief or hidden joy he previously harbored. If he were to force Xingxing onto the path of bloodline evolution, it could lead to her death. Ku Yao swiftly regained her composure and spoke. Various planets, including the Interstellar Alliance, are researching methods to enable beasts to undergo bloodline evolution safely. While it may not be feasible now, perhaps it will be in the future. Moreover, your beast is a gray-eyed spotted beast, which possesses only one evolutionary path. Even if you may eventually form a contract, Ku Yao refrained from finishing her thought. As the possibility was utterly remote, a bloodline-evolved beast appeared only once in several decades, and even if Shao were a prodigy, it would be nearly impossible for him to forge such a contract. Well then, the physical parameters of the gray-eyed spotted beast have stabilized. I have prepared 3 days' worth of energy pills for you to try. After receiving the energy pills for Xingxing, Shao departed. As he walked, the gentle sunlight enveloped him. Yet he felt no warmth. It seemed the only path left for Xingxing was the one of learned evolution. Xingxing, if the price of pursuing strength is the potential for death, would you still choose this path? Shao murmured, not truly expecting an answer, believing Xingxing might not grasp the gravity of his words. To his astonishment, a voice echoed in his ears. Banban, I will move forward. Chapter 44, A Premonition of Bloodline Evolution. Shao halted in his tracks, locking eyes with Xingxing, their profound bond allowing him to clearly understand her fervent desire to grow stronger. He chose not to broach the topic further. Both he and Xingxing were inclined toward the path of bloodline evolution, yet Ku Yao had shared with him the grim fate of 37 examples. The road of bloodline evolution was fraught with thorns and peril, demanding utmost caution. That night, Xingxing slept at the foot of Shao's bed. Outside, the sound of water droplets echoed, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down, enveloping the dark night as if it concealed ferocious beasts, with silver lightning crashing down with a devastating force. The thunderous booms reverberated through the heavens, as if the sky itself could no longer bear the weight of the storm. In a deep slumber, the black lightning markings on Xingxing's forehead emitted a faint blue glow. Shao, in his dreams, furrowed his brow. The weight of anxiety etched upon his delicate features. In his dream, he reached up to shield his stinging left eye, cradling the injured Xingxing in his arms, surrounded by the incessant flashes of lightning, which fell upon him like a torrential downpour. At that moment, his left eye had transformed entirely into a resplendent gray, a sharp pain tugging at his nerves as he looked up at the dark and fearsome sky. The baptism of thunder seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, or countless days and nights. The gray and white patches of Xingxing's fur shed away, replaced by a new coat of bluish gray, her form rapidly expanding, with sharper, more formidable fangs. The lightning markings on her cheeks deepened to a rich black, and around her forehead, a faint blue current began to swirl. Once brilliant gray eyes now glimmered with beautiful currents of energy, shining like a river of stars. Shao beheld Xingxing, whose size had grown to nearly 3 meters, a thought blossoming in his mind. This must be the form of Xingxing's bloodline evolution, without a doubt. Awakening from his dream, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, while Xingxing's long, fluffy tail rested comfortably against his calf. Sleep eluded Shao. He began to ponder the entirety of his dream, which had unfolded in a pitch-black environment, distinct from the night or a cloudy day. Aside from the flashes of lightning, there was not a single glimmer of light, as if he had been ensconced within a dome, completely isolated from the outside world. The relentless barrage of lightning rained down, dozens, if not hundreds, of strikes. Furthermore, as he recalled, it seemed the lightning had struck him directly. In his dream, he had been entirely exposed, without a shred of clothing to shield him from the elements, feeling the chill of the wind against his bare skin. Wait, it was Xingxing who was evolving. Why was the lightning striking me? He mused, realizing that Xingxing had seemed to bear the brunt of the lightning to protect him. Could it be that bloodline evolution required not only the beast to undergo transformation, but also subjected the Beastmaster to suffering? Shao meticulously retraced his thoughts, recalling the remnants of blue and purple that lingered on Xingxing's fangs, akin to fragments of petals. Could this be the item necessary for Xingxing's bloodline evolution? Despite it being merely a dream, an inner voice urged him to believe in its authenticity, that this was indeed the scene of Xingxing's bloodline evolution. Resolutely, Song Shao took up his phone and began to search for the elements he had encountered in his dream. After considerable effort, he uncovered 3 items reminiscent of the blue and purple petal remnants on Xingxing's fangs: the spirit plant, Emperor's spirit flower, the spirit plant, countercurrent grass stem, and a third, the spirit plant, thunderclap flower. The thunder flower is relatively easier to obtain, as long as one is willing to spend a considerable sum. It remains a possibility. However, the first 2 are exceedingly rare spirit plants found exclusively on the planets of Lanluos and Kader. Acquiring them requires more than mere wealth. Song Shao was undeterred. The numerous failures and deaths of bloodline-evolved beasts previously underscored the formidable challenge of bloodline evolution. In his dreams, the star had evidently succeeded in its evolution. Although the trials and tribulations it had to endure to reach this point remained a mystery, the outcome was undeniably positive. At last, he had a vague direction. Reclining back onto his bed, Song Shao gazed at the ceiling, resolving to schedule a specialized coach after the competition to enhance his resilience to strikes. He feared being struck down and reduced to ashes. The following day, Song Shao felt somewhat lethargic, primarily due to the exhilaration of the previous night, which had now waned. In the day's match, he was not the first to be drawn. Instead, he was placed in the 9th group, positioned towards the back, with his opponent being none other than Ilu from Yuanming Beast Taming High School, a classic case of fateful rivalry. Ilu, as Song Shao recalled, possessed a delicate and ethereal visage devoid of makeup, a girl with whom he had exchanged words during the 2nd round. He had seen her battle the previous day and knew that she commanded a crimson moon babu, resembling a jellyfish with 6 long tentacles extending from its sides and adorned with silvery scales atop its head. This fairy and water-type beast wielded mid-tier skills, including hypnotic bubbles, electric bomb, and tentacle whip, complemented by a defensive skill, water shield. Furthermore, it harbored a mid-tier skill, water binding net, which had never been revealed. Were it not for Song Shao's left eye revealing the Crimson Moon Babu's abilities, he would have remained entirely oblivious. Additionally, the Crimson Moon Babu possessed a fairy-type skill. The higher the affection of the hypnotized beast towards it, the greater its luck would be. Song Shao recalled the previous match in the top 24, where the hypnotized beasts had developed an irrational affection for the Crimson Moon Babu, causing its luck to soar. Consequently, it manipulated its opponent's beasts into attacking themselves, securing victory with effortless ease. He remembered how his own star had once fallen victim to the dream-eating vine's hypnosis at the hands of Teacher Ling, and even how it had been enchanted by the dream butterfly. This led him to ponder the high likelihood of his star becoming a lovesick fool. Moreover, Ilu's Crimson Moon Babu was female, possessing an innate allure for males. Song Shao pinched the star's face, earnestly advising, "Do not become a lovesick fool. If you truly fall under the spell of the Crimson Moon Babu, I shall record this match and replay the footage for you every day." The star, unable to comprehend the intricacies of being hypnotized into loving the Crimson Moon Babu, did understand that losing the match bore significant implications. Thus, upon hearing Song Shao's intention to record the footage of its potential loss, its handsome face morphed into one of sheer panic. "Ban, I absolutely refuse to lose. Ban, do not do that." After exclaiming this, the star turned to glare at the picture of the Crimson Moon Babu on Song Shao's phone, its expression twisted in rage, as if it longed to leap from the screen and bite it fiercely. Chapter 45, Crimson Moon Babu. Esteemed audience, let us welcome the next match. Presenting the competitors, Song Shao from Yaming Beast Taming High School versus Ilu from Yuanming Beast Taming High School. The announcer passionately introduced the 2 contestants, whose names were already familiar to the audience. Song Shao, hailed as a genius beast tamer, and Ilu, a strong contender for the championship. This encounter promised to be a clash of titans, and without further ado, anticipation filled the air. As the opening music played, Song Shao and Ilu took their positions on the battlefield, while spectators in the stands cheered for their favored contestants. Among the cacophony, one voice rang particularly sharp. "Ilu, Ilu, show him no mercy. Song Shao, victory is assured. Ilu, the goddess will prevail. Gray-eyed Ban, the Crimson Moon Babu reigns supreme. You wretched lovesick fool. Clearly, Gray-eyed Ban is the strongest. Awakened-level beasts can easily overpower evolved ones." As the whistle blew, Song Shao swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the star to the battlefield. At that very moment, it overheard a fervent supporter in the audience berating the opposing side as a lovesick fool, culminating in a frenzied shout of Gray-eyed Ban, "You are the best." The star, taken aback, glanced at the stands and, upon witnessing the zealous gaze of the diehard fan, raised its chin slightly, coldly dismissing the view before returning its attention to the match. True to its reputation as a psychic-type beast, the Crimson Moon Babu exuded an ethereal aura, its 6 elongated, pale purple tentacles extending in a friendly greeting towards the star. Ilu cast a knowing glance at the Crimson Moon Babu. As a beast tamer, she understood that beasts capable of initiating a greeting were invariably aligned with her aesthetic preferences, signifying that this particular beast would be subjected to a rather unfortunate fate. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the oblivious gray-eyed band, Ilu imagined the scene where it would become a lovesick fool, desperately trying to curry favor with the Crimson Moon Babu, only to turn its attacks upon itself. Upon spotting the Crimson Moon Babu, the star instantly became alert, its previously drooping tail now firmly lowered, its gray eyes fixated with a menacing glare. Turning briefly to glance at Song Shao, it noted the profound smile on his face, which reminded it of his earlier words regarding the potential embarrassment of losing and being subjected to endless playback. This battle would be a fight for dignity and pride. The Crimson Moon Babu advanced gracefully like a dancer, while the star crouched low, emitting a warning growl, its sharp fangs crackling with faint blue electricity. Witnessing gray-eyed band's fierce demeanor, the Crimson Moon Babu appeared utterly forlorn, its steps faltering. Crimson Moon, dodge. Observing the Crimson Moon Babu's lamentation, Song Shao promptly issued commands. As anticipated, the next moment saw a flurry of bubbles erupt from the Crimson Moon Babu's mouth, drifting towards the star. The star deftly evaded 2 waves of hypnotic bubbles, retaliating with an electric shock aimed at the Crimson Moon Babu. Yet, the Babu elegantly extended 2 tentacles to neutralize the electric assault. Swift lightning. The star transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing behind the Crimson Moon Babu. However, it appeared as though the Babu had anticipated this move. Its tentacles arched protectively around its body, faint currents of electricity shimmering along the pale purple appendages, promising a painful backlash should the star dare to approach. Boom! Ilu commanded. The star, having dispelled its swift state, found itself hovering near the Crimson Moon Babu as a torrent of rapidly moving water droplets surged towards it, covering all possible escape routes. Upon impact with the ground, the water bomb detonated, creating a series of craters across the battlefield. Although the star lacked absolute defensive skills, its innate resilience was formidable. While the mid-tier electric bombs were powerful and densely packed, the star managed to evade the majority, suffering only a few wounds that bled profusely. Licking its wounds, the star activated Lightning Shadow, leaving behind an afterimage while it transformed into a bolt of lightning, its sharp fangs bared as it unleashed the initial tier skill, Thunder Roar. Echoing across the battlefield, the Crimson Moon Babu was momentarily daunted by the Thunder Roar, and the starlight swiftly followed up with an electric kiss. Biting into the Crimson Moon Babu, just as its fangs were about to pierce the creature's flesh, the 6 previously motionless tentacles suddenly swung into action, attacking the starlight like predators seizing their prey. The tentacles lashed out, crackling with electricity, and the starlight took the blows squarely, leaving 6 ghastly crimson gashes upon its mottled gray-white fur, each one laced with faint violet currents that relentlessly exacerbated the wounds. Bam! The starlight cried out in agony. The Crimson Moon Babu, being a creature of evolutionary rank, was hardly intimidated by the initial thunder roar. Its feigned stillness was merely a ruse to lure the starlight into its meticulously laid trap. Once the starlight drew near, it would be ensnared. The starlight attempted to rise but faltered, its proud gray eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit, repeatedly striving to regain its footing. Song Shao observed the starlight, nearly drenched in its own blood, struggling as each movement caused more blood to spill. In the arena, when a pet's life is in jeopardy, the referee would intervene to conclude the match. Is this your limit, Starlight? Despite never casting a glance at Song Shao, the creature was acutely aware that its beast master was watching intently. Therefore, it absolutely could not afford to lose. It refused to face each day with the memory of defeat replaying before its eyes. Just as the referee was about to step in, seemingly sealing the outcome, the starlight wobbled to its feet, blood-soaked yet defiantly raising its head to let out a fierce roar. Bam! Bam! Ilyulu gazed at the gray-eyed starlight in astonishment, but felt no real concern. The current form of the starlight was hardly formidable. The Crimson Moon Babu had already expended considerable energy. Perhaps it was time to employ that move. Waterbind. A colossal net woven from flowing water enveloped the starlight. Binding it tightly, the Crimson Moon Babu floated joyfully towards the starlight. Crimson Moon, Crimson Moon. Countless dreamlike bubbles cascaded down upon the starlight, shattering into sweet dreams. Become my captive, Crimson Moon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Until the waterbind skill expired, the Crimson Moon Babu saw no sign of the starlight succumbing to its enchantment. Its gray eyes remained filled with hostility. How could this be? Ilyalu regarded the gray-eyed creature in disbelief. The Crimson Moon Babu had never faltered before. Electric kiss. Song Shao commanded with a slight smirk. He was not at all surprised that the starlight resisted the hypnotic bubbles of the Crimson Moon Babu. After all, the starlight was still a juvenile creature. In simpler terms, minors are prohibited from early romances. The hypnotic bubbles of the Crimson Moon Babu could instill affection in creatures, but it had always targeted adult beasts before. Therefore, Song Shao had taken the time to inquire whether juvenile creatures could be seduced by females. Ku Yao informed Song Shao that juvenile beasts could indeed be enchanted, hypnotized, and rendered unconscious. However, due to their underdeveloped glands, they would not experience hormonal responses to females. In essence, the starlight could be hypnotized but would never develop what could be termed love. A 4-month-old creature was nothing more than a 7- or 8-year-old child in the eyes of the current Crimson Moon Babu. This time, the Crimson Moon Babu's flirtation was akin to casting glances at a blind person. Crimson Moon, dear brother, it seemed to plead. Starlight, dear aunt, not interested. Came the sharp retort. The Crimson Moon Babu, filled with anticipation for the starlight to swoon and throw itself against walls in infatuation, instead met with the starlight's sharp fangs, crackling with electricity, plunging into its body. Even as the Crimson Moon Babu's dreamlike hues transformed into stark white, the starlight mercilessly added a finishing blow with a thunderous strike. Observing the Crimson Moon Babu, now trapped in a pit and struggling to rise, the starlight, trembling, turned its weary gaze towards Song Shao. Bam, bam. Winning is not even slightly glamorous, no recording allowed. Song Shao, witnessing the starlight's quaking limbs yet determined stance, couldn't help but chuckle. He truly had a pet, with a heavy sense of pride. As the whistle signaling the end of the match resounded, the increasing whiteness of the Crimson Moon Babu indicated the severity of its injuries. True to its reputation for beauty, it maintained an air of elegance even in defeat. Ilyalu retrieved the Crimson Moon Babu into its beast ring and approached the arena. Her gaze landing on Song Shao's chest emblazoned with the emblem of Yaming Beastmaster High School. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips. It seemed that this time, the title of first in Jin Gang would slip from Yaming's grasp, as she was the last competitor standing from her freshman cohort. While Song Shao stood victorious upon the arena, Song Shao extended his hand, clasping Ilyalu's slightly cool palm. Congratulations. I hope you can hold on until the end, she said, tilting her head with a gentle smile. Song Shao lowered his gaze, the long lashes casting a soft shadow. Thank you. Previously, he had injured a competitor from Yaming Beastmaster High School, causing them to perform poorly in their next match. He had thought he would surely end up on Yaming's blacklist. Teacher Ling waved his support stick enthusiastically from the audience. But upon noticing the dark expression of the Yaming coach beside him, he slowly donned his sunglasses, speaking with deliberate irony. Coach Lee, I see you every day. It would be a pity not to see you tomorrow. However, there was no need for excessive sorrow. After all, not everyone shares my good fortune. My first time coaching students has resulted in so many victories. It's largely a matter of fate. Coach Lee, your skills are not lacking. It's merely misfortune. Coach Lee's already sullen expression darkened further after enduring Teacher Ling's sardonic remarks, nearly prompting him to summon his beast for a duel, only to be restrained by security. He then glared at Song Shao, his envy palpable, but he held his composure. Geniuses emerge every year. But how many can sustain their success? Weren't you once hailed as a genius? Yet you remain stuck at the 3rd rank, unable to resonate with beasts. Ultimately, you are just a 3rd-rank beast master destined to fade away. Teacher Ling's smirk slowly dissipated, giving way to a more somber demeanor. Damn it, Coach Lee. Do I owe you any favors? Teacher Ling rose abruptly, seizing Coach Lee's meticulously styled hair, laden with 3 layers of wax. Coach Lee. Meanwhile, Song Shao was oblivious to the chaotic scene unfolding in the audience as the two coaches clashed, wreaking havoc in half the arena. He took the starlight to the infirmary for treatment, and once healed, the starlight, seeing no other creatures or humans around, reverted to its mischievous nature, joyfully wreaking havoc on the flowers and grasses lining the path. As Song Shao examined the 3 types of spiritual plants he had discovered in his dreams, each one far beyond his current capabilities to acquire, he turned toward Professor Ku's research lab. To his surprise, he encountered Teacher Ling outside Professor Ku's lab. Ever since Professor Ku had taken Song Shao under his wing, Teacher Ling had spent more time in the audience, cheering for him. Now, however, Teacher Ling stood outside the lab, adorned with oversized sunglasses and exuding a formidable air. Song Shao approached and remarked, Teacher Ling, wearing sunglasses indoors too? With an awkward adjustment of his sunglasses, Teacher Ling concealed his dark circles and replied dismissively, it's just that the light is too strong. Before Song Shao could respond, muffled sounds of an argument drifted from the research room. As he turned his foot to leave, Teacher Ling intercepted his hand at the door. Song Shao. We shouldn't meddle in Professor Ku's family matters. Family matters? The door to the laboratory swung open, revealing a handsome man in his 30s, his face still flushed with anger. Upon seeing Song Shao, he paused momentarily, feigning nonchalance as he loosened his tie, and then strode away. Upon entering, Song Shao found only Professor Ku and a visibly agitated Kuyu remaining in the lab. With his back turned to Song Shao, Kuyu's expression darkened, fists clenched tightly. Sister, this isn't the first time for Ing Siyuan. Last time, he used you as a favor, and now he wants to pull the same trick again. I think it's best to end this marriage sooner rather than later. Be quiet, Kuyao snapped coldly. All right, sister. Kuyu immediately fell silent. Kuyao turned her attention to Song Shao, concealing her fatigue and casually stating, just in time, Song Shao. You can help check the energy levels in the gray pattern beast. The last recorded energy value for the gray pattern beast had reached 900. When the value exceeds 1000, the creature can prepare for evolution. Generally, it takes at least 6 months to transition from 900 to 1000. However, Xingxing is not an ordinary beast. Both recent matches involved battles beyond its level, which could easily cause fluctuations in its energy levels. To prevent an unexpected evolution, I must closely monitor its energy changes. Nodding, Song Shao summoned Xingxing from its beast ring. Xingxing had grown accustomed to the laboratory, sniffing the air and recognizing the delightful scent of its beautiful sister who provided its food. Thus, its aloof demeanor softened. Ku Yao placed Xingxing on the testing platform, and the instrument screen displayed various data, with energy levels fluctuating around 920. Just 2 matches had caused such a significant increase in energy. A flicker of excitement crossed Ku Yao's calm eyes, reinforcing her belief that her choice was indeed correct. Chapter 47. Why learn anything other than pretentiousness? The 2 intense battles had rapidly elevated the gray pattern beast's energy levels. Perhaps by the conclusion of this high school beast competition, its energy would suffice for it to break through to the level of evolution. Given that the gray pattern beast had consistently engaged in battles beyond its level, the possibility of it advancing during the competition was not out of the question. Song Shao, be prepared. If necessary, you may need to forfeit the match. After all, the evolution of a beast carries certain risks. Moreover, with Xingxing evolving so swiftly, I cannot ascertain whether it will be accompanied by adverse symptoms. Song Shao nodded. Although, based on the visions from his dreams, Xingxing should not evolve during a competition, exercising caution is always wise. He opened his phone and retrieved 3 images of the purple petals of spiritual plants he had found in his dreams. Professor Ku, I would like to inquire about the circumstances in which these spiritual plants typically appear and their effects on beasts. Due to the extreme rarity of these 3 spiritual plants, the beasts that had utilized them exhibited various attributes, not appearing exclusive to electric attribute beasts. In this regard, Song Shao, as a mere half-native, naturally fell short of true expertise. Ku Yao's gaze fell upon the photographs, and before she could speak, Kuyu's expression shifted dramatically. The Imperial Spirit Flower. Why are you interested in that? Ku Yao shot a cold glance at Kuyu, who immediately fell silent, zipping his lips in an exaggerated manner to signal his compliance. The Thunderous Flower is a spiritual plant required for the evolution of royal-level electric attribute beasts. Typically, only beasts starting at level A require it. You should know the Thunderous Fruit. It is an ingredient in the gray pattern beast energy pills. The Thunderous Tree, being a wood attribute beast, bears fruit every 3 years and flowers every 30 years, producing only 1 blossom. Once a thunderous tree has flowered in a location, it will leave until it finds a suitable new habitat to bear fruit again. Thus, acquiring the thunderous flower is challenging, making it highly valuable. As for the reverse growth grass stem, it grows on the Cater Star and is a companion plant of the S-level beast known as D. Luca. However, D. Luca's original habitat has been polluted by the insect race, resulting in a significant decline in new beast births over the centuries. With the aging D. Luca passing away, it has now become a rare and protected species on Cater Star, with the reverse growth grass stem also being safeguarded. The Imperial Spirit Flower, as legend has it, possesses the ability to allow beasts to break through their limits. Ku Yao seemed particularly reticent regarding the Imperial Spirit Flower, unwilling to elaborate further. She turned her gaze back to Song Shao, her eyes imbued with profound meaning. While I am unsure how you became interested in these spiritual plants, you may inquire about the thunderous flower and the reverse growth grass stem. However, it is best to avoid any fascination with the Imperial Spirit Flower. The ability to allow a beast to transcend its limits, even reaching the demigod level, is enough to drive countless individuals to madness and obsession. The Imperial Spirit Flower grows within the blood and bones of demigod-level beasts, parasitizing their souls. Who can say whether the beast consuming the Imperial Spirit Flower is your loyal companion or a deceased demigod beast? As Song Shao departed the laboratory with Xingxing, he encountered a figure approaching from ahead. Standing still, he regarded the man before him, the same individual who had stormed out of Professor Ke's laboratory. Is there something you need? Song Shao and Xingxing looked at the man in unison. Song Shao observed the man, feeling a sense of familiarity. Ing Siyuan offered a light chuckle, his impeccably tailored suit and meticulously styled hair exuding an air of affluence. It's quite hot today, yet you're dressed so formally. Are you trying to impress someone? Song Shao, our previous encounter was too hurried. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Ing, and I have a matter of good fortune to discuss with you. With that, Ing Siyuan flamboyantly presented a business card, his pride evident in his eyes, as if he were bestowing an extraordinary favor upon Song Shao. Song Shao did not accept it, merely glancing at it. Oh, so you truly are a tycoon. After all, the few times I visited the beast market, it was your family's establishment. Noticing Song Shao's disregard, Ing Siyuan's smile faded, and he reclaimed the business card. Then, he extended his hand again, this time holding out a check. This was the first time Song Shao had seen what a check looked like in this world, prompting him to stare at it a moment longer. Ing Siyuan, catching Song Shao's gaze, displayed an unmistakable disdain, the underlying contempt evident. After all, a slum dweller could never soar to greatness, at most becoming a mere sparrow. All you need to do is refuse Ku Yao as your beast cultivation instructor, and this check is yours to fill out as you wish. Unable to resist a light chuckle, Song Shao lowered his gaze before looking back up. His expression a mix of youthful naivety and the unworldliness of someone emerging from a life of hardship, exclaiming, "Really? I can fill it out however I want." A faint smirk played at the corners of Ing Siyuan's mouth, tinged with annoyance. How had he thought Song Shao would be difficult to deal with? He was clearly just a greedy, short-sighted commoner. As long as you refuse Ku Yao to continue as your beast cultivation instructor and persuade her to willingly leave with me, you can fill it out as you wish. Song Shao's laughter grew more exuberant, his eyes betraying an unmasked ambition as he impatiently snatched the check from Ing Siyuan. Fearing a change of heart, with a pen in hand, Song Shao inscribed a solitary 1 on the check, followed by a series of zeros, 1, 2, 3, and so forth, until he reached 6 zeros, all while Ing Siyuan maintained a calm demeanor. However, when Song Shao reached the 8th zero, the tranquility on Ing Siyuan's face began to wane. This amounted to 100 million star coins, yet Song Shao showed no intention of halting, his expression unwavering as he inscribed the 9th zero. At that moment, the smile on Ing Siyuan's face vanished entirely, his gaze fixated on Song Shao with intensity. Oblivious to the mounting tension, Song Shao continued to draw the 10th zero, bringing the total to 1 billion star coins. Just as he prepared to inscribe the 11th zero, Ing Siyuan's expression darkened with palpable anger. He reached out, gripping Song Shao's hand that held the pen. His previously handsome visage now contorted with rage as he ground his teeth and spat. "Are you toying with me?" Song Shao feigned innocence, perplexed as he replied, But didn't you, Mr. Ing, say I could fill it out freely? So, shouldn't I be pleased with whatever amount I choose? Surely, you can't be lacking in such a trivial sum?" In an instant, his innocent demeanor morphed into a malicious grin as he mockingly added, "If you lack the capital to back it up, why pretend to be someone you're not?" In Chapter 48, I'm calling the police. Song Shao Sr. once remarked that despite his aloof exterior, he harbored a deeply mischievous nature. Having endured the trials of his parents' divorce at a tender age, he had lived like a boarder, shuttling between two unfamiliar households. Once he could reside at school during middle school, he never returned home. As the top student, with decent looks, he felt a twinge of surprise when someone dared to confront him with such brazen audacity. He mused about the expressions of the grade director and principal witnessing their award-winning student being cornered by a mere ruffian. It was bound to be quite a spectacle. His sentiments then mirrored those of the present moment. Upon completing the 11th zero, just as Song Shao intended to pocket the check, it spontaneously ignited, followed by a fireball hurtling towards him. The searing heat threatened to singe his slightly grown hair, and in a flash of azure electricity, Xingxing whisked him away. Narrowly evading the fiery projectile, a flame bird, adorned with a collar, landed on Ing Siyuan's shoulder. Its wings shimmered with hues of fire, an unquenchable flame flickering atop its head, and its claws glowed a deep crimson. This creature, in the midst of evolution or unstable, required a controller to stabilize its energy. In the early stages of evolution from the Beast King level, these creatures often struggled to manage their energy, necessitating a restraining collar to prevent collateral damage. The fireball that had just been launched was already a diminished form of its potential power. It appeared that Ing Siyuan merely sought to vent his frustrations, not to inflict harm. While Ing Siyuan harbored reservations, Song Shao felt none, being a minor. Just as he commanded Xingxing, a pudgy, rotund creature with predominantly blue fur and a white underbelly, sporting a pair of cat ears and measuring over 2 meters, unleashed a powerful jet of water towards the unsuspecting flame bird, knocking it to the ground. Before it could regain its composure, the creature plopped down heavily atop the flame bird. Kuyu emphasized the element of surprise, executing a swift and precise ambush, and fortuitously. It was during the flame bird's unstable evolution that this was possible. Otherwise, the ruse would have been futile. Suddenly, the creature let out a cry, springing up with a start, as the collar that had restrained the flame bird was inexplicably released. In that fleeting moment, the flame bird surged in size, exceeding 8 meters, with its fiery crest now interlaced with azure and white. Fire! A colossal fireball erupted from the flame bird's beak. Take it away, Song Shao instructed Xingxing. The creature transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the fireball, and in a critical moment, managed to nip the tips of the flame bird's ears, narrowly avoiding the explosion. The pudgy creature gazed in bewilderment at the crater left by the fireball, relieved to have escaped, and affectionately snuggled against Xingxing. The latter, caught off guard, felt an electric shock and quickly fled from the creature's embrace. Ing Siyuan sneered, standing before the flame bird, stroking his slick back hair. Kuyu, you've never been able to surpass me, even since childhood. Do you still wish to show off? Kuyu first glanced at the pudgy creature, confirming it only suffered singed fur, then clenched his fists, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Shao, and promised, rest assured, as my sister's student, I will ensure your safety. Song Shao replied dismissively, there's no need for that. Under Kuyu's watchful gaze, Song Shao retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Enforcement Bureau? There's an attack on a miner by an unstable energy creature, and the Beast Master is clearly unhinged. Please send assistance promptly. Kuyu. A flicker of disbelief crossed Ing Siyuan's face as he stammered. You actually called the police? Song Shao found his reaction amusing. He was hardly naive. And being a miner, it was prudent to report any danger. Why risk being a hero at the cost of his own safety? In a previous life, when a petty thug had repeatedly threatened him, he had opted to involve the authorities, resulting in a 10-year sentence for the assailant. After all, brandishing a weapon on public transportation with the intent to harm is exceedingly severe. Although Song Shao had orchestrated this outcome, he believed that remaining passive could lead to dire consequences. Ing Siyuan chuckled, bemused by Song Shao's apparent ignorance. After all, what could one expect from a teenager with such a naive perspective? In District 10, no enforcement bureau would dare to apprehend me. Yet his bravado faltered as Kuyu emerged from the side, his phone displaying an active call. Captain Jean, I trust you're aware of the situation. You may proceed with the arrest. From the other end of the line came a voice that struck a chord of familiarity with Song Shao. On my way. Casting a disapproving glance at Ing Siyuan, Song Shao recalled a saying. Some individuals gain certain things only to lose others in turn. It appeared that while Ing Siyuan had acquired wealth, he had forfeited his wits. Mr. Ing, I am fully aware that as a mere student, I lack the authority to prompt the Enforcement Bureau to apprehend you. Thus, my call was not to report a crime, but to contact Professor Ku for assistance. I believe she holds considerably more influence than I do. Indeed, the response was swift. A 5-meter-long white bird descended from the sky, its sharp feathers glinting in the sunlight. And upon it stood a tall man clad in black tactical gear. Song Shao's memories were abruptly pulled back to the time he was attacked by the mutated compound-eyed centipede, when he had his head blown off by a microwave and was buried beneath a heap of garbage. It turned out to be this inspector, known as Captain Jean. The inspector's physique was a paragon of broad shoulders and a narrow waist. As he approached, even though his entire body was wrapped tightly, the slightly elongated eyes that were the only visible part exuded an air of palpable pressure. This presence was unmatched. No amount of hair gel could compare, regardless of how slick it was. Upon his arrival, Captain Jin's gaze first fell upon Ku Yao, swiftly gliding over to fixate on Ing Siyuan. Kuyu exclaimed with delight. Brother Jin, you're back from a mission? Captain Jin nodded. Surprisingly, the third person he looked at was Song Shao. That gaze was not one of a strangeress. It seemed filled with caution or perhaps deeper implications. He then shifted his focus back to Ing Siyuan, his tone neither warm nor cold. Ing Siyuan, you have violated the beast security law, and I shall arrest you according to the law. If you have any objections, I can ensure you have none. So, do you have any objections? Chapter 49. Scars are a man's medals. Given Ing Siyuan's character, Song Shao had anticipated that even if he dared not oppose Captain Jean, he would not so readily comply. Yet, at this moment, he remarkably restrained himself, especially when Captain Jean produced a silver-black object, resembling a badge or card, from his pocket. Ing Siyuan's expression underwent a dramatic change, revealing a hint of trepidation. Just as Captain Jean placed a hand on Ing Siyuan's shoulder, his brow furrowed slightly as he pressed down on the miniature earpiece in his ear, where a panicked voice was coming through. Captain Jean, B-13 has shown unusual activity. The pollution levels have risen to a critical point. Captain Jean responded in a low voice. I'm on my way. He then led Ing Siyuan away. and as they parted, he glanced at Ku Yao, slowly averting his gaze, lowering his voice to Ku Yu. Take good care of your sister. Before Captain Jin's words had faded, Ku Yao had already turned, her white coat creating a gentle arc in the air as she slightly lowered her gaze. Her tone calm, yet deliberately distant. No need. He is too useless. Ku Yu shrugged helplessly at Captain Jin, and even Ding Beast nodded in agreement, acknowledging that its beast master was indeed quite inept. Song Shao, holding Xingxing, tidied its fur and, after bidding farewell, continued to the training ground. However, Captain Jin's meaningful gaze lingered in his mind. The memory of being buried beneath the stench-ridden garbage, coupled with Captain Jin's position at that moment, made it nearly impossible for him to be discovered. At that time, Song Shao had been prepared for a living burial, but had sensed Captain Jin's gaze just as he lost consciousness. Yet, how had he managed to lock eyes with Captain Jin through layers of refuse? Song Shao gently brushed his fingers over his left eye, feeling the faint touch of his eyelashes against his fingertips. At the training ground, Song Shao focused on enhancing Xingxing's skill proficiency. The power derived from different proficiency levels of the same skill varied significantly. Currently, Xingxing's proficiency in electric shock had reached an advanced level, while the other skills remained at the novice stage. However, he sensed that the proficiency of both lightning strike and electric kiss was nearing a breakthrough. Song Shao was primarily concentrating on training these two skills for Xingxing, aiming to elevate their proficiency to an advanced level promptly. With Professor Ku's support, Song Shao was now capable of producing energy liquids from his pocket at any time, which assisted in restoring the energy of his thunder-type beast. Watching as Xingxing consumed 2 bottles of energy liquid in quick succession, Song Shao suddenly felt regret. Had he known, he would not have letting Siyuan burn that check so carelessly. In the training ground, Song Shao set up a series of fire hoops, stretching over 10 meters in total. Xingxing's maximum movement speed during the lightning strike was around 7 to 8 meters. If he could elevate the proficiency to advanced, the movement distance might increase to 10 meters. Thus, Song Shao gradually extended the length of the fire hoops to stimulate Xingxing's potential. Naturally, to ensure Xingxing's safety, he deliberately chose a training ground closest to the medical facility. Xingxing was quite resistant to these fire hoops, pointing out discontentedly, "Ban ban, ban ban. It'll burn my handsome fur. I don't want to jump through." Song Shao had long noticed that Xingxing was extremely particular about its appearance, valuing its fur as much as the Mediterranean valued wigs. Although Xingxing despised Ing Siyuan, it did not hinder its intense scrutiny of Ing Siyuan's slick hairstyle, wearing an expression of contemplation. Song Shao believed that to prevent himself from having a greasy beast in the future, it was necessary to educate Xingxing on what constituted a man's aesthetic. After all, scars were a man's badges. He lifted Xingxing to eye level for the first time, causing it to instinctively reach out its paw to pat Song Shao's face. "Ban ban. What are you doing?" Bringing Xingxing closer, he asked, "Am I handsome?" Song Shao was quite confident in his appearance. He believed it surpassed that of his previous life, to the extent that even as a gigolo, he would stand out. Xingxing nodded. When it was at the beast cultivation base, it had seen many humans wanting to contract with gray-spotted beasts, but only its beast master had caught its eye at first glance. Song Shao continued, "So truly handsome men do not care about their hairstyles, like me. With this hairstyle, I'm still called a genius beast master. Therefore, only those who are not handsome are overly concerned with their hairstyles. Xingxing, is your obsession with your fur because you're not handsome enough?" Xingxing looked at Song Shao with confusion. "Is that so? Truly handsome beasts wouldn't care about their fur?" It wore an expression that suggested, "I'm not well read." "Don't fool me," directed at Song Shao. Unfazed, Song Shao nodded. Xingxing's expression gradually solidified with determination as it raised its head and shouted, "Ban ban. I'm really handsome." Song Shao smiled lightly, then composed himself, placing Xingxing down and pointing at the fire hoops. "Jump through. Prove you're truly handsome. Ban ban." Xingxing transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed through the fire hoops. Upon landing, its tail got singed by the last hoop, and Xingxing anxiously looked at its tail. At that moment, Song Shao quickly exclaimed, "So handsome. Xingxing, you truly are handsome." Xingxing immediately lifted its head and cried out, "Ban ban." It then excitedly resumed jumping through the hoops. Each time, Song Shao extended the hoops a little further, resulting in more of Xingxing's tail getting singed. Whenever Xingxing looked at its tail with a pained expression, Song Shao was always there with timely praise. "That pose is incredibly handsome. What is a little singeing? That's a man's badge. You want to find another gray-spotted beast as handsome as this. Capture this moment to show to Big Brother and Xingxing. Xingxing, you're now way handsomer than Hikaru." Gradually, Xingxing became lost in Song Shao's praises, getting more and more excited as it jumped through the hoops, consuming energy liquids whenever it ran low, until, in Song Shao's view, the proficiency of the skill Lightning Shadow and Xingxing's profile transformed into an advanced level. This time, Xingxing moved more than 10 meters. All right, take a break. Song Shao called out, satisfied. At that moment, Xingxing's once long, fluffy, and delightful tail had turned into a charred remnant. Song Shao, with a twinge of conscience, complimented, "The black is distinctive, very handsome." The star, exuberantly flicking its tail, left a charred mark upon the ground, a testament to its recent misadventure. Song Shao averted his gaze, swiftly lifting the star into his arms. "We must hasten to the medical facility. Such a lengthy tail resembles that of a large black rat." Mambo, Mambo. The Mambo doll shook its head at the sight of the star's singed tail. It possessed the ability to heal injuries sustained by companion beasts. Yet the burnt fur did not constitute an actual injury. Thus, it was unable to restore the star's tail to its former glory. Much like humans, injuries can be treated. But once hair is cut, one must simply await its regrowth. Oh dear, the star has a competition tomorrow, Song Shao thought, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. At this moment, the star, proudly wagging its singed tail, confidently addressed the Mambo doll. "Isn't it striking?" The Mambo doll candidly replied, "It is quite unsightly." The star was taken aback. "What?" Chapter 50, from 12 to 6. Song Shao promptly covered the star's ears, clearing his throat softly, and explained, "You misheard. It is indeed striking." The Mambo doll. With a hint of skepticism lingering in its demeanor, Song Shao departed the medical facility with the star in his arms. He retrieved his phone and searched for videos of previous matches from the Interstellar League Companion Beast Challenge Cup. The Beast God Grade Li Rui Long faced off against the Beast God Grade Iron Giant Tiger Beast, with the latter narrowly clinching victory. Observing the Iron Giant Tiger Beast, one could see that nearly its entire coat had been singed by the Li Rui Long. Yet did that diminish its allure? The cheers from the audience revealed their genuine admiration for the Iron Giant Tiger Beast's strength and grace. Star, if you wish to grow stronger and evolve, you must engage in battle, and battles inevitably entail injuries. Fur may be charred, bodies may be harmed, but all will eventually heal. At just 4 months old, the star was inundated with a hearty dose of encouragement from Song Shao, its expression transitioning from skepticism to astonishment, then blossoming into confidence, ultimately solidifying its conviction. Song Shao exhaled in relief, grateful that this world lacked anti-fraud applications. In the residence, only Song Shao remained, as Zhou Yong had departed early with the coach back to school. However, before leaving, they exchanged contact information, and Zhou Yong promised to assist Song Shao with his scholarship matters upon returning to school. Furthermore, Zhou Yong mentioned that should Song Shao advance to the semifinals, Yiming Beastmaster High School would send representatives to cheer for him, perhaps leading to another meeting. Upon hearing this news, Song Shao felt a stirring in his heart. In recent days, his elder brother Song Qin and Jing Jing had refrained from contacting him, likely to avoid disrupting his competition. Yet he could genuinely sense their excitement and anticipation. In his previous life, when Song Shao represented the school in competitions, the only voices cheering him on were those of classmates and teachers. There were no family members by his side. His parents each had their own families, and perhaps the last thing they desired was to receive news from him, fearing it would disturb the fragile lives they had painstakingly rebuilt. Back then he was young, his character not yet fully matured. Though he pretended not to care while holding a trophy, he harbored a flicker of hope within. He had once envisioned turning around to find not a sea of faceless peers, but beloved family members genuinely rejoicing in his achievements. Such unattainable desires of youth lingered in his heart, and even after years of coming to terms with that faint loneliness, being thrust back into his youth rekindled a glimmer of yearning. Alas, the family shop had burned down, and their already impoverished situation was further exacerbated. Professor Ku had alleviated much of Song Shao's burden concerning the star's training, and the school was likely to grant him substantial scholarship funds. So asking for more seemed a trifle greedy. Lying on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, he mused, perhaps next time. The next time he stood on the podium, amidst the cacophony of cheers and the flickering lights, he would behold 2 family members genuinely rejoicing in his success. Welcome, everyone, to the High School Companion Beast League's first-year segment, the round of 12 to 6. In the backstage area, Song Shao perused the profiles of his upcoming opponents. The remaining competitors were few, and he had gleaned some knowledge about them. Among the first-year participants, 2 stood out for their unique companion beasts, twin siblings. One possessing a metallic attribute and the other a mechanical attribute. Such attributes were rare on Blue Star, a planet not known for its technological advancement. In stark contrast to Xeris, a planet abundant in both metallic and mechanical species. Xeris had once been a primary battleground against the insectoid species and suffered severe devastation. In the aftermath of the war, plagued by pollution and a desperate need for reconstruction, a series of regulations beneficial to the survival of metallic and mechanical companion beasts were enacted, transforming it into their stronghold. These 2 types of companion beasts were notorious for their unpredictable temperament and formidable destructive power, and given that the beasts of Blue Star were unaccustomed to them. This pair of twins was widely regarded as frontrunners for the championship. Song Shao's opponent was the younger twin, whose companion beast, a metallic entity named Night Shadow Beast, was enveloped in a layer of light gray metal, beneath which flowed a dark purple, mist-like liquid. Adorning its head was a metal helmet etched with dark purple patterns. Currently, the match featured the elder twin, whose companion beast was a mechanical nightmare. By conventional aesthetic standards, this mechanical nightmare was far from pleasing, verging on grotesque. Its body was a deep crimson metal, interwoven with black gears and thick, spiky vines, topped with a vivid red flower that concealed mechanical teeth, within which lay its energy core, a blood-red gem shaped like a tongue. As Song Shao raised his gaze to the screen, he observed the flower bud atop the mechanical nightmare suddenly sprouting teeth. The bud exploding to reveal a dense array of sharp mechanical fangs that viciously severed a piece of flesh from the opponent, the wound shrouded in a faint black mist. With his left eye, Song Shao discerned an anomaly. The profile indicated that this mechanical nightmare possessed a mechanical attribute, yet it harbored a hidden ghostly attribute. Indeed, a dual attribute. As the match concluded, it was unequivocal that the mechanical nightmare emerged victorious. The next match featured Zhanghai Beastmaster High School's Si Jinan against Yiming Beastmaster High School's Song Shao. Slowly, Song Shao made his entrance onto the competition stage. Observing that Si Jinan from the red team bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother, Si Jinbei, though the latter always exuded an air of arrogance, while Si Jinan was much more genial, taking the time to curiously size up Song Shao. As the whistle blew, Song Shao formed hand seals and waved his hand, summoning a white beast ring that transformed into the shape of the star on the battlefield. The audience was well acquainted with Song Shao, the only contender to have advanced to the top 12 with an awakening-level late-stage companion beast, triumphing over higher-level opponents and earning the title of Genius Beastmaster. It was evident that many spectators had become his ardent fans. Gray-eyed spotted. Gray-eyed spotted. Wait, why has its tail turned into a charred black stump? Is this a new trend? How come I'm unaware of it? To be frank, it was somewhat unappealing. Yet this was Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted. Perhaps this was a strategic move. Is it? Someone retorted, but I fail to see how that would enhance its combat prowess. The audience member defending Song Shao cast a disapproving glance at his companion and retorted, can you cultivate a companion beast that reaches awakening level late stage in just 4 months? There must be a reason for Song Shao's actions. To which the rebutted friend replied, I can hardly believe it. The connection between burning the tail fur and enhancing combat power is rather tenuous. Chapter 51. The Shadow of the Stars. As soon as the star made its entrance, not only did the audience gaze in bewilderment at its charred tail, but even the commentators couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that this time, the gray-eyed model has presented us with a novel appearance, indicating that contestant Song Shao is particularly invested in this competition. Ku Yao, observing the mottled tail, was momentarily taken aback, recalling the previously fluffy and elongated tail of the gray-eyed model. Is this truly Song Shao's aesthetic? Should she perhaps remind him that the gray-eyed model is a creature that places immense importance on its image, and such alterations could adversely affect its mood, hindering its growth and evolution? The star's striking debut had not yet concluded when the opposing Night Shadow Beast erupted into laughter, clutching its belly. Night Shadow, Night Shadow. Upon hearing this, the star's expression shifted dramatically, its proud head lowered as it regarded this unsightly creature, which was only slightly larger than itself. The gray-eyed model narrowed its eyes in a menacing threat, letting out a low growl, its sharp claws scratching against the ground. Suddenly, the star turned to its beloved beast, exclaiming, Banfan, hurry, I want to thrash this ugly thing. Song Shao was taken aback. He had anticipated that the star would be disheartened, but to his surprise, it appeared utterly unfazed, its fighting spirit surging wildly. Was it possible that his deceptive praise had such a profound effect? Now was not the time for contemplation. And Song Shao nodded. Receiving the signal, the star transformed into a streak of lightning, traversing over 10 meters to encircle the Night Shadow Beast. The pale blue currents clashing violently with the pale gray metal of the Night Shadow Beast. Startled, the Night Shadow Beast quickly regained its composure, its metallic exterior instantly shifting from impenetrable to a soft, fluid state. Shadow entanglement. Si Jinan smiled benignly, seemingly unconcerned by the star's attack. The dark purple patterns entwined around the Night Shadow Beast's pale gray metallic shell began to writhe, as if imbued with life, forming 5 or 6 dark purple tendrils that swiftly coiled around the star. The intermediate skill, Shadow Entanglement, drained energy from the pet ensnared by the tendrils, ultimately rendering it too weak to resist. Moreover, these dark purple tendrils, akin to soft metal, could reshape themselves in response to the creature's struggles. Unless the star could grow several times its size, Escaping the grasp of the shadow entanglement was nearly impossible. Disgusted, the star glared at the slimy tendrils that resembled a giant slug, becoming more irritable than ever, its body thrashing violently. Song Shao's heart sank. The star seemed to exhibit a stress response to these grotesque, flaccid appendages. All previous opponents had been of normal appearance, revealing that the star harbored a distinct aversion to unattractive entities. However, the more it struggled against the shadow entanglement, the faster its energy was siphoned away. Star, calm down. Song Shao endeavored to soothe its emotions through their bond. Yet, as he connected with the star's feelings, his complexion paled slightly. The star's emotional state was amiss. This was not mere aversion to an unsightly creature, but a deep-seated fear cloaked in disgust. What was afflicting this gray-eyed mottled? Why such an extreme reaction? Song Shao pondered. Logically, his gray-eyed mottled shared a strong bond with him, and they had perfect synergy. There should be no instance of disobedience. With closed eyes, he established a mental link with the star. From its perspective, the dark purple tendrils encircling it transformed into flesh-colored mamba. These E-class creatures, capped at the extraordinary level, were not subject to contracts and were known to inhabit the earth in swarms, often employed by breeding facilities to aerate the ground. At that time, the star had just hatched, devoid of any caretaker, and the mamba happened to be working in the vicinity of the gray-eyed mottled's habitat. Consequently, as the newly hatched star opened its eyes, it beheld a throng of mamba swirling around. In its astonishment, it leaped down, and the industrious mamba, oblivious to the small star, ensnared it tightly, nearly suffocating it. Had it not been for a small mamba's discovery, the star might not have survived. While shadow entanglement drained energy, it also possessed hallucinogenic properties, and the star was likely ensnared in a delusion. In the enveloping darkness, Song Shao spoke gently to the star. Teetering on the brink of losing control, electric kiss, directed at your tail. The mamba are on your tail, star. Upon hearing the name mamba, the star visibly froze, its gray-white fur bristling in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned, baring its fangs, channeling a surge of pale blue electricity with unprecedented force, fiercely biting down on its own tail. The already charred appendage now appeared even more disheveled and tragic, stained with blood. Bamfan, Night Shadow. Both the star and the Night Shadow beast cried out in agony, as the electric kiss not only injured the star, but also struck the Night Shadow beast entwined around it. Song Shao opened his eyes to behold the star, now trembling and unsteady, its gray eyes flickering with pale blue currents. The electric patterns left by the electric kiss intertwined with its gray-white fur, converging on either side of its cheeks. Until this moment, Song Shao had believed the lightning patterns on the star's cheeks were mere decorative markings akin to fur patterns. Yet now, those black lightning lines seemed to pulsate with a life of their own. Si Jin had not anticipated Song Shao's ruthless nature, nor the unwavering resolve with which the star executed its trainer's command. The electric kiss was an intermediate skill, now mastered to an advanced level. Its damage potential was formidable. Night Shadow explosion. Si Jinnan's smile vanished, his gaze fixed on the faint blue electricity coursing over the Night Shadow beast, swiftly issuing commands. Electric shock. In that same moment, Song Shao commanded. The dark purple explosive sphere clashed with the pale blue electric sphere, flooding the battlefield with a blinding light of contrasting hues. The commentator's excitement surged palpably as he exclaimed, an intermediate Night Shadow explosion against an advanced electric shock. Who will emerge victorious? From the stands, Song Shao's devoted fans shouted, gray-eyed mottled. Victory is assured. Not necessarily, countered a previously silenced rival. Even an advanced skill in the initial stage may not triumph over an intermediate skill. Thunder, Song Shao declared. Shield, block it. Si Jinnan's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. If the Night Shadow beast could withstand this thunderbolt, it would surely defeat the gray-eyed mottled, for with its awakened energy at the late stage, it could no longer utilize other intermediate skills. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck the battlefield, crashing down upon the Night Shadow beast's shield composed of pale gray metal with a force capable of tearing through anything. The thunderous impact persisted for a full 5 seconds, and as the lightning waned, it became evident that the shield, though thin, had remained intact. Si Jinnan's heart leaped with joy as he shouted, what of the final blow? In the midst of Si Jinnan's sudden shift to disbelief, a second bolt of lightning descended upon the battlefield, directly above the Night Shadow beast. Crack! The shield of the Night Shadow beast shattered. Chapter 52, Luck Value. How could this be possible? This gray-eyed mottled must be cheating. The C-grade pet, the gray-eyed spot, advancing to the late awakening stage within a mere 4 months, has astounded everyone. They marveled at the astonishing speed of the gray-eyed spot's growth, yet overlooked the fact that it had also mastered a mid-tier skill, Thunder, with the potential for further development. Meanwhile, in the audience. Upon witnessing the shield of the Night Shadow Beast shatter, no one dared to question the outcome of the match in favor of the gray-eyed spot. A devoted fan of Star let out a long sigh of relief, smugly addressing his companion, who had been incessantly arguing with him. See? I told you, this is strategy. The new look undoubtedly enhances the combat prowess of the gray-eyed spot. The friend, momentarily silenced, gazed at the gray-eyed spot with a perplexed expression, still struggling to comprehend how burning its tail related to boosting its battle capabilities. On the battlefield, after the Night Shadow Beast's shield was broken, thunder struck it, causing the creature to let out a pained cry before collapsing into the pit created by the lightning, rendered unconscious. As the whistles signaling the end of the match echoed through the arena, Shao promptly recalled Star into the Beast Ring and approached the center of the battlefield, where he discovered several cracks marring the ground from the thunder's impact. He extended his hand, while Jinin wore a smile that, at that moment, appeared somewhat forced. This Shao exhibits remarkable potential, and the evolution of the gray-eyed spot is nothing short of extraordinary. It seems a place among the top 3 is assured for him, remarked one of the judges. Indeed, while claiming the championship might be out of reach, the second and third positions were still attainable. However, it was regrettable that Shao's gray-eyed spot had yet to evolve to the evolution stage, nor had he contracted a second beast. Otherwise, he could represent the lower 4th district in the National High School Beast Tournament, lamented the judge. After the conclusion of the lower 4th district High School Beast Tournament, the top 10 would earn the right to participate in the national competition during the summer. It's not entirely impossible, if by that time, Shao's beast has evolved and he has contracted a second one, he could still participate, another judge suggested. However, Mr. Chong, do you not foresee Shao's potential to claim the championship? Mr. Chong glanced at Ku Yao, who had been silent, and refrained from making a definitive statement. The likelihood seems slim. As you may have observed, Jinbei's beast possesses dual attributes. Yet it has refrained from employing ghost-type skills during the competition, leading the audience to mistakenly believe that the mechanical nightmare possesses solely mechanical attributes. The reason Jinbei has not utilized ghost skills is simply that he has yet to encounter an opponent that warrants it. In other words, his true strength far exceeds what has been displayed. While the gray-eyed spot currently exhibits power comparable to that of an evolution stage beast, the mechanical nightmare is no ordinary evolution stage beast. In terms of overall strength and statistics, the chances of the gray-eyed spot claiming victory are minimal. The judges nodded in agreement, with one expressing confusion. It is hard to fathom that the gray-eyed spot, despite its formidable strength, has not yet evolved. Professor Ku, you are an expert in this field. Is it because this particular gray-eyed spot is exceptional? Ku Yao withdrew her gaze from the arena, responding, the conditions for beast evolution are quite intricate. The gray-eyed spot is a learner on the evolutionary path. Upon comprehending a certain number of mid-tier skills, it will naturally complete its evolution once its internal energy surpasses 1,000. If the gray-eyed spot has not yet evolved, there are likely 2 reasons: the understanding of mid-tier skills or the internal energy levels. The judge nodded, continuing to inquire, since you oversee the nurturing of the gray-eyed spot, which criteria does it currently fail to meet? Ku Yao fell silent. Not in terms of skills. The gray-eyed spot has mastered even mid-tier skills with growth potential. In terms of energy levels, the gray-eyed spot can utilize thunder even after sustaining severe injuries. From any perspective, it should have evolved. However, the signs of impending evolution, such as instability in energy levels, have yet to manifest. A sense of unease crept into Ku Yao's heart. Once a beast contracts with a beast master, their fates become intertwined. If a beast fails to evolve for an extended period, and there are no issues with the beast itself, it is highly likely that the problem lies with the beast master. There have been instances in the past where a beast master, in an attempt to forcefully catalyze their beast's evolution, overexerted their mental energy, resulting in both the beast and the beast master being unable to advance further. Such situations were not uncommon during the battles against the insectoid clan centuries ago. These were desperate measures taken to achieve rapid strength. Surely, Shao would not resort to such extremes. Ku Yao began to harbor a growing concern as her gaze fell upon Ling Weishan in the audience, who was celebrating with her foolish brother, yet bore a prematurely aged visage. Ling Weishan had once been hailed as a genius, awakening his mental prowess at 12 and breaking through to the 3rd-tier Beastmaster by 18. However, he had made no further progress since then. He epitomized the tragic tale of wasted potential, and the lack of advancement over the years had caused him to age more rapidly than his peers. In the backstage area, after Jinnan's loss in this match, his only chance to represent the lower 10th district at the National High School Beast Tournament was to vie for a position between 6th and 10th place. He stood before his older brother, Jinbei, feeling somewhat uneasy. The coach of Jinghua Beast High School, positioned to Jinbei's right, reminded him, Jinbei, Song Shao's gray-eyed spot is unlike any ordinary late awakening stage beast. It is even superior to many evolution stage beasts. Although Jin Nen lost this time, it was not without merit. At the very least, we now know that the gray-eyed spot has already evolved the Thunder skill. We have now gleaned insight into Song Shao's capabilities, while he remains unaware of your beast's ghost attributes. He will undoubtedly be your formidable rival. So we must not let our guard down. In the upcoming 6 into 3, as long as we do not face Song Shao, we should refrain from revealing our trump cards. Si Jinbei exuded an indescribable air of gloom, reminiscent of a light drizzle on a dreary day. Cool yet tinged with a chill. He fiddled with the silver ring on his finger and nodded slightly. Song Shao emerged from the medical center with Star, who had fully recovered, and began searching for information on ghost-type beasts on his phone. Some ghost-type beasts possess a curse of misfortune, akin to Ilu's Crimson Moon Babu, which wields fairy attributes and uses hypnotic bubbles to induce affection in opponents. The more affection, the higher the Crimson Moon Babu's luck. Generally, ghost-type beasts are known for their ill-tempered nature and penchant for mischief. The more fearsome their appearance, the greater their curse of misfortune. Contemplating the rather unfortunate appearance of the mechanical nightmare, Song Shao resolved to delve into how to counteract skills related to curses of misfortune. Dark and fairy-type beasts counter ghost-type beasts. Regrettably, Star does not belong to either of those categories. Let us go test your luck, Song Shao declared. He changed out of his school uniform into a plain white t-shirt and black pants, slinging an old backpack over his shoulder, donning a cap, and carrying Star as they exited the Beast Battle Base, where he needed to register the reason for being out during non-competition hours. After completing the registration, Song Shao opened his phone to search for the nearest lottery shop. Chapter 53, Unfortunate Luck. The Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup has now entered its concluding phase, with the top 10 competitors from across the galaxy facing off. Song Shao brought Star into the lottery shop, allowing Star to select the winners and their winning ratios. The shop owner cast a curious glance, confirming that Star was indeed not a fairy-type beast before losing interest. Beastmasters who contract fairy-type beasts generally bring their pets to buy lottery tickets, as fairy-type beasts are synonymous with good fortune. Spot. Star's eyes darted across the various competitors, picking up and putting down choices. Upon closer inspection, Song Shao noticed that Star was selecting only the aesthetically pleasing beastmasters and their beasts, completely disregarding those deemed less attractive. Ah, it seems I am indeed hopelessly enamored with appearances. After Star finished making her selections, Song Shao glanced at the contestants and, as expected, the one she chose was the most handsome among them, accompanied by a pet renowned for its beauty and good fortune, a creature of the enchanting fairy type. Song Shao's thoughts drifted momentarily. With Star being so fixated on looks, what would happen if she grew fond of a pet in the future, only to find that it did not reciprocate her affections? He recalled a news story about a pet that, after being spurned in love, fell into despair and developed an imaginary affliction, using its invisibility skill to reside within the home of its beloved. When discovered, it had its teeth broken and clung desperately to the rival's leg. Gently, Song Shao patted Star's head, resolving to save up some resources for her future endeavors in love. After placing his bets, Song Shao led Star to the prize draw. However, after 13 attempts, Star was met with nothing but polite refusals. Ban Ban. Star pointed at the prize box, signaling her desire to continue playing. Feeling the pinch of his empty wallet, Song Shao coldly scooped Star into his arms and departed, lamenting her extravagance. Just as they were leaving, a voice called out from behind. Pausing, Song Shao turned to see a vendor standing by the prize box. She appeared youthful, her cheeks still round with the remnants of childhood. Dear student, if you do not win after 10 attempts, you are entitled to a complimentary draw. Song Shao felt somewhat reassured, and Star's spirits lifted. Ban Ban. As Star continued her attempts, Song Shao casually inquired, are there many who don't win after 10 tries? Suddenly, the vendor's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she replied, no, you're the only one. Song Shao was unexpectedly pierced by her words. With a ticket in her mouth, Star urged him to scratch it. Upon doing so, he revealed a character that symbolized gratitude. He pocketed it nonchalantly, stroking Star's head. Let us depart. Reluctantly, Star gazed back at the prize box before following Song Shao's lead. Ban Ban. No wins. Ban Ban. Stopping, Song Shao bent down to lift Star into his arms. No? Your luck is quite good. It's just that sometimes fortune eludes you. Ban Ban. Star looked up at him, her sparkling gray eyes filled with affection. Indeed. Have I ever deceived you? Song Shao, with a steady fa fibbed. For matters such as these, he thought, what could be done? A child's tears must be soothed. After all, one cannot simply return them. Ban Ban. Star perked up, her yet to fully formed tail sweeping back and forth against Song Shao's leg. Can I have a cheese stick? Song Shao immediately covered Star's mouth, resolutely stating, no, you do not desire that. Star gazed at him forlornly. Ban Ban. So love will fade away, correct? Today, no phones. You must learn to avoid such frivolities. Ban. This time, Star truly felt disheartened. As the competition commenced, Song Sha found himself scheduled for the first match. His opponent was not Si Jinbei, but rather a somewhat shorter girl with large, adorable eyes and a mushroom haircut, resembling a middle school student. She was the only girl remaining among the final 6. With 3 minutes until the match, Song Sha encountered Su Nian backstage. She stood on her toes, her radiant smile revealing a hint of a small canine tooth. Hello, Song Sha. Could you please give me a paw print from your gray-eyed pet? Her large, glistening eyes seemed to hold the essence of the beholder's soul. This was the first time Song Sha had encountered such an enthusiastic adversary. I absolutely adore gray-eyed pets. I've even created numerous chibi illustrations of them. Please, may I have a paw print? Upon hearing the mention of herself, Star pointed to her own self, puzzled. Ban? Are they referring to me? After Song Sha provided clarification, Star, now entirely exhilarated, began patting her paws excitedly, though she restrained herself from leaping forward in consideration of her image. Delighted, Su Nian received Star's paw print and joyfully dashed onto the battlefield. Song Sha remained momentarily stunned by her exuberance. If Star were to gain significant fame, he mused, merely selling paw prints could yield substantial profits, much like how celebrity signatures from his previous life could fetch exorbitant prices. In this world, where beasts reigned supreme, pets of renown wielded greater influence than celebrities. He could have Star imprint 100 or so items and simply await the profits. Unable to suppress a smile, Song Sha dismissed the thought and took to the battlefield with Star. As he gradually emerged onto the blue team's arena, a chorus of cheers erupted, louder than any he had previously encountered. Turning his head, he spotted a group of 30 to 40 students from Yaming Beastmaster High School, all clad in uniforms akin to his own, with the principal and teacher Ling among them. His elder brother, Song Qin, bore a headband inscribed with Song Sha's name, while Jing waved a placard emblazoned with Star's name. Both were flushed with excitement. Principal, what brings you here personally? Teacher Ling inquired, puzzled. I thought the director was coming. The principal retorted, somewhat irked. What of it? This is our school's first prodigy. Is it any wonder I came? Not only did I come, but I also brought a light board. The elderly principal, with his graying hair, produced a pastel pink headband featuring the 5 characters of Song Sha's gray-eyed pet and donned it atop his head. Teacher Ling, Song Sha felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes unexpectedly moist. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the audience and smiled. As the lights dimmed, the youthful visage of the 16-year-old, with his delicate features and exquisite brow and eyes, shone brightly, captivating all who beheld him. With the sound of the whistle, the match commenced. Chapter 54. Please do not toy with your opponent. Song Sha formed hand seals, and with a swift gesture, Star materialized on the battlefield. At the sight of her, Song Qin and Jing cheered even more fervently. Star, hearing the familiar voices, turned towards them and joyfully called out, Ban. Su Nian summoned her water-type Lan Shui tortoise, its entire body a deep blue, with a shell adorned in light blue water patterns. Its limbs resembled beastly claws, and its large, glistening eyes mirrored the soft cuteness of its master. Star, being of the lightning attribute, held an advantage over water types. Su Nian likely understood that her chances of victory were slim, thus maintaining a calm demeanor. After all, elemental affinities granted a natural edge to the favored side. Nevertheless, even in defeat, she would still rank among the top 10, securing her qualification for the National High School Beast Competition. However, the Lan Shui tortoise did not share its trainer's composure. With its adorable eyes wide open, it suddenly launched an attack on Star. Lan, wave of water. The Lan Shui tortoise struck the ground with its forepaws, creating a surge of water that encircled it, using the flowing waves to obscure its form, much like a water cannon aimed at Star. Dodge. Star transformed into a flash of lightning, evading the Lan Shui tortoise. But as she reappeared 10 meters away, the water cannon crashed onto the ground, splashing water in all directions, yet the Lan Shui tortoise was nowhere to be seen. Su Nian smiled brightly and promptly issued her command. Tidal spin, clone. In the blink of an eye, 4 swirling streams of water manifested around the star, each encasing a Lan Shui turtle within its vortex. These 4 torrents coalesced around the star, gradually enveloping it until they united to form an immense, deep blue sphere of water, encapsulating the star within. Simultaneously, the silhouettes of the 4 Lan Shui turtles launched an assault upon the star. To everyone's astonishment, Song Shao's gray-eyed pattern exhibited a natural advantage against Su Nian's Lan Shui turtle, enabling it to seize the dominant position right from the outset and dictate the rhythm of the battle. Indeed, it was evident that the competitors who advanced to the top 6 were far from ordinary. This year's first-year participants were remarkably more skilled than their predecessors. with many second and third-year contenders unable to match their prowess. The coach from Jinghua Beastmaster High School observed the gray-eyed pattern ensnared within the water sphere, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although the electric attribute counters the water type, should there be a significant disparity in the strength of the combatants, the water type could conversely dominate the electric attribute. He had specifically consulted Su Nianyan's coach prior to the match to impart certain strategies. In the audience, Jing Jing clutched Song Qin's arm tightly, her anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, within her backpack, a pair of azure eyes peered through the zipper's gap, fixated intently on the battle scene featuring the gray-eyed pattern. The currents within the vortex intensified, rapidly forming a whirlpool, threatening to suffocate the creature within in under a minute. It seemed I had overestimated the situation. I did not anticipate Song Shao to be so careless in this match against Jin Bei. How could he aspire to victory? The coach from Jinghua Beastmaster High School initially relaxed as he watched the gray-eyed pattern nearly succumb to the whirlpool's torment, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Unable to contain his astonishment, the star, agitated by the whirlpool, suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, the faint blue bolt starkly contrasting against the deep blue waters. And 3 of the Lan Shui turtles were instantly obliterated by the electric strike. After the disappearance of the 3 Lan Shui turtle replicas, the star, now in the form of lightning, did not revert to its original state, but instead maintained its electric form as it pierced through the body of the remaining Lan Shui turtle. The whirlpool was instantly shattered, and the Lan Shui turtle, struck by the lightning, fell onto its back, its large eyes filled with confusion. How is this possible? The lightning has been unleashed twice in rapid succession. Song Shao exchanged a glance with the star, extending his hand and gesturing for it to charge at the Lan Shui turtle. The star opened its mouth and clamped down on the turtle's neck, flinging it into the air. Lan Lan, cried the Lan Shui turtle in panic, but being on its back, it was helplessly flailing its 4 limbs in the air without the ability to right itself. Just as the turtle was about to plummet from the heights, the star gathered a fist-sized bolt of pale blue electricity on its forehead, aiming directly at the descending Lan Shui turtle. The turtle's shell was remarkably resilient, and this time, the electric strike was only half as powerful as before, thus inflicting minimal damage. Nevertheless, the turtle was propelled skyward once again by the impact. The audience, judges, and viewers at home witnessed the gray-eyed pattern treating the Lan Shui turtle as if it were a mere ball, delivering a gentle electric shock just as the turtle was about to fall, sending it soaring once more. In the air, the spinning Lan Shui turtle was thoroughly terrified. With no points of leverage to stabilize itself, and its limbs were helplessly splayed outward, it was as if it was caught in a desperate struggle for survival, unable to concede defeat. Lan Lan. Consequently, before the audience and judges, the Lan Shui turtle began to wail uncontrollably. The star, however, reveled in the play, using its lightning ability to leap about the battlefield, tossing the Lan Shui turtle into the air repeatedly. The audience fell into a stunned silence before one voice broke the stillness, uncertainly stating, "Is this humiliation? This is too cruel." It not only degrades the Lan Shui turtle, but utterly strips it of dignity. The previously aloof gray-eyed pattern was unexpectedly lively, revealing a playful side that caught everyone off guard. Song Shao, bemused as he watched the star frolic as if playing fetch, recalled how he had once let the star practice its lightning technique while jumping through hoops, and now it was applying that training in a real match. Realizing that if this continued, the Lan Shui turtle might truly be harmed, he admonished, "Be serious now, stop playing." Hearing the command from its beast master, the star cast a reluctant glance at the weeping Lan Shui turtle in midair before gathering its energy for one final electric strike, this time with full vigor. The turtle shot across the battlefield like a projectile, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. The referee approached the scene, observing the Lan Shui turtle tightly curled within its shell, unresponsive to any calls. Thus, despite possessing remaining battle capacity, the turtle was declared the loser. Su Nianyan cradled the Lan Shui turtle in her arms, feeling the familiar scent of her beast master, which finally calmed its sobs. However, as soon as it peeked out, it was met with the star's inquisitive gaze, as if to say, "Shall we play again next time?" The Lan Shui turtle, overwhelmed, thought, "No way, not again." With a heavy psychological shadow cast by the star, it now picked up its previously discarded dignity, raising its chin. The gray-eyed pattern exuding the arrogance of a victor, standing beside Song Shao, surveying the audience amidst the roaring cheers, unable to suppress a smile. The camera zoomed in on this moment, broadcasting it on the big screen. Hai Lulu, with eyes as blue as the depths of the sea, watched the star, adored by all, for a long while before retreating into the backpack. After the top 6 competition concluded, the 3 victorious participants drew lots, one of whom would have a bye. Standing beside Song Shao was Si Jinbei, and after Si Jinbei drew, Song Shao caught a glimpse of the star's interested expression. Having tested the star's luck the previous day with numerous draws, it seemed it had taken a liking to the game. Unfazed, Song Shao allowed the star to draw in his stead. Each participant presented their draws to the judges, who announced the results. When the judges saw the star holding an envelope, their demeanor softened as they accepted it. The contestant with the bye is Song Shao. Congratulations. Having prepared for a match, Song Shao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name, his first thought being that the star's luck had finally turned around. Indeed, it seemed he had transitioned from misfortune to fortune. Not needing to head backstage, Song Shao made his way to the audience, where Song Qin immediately stood up and enveloped him in a suffocating embrace. Fortunately, thanks to his training with his beast, his physique had vastly improved, allowing him to withstand her fervent grip. "Shao Shao, you truly bring honor to our family," exclaimed Song Qin. Now the neighbors are glued to the live stream, watching your matches. "Yes, brother, you're truly amazing," Jing Jing chimed in, her complexion rosy. The frail, yellow-haired girl she once was now scarcely visible. Song Shao felt a slight warmth in his heart as he embraced Xing Xing with a gentle smile, saying, "As long as I haven't disappointed you all." The three siblings exchanged a few simple pleasantries when an elderly man approached with a cheerful demeanor. Song Shao glanced at him and addressed, "Principal." The old man raised an eyebrow. "Song Shao, just now, the gray-eyed pattern used Thunderbolt twice without any interval. Has your proficiency reached the advanced level?" Song Shao nodded. Previously, the primary training focused on Xing Xing utilizing Thunderbolt for long-distance teleportation. Performing Thunderbolt consecutively was merely practiced a few times, and it had never been successful until now. Perhaps it was because Xing Xing sensed danger in the swirling tide, combined with its proficiency now reaching the advanced level, that it suddenly erupted into action. The principal nodded with satisfaction. Within such a short span, Song Shao had elevated Thunderbolt's skill to the advanced level, successfully executing Thunderbolt without any time gap. This innate talent was truly remarkable. Having served as principal for 30 years, he had encountered numerous talented beast tamers. Yet none had exhibited a genius level as extraordinary as Song Shao. The old man's eyes sparkled with keen intelligence as he adjusted the nameplate inscribed with Song Shao gray-eyed pattern atop his head, presenting a blend of gravitas and charm. "You are now a second-tier beast tamer, yet you have yet to contract a second pet. Thus, regardless of whether you win the final match or secure the championship, the school will cover your second pet. Of course, the highest grade cannot exceed A level, as the school cannot afford an S-level pet. An A-level pet starts at 10 million star coins." "Ah, what?" Song Shao was momentarily taken aback by this news. Such generosity was astonishing. 10 million star coins. Not 1,000. Not 10,000, but 10 million. Even in his previous life, the total prize money he had earned for the school amounted to no more than 500,000. The principal pondered internally, reflecting on how long it had been since a student capable of participating in the National High School Beast competition had emerged. Now that Song Shao had finally appeared, he could not bear to see him lose his eligibility due to the absence of a second pet. This money, he decided, would be procured at all costs. Just as Song Shao was preparing to express his gratitude to the principal, a sudden sound startled him. The zipper of Jingjing's backpack was pulled open by a snow-white paw, and Haikulu flew out, hovering before Song Shao, urgently exclaiming, "Kulu, Kulu." Xing Xing immediately tensed, fixating on Haikulu and emitting a low growl of warning. Without a pet translator during the match, Song Shao was momentarily oblivious to what Haikulu had said to provoke Xing Xing's ire. However, this Haikulu seemed strikingly familiar. Wasn't it the very creature that had once practiced alongside Xing Xing? He recalled how Haikulu had gone missing, and its beast tamer had spent a fortune searching for it. Eventually, he and the owner of the beast training ground had returned Haikulu, splitting the reward. "Banban, you must be dreaming. He is my beast tamer." Xing Xing was no longer the gray-eyed pattern that had been pushed to the ground by Haikulu. Back then, it could not even use Thunderbolt, and could only watch helplessly as Haikulu dominated the skies, subjecting it to a total defeat. Although they had fought to a draw in a subsequent battle, the humiliation of that loss lingered on. That annoying creature now wanted to compete for its beast tamer. As if, with the explanation from his elder brother, Song Qin, Song Shao understood why Haikulu was with them. After their shop had burned down, Song Qin had temporarily filled in for Song Shao at the beast training ground. There, he discovered Haikulu, bloodied and on the verge of death, hiding in the equipment room. Initially, Song Qin thought it was an ordinary pet and provided care. Later, the manager informed him that this Haikulu was quite extraordinary. Naturally, Song Qin wished to return Haikulu to its rightful owner. However, under Haikulu's explanation, he learned that its owner was not its beast tamer and had attempted to kill Haikulu out of spite for its unwillingness to contract with him. Haikulu had barely escaped with its life. Afterward, Song Qin and the manager quietly sheltered Haikulu, and now it had sneakily hidden in Jingjing's backpack to come to the competition. Having grasped the situation, Song Shao hesitated. You wish to become my second pet and contract with me? Haikulu nodded, flying closer to Song Shao, showcasing its graceful form and sharp claws. Its impeccable appearance was indeed rare, even among Haikulu's. Teacher Ling's jaw dropped. He recalled that Haikulu was notoriously difficult to contract, with countless beast tamers returning in frustration after failing. How could it possibly be seeking a contract, even exhibiting itself like a peacock displaying its feathers? Ling, observing Song Qin's nonchalance, asked, Aren't you the least bit surprised? This is Haikulu. Song Qin, bemused by the other's astonishment, replied, Ah, that's quite normal. Initially, Xingxing also had to defeat other gray-eyed patterns to earn the right to contract with my brother. My brother is always well-liked by the pets. Chapter 56. I cannot contract with you. The principal stood by, momentarily dazed. If this event were to take place now, it could be likened to walking down the street and suddenly being noticed by Lei Jun, who, astonished by such talent, immediately decides to offer you a salary in the millions, affectionately patting your shoulder and saying, Young man, work hard. I believe in you. No matter who conveyed this circumstance, it would evoke a sense of absurdity, as if one were dreaming and speaking nonsense. Yet, this surreal event unfolded before them. Haikulu energetically displayed its feather blades before Song Shao, resembling a door-to-door salesman. Teacher Ling became even more dazed. He recalled that Haikulu was a creature unique to Blue Star, known for its prideful and fastidious nature. Currently, the number of successful contracts with Haikulu was fewer than 100, with each individual having to outsmart and outmaneuver it to achieve success. Why had the scene before him reversed? Kulu. Haikulu slowly folded its pristine wings, its azure eyes gazing at Song Shao as it leaned closer. Song Shao, cradling Xingxing, fell into a moment of silence before regretfully responding, I'm sorry. I cannot contract with you. The principal exclaimed. Surely, I am getting old. Am I beginning to hear things? Teacher Ling coughed. Do you even realize what you are saying? This is an A-level top-tier pet, Haikulu, which could rival S-level pets in its later growth. This is a pet that money cannot buy. Haikulu was equally stunned. It had witnessed countless human beast tamers pleading for a contract. Even the likes of Si Bo had gone to great lengths to secure a bond. Now, for the first time in its life, it had bowed its head, proactively seeking a contract with a human beast tamer, only to be rejected. Haikulu wore a look of existential crisis, its mind racing with thoughts of rejection. Xingxing, observing Haikulu's disheartened demeanor, softened its previously hostile expression. After all, it too had once feared that its beast tamer would not want to contract with it. Alas, what could it do? Its beast tamer was simply too popular. Among them, only Song Qin nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Shao, you cannot form a contract with Haikulu. Observing that the humans who had cared for it during these days did not offer assistance, Haikulu felt a surge of sorrow mixed with indignation, exclaiming, Kuru, why can't I be contracted? What is lacking in me? Song Qin frowned, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Haikulu. If memory serves me right, you are an unregistered entity, correct? A pet beast that snuck out and lacks a household registration. Who would dare to form a contract with you? Even if a contract were established, the Beast Management Bureau would not recognize it. Our Shao is preparing to participate in the National High School Pet Beast Competition. How could he possibly contract a beast that cannot even register? Song Jingjing also nodded in agreement. Exactly, Xingxing comes from a legitimate breeding facility. A bona fide pet beast with proper registration. An unregistered one? Haikulu stood frozen, contemplating countless possibilities, never imagining that the reason for its rejection was its lack of registration. Apologies, but even if you are an S-rank beast, registration is still a necessity. The principal and teacher Ling were evidently taken aback by this rationale, momentarily speechless yet sensing its validity. In truth, Song Qin's thoughts were influenced by their identities and social standing. They were fifth-class citizens, living diligently and cautiously, fearful that a single misstep could demote them to sixth-class status. Fifth-class citizens comprised the societal bottom tier, and those without registration could easily perish unnoticed. Registration is indeed crucial. It signifies one's origin. The reasons behind Song Shao's refusal to contract with Haikulu stemmed from this, but they were not exhaustive. I recall that you had an owner. You escaped from them. If I were to contract you, your original owner might accuse me of pet trafficking, leaving me defenseless. Furthermore, I remember your market value is 100 million star coins, which is clearly beyond my current means. Although Song Shao no longer needed to toil endlessly to support himself and his beast, the disparity between him and Haikulu remained significant. Song Shao had never regarded poverty as something to be ashamed of. This stemmed from his confidence in himself. When he first encountered Haikulu, he had entertained the notion of contracting a similar beast, and now that Haikulu sought to form a contract, he was indeed tempted. However, he was no longer alone. He had Xingxing, as well as his brother and sister. Hikaru's former owner was a rather obsessive youth, and recklessly contracting Hikaru could invite a plethora of troubles, potentially endangering those he cherished. Thus, Song Shao had to exercise caution. Gazing into Hikaru's azure eyes, he recalled that it was merely a few months old, and a faint smile graced his lips. I promise you, if one day I have the means to contract you, my beast ring will always hold a place for you. So, Hikaru, let us strive to become stronger together. As Song Shao extended his hand to form a seal, a milky white ethereal ring enveloped him, encircling Hikaru, who stood close by. Hikaru stared in astonishment at Song Shao, captivated by the ethereal ring within its reach. It gently extended its pristine wings, cautiously brushing against the flowing ring. Kuru, Hikaru uttered softly, full of wonder. Just as Hikaru was entranced by the ring, Song Shao's slender, knobby fingers reached out to lightly grasp Hikaru's wing. Song Shao's smile was subtle, his phoenix eyes slightly raised, radiating a near-splendid glow. Then it is settled. Hikaru gazed earnestly at Song Shao, its wing responding gently to his touch. Kuru, Xingxing could not help but rest its paw on Song Shao's arm, casting a glance at him and exclaiming, "Ban Ban." As the second spring competition neared its conclusion, Song Shao prepared to head backstage for his turn. He observed Xingxing, who had become increasingly clingy. Due to their profound empathic bond, Song Shao could sense Xingxing's emotional state. Xingxing exhibited a strong possessiveness over him, yet it respected its master's wishes. Thus, upon hearing that its master intended to wait for Hikaru and would eventually contract with it, Xingxing did not express any discontent. In fact, it demonstrated greater understanding than ever before. However, this did not imply that Xingxing would readily accept Hikaru. It merely concealed its emotions. Xingxing, do you remember when you first saw Hikaru injured and offered it a cheese stick? Song Shao gently stroked Xingxing's head. Ban Ban, you recall? You do not truly dislike Hikaru. It was merely because of that time when Hikaru declared it no longer wanted you, that you reacted with such resistance. Hikaru had once mocked Xingxing, taunting, "Your beast master no longer wants you. Xingxing, you are my younger brother, just like my brother and Jingjing. You are family. We will always be together. I will never abandon you." Chapter 57, The Battle Against the Mechanical Nightmare. Xingxing nestled in Song Shao's embrace. Its aversion to Hikaru stemmed from their first battle when Hikaru had proclaimed that its master no longer desired it. Deep down, Xingxing harbored insecurity, feeling that its master had only defeated all the gray-spotted beasts to claim it. Yet in a world so filled with stronger beasts, what if its master truly abandoned it? Ban Ban, Ban Ban. All right then, I will reluctantly accept it, but it is currently an unregistered beast. You cannot contract it. The thought of the once proud Hikaru now being reduced to an unregistered status brought joy to Xingxing. It resolved to become stronger, surpassing all other beasts, so that no beast would ever taunt it again with the words, "Your beast master no longer wants you." Moreover, if I were to contract with Hikaru in the future, it would become your younger brother, and as an elder brother, Xingxing must be magnanimous. Elder brother. Xingxing's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, it could become Hikaru's brother. At that point, it could command Hikaru to go east, and it would not dare to venture west, for Hikaru would be the younger sibling. Observing the relieved expression on Xingxing's face, Song Shao quietly exhaled. Soothing a child truly required skill. Fortunately, he had once witnessed how his senior brother managed to help their eldest sibling accept the notion of a second child, employing practical knowledge to defuse this crisis. Feeling better now? Ban Ban. All right. As Song Shao listened to the whistle signaling the end of the competition, he spoke solemnly. Then let us strive together in this match. For Hikaru is watching from the audience. Xingxing nodded earnestly. As Hikaru's elder brother, it could not afford to embarrass itself in front of its younger sibling. Absolutely not. The victor of this match was Si Jinbei. Should Song Shao lose to Si Jinbei, he would have to face this defeated opponent once more to determine the second and third places. Conversely, if he won, the entire high school segment of the competition would conclude. Half an hour later, Si Jinbei's beast, having received energy replenishment and treatment from a Mambo doll, was entirely restored. In the finals of the High School Pet Beast League, High School First Year segment, Jinghua Beastmaster Academy's Si Jinbei versus Yaming Beastmaster Academy's Song Shao. Song Shao appeared on the blue side of the arena, clad in the school uniform of blue and white. Ordinary and unremarkable, yet his striking features elevated his presence significantly. To be fair, Song Shao's visage was indeed captivating. Indeed, the aesthetic leaves much to be desired. This hairstyle, were it not for the visage it adorns, would verily be a calamity. At the same moment, Song Shao and Si Jinbei executed their seals, with the gray-eyed spot and the mechanical nightmare manifesting almost concurrently upon the battlefield. The two adversaries exchanged not a single glance upon the emergence of their beasts. They unleashed their assaults in unison. The mechanical nightmare utilized a vine impale, while the star countered with a seasoned electric surge that interrupted the approaching tendrils. The barbs adorning the tendrils of the vine impale were metallic. Should they penetrate the beast's body, they would inflict persistent piercing damage. Star managed to sever one. Yet immediately thereafter, 3 tendrils ensnared Star from 3 directions, forming a veritable cage. The only avenue for escape lay to the rear left. But Shao was acutely aware that this was a deliberate flaw left by Si Jinbei, biding his time for Star to take the bait. Star concentrated, conjuring a sphere of electric energy the size of a basketball, yet rather than targeting any of the 3 tendrils, it launched its assault at the very heart of the mechanical nightmare. At the moment the electric surge detached, Shao commanded Star to utilize Lightning Shadow, leaving an afterimage in place, while the true form stealthily advanced towards the rear of the mechanical nightmare under the guise of the electric surge. The electric surge aimed for the abdomen of the mechanical nightmare. To defend itself, the creature was compelled to block with a tendril. This movement caused the mechanical nightmare to lower its head, revealing a flower bud as its head, its petals lined with finely serrated metallic teeth. In this lowering, a small area of soft petal was exposed, free of the metallic barbs. Kiss. Shao immediately issued the command. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Star had already appeared behind the mechanical nightmare, sinking its fangs imbued with a pale blue electric current into the soft spot with a ferocity that was almost imperceptible. Yet, to his astonishment, the electrical patterns across the mechanical nightmare's form were so faint as to be nearly invisible, resulting in Star being jolted back as if struck by electricity. Shao's brow furrowed slightly. Si Jinbei had deployed this move with remarkable swiftness. Pain Share, a mid-tier skill of ghostly attributes. Once invoked, the beast would share all damage it received with the attacking beast. Consequently, the power of Star's electric kiss was halved, and the mechanical nightmare, rather than sustaining significant damage, found itself countering Star's own skill. Shao was privy to all of the mechanical nightmare's abilities, which included 3 ghostly attribute skills: the beginner skill Malicious Strike, the mid-tier skill Shadow Bullet, and the mid-tier skill Pain Share. Initially, Shao presumed that Si Jinbei would reserve Pain Share for the latter stages of the match to decisively turn the tide. He had not anticipated its early manifestation. What transpired? Why had the gray-eyed spot fallen? The audience, bewildered, gazed at the battlefield, while those who discerned the underlying truth felt a sinking sensation, a dual attribute, evolved creature. Shao's chances in this round were indeed bleak. The commentator expressed mild surprise, but quickly regained composure to narrate. The mechanical nightmare is truly unexpected. It possesses dual attributes. Indeed, beyond its mechanical nature, it conceals ghostly attributes. Who would have thought that Si Jinbei had such a trump card up his sleeve? The pressure now rests on Shao's shoulders. Let us see how he shall contend with a creature bearing both mechanical and ghostly attributes. Though the pain was shared, half of the electric kiss had still struck the mechanical nightmare, which, feeling the sting, angrily lashed out with its tendrils towards Star. Enduring the agony, Star utilized swift electric to evade, momentarily halting to catch its breath while fixating its gaze on the grotesque beast before it. Electric kiss is a technique that wreaks havoc throughout the body. At present, Star had suffered a backlash, and although it remained capable of fighting, its movements were markedly less agile than before. Under the current circumstances, victory seemed almost unattainable. Standing still, Shao closed his eyes, his palms clenched tightly, brows furrowed, as if he were enduring immense torment. The spectators speculated whether his sudden blindness to the impending defeat of the gray-eyed spot was characteristic of his demeanor. For such an easy surrender was uncharacteristic of Shao. Before the commentator could finish his thought, a faint electric pattern flickered across Shao's pale visage. The connection of spirit was not merely a means of inner communication. It also encompassed the sharing of damage between the Beastmaster and their beast. Unable to restrain himself, Shao knelt upon the battlefield, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. In that moment, the gray-eyed spot unexpectedly exuded an aura of vigor, its presence exuding an oppressive force that eclipsed even its former glory. Chapter 58, Deep Resonance. The audience remained unaware of the unfolding events. Shao had suddenly closed his eyes and, as if overwhelmed by a crushing blow, knelt upon the ground. Although the gray-eyed spot was the one injured, why did it seem that Shao bore a heavier burden? Indeed, the gray-eyed spot appeared transformed, where it had previously displayed lethargy. It now seemed capable of besting 10 mechanical nightmares. Such exaggeration was hardly credible. Many in the audience were baffled. While the judges could not suppress the gravity of their expressions, some even rose to their feet, their disbelief palpable, as one judge queried, trembling slightly, "Is this resonance?" Upon uttering these words, all judges instinctively doubted the possibility. It was simply inconceivable. Resonance typically manifests in fourth-tier beastmasters, who have forged profound emotional bonds with their beasts, allowing for a seamless mental connection that enables perfect command without the need for verbal orders. Although the world is not devoid of prodigies, a typical beastmaster awakens this skill upon breaking through the fourth tier, while those of exceptional talent may achieve resonance in the latter stages of the third tier. Yet, they had never witnessed such resonance in a second-tier beastmaster. This was utterly impossible. Could it be a ploy by Song Shao? Before the judge could finish his thoughts, Song Shao, supported by one hand on his knee, gradually rose to his feet. The blue and white uniform accentuated his slender frame without rendering him frail. The youthful visage, tinged with a hint of immaturity, belied a coldness beyond his years. Light cascaded from above like a torrential downpour, and under the spotlight, Song Shao, who had kept his head bowed, slowly lifted it. His long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow of deep indigo across his pale countenance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The right eye remained a delicate, indifferent phoenix eye, while the left had transformed entirely, mirroring the resplendent gray of Star's gaze. Following deep resonance, a portion of the beastmaster's body would exhibit traits of their beast. The entire battleground, along with all present, fell into a profound silence, some unable to suppress the urge to blink, questioning their own perception. What did they witness? The deep resonance and physical transformation that typically graced high-tier competitions had now appeared in a first-year match. Was this overkill? Although approximately 45% of interstellar citizens awaken psychic abilities, among that percentage, over 80% of beastmasters never ascend beyond the fourth tier to achieve resonance with their beasts. Teacher Ling Weishan, achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a third-tier beastmaster at the tender age of 18. Yet, in the ensuing 20 years, he failed to establish a bond of empathic connection with his beast, thereby remaining stagnant at the third tier. The first to rise from the judging panel was Ku Yao, her irises trembling with excitement. She had previously harbored concerns about Song Shao's perceived lack of talent, which she believed stunted the evolution of his gray eye spot. However, it was now evident that Song Shao's abilities were anything but mediocre. He was, in fact, a prodigy the likes of which the entire starry expanse had never witnessed. An elder judge, despite his advanced age, also rose in fervor, astounded by the sight of a 16-year-old beast master capable of achieving profound empathy with his beast, something he had never heard of before. Perhaps in the future, Song Shao could represent Blue Star on the battlefield. Si Jinbei's gaze was fixed on Song Shao's beast-formed left eye, the chilling and damp aura emanating from him growing more pronounced. He lowered his gaze slightly, as though Song Shao's transformation held no sway over him, and calmly issued commands to the mechanical nightmare. Strangle. Suddenly, 6 tendrils, adorned with metallic blades, erupted from behind the mechanical vines, each moving with a sense of consciousness as they lashed out toward the star. In the face of the menacing, frost-laden tendrils, the star remained remarkably composed, its form vanishing in a flash like a bolt of lightning, only to reappear outside the encirclement of the tendrils. The mechanical nightmare pursued, the tendrils thrashing through the air, their blades glinting ominously under the light, resembling a fearsome meat grinder as they aimed to ensnare the star. Just as the blade-like tendrils lunged toward the star, it abruptly materialized before the mechanical nightmare. The assailed star's form dissipated in an instant. The audience, riveted by the sudden appearance of the star before the mechanical nightmare, belatedly realized that the star had executed 2 consecutive uses of Thunderbolt, leaving behind an afterimage created by the lightning to confound the mechanical nightmare. While its true form had already launched a surprise assault, this maneuver was nothing short of spectacular. Throughout the entire exchange, Song Shao had not issued a single command. Yet the star seemed to possess an innate understanding of how to execute the attack. This exemplified true empathy. The Beast Master's commands resonated within the beast's heart, requiring no verbal orders. While other beasts awaited their master's directives, those capable of empathy had already completed a full routine of exercises. A surge of electrical energy coalesced at the star's brow, precisely targeting the core of the mechanical nightmare's bud-like head. Thus, the star's sudden appearance caught the mechanical nightmare entirely off guard. Moreover, the ghostly attribute skill pain sharing was not one that could be used without limit. It required a recovery period. Consequently, this strike, imbued with unprecedented energy and fury, crashed into the depths of the mechanical nightmare's bud, exploding within. The bud concealed a tongue-shaped, deep crimson gem, the vital energy source for mechanical-type beasts. If this source were severely damaged, the beast would essentially lose its combat capability. Shadow Ball. Si Jinbei reacted swiftly to counter. The mechanical nightmare collapsed to the ground, its body ensnared by faint blue currents of electricity, already weakened by the electric kiss. Yet, It remained loyal, laboriously attempting to obey the Beast Master's command, its gears straining to lift its body. A sphere of dark purple shadow ball emerged from the center of the bud, while on the battlefield, lightning flickered and roared, terrifying bolts illuminating the protective shield, threatening to rend the sky asunder. The thunder crashed down, meeting the mechanical nightmare's shadow ball, the violet-black and pale blue energies clashing. Boom! A tremendous impact echoed across the battlefield as the purple-black shadow ball dissipated amidst the lightning. Turbine tornado. Si Jinbei gritted his teeth. At that moment, the mechanical nightmare's bud-like head slowly opened, revealing the energy source shattered by the electric impact, its petals adorned with protruding metallic spikes. The fully opened bud began to spin rapidly, generating a tornado imbued with malicious intent, causing the air currents within the battlefield to undergo a swift transformation. The star's gray-white fur fluttered in the gale, as several blade-like tendrils formed from the tornado, sliced toward it. Simultaneously, a second bolt of thunder crashed down, shattering the incoming blades. The fragmented stones on the battlefield swirled within the tornado, the tiny shards resembling concealed weapons as they rained down upon the star. The star, growing impatient, flicked its paw, its body leaping into the air amidst the deluge of debris, lunging toward the mechanical nightmare, its sharp fangs crackling with faint blue electricity. Defense. The mechanical nightmare immediately directed the turbine tornado toward the star, but as it turned, the star vanished in an instant. Boom! The tornado gradually dissipated, and the dust clouded the battlefield, obscuring what transpired. When the dust finally settled, the star stood with one paw firmly planted on the back of the mechanical nightmare. Its head held high, enveloped in faint blue currents, resembling a divine beast born from the tempest. The match's whistle blew. Let us congratulate Song Shao from Yaming Beastmaster High School for winning the championship in this year's High School Beast competition for the first-year segment. Amidst the tidal wave of cheers, every face bore an expression of indescribable excitement, not only for the emergence of a champion, but also for the historic moment they were witnessing. They had borne witness to a late-stage awakened beast triumphing over many of its higher-ranked opponents throughout the competition. As Song Shao descended from the battlefield, listening to the unending applause outside, he leaned against the wall, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, feeling the toll of the damage endured through the star, leaving him somewhat weakened. Thus, when Si Jinbei approached him, Song Shao hardly noticed. The star stood protectively in front of Song Shao, wary of Si Jinbei's presence. Opening his eyes, Song Shao gazed at Si Jinbei. Although he bore an almost identical visage to Si Jinan, Song Shao felt no semblance of similarity between the two. The disparity in temperament and aura was stark. Song Shao, that was an impressive match, Si Jinbei remarked, devoid of expression as he offered his praise. I will continue to grow stronger and look forward to the day we battle again. With that, Si Jinbei turned and departed. After a moment, Song Shao chuckled softly, noting how Si Jinbei's demeanor was entirely unlike that chilling aura he exuded. The afternoon would bring the awards ceremony, where the top 3 from each year would take the stage to receive their accolades. Currently, Song Shao sat in the backstage lounge, allowing Ku Yao to assess his physical condition, with the principal and teacher Ling, along with several judges, standing nearby. Ku Yao reviewed the data and sighed in relief. There are no major issues. It's merely the result of employing deep empathy and the burden you took on for the gray eye spot during the match, leading to your physical weakness. Given your current condition, you should fully recover within a day. It seems you have experienced this deep empathy with gray eye spot more than once. Song Shao nodded in acknowledgement. Ku Yao fell into an inexplicable silence. She recalled watching Song Shao's match earlier, during which she noticed that often, Song Shao did not issue commands, yet the gray-eyed leopard managed to respond correctly. She had assumed it was a testament to Song Shao's effective training, never considering the notion of mutual empathy. Indeed, prior to this, no second-tier Beastmaster had ever achieved such a profound connection with their beast, let alone the ability to undergo a physical transformation through deep empathy. When had she first experienced this mutual empathy with the gray-eyed leopard? This was a critical piece of research data. Song Shao was currently the only known case. If she could discover how to facilitate mutual empathy between Beastmasters and their beasts, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the entire interstellar community. Song Shao thought back to the first instance of their mutual empathy, which likely occurred while he was scavenging in a junkyard, when Xing Xing was bullied by Hai Kulu at the beast training facility. At that moment, he suddenly felt Xing Xing's anger, as if a third perspective had opened up, allowing him to see and communicate with the beast. At that time, Xing Xing was still in the early stages of awakening. It was due to an overwhelming sense of rage that they achieved mutual empathy. After he finished speaking, the previously quiet lounge was enveloped in an almost suffocating silence. The principal, teacher Ling, and the judges looked at Song Shao as if he were some bizarre creature. Even the usually composed Ku Yao displayed astonishment and a struggle to articulate her thoughts. Early stages of awakening. Did that not imply that he had just formed a contract with his beast and had already learned to empathize? Teacher Ling, who had spent 20 years without mastering mutual empathy, felt as if the sky had collapsed. What did all those years of hard work amount to? Could he endure this? Noticing their complex expressions, Song Shao furrowed his brow slightly. What? Is there something amiss? The expressions of shock he encountered reminded him of the times he had witnessed his seniors fail during experiments in his previous life. Could there be hidden dangers associated with achieving mutual empathy prematurely? For reasons unknown, Song Shao thought of the skill in his left eye. While it may not be a grand advantage, it proved exceptionally useful, particularly during battles, allowing him to discern his opponent's skills and weaknesses with clarity. Ku Yao composed herself, striving to maintain a calm tone. After all, even the strongest individuals would struggle to manage their expressions after enduring a series of emotional blows in a single day. Current examinations indicated that both his and the gray-eyed leopard's bodies were entirely sound. The specifics of their early mutual empathy, whether it was due to an extraordinary alignment of their mental energies or another factor, still required further research. It's a relief. Song Shao nodded. Ku Yao suddenly recalled something and spoke up. I conducted a physical assessment of the gray-eyed leopard and discovered that its energy level has long surpassed 1,000. However, it has yet to evolve. I suspect some underlying reason is obstructing its evolution, although I am currently unclear on the specifics. The only path to evolution for the gray-eyed leopard is through learning evolution. Naturally, an energy level above 1,000 should trigger its evolution. Yet Xing has shown no signs of fluctuation typical of the early stages of energy evolution, which is evidently abnormal. Song Shao contemplated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. Professor Ku, is it possible that Xing has other evolutionary pathways? Other evolutionary pathways? Professor Ku was taken aback, instinctively wondering how Song Shao, who had formed a contract with the gray-eyed leopard, could be unaware of its potential evolution routes. However, she quickly dismissed that notion. If Song Shao could achieve deep empathy with the gray-eyed leopard, he must have sensed something amiss. Regaining her composure, Ku Yao feigned calmness. According to the existing interstellar data, the gray-eyed leopard currently exhibits only one evolutionary pathway, learning evolution. While she stated this as a current observation, she could not definitively claim that the gray-eyed leopard had only one evolutionary route. A few individuals nearby instinctively thought to interject that the gray-eyed leopard indeed had only one evolutionary pathway. Yet, they suddenly remembered that Song Shao's gray-eyed leopard had nearly redefined their understanding of beasts. Could it be that the delay in its evolution indicated it was destined for an alternative evolutionary route? Once this thought emerged, everyone turned their eager gazes towards Song Shao. If the gray-eyed leopard were to evolve through another pathway, its initial level would undoubtedly ascend to B rank. Perhaps even A rank was not impossible. Could it be an item-based evolutionary pathway? The gray-eyed leopard's energy was already at capacity, yet it had not evolved. Perhaps an item was needed to catalyze the energy within and facilitate its evolution? Some nearby had already begun to speculate. Judge Chang and the principal exchanged knowing glances. It could also be a bond-based evolution. The deep connection between the gray-eyed leopard and Song Shao allows for profound empathy. Perhaps its evolutionary path will be bond-based. The discussion continued as others chimed in, debating whether the alternative evolutionary pathway was item-based or bond-based. Meanwhile, Song Shao's left eye revealed two potential paths, learning evolution and bloodline evolution. It was neither item-based nor bond-based, but rather the exceedingly rare bloodline evolution. Teachers Chang and the principal each held their ground, steadfast in their beliefs. It must be bond-based evolution, without an exceptionally deep bond. How could they achieve deep empathy at the awakening stage? While it was true that the bond between the gray-eyed leopard and Song Shao was profound, it was also true that the gray-eyed leopard's energy was at full capacity yet had not evolved. There had to be an external force necessary for catalysis, meaning the only other evolutionary pathway, apart from learning evolution, must be item-based evolution. Amidst the clamor and debate, Song Shao's voice emerged, calm and cutting through the noise. Why could it not be bloodline evolution? In that instant, all arguments ceased. Unfinished points were swallowed back, and they stared at Song Shao, momentarily bewildered, as if questioning. What on earth are you saying? Ku Yao, who had previously been asked by Song Shao about bloodline evolution, was not overly surprised, assuming it was merely his curiosity. She reiterated, bloodline evolution is a pathway that only exceedingly rare beasts awaken to. I mentioned earlier that in the past few centuries, all beasts that awaken this pathway have, without exception, failed to evolve and perished. However, I neglected to clarify one point. All beasts that awaken bloodline evolution were invariably of S rank. The rarity and value of S rank beasts stem not only from their immense power, but also from their closer bloodline connection to divine beasts. Thus, it was inconceivable that a C-rank beast like the gray-eyed leopard could awaken bloodline evolution. All beasts in breeding facilities undergo bloodline screening prior to forming contracts. Any beast with even a hint of bloodline evolution potential would not be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Song Shao fell into contemplation. This meant that Xing Xing was indeed not supposed to have any potential for bloodline evolution. Yet, for some unknown reason, it had suddenly awakened. Song Shao refrained from further comment. The skill in his left eye was not something he could reveal. He had already foreseen the scene of Xing Xing's bloodline evolution in his previous dreams. Perhaps tomorrow, or someday thereafter, Xing Xing would inevitably embark on the path of bloodline evolution, breaking through to become a new kind of beast. While Song Shao felt a sense of difficulty, he was not overtly concerned. The immediate priority should be to ascertain what spiritual plant Xing Xing had consumed in his dreams. In the afternoon, the award ceremony commenced. With all top 3 students from the first, second, and third years present, Song Shao, accompanied by Xing Xing, made his way backstage, while Si Jinbei lingered nearby. Upon noticing Song Shao, he lifted his eyelids slightly and shifted his foot to the left. Song Shao approached and stood to Si Jinbei's right. The host on stage delivered the opening remarks, and when he announced the champions, runners-up, and third-place winners of the first year, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience, accompanied by 6 musical beasts performing on either side. One particular drummer played with exceptional vigor, prompting Xing Xing to instinctively lean in closer to listen. Carrying Xing Xing, Song Shao ascended to the champion's position, where celebratory confetti suddenly erupted from both sides. The champion's platform gradually rose, and a procession of small, colorful birds, approximately 20 to 30 centimeters in size, soared overhead. The most magnificent bird at the forefront grasped Song Shao's champion trophy, followed by 6 elegant birds bearing garlands that gently approached him. Song Shao gazed at the garland in silence for a moment before accepting the trophy. While he lifted Xing Xing high in the air, the leading bird, curious, looked at Song Shao. Unmoved, Song Shao instead noticed Xing Xing's eager expression. Thinking how fortunate his cherished beast master was, aware of its fondness for beautiful things, as it adorned Xing Xing with the garland. The leading bird, upon noticing Xing Xing stretching its neck in anticipation, placed the garland around its neck, casting a fleeting look of regret towards Song Shao. Below, the principal and teacher Ling observed Song Shao, clad in the uniform of Yaming Beastmaster High School, unable to contain their excitement as they applauded. They had never imagined such a day would come, having once been known as the least prestigious Beastmaster school in District 10, now boasting a student who had secured the championship for the 4th district. The principal mused that this year's enrollment would undoubtedly flourish, while teacher Ling considered the substantial bonus that awaited. Chapter 61. The truth behind the fire. After the first year segment concluded, the second year followed, maintaining the same format. Leading into the third year, the enthusiasm from the third-year students was palpably greater, as they were on the cusp of entering Beastmaster University, with all top 3 students assured direct recruitment from the top 10 institutions. Consequently, the competition in the third year was the most intense. From his vantage point in second place, Song Shao recognized a familiar face, Ing Sibo, the master of Haikalu. However, his second beast had transformed into an awakened-level fire-armored fox, while his first beast remained a late-stage evolved wood gecko, a dual-attribute fighter and dark-type creature. Ing Sibo's expression bore no joy. Rather, it was tinged with impatience. Perhaps for him, achieving second place was a source of humiliation. Song Shao stroked Xing Xing's fur, contemplating that such a personality likely led Ing Sibo to consider resorting to extreme measures upon realizing he could not contract Haikalu. If I cannot possess it, neither shall others. Following the grand award ceremony, Song Shao found himself surrounded by reporters. His achievements were rife with sensational stories. From his 4-month-old awakened-level gray-spotted beast to his mastery of profound empathy with his beasts as a second-tier beastmaster, each aspect alone was enough to create a cosmic headline. Numerous Beastmaster universities were already preparing to offer him exceptional admission, having previously hesitated due to his ongoing competitions. Now, it was likely that acceptance letters were already en route to Yaming Beastmaster High School. Song Shao, do you have any secrets in nurturing your gray-spotted beast? One reporter inquired, noting the scorched tail of the beast. Is this a unique training method you've devised? Song Shao pondered his response before stating, that was merely an accident. However, it did indeed assist in training Xing Xing, helping to correct its excessive concern for its appearance. Song Shao, esteemed universities such as Blue Star Beastmaster University and Nankong Beastmaster University are eager to admit you early. What are your intentions? Another reporter pressed. As a second-tier Beastmaster, you've achieved deep empathy with your beasts. Do you have any words of wisdom for other Beastmasters? Another asked. What are your thoughts on contracting a second beast? Which attribute do you intend to pursue? Yet another reporter chimed in. Song Shao maintained an impassive demeanor as he responded to their questions, while Xingxing impatiently flicked its tail. At that moment, the principal, beaming with joy, extricated Song Shao from the throng of reporters, enthusiastically proclaiming, "We welcome all reporters to continue their interviews with Song Shao here at Yaming Beastmaster High School. Remember, it's Yaming Beastmaster High School." To our viewers in the Jingguang region, still pondering which Beastmaster High School to choose for your children? Yaming Beastmaster High School is the cradle of genius. After finishing his promotional remarks, the principal finally released Song Shao's arm, and the cameras withdrew from his face. Backstage, Song Shao presented the championship trophy to Song Qin, who stood nearly 1.9 meters tall and was now teary-eyed as he began to cry. "Shao Shao, my greatest pride is having you and Jingjing." Song Shao patted his sentimental brother's shoulder, his tone flat, yet carrying a hint of bravado. "Brother, it's merely a champion from a regional competition. What will you do when I secure the national championship? Will you cry twice? Perhaps one day I will even compete in the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup. Should I prepare a heart-saving pill for you by then?" His tone conveyed an air of certainty, as if he foresaw this as an inevitable outcome. Those nearby contemplated teasing him, urging him to cease his pretentiousness. But upon recalling Song Shao's remarkable accomplishments, they wisely silenced themselves. 4-month-old awakened-level beasts, do you possess one? As a second-tier beastmaster capable of profound empathy with beasts, can you? They thought better of challenging him, fully aware of his formidable strength and impressive record. They remembered the fates of those who had once mocked Song Shao. The champion of the first-year competition not only received a prize of 1 million star coins, but also qualified for training in the elite beast training grounds and the opportunity to undertake tasks that were typically unattainable. The previous champion of the second year, Sikong Bo, had sustained severe injuries from a mission associated with grave markers, rendering him unable to participate in the third-year competition. Most tasks carried low risk, yet yielded substantial rewards, thus serving as incentives for victorious students. Sikong Bo had insisted on undertaking the grave marker task, underestimating its dangers and facing dire consequences. Song Shao handed the 1 million star coin card to Song Qin, explaining, "Brother, I didn't mention it earlier out of concern for your competition. We've apprehended the one who instructed the Firebird to burn down our restaurant. Do you recall the incident that occurred while you were working part-time at the dump? A worker lost his life due to a mutated centipede after leaving his post without permission. His family sought compensation, but the manager refused on the grounds that he had left his position. Your testimony proved that he had indeed abandoned his post, which led to the family's animosity towards us. The only reason we managed to catch them was thanks to the beast at the dump. It informed the authorities that the family had been inquiring about you." Song Shao's eyes widened in surprise. "Was it that last?" Song Jingjing nodded. Song Shao's emotions were somewhat complex. He had only worked with Raster for a few days and had merely given him a few free candies from the milk tea shop. Yet Raster astonishingly came forth to help him apprehend the arsonist. Previously, it was Raster who had rescued him from a coma caused by empathy, and even before that, Raster had cared for him while he suffered from excruciating headaches due to radiation. The kindness he felt from Raster was the greatest he had experienced in this world. Aside from Song Qin, Jingjing, and Xingxing, Raster was merely a creature struggling to survive in a garbage dump. The High School Pet League of Zone 4 had officially concluded. When Song Shao arrived, he had traveled in economy class, but on his return, he was upgraded to the luxurious first-class accommodations, where even a pet personally attended to his foot massage. This foot-massaging pet was unrecognizable to Song Shao. It stood less than a meter tall, bore a grayish-blue hue, and sported 2 devil-like horns on its head, yet its gaze was remarkably pure. It draped a towel over its arm, and, after glancing at Song Shao and Xingxing, its body twisted, and 2 additional paws emerged from its sides, enabling it to simultaneously massage both Song Shao and Xingxing. Upon disembarking from the plane, Song Shao did not return home, but instead headed to the shopping mall, making his way to the pet specialty counter. "Please give me a retractable pet phone watch." It was akin to a modern children's smartwatch, specifically for pets, allowing them to contact their trainers even when they were apart. Although Song Shao had already established empathy with Xingxing, he decided to purchase one for Xingxing, who was curious about it. Delighted, Xingxing went off to choose a color, while Song Shao noticed a silver-black pet phone watch nearby and picked it up. "Please wrap this one as well." In the garbage dump, Raster continued to busily sort through refuse. Song Shao approached and called out, "Raster." Chapter 62, Back to School. Raster turned around, still carrying the acrid stench of garbage. Its dark, round eyes met Song Shao's, revealing a mix of shock and confusion. "Rala?" Raster did not approach, but instead retrieved a black protective suit before slowly making its way towards Song Shao. From Raster's perspective, Song Shao was a fragile individual, easily susceptible to harm. Inside the small dwelling of the garbage dump, an aging man with a disheveled appearance, intoxicated. Barely opened his eyes to glance at Song Shao before turning away to resume his snoring. Raster presented the black protective suit to Song Shao, saying, "Rala, the radiation in the garbage dump has increased. Take this." Song Shao's physical condition was considerably better now than when he first arrived, when he was preoccupied with work and constantly experienced headaches. Now, however, he felt little discomfort. Thus, he merely accepted the protective suit without donning it, while Xingxing, nestled in his embrace, looked at Raster. Given Xingxing's nature, it would ordinarily avoid such a filthy, chaotic, and foul-smelling place. However, upon hearing about Raster from Song Shao and learning that he had previously worked there, Xingxing displayed an expression of disbelief, clutching Song Shao's arm in an utterly embarrassed manner. Xingxing hopped down from Song Shao's arms and greeted Raster, "Ban Ban." Raster, somewhat taken aback, shyly extended a not-so-clean paw in response, "Rala." As Xingxing inhaled the acrid stench of decaying refuse permeating the air, he noticed emaciated figures, evidently unregistered fifth-class citizens, scurrying about the garbage piles like ants. Suddenly, Xingxing's spirits plummeted, and he tightly wrapped his tail around Song Shao's leg. It was hard to fathom that his trainer had once lived such a pitiful existence. "It's not that tragic," Song Shao interjected, interrupting Xingxing's dramatic mood. He turned to Raster and said, "Jingjing, my sister, expressed her gratitude for your willingness to testify." Raster scratched its head, feeling considerably less awkward. "Rala, it's no trouble at all." Song Shao produced the silver-black pet phone watch he had purchased and presented it to Raster. "I think it suits you well. I'll save my phone number in it. If you ever need to contact me, just call." Raster did not take it immediately, but stared blankly at the pet phone watch in Song Shao's hand, pointing at itself. "Rala? For me?" "Of course." Raster accepted this. Its first-ever gift, and a delightful fragrance wafted from the air vent behind it. "Ban Ban." Xingxing extended a paw, indicating that he too wanted to exchange contact information with Raster. Song Shao was moved and took out his phone, proposing, "Let us take a photo." Raster and Xingxing stood in front of Song Shao, each displaying a gentle smile. After capturing the moment, Song Shao sent the photo to Raster. Once Song Shao departed, Raster carefully tucked away the pet phone watch in the garbage heap. Maintaining cleanliness was a challenge, yet Raster was determined not to soil this precious gift. The old man in the management office, swaying with intoxication, stood up and, appearing both drunk and sober, addressed Raster. "You watch his matches daily. You must know he is called a genius beast master. Perhaps you should ask him. He might contract you." The people in the garbage dump assumed that Raster's trainer was the frequently inebriated old man in the management office. However, the truth was different. Raster was a long-lived creature that fed on decaying refuse and could purify radiation, lacking any offensive abilities, making it a wholly beneficial companion to humans. Due to its long lifespan, many of Raster's former trainers had passed away, yet Raster continued to thrive. In reality, Raster's true trainer was the old man's sister. And since her passing, Raster had remained by the old man's side. Raster did not respond to the old man's words, as there were many instances where its reply was unnecessary. Upon returning to school, Song Shao did not linger for long. The summer vacation was imminent, and he needed to rush to the local inspection bureau to register and apply for training time at the pet battle base. Nevertheless, he made time to visit the school. The moment he stepped into the classroom, a loud and heartfelt voice rang out. Adoptive father. Tang Jiannan slid into a dramatic kneel before Song Shao, his eyes clearly expressing, "Good brother, let us not forget each other in wealth or hardship." "There is no need for all that," Song Shao replied. Tang Jiannan feigned caution as he looked at Song Shao, saying, "Brother, you've become quite the dandy while I've been stuck in this wretched place." Song Shao playfully slapped Tang Jiannan on the shoulder. Tang Jiannan straightened up, grinning, and his gaze flitted back and forth between himself and Song Shao. "Not only have you stolen the limelight, but you've also grown taller. You've changed." Indeed, Song Shao had grown taller. When he first arrived in this body, he had been rather thin, emanating an unwholesome pallor. Although he still retained a fair complexion, he had shed that sickly appearance. And while he previously stood just shy of 1.8 meters, he now was likely a bit over that height. At 16, growth could happen rapidly. Tang Jiannan retrieved a sketchbook from behind him and presented it to Song Shao, urging, "Quickly, sign here for me, and don't forget your gray-eyed beast's paw print as well. You have no idea how many copies of your signature I've sold. You're at the pinnacle of your fame right now. Let's seize this opportunity to reap some rewards." Song Shao paused for 2 seconds before replying, "I'll take 70, you take 30. Tang Jiannan clutched his chest, exclaiming dramatically that he felt no love left, but ultimately negotiated with Song Shao to a 50-50 split. Song Shao signed 50 copies in one breath, and even the claws of the starry creature turned a rosy hue. Quality over quantity was his motto. The fewer he signed, the higher the price he could demand. The unscrupulous Tang halted Song Shao's signing spree. Once the business was concluded, Tang Jiannan leaned in conspiratorially and whispered in Song Shao's ear, "Jiang Liyun is in trouble." Who? Song Shao momentarily felt bewildered, only to remember that she was the class monitor who seemingly harbored a crush on him. What happened to her? Tang Jiannan furrowed his brows. Uncertain as he explained, during your competition, she broke through to the second tier of beast tamers and acquired her second beast ring. It said something went awry while she was attempting to contract her second pet. Otherwise, how could she possibly miss your competition? Chapter 63, Lanluo's Star Interstellar Beast Taming University. Upon hearing this, Song Shao remained silent. To him, Jiang Liyun was merely a stranger, someone with whom the former Song Shao had no significant connection. Moreover, the matter of contracting beasts was beyond his control. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what precisely transpired. Conventionally, before contracting a beast, one would conduct a psychic compatibility check. As long as the compatibility exceeded 80%, no issues should arise. Contracting a beast with significantly mismatched psychic energy could lead to permanent brain damage. But it was unlikely any beast tamer would dare to contract a beast that did not align with their own energy, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Song Shao asked Tang Jiannan to keep an ear out for news regarding Jiang Liyun. Upon seeing the deeply meaningful look in Tang Jiannan's eyes, Song Shao felt a sudden itch of curiosity. He genuinely wished to understand why issues could arise in beast contracting, especially since he was to contract his second beast soon. After meeting with his good friend, Song Shao proceeded to the principal's office, where the principal's smile had not waned. Upon seeing Song Shao, the principal's grin deepened, revealing a multitude of wrinkles, and from his expression, Song Shao could sense how high the enrollment rates at Yaming Beast Taming High School had soared after the summer break. Currently, 7 beast taming universities have extended invitations for direct admission, including Blue Star Beast Taming University. The principal laid 7 envelopes of various colors, yet all equally ornate, before Song Shao. In the past, champions of the high school division would receive such invitations. But this typically occurred in the second and third years of high school, and rarely in such abundance. However, the exceptional brilliance of the gray-eyed beast cultivated by Song Shao, coupled with his ability to empathize with beasts at the second tier, proved him to be a prodigy unlike any seen in the galaxy thus far. To remain indifferent in the presence of a genius is akin to claiming to love dirt when faced with treasure, utter foolishness. Though the gray-eyed beast had yet to evolve, Song Shao already exhibited qualities that warranted a bold gamble from the universities. As he gazed upon these invitations, particularly the one from Blue Star Beast Taming University, ranked first in the Blue Star and a dream destination for nearly all Blue Star beast tamers, he caressed the envelope before ultimately placing them all on the desk. The principal's expression shifted, his buoyant smile fading as he inquired, "Nothing piqued your interest?" The last invitation from Blue Star Beast Taming University had been sent out during the previous National High School Beast Taming Competition, and receiving an invitation before even participating in the national competition was a clear testament to their regard for him. Song Shao cast one last glance at the deep blue envelope and replied, "Blue Star Beast Taming University is indeed remarkable, a height I never dared to dream of before. However, Principal, I wish to take a risk. I want to go to Lanluo's. Lanluo's, the main planet and the venue for the Interstellar Beast Taming Challenge." While Blue Star Beast Taming University held the top rank on Blue Star, it only stood 13th in the interstellar arena. The foremost institution was Lanluo's Interstellar Beast Taming University, which enrolled no more than 300 students each year, imposing exceedingly stringent requirements, including the stipulation that applicants must be under 20 years of age and have attained the rank of 4th-tier beast tamers, consequently disqualifying countless aspiring tamers. The principal displayed no particular reaction. He simply gathered the invitations back, recognizing that it was commendable for a young person to have dreams, and that the aspirations of a capable youth would ultimately come to fruition. "Since you're not interested in these, perhaps you should take a look at this." The principal produced a black envelope sealed with wax, bearing the emblem of a soaring hikaru. Song Shao accepted the letter, opened it, and extracted its contents, a letter of thanks. It expressed gratitude to Song Shao and his family for rescuing the hikaru. As a token of appreciation, the Hikaru Breeding Association would waive all fees associated with contracting a hikaru. This meant that Song Shao could contract a hikaru without any monetary expenditure whatsoever. Instinctively, Song Shao felt that the hikaru the association wanted him to contract was indeed the one he was familiar with. He found himself torn between laughter and tears. He had not anticipated that the hikaru would act so swiftly, resolving all these matters with remarkable efficiency. Now that the registration was secured, the Hikaru Association personally ensured that the creature was not a rogue. Short on funds? Not anymore. Contracting is free. Meanwhile, the Hikaru occasionally fluttered its wings against the man beside it until he, exasperated, cast aside the documents. Regarding the Hikaru with an expression reminiscent of a father who had painstakingly raised his daughter, only to find her ready to elope with a rebellious partner. Can't you show a little restraint? I've already sent the letter. He will definitely come. Lulu, can't you do something about it? The man was the president of the Hikaru Association, named Heibatonglu, and his contracted beast was the uncle of this particular Hikaru. Lulu, with a pet beast size-reducing device around its neck, extended its claws to toss the Hikaru outside, feeling embarrassed. The Hikaru clan had always been the ones sought after for contracts. Never had they been in a position to offer themselves up. The Hikaru sighed at its uncle, Kuru. Uncle, you don't understand. He is different from the rest. Kuru, uncle, if I can't contract with him, my life will be ruined. Lulu, upon hearing this, became agitated. Eager to discover what sort of individual could make a Hikaru yearn for them to such an extent. The Song family's small restaurant had been burned down, and Song Qin, using the 1 million star coins prize money given by Song Shao, rented a new establishment not far from the original site, now busy with renovations. Even amidst this flurry of activity, upon learning that Song Shao was to contract with a Hikaru, he took him shopping for new clothes. A Hikaru is a splendid beast, and now that the previous concerns were resolved, it was important to dress handsomely for their meeting. Previously, the entire family had accompanied him to contract the starry creature. This time, though he and Jingjing could not be there, he needed to take it seriously. Contracting a beast meant welcoming a family member who would be forever intertwined with him. Song Qin gazed at Song Shao, who, even in casual athletic attire, exuded an irresistible charm, and could not help but stroke his chin, saying, "Forget it. You look handsome in anything. Lead the way." Song Shao replied, "Does our father agree with that statement?" Ultimately, Song Shao opted for his comfortable light blue jeans and a white t-shirt as he made his way to the Hikaru Association. Upon disembarking, he paused to take in the opulent estate before him. It became evident that the Hikaru family was extravagantly wealthy. As Song Shao pressed the doorbell, he noticed, much to his surprise, that the once clear sky had suddenly turned overcast. He looked up to see a Beast King-level Lingxing falcon soaring majestically above him, approximately 20 meters in wingspan. Upon locking eyes with the falcon's deep blue gaze, it abruptly dove toward him. Chapter 64, Accepting the Challenge. The Lingxing falcon epitomizes the Beast King form of Hikaru. It boasts a flawless snowy white plumage, with even its talons appearing as white as snow. The tips of its wings and tail feathers, however, exhibit a dark bluish hue, and its eyes, reminiscent of deep-sea gemstones, shine with a crystalline clarity, adorned with dark blue patterns on its forehead that shimmer with an almost sacred light under the sun, whether in its initial form or any advanced form. Hikaru exudes an air of grandeur and elegance, which even the most discerning of beauty enthusiasts cannot deny. As the Lingxing falcon descended, it stirred a powerful vortex of air and wind pressure, causing Song Shao's white t-shirt to billow and his hair to dance wildly in the gusts. He raised his arm to shield his face from the debris. As the tempest gradually subsided, he lowered his arm, and his gaze fell upon the falcon's eyes, as radiant as deep-sea jewels. Perched upon the falcon was a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and light blue eyes, exuding an air of an aristocrat from days of yore. Heibatonglu naturally emanated a melancholic poet's aura, and even in a suit of the finest quality, his demeanor conveyed a hint of nonchalance. He arched an eyebrow at Song Shao, his gaze carrying an evaluative quality. His first impression was of Song Shao's slightly aloof Danfeng eyes and the elegant curve of his nose to lips, straddling the line between youth and maturity. With just this fleeting glance, Heibatonglu was already inclined to grant him 5 points. The reasoning was simple. The contract beast masters of Hikaru possessed an unspoken standard for aesthetics, which must be met. While each Hikaru had its unique aesthetic preferences, they generally aligned with human notions of beauty. The Lingxing falcon gently lowered Heibatonglu to the ground. Subsequently, it pressed a button on the collar around its neck, causing its majestic form to revert to that of a standard Hikaru. The collar that controls the beast's size would prove beneficial after the evolution of Xingxing, adding yet another item to their shopping list. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the president of the Hikaru Association, Heibatonglu. Song Shao extended his hand, stating, Song Shao. From above, a voice resonated, Kulu. Song Shao looked up to see his familiar Hikaru soaring toward him alongside Xingxing. The creature was graceful and its gaze intense. Upon recognizing it, Xingxing revealed a hint of a smile, dispelling its previous disdain for the Hikaru. As its master had declared, henceforth, the Hikaru would be its little brother, and as the elder, it could not afford to lose face. What was that term again? Magnanimous. Although it did not fully grasp the meaning, it would dutifully follow its master's instructions. Despite the Hikaru's previous annoyance, its strength was begrudgingly acknowledged by Xingxing. Its master was rather fragile and required another beast to share in the protection. Thus, when Xingxing raised its paw, ready to reconcile with the Haikalol, a pristine and sharp white feather suddenly struck the soaring Haikalol, causing it to plummet from the sky. Zon. Xingxing stared in bewilderment at the culprit, the Beast King-level Lingqing falcon, which bore a look of disappointment, seemingly pained by the Haikalol's eager approach. Song Shao, with little time to ponder, called out, "Xingxing." In the blink of an eye, Xingxing transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing beneath the Haikalol just before it hit the ground, catching it safely. The Haikalol, realizing it was unscathed, felt a wave of relief wash over it. As it tilted its head, it met the expressionless face of Xingxing, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. What was one to do when saved by a sworn enemy? Answers were urgently sought. Haibadwa Gulu observed in silence. Noting that Song Shao indeed possessed a remarkable affinity with his beast, their mental energies harmoniously intertwined. As a second-tier beastmaster, he had already achieved a form of resonance with his beast. In terms of aptitude, he had garnered Haibadwa Gulu's approval. Both appearance and talent were impeccable. What remained was the final criterion: sincerity. The Haikalol was an utterly loyal beast. The difficulty of contracting it was matched only by its unwavering fidelity thereafter. Haibadwa Gulu harbored concerns that Song Shao might undervalue the Haikalol due to the seemingly effortless nature of obtaining it. As human nature often leads to a lack of appreciation for that which comes too easily, the Haikalol approached Song Shao, its excitement somewhat tempered, regaining a semblance of its former aloofness. Kulu, are you here to contract me today? Song Shao did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Haibadwa Gulu, saying, "You are undoubtedly aware of the reasons I previously cited for hesitating to contract with the Haikalol." A fleeting chill crossed Haibadwa Gulu's light blue eyes, followed by a graceful smile as he replied, "Of course, Mr. Song. You are concerned about the previous master of the Haikalol. Perhaps it is not entirely accurate to call him a former master. He merely applied for the contract within the association. After assessing his qualifications, we allowed the Haikalol to develop a rapport with him. Should they fail to form a contract within 3 months, we will fully refund the fees and reclaim the Haikalol. However, we all know the truth. Ing Sibo falsely claimed that the Haikalol had escaped while secretly forcing it into a contract. When the contract failed, he resorted to violence. We will hold him accountable and permanently revoke the Ing family's eligibility for contracting the Haikalol." As he finished speaking, the Haikalol suddenly flew to Haibadwa Gulu's side, using its wing to discreetly, yet clearly, poke his arm. The expression on Haibadwa Gulu's face shifted to one of exasperation as he addressed Song Shao. "It insists that I clarify to you that it has never been a black market beast. Its registration has always been with the Beast Management Bureau." The Haikalol was deeply hurt by Song Qin's earlier remark about not contracting an unregistered beast. It had always believed itself to be of noble lineage, a top-tier combat beast among ill-level beasts, and this was the first time its origins had been called into question. Song Shao couldn't help but chuckle. Since the Haikalol was neither a black market creature nor an escaped beast, he had no reason to refuse the contract. "Do you have any further questions, Mr. Song?" Haibadwa Gulu inquired, raising an eyebrow. "None for the moment," Song Shao replied. Haibadwa Gulu straightened, exchanging a significant glance with the Lingqing falcon, and said meaningfully, "Then, Mr. Song, prepare to accept the challenge." Chapter 65, Lighten You Know. Naturally, Haibarton would not allow Song Shao to easily contract with Haikalu. It is preposterous to think that even the most exceptional son-in-law would receive such a favor without any trials. Moreover, Song Shao shares a profound bond with Huemu Ban. How could Haibarton ascertain whether, after forming the contract with Haikalu, Song Shao would treat it with the same regard as he does Huemu Ban? With unwavering resolve, Song Shao met Haibarton's gaze and declared, "Very well, I accept the challenge." Haibarton placed a finger to his lips and whistled a crisp note, and in an instant, dozens of Haikulis appeared in the sky, converging like a colossal net that enveloped Song Shao. They exhibited predominantly snow-white plumage, interspersed with varying shades of slate gray, their deep blue eyes glimmering like rare sapphires. "Kulu, Kulu, Kulu, Kulu." The Haikulis chattered animatedly about Song Shao, and with the pet translator in hand, he listened intently, his expression turning somewhat awkward as he glanced at the Haikalu beside him, which stubbornly averted its gaze. The Haikulis above were discussing, "Is this really the Beast Master number 36, who is so desperate for a contract? He looks so frail, lacking any majesty. But they say he's a genius Beast Master. Perhaps he appears weak, but is actually quite formidable. Oh, he's undeniably handsome. No wonder number 36 is so eager to contract with him. What a disgrace for our kind." The Haikalu, laid bare by its companions, felt its aloof facade shatter in the presence of Song Shao, its head drooping in dismay. Unable to suppress a laugh, Song Shao reached out, gently patting the Haikalu's back feathers. The creature stiffened momentarily before inching closer to him, still embarrassed, refusing to turn its head. Xing, observing the interaction between the Haikalu and its prospective Beastmaster, paused for 2 seconds before mimicking Song Xiao's gesture and also touching the Haikalu's feathers. After all, as the younger sibling, it felt compelled to offer some comfort. At this moment, the Qingying falcon expanded in size, extending one of its wings to the ground. Haibarton led Song Xiao and Xing onto the wing, and they ascended onto the back of the majestic bird. As a beast of royal status known for its speed, the Qingying falcon soared through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Song Xiao felt as though he had been transported to an entirely different realm. Upon dismounting from the Qingying falcon, he found himself in a training ground, where a Raidenino stood poised. Raidenino, a superpower attribute beast, displayed a pale blue hue, with spines resembling a hedgehog adorning its back. Its ears were slightly shorter than a rabbit's, crowned with a green horn, and its protruding teeth resembled those of a rabbit. Upon noticing the approaching figures, Raidenino dropped the iron ball it had been training with and bounded toward Haibarton, waving excitedly upon seeing the Qingying falcon. Clearly, this Raidenino was Haibarton's contracted beast. Raidenino, it curiously eyed Song Xiao, pointed a finger, then turned to Haibarton, seemingly inquiring if this was the human Haikalu had been longing to contract with. Haibarton nodded slightly and introduced, Snow, one of my beasts. Raidenino greeted. Hello, Song Xiao replied. Haibarton continued as they walked through the training ground. Haikalu has already chosen you as its beast master. However, as their guardian. Particularly in light of the recent incident with Yingsabo, I bear the responsibility to ensure they find a suitable beast master. Therefore, I shall assess your capabilities. If you can defeat me, then Haikalu may contract with you. Observing Raidenino beside Haibarton, Song Xiao discerned that it was a beast newly entering the late awakening stage. Given Xing's strength, defeating it should not pose much of a challenge. Yet, would Haibarton really present such an obvious opportunity for leniency? As expected, Haibarton soon declared, I require you to battle using Haikalu. This statement was undeniably unreasonable. Song Xiao had yet to contract with Haikalu. And without the spiritual connection and resonance that comes from such a bond, Haikalu would be unable to unleash its true potential. In stark contrast to the already contracted Raidenino, victory seemed all but impossible. Moreover, as a second-tier Beastmaster, Song Xiao estimated that Haibarton must be at least a fifth-tier Beastmaster. The disparity between Beastmasters was indeed substantial. How could he possibly prevail? It would be simpler to retreat. As Song Xiao contemplated, Haikalu surprisingly refrained from rushing to defend him against Haibarton's challenge, instead quietly turning its gaze towards Song Xiao. It regarded the young man who might become its Beastmaster, pondering whether he would accept this challenge for its sake. Song Xiao met Haibarton's gaze, his expression betraying no signs of distress. Very well, I accept. Would he win? Song Xiao held no absolute confidence, but one must always make an attempt. Turning to Haikalu, he spoke softly, trust me and follow my lead. Haikalu cast aside its earlier hesitation, wanting to assert that it could fight independently and would not lose. Yet, Song Xiao urged it to trust him. Kulu. Haikalu nodded in agreement. Song Xiao activated the skill of his left eye to examine Haikalu. Scientific name. Haiku attribute, flying, type, fighting, level, A-class awakening, skills, Featherblade, beginner, air/beginner. Dark strike, beginner, solidification, intermediate. Characteristics, disdains the weak, provokes those it finds displeasing, and is especially loyal once tamed, an excellent companion in battle. It seemed to have changed somewhat. Song Xiao recalled that during his initial scan of Haikalu's data, it had been noted as emotionally distant and indifferent. Yet, this characteristic was now absent. It appeared that the information viewed through his left eye updated dynamically with the beast's evolution, akin to an ongoing refresh of its data. On the opposite side, Raidenino was a level higher than Haikalu, being in the mid-awakening stage and possessing 2 intermediate skills, telekinetic control and chaos attack. In contrast, Haikalu had only 1 intermediate skill, solidification, which fell under physical defense and could not withstand Raidenino's psychic abilities. Thus, in this matchup, all attributes were fundamentally suppressed by the opponent. As Song Xiao considered Haikalu's intermediate skill solidification, a thought struck him, who said that physical defense could not counter psychic attacks. He whispered a directive to Haikalu, causing its gem-like eyes to widen in realization. Chapter 66. To win without shame. Haikalu hesitated, glancing at Raidenino, and reflecting on Song Xiao's earlier words, began to doubt, could a battle truly be fought this way? Raidenino continued to converse with its beast master, Raiden. Is it really going to attack Haikalu? Haibarton was acutely aware that Haikalu stood no chance against Raidenino, regardless of the level and attributes that inherently countered Haikalu. The fundamental inability to merge with a beastmaster's mental energy rendered victory impossible. Had it been feasible for a non-contracted beast to triumph over a contracted one, humanity would not have embarked on the journey of forging pacts with beasts to combat the insectoid menace nearly a millennium ago. Snow, do not hold back. I wish to ascertain whether he truly cherishes and nurtures Haikalu. Once I confirm his adequacy, you may ease your restraint, Hibatten instructed. What could he do? Could he genuinely inflict severe harm upon Haikalu? Lady Nino nodded, his gaze fixed on Haikalu, who soared before Song Shao, his fists suddenly clenched. Laid on. Allow me to gauge the sincerity of this human, Hibatten declared. He sighed, contemplating that it might be best to refrain from letting Lady Nino watch any beast adventure dramas for the next few days, as they often elicited inexplicably embarrassing lines. Xingxing, assuming the role of an elder brother, approached with a disdainful glance at Lady Nino, asserting, Banban, go forth and bring it down. As my younger brother, you must not bring shame. Song Shao swiftly covered Xingxing's mouth, manually silencing him. Amidst Xingxing's protests, Song Shao led Haikalu onto the battlefield. The Qingyun falcon ascended into the sky, emitting a clarion call that signified the commencement of the match. Teleport. Hibatten, donned in a luxurious custom suit, languidly stood in the arena, his golden locks glistening under the sun. Lady Nino teleported close to Haikalu, his crimson eyes instantly entering Haikalu's field of vision. Close your eyes and evade. Song Shao commanded immediately. Due to the absence of a contract, Song Shao had to shout his orders, and Haikalu obeyed, swiftly shutting its eyes and executing a graceful aerial maneuver to evade Lady Nino's advance. As a psychic attribute beast, Lady Nino's mid-tier skill, Chaotic Attack, required eye contact with the target. Upon establishing such contact, Lady Nino could manipulate the mind of its opponent. The higher the opponent's level, the shorter the duration of control, and conversely for lower levels. Should Haikalu fall under the sway of a chaotic attack, it might inadvertently turn against itself. Air slash. Just as Haikalu executed its evasive maneuver, Song Shao promptly issued the command. Utilizing its body in a spiraling motion, Haikalu unleashed an air slash. Ambush. Song Shao intended to deny Lady Nino any opportunity to react. Aware of the disparity in their strengths, he aimed to exhaust Lady Nino's energy as much as possible in the opening stages. Haikalu, having executed its air slash, stealthily maneuvered behind Lady Nino, its pristine claws shimmering like fresh snow in the sunlight. Just as those razor-sharp claws were poised to grasp Lady Nino, Hibatten lifted an eyelid and commanded. Psychic control. Haikalu remained suspended in midair, poised like a predator, while Lady Nino calmly turned to reveal a triumphant smile. Laid on, I've got you now. Lady Nino's eyes reddened further, and the psychic control rendered Haikalu nearly immobile. At this moment, the success rate of Lady Nino's chaotic attack was nearly absolute. Why nearly? Because there is always room for the unexpected, however minuscule the possibility may be. Haikalu recalled Song Shao's whispered words before the match, and a tumult of emotions surged within. Ultimately, as Lady Nino drew nearer, Haikalu cast aside all reservations. Losing meant forfeiting the chance for a contract. When faced with the choice between dignity and future, the latter held greater weight. One might forsake pride, but one must never forsake strength. Resolute, Haikalu gazed into Lady Nino's fiery eyes, and with a fierce determination, it spat. Tui, tui, tui. Saliva splattered across Lady Nino's face. The atmosphere grew eerily still. Lady Nino's confident grin began to fracture. 3 seconds later, it emitted a heart-wrenching scream from the sky. Laid on. For the first time, Habitan's aristocratic demeanor faltered. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Haikalu, his expression questioning. What has happened to you? Where is your elegance? Your pride? Your haughty demeanor? You dare to spray your opponent with saliva mid-battle. Observing Habitan's bewildered expression, Song Shao felt a tinge of discomfort, lowering his gaze slightly while covering his chin to stifle a smile. This could not be blamed on him. It was already a formidable challenge for Haikalu to defeat Lady Nino. If it did not employ some unexpected tactics, it would be tantamount to awaiting defeat. This was largely due to Song Shao utilizing his left eye skill to discern Lady Nino's characteristics, particularly its extreme aversion to filth. Enraged, Lady Nino frantically wiped its face with its claws, providing Haikalu with a moment to break free from the psychic control and soar away, its expression icy, as though the one drenched in saliva was Lady Nino itself. Air slash. Song Shao suppressed his laughter, casting a look of approval at Haikalu. In that moment, Haikalu felt that perhaps its dignity was not entirely forsaken. It hovered in midair, its cool azure eyes locked onto Lady Nino, who was still frantically trying to clean its face, only to discover that its own claws were also filthy, leading to Lady Nino's further despair as it unleashed an air slash. Dodge. Hibatten called out immediately. At that moment, upon realizing its own claws were unclean, Lady Nino hesitated, responding slowly to its beastmaster's command. when struck by the air slash. Lady Nino let out a cry of pain and fury. Lady Nino was genuinely furious now, its crimson eyes aflame. It rose from the ground, teleporting before Hikaru once more, preparing to unleash psychic control again. Just as Hikaru fell under the influence, Song Shao shouted, "Spit!" Lady Nino momentarily stiffened, instinctively attempting to evade, yet Hikaru did not spit again. Instead, it broke free from the psychic control and distanced itself from Lady Nino. Realizing it had been deceived, Lady Nino clenched its fists, while Hibatten withdrew his languid demeanor. Turning to Song Shao, "Did you think snow could only control beasts at close range?" As the words fell, Hikaru, now 20 meters away, suddenly froze mid-air. Chapter 67. Contracting Hikaru. Lady Nino's crimson eyes seemed to emit light as it glared at Hikaru from 20 meters away. Psychic control had evidently extended to long-range manipulation. Song Shao observed Hikaru, suspended in mid-air, his expression unreadable, until Lady Nino approached and unleashed a chaotic attack. Lady Nino controlled Hikaru to execute an air slash, targeting none other than Hikaru itself. Although air slash was merely a novice skill, it possessed significant lethality for an awakened beast, as evidenced by its previous ability to knock Lady Nino from the sky, creating a crater upon impact with the ground. Now, the one struck by the air slash was none other than Hikaru himself. He plummeted to the battlefield like a kite with a severed string, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. Hikaru coughed painfully twice, and before he could rise from the crater, he spotted a pair of crimson eyes amid the swirling dust. "Now solidify," Song Shao commanded coolly. Hikaru's solidification transformed parts of his body into a ceramic-like texture, distinct from the fragility of actual ceramics. His solidification was robust enough to withstand the attacks of evolved beasts. However, Lydoni's chaotic assault was a psychic ability, and once they made eye contact, it would manipulate his mind. Physical defenses were utterly ineffective against Lydoni. Hibatten was unfazed, even contemplating allowing Lydoni to vent some frustration before easing up on Hikaru. As the dust settled and visibility improved, Lydoni's crimson eyes bore down on Hikaru. "Leto?" Lydoni froze, while across from him, Hikaru's sapphire-like blue eyes vanished, replaced by a porcelain-white visage. He had actually solidified his head. Hibatten's expression became one of incredulity. He now harbored deep doubts about whether entrusting Hikaru to Song Shao was indeed a wise choice. Was this correct? What kind of trainer treats their beasts in such a manner? Spitting and crafting a metal skull, was the beast's face of no concern? Despite Hibatten's profound skepticism, Song Shao displayed no sign of embarrassment as he spoke. 3 meters to the left, stealth attack. With his head solidified into ceramic, Hikaru consequently lost his sight, relying solely on his hearing to execute Song Shao's commands. This presented an immense challenge for a beast, even one contracted, as complete trust in their trainer was difficult to achieve. In Hikaru's case, he had yet to form a contract with Song Shao. Hibatten's gaze was fixed on Hikaru, contemplating that surely there would be some hesitation. Yet reality starkly revealed Hikaru's unwavering loyalty to a trainer yet to be contracted with. Seizing the moment of Lydoni's distraction, Hikaru initiated a stealth attack, swiftly materializing behind Lydoni. His sharp, snow-white claws seized Lydoni's elongated ears, lifting him into the air. Upon reaching altitude, Hikaru forcefully hurled Lydoni downward, and, as Lydoni began to descend, he released his solidification and unleashed his initial skill, Feather Blade. Dozens of feather blades composed of pristine white feathers shot towards Lydoni. Barrier. Hibatten fully abandoned his previous nonchalance, his handsome visage now etched with seriousness. Lydoni, enduring the pain, conjured a barrier of air before him as the multitude of feather blades assaulted it. The sound of impacts echoed, bang, bang, bang. With a resounding crack, Lydoni's barrier shattered. The barrier was merely an initial skill, compounded by Song Shao's intentional provocation of Lydoni, causing him to recklessly expend his energy on mid-tier psychic abilities. At this point, Lydoni's energy reserves were nearly depleted. In contrast, Hikaru had only employed a single mid-tier solidification skill, utilizing initial skills for the remainder, thus allowing the final feather blade to expend its full energy. It was only natural that Lydoni's barrier would crumble. As Lydoni plummeted towards the ground, Song Shao glanced at Xingxing without uttering a word. In an instant, Xingxing transformed into a bolt of lightning, catching Lydoni. Exhausted, Lydoni looked up to find Xingxing's fangs before realizing he was being carried by the beast, his eyes rolling back in reluctance to face the humiliation of being drenched in the saliva of 2 beasts. Xingxing disdainfully set Lydoni down, showing no aversion to Lydoni's dirty state. Song Shao gazed at the injured but still soaring Hikaru in the sky, extending his arm toward him. Hikaru circled above, letting out a resonant cry before diving gracefully to land steadily on Song Shao's arm. Hibatten approached, retrieving Lidoni into his beast ring. His light blue eyes observing Song Shao with a hint of complexity. This man's talent was indeed remarkable, even without a contract with Hikaru. He had forged such a profound rapport with him, eliciting Hikaru's unwavering loyalty. Perhaps he would lead Hikaru to a broader world. Lowering his gaze, Song Shao's demeanor shed all previous aloofness as he regarded Hikaru. In that moment, as their eyes met, he conveyed appreciation and encouragement. Hibatan smiled faintly, saying, "Congratulations. You may contract Hikaru now." He led Song Shao into the estate, the nurturing ground for Hikaru, a veritable paradise where each Hikaru was a treasured beast, each possessing its own unique personality. The Hikaru Song Shao sought to contract was designated as number 36. Whenever one departed the estate, the others would bless it. This particular Hikaru was of a similar age to Xingxing, perhaps even a few days younger. Song Shao perused Hikaru's birth certificate and registration documents, while Hikaru nonchalantly nudged the papers towards Song Shao, clearly indicating he was no mere unregistered entity. Accompanied by Hikaru, Song Shao greeted every other Hikaru, though he sensed that they did not exhibit the anticipated aloofness. Rather, their demeanor was quite amiable. Hibatan stood nearby, equally puzzled, as these creatures were typically the most difficult to handle, often even denying him a pleasant countenance. What had happened to make them so welcoming towards Song Shao? Surely, something was amiss. After the greetings, Hikaru led Song Shao to the base of his favorite tree, where Xingxing was quietly plucking flowers from the ground. Observing Hikaru, Song Shao formed hand seals and waved his hand. A pearlescent beast ring swirled around him before rapidly encircling Hikaru, revealing a black pattern gradually emerging on Hikaru's forehead. Once the contract was finalized, Hikaru soared into the air, performing a circle before landing before Song Shao, affectionately uttering, "Kuru." Utilizing his left eye ability, Song Shao examined Hikaru, eager to discern any changes in his data post-contract. When his gaze landed on the evolution pathway, he was suddenly taken aback. Evolution pathway. Item evolution, bloodline evolution. Bloodline evolution? Chapter 68. Xingxing as an older brother. Song Shao scrutinized the top of Hikaru's head, meticulously confirming that his golden finger indeed indicated Hikaru's evolution pathways as both item evolution and bloodline evolution. Following Xingxing, his second contracted beast also exhibited the potential for bloodline evolution. Steeling himself, Song Shao reopened the extensive documentation Hibatan had provided, detailing Hikaru's life from birth to the present. The information was far more comprehensive than what had been offered during his contract with Xingxing. However, amidst the plethora of data, there was no indication that Hikaru possessed the possibility of bloodline evolution. The records indicated that both Hikaru's direct ancestors, whether paternal or maternal, followed the conventional path of item evolution. A wild thought flickered in Song Shao's mind, one that was both outrageous and profoundly unrealistic. Could it be that the appearance of the bloodline evolution pathway for the pet beast only manifested after forming a contract with him? This notion, to some extent, borders on the fantastical, akin to the idea of Sun Wukong being paired with Lin Daiyu. Nevertheless, apart from this explanation, Song Shao could conjure no other rationale. Both Xingxing and Hikaru had possessed merely a singular evolution pathway prior to their contract with him, and all relevant data had shown normality. Yet, post-contract, both Xingxing and Hikaru exhibited the potential for bloodline evolution. As Song Shao tucked away Hikaru's data, he gazed at the creature perched upon his shoulder, contemplating for a moment before gently stroking Hikaru's back feathers. "From this day forth, you shall be named Song Hao." Hao signifies purity and brilliance, akin to the illuminating radiance of the sun breaking through the heavens. Hikaru's azure eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, reflecting a moment of sudden luminosity. Kulu. Hikaru soared into the sky, spiraling and letting out a jubilant cry, exuding sheer delight, while other Haikulus flocked toward him. He proudly announced his name to his companions, prompting a lively discussion among the other Haikulus. They unanimously agreed that a beast tamer ought to choose a pet that is handsome and pleasing to the eye, with a melodious name. For instance, that Lulu sounds akin to Lulu, lacking any semblance of might. The Lingqing falcon shot a resentful glance at its beast tamer. Feeling subtly insulted, Hibatan cleared his throat, averting the falcon's gaze, believing that Lulu was indeed a lovely name. He even provided Song Shao with a month's worth of energy meals for Hikaru. Upon inspecting the nutritional ratios of these meals, Song Shao silently retrieved his phone, poised to contact his workplace. The energy meals for that month were valued at nearly 100,000 star coins. Ultimately, Song Shao departed from the Hikaru manor, his emotions a mixture of complexity as he carried Xingxing and Hikaru, now affectionately referred to as Shao Hao, on his shoulder. At this juncture, he was undeniably conspicuous, cradling Xingxing in his arms while Hikaru perched on his shoulder, drawing attention from all around. A few individuals approached, inquiring if they could take a photograph with Song Shao's Haikalu, for it was a top-tier combat pet of the A grade, an exceedingly rare sight in the lower districts. Song Shao glanced at Xiao Hao, who coldly and dismissively ignored the request. Undeterred, the requester then turned to Xingxing, saying, "This gray-eyed spotted creature is exceptionally striking and looks somewhat familiar. Would it be possible to take a photo?" Having been trained for such encounters, Xingxing was well-versed in the art of posing for photographs. However, it found it peculiar that the individual had approached Haikalu first, suspecting a lack of discernment. Just as Xingxing was about to decline, the individual continued, "This is the first time I've encountered such a commanding gray-eyed spotted creature. I had intended to form a contract with one myself, but regrettably failed." With a slight elevation of its chin, Xingxing adopted a cool demeanor and nodded imperiously. In a moment unseen by the others, Xiao Hao flapped his wings gently, as the man aimed his camera at himself and Xingxing. Xiao Hao suddenly swooped into the frame with a dashing pose. The man, momentarily taken aback by the photograph, was nonetheless pleased with the striking image and cheerfully bid farewell to Song Shao. Xingxing sighed at Xiao Hao's sudden intrusion into the shot. Xiao, if you wish to take a photo, just say so. As your elder brother, I would gladly oblige." Xiao Hao raised his head, his expression marked by mild surprise, as he had anticipated rebuke for stealing the spotlight, given their previous interactions had not been particularly amicable. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Xiao Hao's demeanor shifted. The previously evident reluctance began to dissipate as he flew in front of Xingxing, uttering, "Kulu, let us take the photo." Observing the apparent maturation of Xingxing, Song Shao noted that since he had addressed Xingxing as an older brother, it seemed to have grown considerably more understanding. With his phone in hand, cradling Xingxing and with Xiao Hao perched upon his shoulder, the trio squeezed into the frame, all displaying genuine smiles. Song Shao sent the photograph to his elder brother and Jingjing, casually setting it as his profile picture, for he now found himself a caretaker of children, and utilizing their image as his avatar seemed perfectly reasonable. He visited a pet convenience store to purchase Xingxing's favorite pet cheese sticks, while Xiao Hao selected some pet popping candy. Observing the garish packaging, Song Shao suspected that Xiao Hao had little understanding of what it was and merely fancied its glittering appearance. As anticipated, while waiting for the subway, Xiao Hao devoured a packet of popping candy, causing him to tremble violently on Song Shao's shoulder, casting a frantic glance at him, as if pleading for rescue. Unable to contain his laughter, Song Shao watched as Xingxing curiously regarded the quivering Xiao Hao. Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Hao, eyes darting, forced himself to regain composure, expressionless yet calm as he offered the remaining candy to Xingxing. Xiao, is it tasty?" Xingxing inquired. Unable to articulate, Xiao Hao merely nodded. In a moment of innocent exuberance, Xingxing happily consumed the remaining popping candy. As the subway came to a gentle halt, the doors opened, and Xingxing leaped from Song Shao's embrace, bouncing and convulsing into the subway car. Song Shao's smile remained unfettered, especially as he witnessed Xingxing bouncing like a rubber ball. Unable to contain his amusement, his beautiful phoenix eyes crinkling with joy, Xiao Hao, having successfully wreaked havoc upon Xingxing, could no longer maintain his composure, convulsing and shaking his head wildly on Song Shao's shoulder. Onlookers in the subway regarded the duo, momentarily questioning whether Song Shao had contracted two intellectually challenged pet beasts. It was only once Song Shao disembarked that Xingxing and Xiao Hao returned to normalcy. However, Xingxing was irate, expressing its displeasure by devouring all the cheese sticks Song Shao had purchased for Xiao Hao. As Xingxing's cheeks puffed with the treats, Song Shao's phone rang. Nan phone. Recalling that he too had formed a contract with a gray-eyed spotted creature, Song Shao answered the call. "Do you remember me?" Nan Feng's teasing yet irreverent tone emerged from the receiver. "Of course, Nan Feng," Song Shao replied. On the other end, Nan Feng chuckled. "First, congratulations on winning the championship cup at the higher-tier Pet Beast League. My gray-eyed spotted creature and I watched every match." "Thank you. But I assume you did not call merely to convey that," Song Shao surmised. Nanfeng's tone became serious. "You contracted Haikalu, the very one that Sibai sought but failed to bond with?" Glancing at the still-flying Xiao Hao, who was flitting around Xingxing, Song Shao nodded in affirmation. "Yes." Nanfeng sighed, as if lamenting Song Shao's choice of Haikalu. "I have a friend who is a beast tamer fond of gray-eyed spotted creatures. Upon seeing a photo of your gray-eyed spotted creature alongside a Haikalu on his social media, I confirmed with him that both are indeed your pets, which led me to realize you had contracted that particular Haikalu. I have some distant ties to Sibai, merely superficial family connections, really. He originally belonged to the upper district's main family, but has temporarily relocated to the lower district due to a mistake he made. Recently, he encountered trouble regarding Haikalu, and the main family took him away. He is a young man with a rather independent temperament. You have formed a contract with Haikaru, a creature that is notoriously difficult to bind. Although he cannot return at present, it may pose some complications in the future, so you should remain vigilant. After a brief silence, Song Shao was taken aback that Ing Nanfeng, someone he had only met once, would go out of his way to remind him. Ing Nanfeng mentioned that Ing Sibai had been taken away by the family and could not return, which presumably resolved the matter that Haibadon spoke of. I understand. Thank you for informing me. Song Shao expressed his gratitude earnestly. Ing Nanfeng chuckled with a hint of disdain. I simply cannot stand that kid. He is quite cunning. And the family has already cleaned up after his mess numerous times. This time, he has fallen into a significant pit and is unlikely to return. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. Also, could you send me a signed paw print of Hikaru? Song Shao agreed to this request. After hanging up, Song Shao recalled the rather mischievous Ing Siyuan he had encountered before. Even if they were not brothers, they surely shared a close bond. He opened his phone and began composing a message, informing Ku Yao of his second contractual creature and elaborating on Hikaru's origins and the connection to Ing Sibai. 10 minutes later, Ku Yao replied succinctly, got it. Not putting his phone away, Song Shao reached out to the principal. Remembering that the principal had promised to cover the expenses for his second creature if he could win the championship, and now he had successfully contracted Hikaru. So, could that 10 million star coins be converted into cash? As a single father raising 2 children, impoverished Song Shao was indeed in need. Upon returning home with Xingxing and Xiaohao, he found Song Qin and Jingjing already busy with their respective tasks. However, a cake had been prepared on the table in anticipation of Xiaohao's welcome, just as they had done for Xingxing. Before long, Song Qin returned home with bags full of ingredients. He was already quite familiar with Xiaohao and, while stirring in the kitchen, asked, do you know how much gray-spotted creatures are going for these days? While washing vegetables, Song Shao replied intermittently, what price? Song Qin stopped stirring, his expression one of astonishment. 2 million star coins. And the price is still rising. Tomorrow it will likely increase again. Song Shao paused, listening to his brother's proud explanation. It's not just because of our Xingxing's prowess. Ever since Xingxing advanced to the late awakening stage at just 4 months old, and the news of his deep empathy with beast tamers broke, the price of gray spots has skyrocketed. It surged to 2 million star coins within days, and soon it may reach 3 million. Hearing his name, Xingxing peered in. Did you call me? Song Qin beamed even more broadly at Xingxing. I'm saying you're impressive. With a proud yet modest demeanor, Xingxing nodded. I'm all right. Just average. Song Shao chuckled lightly, continuing to wash vegetables. Once Jingjing returned from school, the entire family gathered together. Song Qin, Song Shao, and Jingjing raised their drink cups, while Xingxing held up a cheese stick to celebrate Xiaohao's arrival at their home. At that moment, the final match of the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup was playing on the television. Xingxing tugged at Song Shao's arm, excitedly pointing at the screen. Look, it's that handsome beast tamer who won. Song Shao set down his chopsticks and turned to the TV, where the beast tamer Xingxing deemed the most handsome stood in the center of the arena, basking in the cheers of the crowd. Behind him was the emblem of the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup finals. Song Shao recalled that Xingxing had not only bet on this individual to win, but had also wagered on the specific creature he would use. The creature appearing on the screen seemed to be the very one Xingxing had bet on. How much had he wagered? When converted, it seemed to amount to several million star coins. Turning to Xingxing, Song Shao's usually cool demeanor suddenly warmed with excitement. Xingxing, you're not just lucky. You're a true champion. The impoverished Song Shao had struck gold when he shared this news with Song Qin and Jingjing. The trio fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Since Xingxing had entered their lives, they had experienced a streak of good fortune. Perhaps Xingxing truly possessed some extraordinary ability. Song Qin decided to print a photo of Xingxing to hang in his new store, hoping it would bring prosperity. Xiaohao fell into contemplation, realizing that his bond with Xingxing had indeed blossomed from their earlier skirmishes, allowing him to contract with his beast tamer. Remarkably, could this seemingly foolish fellow actually be a harbinger of good luck? The family resolved that the next day, Song Shao would take both creatures to collect their winnings, all of which would naturally be managed by him, as he still had 2 beasts to support. After dinner, Song Shao assigned Xingxing a bedtime task to continue training the consecutive use of Thunderbolt Shadow until he could master 3 consecutive uses. As for Xiaohao, his proficiency in the solidification skill had reached an advanced level due to his relentless evasion of attacks from the wood gecko, facing repeated peril. Xiaohao could only use solidification to protect his most vital areas. Through countless trials, he had elevated his skill to an advanced level. Despite being a top-tier combat creature with his strongest ability being a defensive skill, Song Shao caressed Xiaohao's back feathers, realizing it was time to teach him a new skill. A combat creature should learn how to fight. This skill, known as Sky Slash, is an intermediate skill that manifests as a flash of blade light, transforming the user into an unmatched sharp force when executed, making it difficult for ordinary intermediate defensive skills to withstand. Chapter 70. Koala. Xiaohao's primary skill, air slash, could be described as a rudimentary version of sky slash. The reason Song Shao initially chose to teach Xiaohao this challenging intermediate skill with potential for advancement was due to Xiaohao's foundation in air slash. Using his computer, Song Shao played a video of sky slash for Xiaohao while continuing to browse other flying type skills on his phone. Death Wings, an intermediate skill that locks onto the opponent's attack. Successfully executing Death Wings allows the user to return the damage dealt, with higher levels returning greater damage. Storm Assault, an intermediate skill that envelopes the opponent in a powerful wind, merging the user with the storm to unleash a devastating final attack. These two skills were suitable for Xiaohao at his current stage. However, they were still intermediate skills, and mastering them would be challenging. After all, Xingxing had taken several days to learn as well. If other beast tamers were to hear Song Shao's thoughts, they would likely be infuriated, as it typically takes months for creatures to learn a skill. Some even invest vast amounts of time and energy without success, while Song Shao felt that spending several days on learning was already a waste of time. Xiaohao attentively watched the instructional video, mimicking the movements of the flying-type creatures depicted. Yet, after several attempts, he saw no progress. Meanwhile, Xingxing transformed into a streak of lightning, darting around Song Shao's modest room. After an hour of practice, Xingxing excitedly appeared before Song Shao. "I got it. I learned it." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Shao stopped his own exercises, stood upright, and signaled for Xingxing to begin. As the star flicked its tail and lowered its body, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, briefly manifesting 3 meters away before reappearing across from it. After the third transformation, the star collided directly into Song Shao's embrace. "Well done, you're learning more swiftly," Song Shao encouraged, gently stroking the star's head. Bam bam. The star leapt from Song Shao's arms, landing on the floor with its head held high, exuding an air of proud arrogance. Xiaohao stood before the computer, observing the star, his azure eyes clouded with seriousness as he silently motivated himself. Convinced he could also succeed, turning his head, he fixed his gaze intently on the instructional video on the screen. After encouraging the star, Song Shao began to analyze its performance. Though the star could now execute the skill of lightning dash 3 times in succession, the distance achieved was still far from what could be accomplished in a single dash. This limitation stemmed from the high energy mobilization demands of using the skill consecutively, which the star's internal energy could not yet match. Take your time. With more practice, you'll improve. I will also look for new skills suitable for you. It's time we learn something new, Song Shao thought, mentally drafting a training plan for the star to elevate its proficiency from novice to elite level while preparing to learn new skills. Having organized the star's training, Song Shao turned his attention to the exceptionally focused Xiaohao, who was fixated on the screen. Observing Xiaohao's unwavering gaze, Song Shao wondered if pets could suffer from nearsightedness. Probably not, he mused, as he had never heard of anyone's pet having such a condition. Nevertheless, he decided to exercise caution. "Xiaohao," he called, "learning new skills isn't something you master overnight. Tonight is merely for familiarizing yourself with how to use the skill. It's perfectly fine if you don't grasp it immediately." To his surprise, Xiaohao turned around and replied solemnly, "Kulu Kulu. I will definitely master it. And I will do so swiftly, rest assured, Beast Tamer." Song Shao looked at the star, still zipping about like a flash of lightning, alongside Xiaohao, who was equally determined. Yet, after a long night of training, he found himself yearning for sleep. As a result of their late-night efforts, Song Shao awoke the next day to find it was already noon. He had plans to register Xiaohao's household registration and report to the Pet Management Bureau, as well as to collect his reward. The thought of the several million star coins he would receive instantly banished his fatigue. He swiftly rolled out of bed, pulling up the still sleeping star and Xiaohao, and they all quickly washed up. The star gazed at its reflection in the mirror, raising its chin slightly, and said to Song Shao, "Bam bam. Let us set off." Song Shao mounted his bicycle, with the star perched on his back and Xiaohao soaring beside him. As they made their way towards the subway station, basking in the warm and vibrant midday sunlight, the youthful contours of Song Shao's face became increasingly exquisite in the ever-shifting light. Upon entering the subway, they found it relatively uncrowded. The star and Xiaohao obediently stayed close to Song Shao. He perused the rewards acquired from winning the championship on his phone, which included not only monetary compensation but also eligibility to undertake missions with the Enforcement Bureau. The missions primarily involved addressing illegal incidents arising from pets and clearing dangerous zones, specifically areas overtaken by insectoid creatures. However, as a mere second-tier beast tamer, Song Shao would likely only participate at the periphery of such hazardous tasks. Yet even peripheral involvement was highly coveted among beast tamers. 4 high school beast tamers aspiring to apply to advanced beast tamer universities, apart from the levels of their beasts. Personal capabilities were assessed, and having participated in dangerous zone clearance would significantly enhance their application. Most exceptional beast tamers trained at these prestigious institutions would later join the military in the Galactic 9th District to combat the residual insectoid threats. Song Shao noted that the National High School Pet League would commence in early August, lasting a week, and he had applied for training qualifications at a pet battle training base from mid-July to August, with the current date being early June. He had a month and a half to focus primarily on training the Star and Shao, during which he could accept missions to further their development. After registering, I should check with the Enforcement Bureau for suitable tasks, he concluded. Setting down his phone, he instinctively reached out to pat the Star's back. Noticing this, Shao subtly inched closer, rubbing its most tactile feathers against Song Shao. As Song Shao pondered potential tasks, he absent-mindedly patted each of them gently. The subway doors opened, revealing a slightly disheveled koala bear standing at about 80 centimeters tall, its fur unkempt and mud caked on its feet. It bore a somewhat worn backpack, appearing quite anthropomorphic. Clearly unfamiliar with the subway, it peeked inside before beckoning to those behind it. Suddenly, a line of nearly identical koala bears emerged behind it, marching in formation onto the train. With his left eye, Song Shao observed the koala bear, a D-grade pet with an evolution limit of the extraordinary level, known for its immense strength and affinity for soil and sand. Generally, D-grade pets would not be considered for contracts by beast tamers, the lower the grade. The lower the potential, unless a tamer was particularly lacking in talent. It was evident that this group of koala bears was without a beast tamer. Despite the ample seating available, none of the koala bears took a seat, instead dutifully following the lead koala with the tattered backpack. Intrigued by their peculiar appearance and behavior, Song Shao couldn't help but observe them longer. One of the koala bears met his gaze and suddenly displayed a shocked expression, whispering something to its companion. Then, as if compelled by a collective instinct, all the koala bears turned to stare at Song Shao. He sensed no malice in their gaze, only curiosity and surprise, prompting him to offer a faint smile in return. Unexpectedly, the first koala to notice him exclaimed, "Lily." The backpack-bearing koala immediately turned its attention towards it, scolding, "Lily, be quiet, don't shout." The Star, equally curious, turned to look at them, but upon receiving the reprimand, the group of koala bears lowered their heads, ceasing their gazes towards Song Shao. As his stop approached, Song Shao prepared to exit the subway with the Star and Shao. Just as he was leaving, he felt a lingering gaze and turned to see the lead koala quickly bow its head. Though curious, as the koala bore no further communication, he dismissed the incident as a mere curiosity. Having registered the Star earlier, Song Shao was already familiar with the process. He located the Bureau of Administrative Affairs and found a Bopi beast, scheduling an appointment. Arriving early, he waited a few minutes before it was his turn. He presented all of Shao's documentation. Song Shao, second-tier beast tamer. The staff, initially maintaining a professional demeanor, paused as they read his name, clearing their throat before continuing. The contract beast is a Haikaru. Excellent. The information is accurate. As Song Shao was about to take the documents to photograph them, he noticed that the staff member had taken out their phone, surveyed the surroundings, and whispered, "Song Shao, my daughter is quite fond of your competitions, and she intends to apply to Yaming Beast Tamer High School this time. May I take a photo with you?" "Of course," replied Song Shao. After posing for a picture with the staff, Song Shao took Shao to capture more photos. The updated household registration now bore Shao's name and photograph, thus officially establishing his residency with Song Shao. The inspection bureau was merely a street corner away, and Song Shao, accompanied by Xing and Shao, proceeded there. He presented the certificate for his recent championship and the online application proof, prompting the staff to grant him access to internal channels. Beast tamers can publish and accept tasks on specialized platforms, yet these tasks are generally devoid of danger. For instance, a certain internet CAF might require a beast to enhance its signal, or an individual may seek a patient beast to care for children, or someone might desire a divining beast to assist in locating lost items. Such tasks are classified as C-level, indicating they are harmless, while B-level tasks and above entail a degree of risk and necessitate internal review. Only qualified beast tamers with specific certifications may undertake them. In this instance, Song Shao had effectively acquired the qualification to accept B-level tasks. As Song Shao browsed through the B-level tasks, he unexpectedly noticed a group of koalas. The leading koala, agitated, clutched an inspector and exclaimed, "Lily, Lily, it usually doesn't wander off. It has been missing for 2 days." The other koalas surrounded the inspector, each voicing their concerns. Song Shao understood that one of the koalas had gone missing, and this group had reported it on the day of its disappearance. However, since it had been less than 24 hours since the koala's vanishing and it had left a note, the inspector concluded that the koala had merely run away. Unable to escape the persistent koalas, the inspector filed a case, Yet after a field investigation and employing a divining beast, the conclusion was that the koala had left of its own volition. The inspector accurately relayed the situation, but the koalas firmly insisted that the missing koala must have been abducted, as it was impossible for it to have left voluntarily. I will publish the missing koala as a task, and a beast tamer will accept the task to assist in locating it, the inspector stated, operating on the computer. The koala with the backpack finally quieted down, yet it, along with the dozen or so other koalas, eagerly stared at the computer, hoping that a beast tamer would take on the task. Shao observed the refreshed task for finding the missing koala, categorized as C-level, and was disheartened to see the pitifully low reward, the minimum amount. At this rate, it might take several months before a beast tamer would accept the order. After a few taps, Shao addressed the staff. I have accepted the task. Please assist me with the registration. Without turning around, the staff member replied, certainly. I will register it for you. Huh. Why did you accept a C-level task? Was it a mistake? Shao, cradling Xing, replied calmly, no. I wish to take this task. Meanwhile, the inspector, under the scrutinizing gaze of the dozen koalas, repeatedly refreshed the web page, muttering comfortingly. Tasks are not immediately accepted by beast tamers. Generally, one must wait a few days, even several days. Wait, the task has been accepted? Someone actually took it despite the low reward? The inspector gazed at Shao's name and the details of the beast tamer that appeared with the refresh. The youth's exquisite, yet somewhat aloof features captured his attention. The inspector, recognizing the somewhat familiar face, pondered, Shao sounds vaguely familiar. Who is that? Carrying Xing and with Shao perched on his shoulder, Shao approached, his voice cool, it's me. The koalas once again turned their attention to Shao, particularly the one that had first spotted him on the subway, which exclaimed in surprise, Lily. Shao regarded it, slightly bowing his head, we meet again. I remember now. You are that high school student who could deeply resonate with beasts at the second tier, named Shao. The officer at the computer finally recalled. No wonder your face looks so familiar. You made quite a splash on social media recently. For several days, the news featured your face. Though back then your hair was in a rather disheveled state, but it looks much better now, so I didn't recognize you at first. As he spoke, the office behind him suddenly swung open, and a disheveled officer, with dark circles under his eyes and wrinkled attire, rushed out. Who? Shao. Shao regarded this weary inspector with a sense of familiarity, pondering for a moment before uncertainly asking, Officer you? Yuan nodded, wiped his hands on his clothes, and extended his hand towards Shao. Shao hesitated for a second, offering a tentative handshake, yet Yuan, oblivious to Shao's hesitation, gripped firmly. Why have you only just arrived? The captain instructed me to look out for you before he went on a mission. I've been waiting for you for several days. I went to the school to contact you, but they mistook me for one of those pesky reporters and stopped me. I watched your competition. I never expected you to go from lying in a hospital bed to winning the championship. You're remarkable. Shao observed Yuan, who now sported an unkempt beard, contrasting sharply with the polished appearance he had when Shao first met him in the hospital. It had only been a few days, yet it felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed. Is it Captain Jin you're referring to? Shao inquired, recognizing the only individual Yuan could be referring to as the captain. Yet, Captain Jin's concern for him was likely due to Professor Ku's influence. Yes. The captain mentioned I should take you out on a mission. As Yuan spoke of the mission, a radiant expression washed over his previously weary face. Deep down, he yearned to embark on a mission rather than deal with the petty disputes regarding beasts, which often involved fraudulent behavior, such as shape-shifting cats masquerading as beautiful women to scam money or spirit rock beasts stealing secrets and threatening individuals. Dealing with these matters was exhausting. Shao, observing the dozen anxious koalas fixated on him, spoke, Officer you, I cannot accompany you on a mission just yet. I have just accepted a C-level task. At that moment, the koala with the backpack approached, glancing at Yuan with some trepidation. Finally, a beast tamer had accepted the task, and it appeared that this tamer was quite capable. Lily, you have accepted my task. Yuan glanced at the koala, understanding its plight, and responded generously, no worries. Since you accepted the task first, go ahead and complete it. Afterward, find me, and I will take you on a mission, but don't take too long. He genuinely wished to avoid listening to the woes of a multitude of beast victims. Shao nodded. Then, Officer you, let us exchange contact information for future correspondence. Yuan quickly retrieved his phone. Previously, the captain had merely told him to find someone, and when he visited Shao's school, he encountered a throng of reporters who prevented him from getting through. After exchanging contact details, Shao addressed the koala with the backpack. Would you mind if I reviewed the previous investigation materials? The powerful tail bear nodded, while a dozen others waited quietly for Shao to review the investigation report. The missing tail bear had been lost for a year and 2 months, considered relatively young in terms of pet years, akin to a 13 or 14-year-old human, which is often a time of mischief. These tail bears had lived in the countryside for years, and the rural environment of Area 10 was far from ideal. The eldest among them acted as the leader of this group, known for their strength and fondness for sand and dirt. To survive, the leader occasionally undertook contracts for work. And it was during one such endeavor that they had ventured from their rural home to this location. Midway through the project, the leader discovered 3 days ago that one tail bear had gone missing. This particular bear was participating in its first work outing, full of vitality, and initially, they all assumed it had sneaked off to play. However, they soon found a message left behind, stating simply that it had departed. This tail bear did not possess a mobile phone. Only the leader had one, known for its vigilance, making it inconceivable that the missing bear could have discreetly used the phone to leave such a note without the leader's notice. Sensing something amiss, the tail bears promptly reported the situation to the authorities, who later arrived with a divining pet to investigate. The divination revealed that the missing tail bear had departed the base alone, heading southwest. Let us first examine the area where the tail bear disappeared, Shao said, placing the investigation materials into his backpack and beckoning the group of tail bears to follow. Upon exiting the agency, Shao sent a text to his elder brother, Qin, requesting him to collect the reward in his stead. It seemed his brother was preoccupied, as he did not reply promptly. To save time, Shao summoned a flying transport, specifying the number of passengers, and winced slightly at the fare. Li, the tail bear with the backpack, approached him and called out. "What is it?" Shao inquired, looking down. Li, please ensure you find it, the tail bear implored. "I will do my utmost," Shao replied. After a few moments of silence, the tail bear silently removed its backpack and extended it towards Shao. With a hint of confusion, he accepted the backpack, opening it at the tail bear's gesture. Inside were star coins, roughly estimated to total around 80 to 90,000. Li, this is all we have left. If it is insufficient, can we provide more later? The tail bear's tone grew urgent, seemingly fearing that Shao might think it was deceiving him. Li, our family can vouch for this. We would never lie to you. Star, observing the backpack filled with coins, glanced back at the tail bear and nudged Shao's leg with its tail. Shao returned the backpack to the tail bear, offering a gentle smile. No need. The reward on the platform is 5,000 star coins, and that is all I require to assist you in your search. Kulu, Shao flew over, signaling that their transport had arrived. The arrival was a remarkable exceptional class Nanian, its wingspan approximately 15 meters, more than sufficient for the group of individuals and beasts. The tail bears, having never flown before, lined up nervously and curiously, stepping onto the back of the Nanian in a compact procession. Shao stood behind the tail bears, holding Star, with Shao beside him. As they suddenly ascended, the tail bears could not contain their astonishment. The Nanian, with a sense of service, provided reassurance. 20 minutes later, the Nanian delivered them to their destination. Before departing, it requested Shao to leave a 5-star review, which he quietly obliged on his phone. Chapter 73. The White Poop Beast. The project contracted to the tail bears was minor, as they could only scavenge leftovers from larger engineering teams. Furthermore, this area was even more desolate than where Shao resided. Upon arriving at the rudimentary lodgings, which consisted of a communal sleeping area, he noted that all the tail bears resided together, with the missing bear's bed positioned near the wall. Shao approached, examining the bed, which was neatly made. The tail bear mentioned it was discovered missing the following morning, but it was quite possible that it had not returned the night before. Star walked over, sniffing the air, and suddenly, its expression shifted, eyes momentarily clouded. Shaking its head vigorously to regain focus, it pointed to a corner, puzzled. Ban. Something feels off here. Shao looked where Star indicated, seeing nothing amiss, and inquired, "What seems wrong?" Star appeared momentarily perplexed, its nose twitching again, eyes flashing with a hint of confusion, but quickly regained clarity. Ban. There's something shiny, like something from a dream. Shao leaned in closer, scrutinizing the area, then suddenly flapped his wings against Shao's arm, signaling him to observe carefully. Bending down, Shao noticed a mark on the mottled wall that was more pronounced than others. A small, nail-sized trace that could easily be overlooked. He observed that this particular mark was darker than the others and bore a slight dampness, as if a drop of water had landed upon it, creating a half-dry shadow. However, the tail bear had been missing for 3 days, making it astonishing that such a moist trace still existed. Star, can you detect the scent from this mark? Star sniffed intently and nodded. Shao approached a nearby tail bear, asking, did it exhibit any unusual behavior before it went missing? The tail bear he approached was the same one that had frequently made eye contact with him. After a moment's hesitation, it quietly replied, Li. Yes. What specifically did it display? Song Shao continued his inquiry. The tail bear looked at him. Li. It sneaked out of the worksite to watch your competition. Song Shao was taken aback, never expecting to find himself inadvertently implicated. Ah, this. Li. Furthermore, it became quite unlucky, nearly falling off a ladder and almost getting struck on the head. The notion of misfortune led Song Shao to consider that the missing tail bear might have encountered some malevolent or ghostly creature, many of which carried a curse. If provoked, unfortunate events could ensue. After questioning several others, he found no further irregularities. With the tail bear missing for 3 days, time was of the essence. Song Shao instructed Star to trace the peculiar scent's origin. Acting as a tracking dog, Star's nose promptly began to work, sniffing around excitedly. Ban. Here it is. Ban. Over here too. Song Shao followed Star's lead alongside Shao Hao, only to discover that the direction indicated was entirely contrary to the southwest direction detailed in the investigation report. The southwest led to the station, while the northeast directed them deeper into an even more desolate forest. If even the divining pet could be deceived, it was evident that a creature must have taken the missing tail bear. Star followed the scent trail until it stopped at an intersection, motionless. It looked at Song Shao and shook its head. Ban. The scent is everywhere here. The fragrance was overwhelmingly potent, rendering the stars indistinguishable. Moreover, due to the intensity of the aroma, the stars found themselves increasingly entranced, with diminishing moments of lucidity. Fearing that Xingxing might be completely ensnared, Song Shao had no choice but to temporarily confine Xingxing within the beast ring. Xiao Hao soared above Song Shao's head, ascending to survey the surroundings. After confirming that no danger lurked nearby, it descended. Kulu. No anomalies were detected. Song Shao scanned the area. The vegetation was lush, with trees standing tall and verdant. Gazing upwards, he was met only by the sight of colossal fir trees piercing the clouds, which invariably instilled a sense of insignificance in those who dared to stare too long. Utilizing his left eye, Song Shao paused before a relatively shorter tree compared to its towering companions. Pray tell, have you seen a strength-tailed bear pass through here recently? Xiao Hao regarded Song Shao with astonishment, unable to comprehend why he was conversing with the tree. Before it could ponder further, the previously motionless tree suddenly quivered, its leaves trembling. A timid voice emerged from the tree. Poo-poo. This was a white poo-poo beast at the evolution stage. In its awakened form, it had merely been an inconspicuous blade of grass, but upon evolving, it acquired the skill of camouflage, allowing it to blend seamlessly into its surroundings. Only upon advancing to the extraordinary level could it move freely. As a mere evolution-level creature, it could only mimic its environment and remained immobile. If the strength-tailed bear had indeed passed this way, it would have surely seen it. However, the white poo-poo beast was known for its timidity, often rendering itself indistinguishable from its surroundings, feigning death. Song Shao had not anticipated that his initial inquiry would elicit a response from the white poo-poo beast. Poo-poo. A few beasts have passed by recently, but I cannot say which was the strength-tailed bear. The white poo-poo beast had resided here since its birth, wholly unfamiliar with the outside world, making its ignorance of other beasts entirely understandable. Pulling out the investigation materials from his backpack, which included a photograph of the strength-tailed bear, Song Shao hesitated as he considered how to present the image to the white poo-poo beast, which mirrored the tree before him so closely. Poo-poo. Suddenly, the branches on either side of the tree stirred, extending towards Song Shao. The leaves brushed lightly against the photograph, and moments later, the white poo-poo beast trembled violently. Overtaken by fear, the branches retracted swiftly, returning to their previous stillness, resembling a mundane tree once more. Kulu, what ails you? Xiao Hao ascended to the branches, perplexed and inquiring of the white poo-poo beast, but regardless of Xiao Hao's persistent questioning, the creature remained silent. Observing the frightened white poo-poo beast, Song Shao deduced that it had indeed encountered the strength-tailed bear and was privy to the events surrounding its disappearance. Contemplating his next move, he retrieved some snacks from his backpack meant for Xingxing and Xiao Hao. Offering the white poo-poo beast star coins proved futile. It could not leave this place to utilize them. However, the pet snacks were suitable for all creatures and should appeal to the white poo-poo beast as well. Noticing this, Xiao Hao placed the explosive popping candy that Song Shao had previously purchased onto the branches of the white poo-poo beast. The companions of the strength-tailed bear have been searching for it. Can you divulge what you have witnessed? After a moment of silence, Song Shao assumed the white poo-poo beast would not respond further. Yet, a quivering, timid voice broke the stillness once more. Poo-poo. It was accompanied by a rather terrifying dreamworm. Chapter 74, Dreamworm. Song Shao was unfamiliar with this creature and pulled out his phone to conduct a search. Dreamworm, a legendary hidden beast. A dark-type creature endowed with the innate ability to curse misfortune. Its presence brings varying degrees of calamity and bad luck to those it encounters. Born as a beast emperor-level creature, Dream Wom evolves once every century. Its evolutionary forms include one that becomes an apocalyptic Dream Rom, a disaster-wielding beast god-level entity that, upon emergence, rivals the devastation of a nuclear explosion, attracting all manner of calamity. The alternative evolutionary path is diametrically opposed, resulting in the emergence of a phantasmal Dream Ram, a creature capable of foresight and evasion. Historical records indicate that the last sighting of a Dream Wom occurred over a century ago, when it evolved into an apocalyptic Dream Rom on the planet Tanges, triggering the largest tsunami to date, which led to the mental collapse of thousands of beasts, compelling the Interstellar Federation to dispatch military forces to exterminate the apocalyptic Dream Rom. Upon reviewing the information on his phone regarding Dream Wom, Shao recognized the grave danger it posed. With its last appearance over a century ago and the Dream Wom evolving every 100 years, the current emergence was likely for the purpose of evolution. Historical accounts noted fewer than 10 Dream Woms had ever appeared, of which only one evolved into a phantasmal Dream Ram. The rest invariably transformed into apocalyptic Dream Roms. This indicated that the current Dream Wom had a high probability of evolving into an apocalyptic Dream Rom. This forest was desolate, yet not far from Shao's home. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, just beyond this forest lay a perilous restricted zone. Within that zone lurked countless insectoid creatures and extremely dangerous, untamed beasts. Should the Dream Wom evolve into an apocalyptic Dream Rom here, it could incite a mental upheaval among the beasts, potentially leading to the obliteration of the entire 10th district. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shao activated his phone to find Eugene Yuan's contact information. The signal was intermittent, leaving him uncertain if the call would connect. After a tense wait of several seconds, the phone rang through. "Hello, Shao." The noise surrounding Eugene Yuan was chaotic, resembling the clamor of a marketplace rather than the tranquility of the Enforcement Bureau. Shao endeavored to convey the situation succinctly. "Director Yu, I have discovered traces of Dream Wom in the forest northeast of the Strength-Tailed Bear construction site." Eugene Yuan could only hear static over the line, prompting him to raise his voice in inquiry. "What Wom? Forest? Why are you in the woods?" Frustrated by the din around him, Eugene Yuan's patience was wearing thin. He slammed a file onto the table, causing an abrupt silence, through which Shao's voice resonated clearly and unmistakably. "I have found traces of Dream Wom in the forest northeast of the Strength-Tailed Bear construction site." Eugene Yuan's expression of impatience transformed into one of astonishment. He froze for a moment, questioning whether he had misheard, incredulously asking, "Dream Wom? Are you certain it's Dream Wom? It has not appeared for over a century." Observing the trembling white poo-poo beast, Shao continued, "I have not seen Dream Wom with my own eyes, but the Strength-Tailed Bear became exceedingly unfortunate before it went missing. And a white poo-poo beast witnessed Dream Wom carrying the Strength-Tailed Bear away." Eugene Yuan tugged at his collar to regain his composure, instructing Shao, "You must leave the woods immediately. The emergence of Dream Wom could very well be for the purpose of evolution. Should it evolve into an apocalyptic Dream Rom, even 10 lives would not suffice to save you. I will report this situation to my superiors without delay." As Shao watched his phone dim, he understood the necessity of vacating the area post-haste. The timing of Dream Wom's evolution was unpredictable, even if it did not evolve swiftly. Its ability to curse misfortune meant that proximity alone could lead to contagion of bad luck. However, his mission to locate the missing Strength-Tailed Bear remained unfulfilled. Furthermore, while he could depart, the white poo-poo beast was immobile and would surely perish should calamity strike. Shao raised his arm, and Shao swooped down from the air, landing on Shao's arm. As if sensing Shao's inner turmoil, Shao gently rubbed its head against Shao's shoulder. "Kulu." Shao released Xing Xing from the beast ring. Upon awakening, Xing Xing exhibited an unusual exuberance, gazing eagerly in the direction indicated by the Baipu beast, where the dream which Mu had departed. "Have you discovered something?" Shao inquired of Xing Xing. Xing Xing nodded, exclaiming, "Ban Ban, Ban Ban. A delightful scent. Something I have encountered in a dream." Suddenly, a realization struck Shao. He had dreamt of Xing Xing's evolution, and the entity Xing Xing referred to as having been seen in dreams must be the dream witch Mu. However, that couldn't be right. The dream witch Mu was a pet beast, and in Shao's dreams, aside from himself and Xing Xing, there were no other beasts present. Could it be that the dream witch Mu was the catalyst for Xing Xing's evolution? Shao gazed in the direction of the dream witch Mu's departure. Having resolved to proceed, not only did he have the task of locating the power-tailed bear, but it was also highly likely that the dream witch Mu could provide an opportunity for Xing Xing's evolution. Currently, in the interstellar realm, aside from dragon-type beasts, all other beasts attempting bloodline evolution had failed, and Shao placed great importance on whether Xing Xing could undergo bloodline evolution. This represented a crucial turning point for both him and Xing Xing, making it imperative not to overlook any clues. "Let us be off," Song Shao declared, cradling Xing Xing. With Shao Hao perched on his shoulder, the Bai Pu beast quietly returned the snack Song Shao had previously given it. But he noticed it had left behind the explosive popping candy gifted by Shao Hao. "Poo Poo, be careful," he cautioned. Xing Xing was extremely sensitive to the scent of the dream witch Mu and could easily be misled, so Song Shao could only occasionally release Xing Xing, keeping most of the time within the beast ring. This forest remained in an undeveloped state, with wild beasts occasionally appearing. Song Shao continuously employed the skill of his left eye to swiftly identify these beasts, striving to avoid conflict. Most wild beasts were inherently fearful of humans, though some bolder ones would secretly observe Song Shao, while others would directly confront him, such as the spiny beast blocking his path now, measuring over a meter in height. This was an evolved spiny beast, a ground-type creature adept at burrowing. "Spiny, what are you doing?" Song Shao noticed the spiny beast, which had several broken spines and appeared quite battered. "We are here searching for the power-tailed bear," he said, presenting a photo of the bear to the spiny beast. To his surprise, upon glancing at the photo, the spiny beast became agitated, exclaiming, "Spiny, spiny, bad beasts, bad beasts." Chapter 75, Boros. Observing the spiny beast's furious demeanor and its pitiful appearance, Song Shao conceived a notion. Could it be that this spiny beast had encountered the dream witch Mu and the power-tailed bear, thus attracting misfortune and resulting in its current state? The spiny beast appeared indignant, akin to a victim seeking parental intervention after being bullied. "Spiny, spiny, spiny, there is another bad beast nearby. My current state is all because of these two bad beasts. You are here to capture them, aren't you?" At this moment, Song Shao regarded the spiny beast with newfound empathy and nodded. "Indeed, I have come to capture them. Spiny, quickly apprehend them. Spiny, don't you beast tamers have some method? Capture them." Song Shao added, "The beast control law. Now, could you share what happened after your encounter with these two bad beasts and where they went?" The spiny beast eagerly recounted its tale, amidst its incessant spiny exclamations. Song Shao learned that the dream witch Mu intended to lead the power-tailed bear deeper into the forest, but it was unfamiliar with the terrain and direction. While the dream witch Mu was lost, the unfortunate spiny beast suddenly emerged from the ground, prompting the dream witch Mu to seize it as a guide without hesitation. It was only after the spiny beast had led them deep into the forest that the dream witch Mu released it, setting the spiny beast on a path of misfortune on its return journey. First, it had collided with rocks while burrowing, then awakened a giant toothed beast, forcing it into a confrontation and resulting in several broken spines. Following the spiny beast's directions, Song Shao ventured deeper into the forest, feeling an increasing chill. The sky had begun to darken, and his phone's battery was dwindling to less than half. Fortunately, Shao Hao possessed night vision capabilities, and Song Shao's left eye skill allowed him to avoid disturbing dangerous beasts. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Song Shao arrived at the depths of the forest as described by the spiny beast. Rubbing his temples, he felt the headache that had previously vanished resurface due to the overuse of his left eye skill. "Kulu." Shao Hao flew in front of Song Shao, inquiring with concern. "I am fine," Song Shao replied, lowering his hand and summoning Xing Xing. As Song Shao continued deeper into the forest, he took a few more steps when he suddenly heard a small gasp. "Li Li?" He halted and turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a somewhat disheveled power-tailed bear peering at him from behind a thicket. "Power-tailed bear," Song Shao called to it. After waiting a few moments, the power-tailed bear sluggishly emerged from the underbrush. "Li Li, what are you doing here?" Song Shao recalled that this power-tailed bear was a fan of his, making it reasonable for it to recognize him. He explained, "You have been missing for 3 days. The power-tailed bears reported your disappearance to the Inspection Bureau, and I am the beast tamer assigned to find you." The power-tailed bear lowered its head in shame, its paws fidgeting together. "Li Li, I left a message. My friend needed my help." "Friend? Is it the dream witch Mu?" The power-tailed bear nodded, preparing to say more when an overwhelming aura of malice suddenly surged from behind Song Shao, accompanied by a deep, beguiling voice. "Dream witch." Turning around, Song Shao beheld a dream witch Mu, cloaked in dark purple, with horns akin to a devil's and eyes like amber serpents, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its tail ended in a black gemstone that shone brightly even in the night. The dream witch Mu regarded Song Shao warily, its eyes betraying unmasked disdain. Just as its tail was about to lash out, the power-tailed bear rushed forward, anxiously pointing at Song Shao and explaining, Li Li, he is here to find me, not a bad beast tamer. We even watched his competition together." The dream witch Mu's tail swung back and forth, its icy slit pupils scrutinizing Song Shao. Ultimately, persuaded by the power-tailed bear, The Dream Witch Mu refrained from employing its skills against Song Shao. Although its demeanor remained far from welcoming as it issued an ultimatum, Dream Witch, leave this forest. Song Shao addressed the power-tailed bear. My mission is to find you, so I must take you back. The power-tailed bear glanced between the Dream Witch Mu and Song Shao, appearing deeply conflicted. It had originally come to assist the Dream Witch Mu, yet its elders and companions seemed highly concerned for its safety. The Dream Witch Mu turned away and spoke. Dream Witch, you should leave with this beast tamer. As Song Shao observed Meng Wum turn, he noticed a horrifying wound on her back. Meng Wum, a beast of royal caliber, was not only a hidden creature but also possessed an unparalleled curse of misfortune. Any who dared to harm her would be met with retribution. How could a pet inflict such grievous injury upon Meng Wum? Sensing the unease of Xing Xing within the beast ring, Song Shao summoned her forth. Just as he cradled Xing Xing in his arms, the departing Meng Wum abruptly pivoted, her icy gaze fixated on Xing Xing, her tone now tinged with urgency. Meng Wum, why do you carry the essence of Polas? Polas? Xing Xing looked bewildered, pawing at herself. BNBN? Me? With a flick of her tail, Meng Wum's cold demeanor turned fierce as she obstructed Song Sha's path. Meng Wum, what is your connection to the Beastmasters who captured Polas? Polas, Song Sha recalled the name. An exceedingly rare creature, rumored to bestow good fortune. How could Xing Xing harbor the essence of Polas? Song Sha pondered, recalling how the notoriously unlucky Xing Xing had unexpectedly become the champion of the Interstellar Pet Challenge. Not to mention the fortuitous buys during previous competitions. Indeed, it seemed that her luck had undergone a remarkable transformation. When had her fortune shifted? He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a card, one where only a corner had been scratched off. Previously, despite numerous attempts, Xing Xing had failed to win anything. Her luck at that time abysmal. Now, as he scratched off the remainder of the ticket, he was met with a revelation. He had won. Meng Wum. Meng Wum. Suddenly, Meng Wum became agitated. Her gaze locked onto the ticket in Song Sha's hand. With a thunderous boom, the previously tranquil night was shattered by a bolt of lightning, revealing a rift in the sky. Song Sha glanced upward, witnessing what appeared to be a gaping void, from which emerged a colossal flying beast, standing 20 meters tall, with a gaunt man atop it. The giant spirit bat, a beast of royal stature. Song Sha's heart raced. This creature was indeed of royal caliber. Chapter 76, Yurta. A chill ran down Song Sha's spine as the giant spirit bat, accompanied by the slender man, emerged from the torn night, casting a shadow of an even larger presence behind them. This looming figure, shrouded in darkness, exuded an aura of terrifying menace, even without fully revealing itself. Upon seeing the gaunt man, Meng Wum's entire demeanor shifted, and Song Sha could sense an almost palpable hatred emanating from her. Fixating on the monstrous entity lurking behind the man, Song Sha activated his left eye skill, and suddenly found himself locked in a gaze with a pair of deep crimson slit pupils. A sharp pain pierced his mind, and Xing Xing, sharing a deep connection with him, sensed his distress, becoming restless. Though dwarfed by the looming giant, she bared her electrified fangs, standing protectively before Song Sha. Shao Hao hovered in front of him, its sapphire eyes gleaming like jewels in the night. Yurta, also known as the King of the White Swamp, a dual attribute dragon and steel beast. Rank, beast god. With such formidable attributes, Yurta, as a beast god, could not be dispatched by the military against Meng Wum, who had yet to evolve into the disaster dream realm. As their eyes met, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, and Xing Xing instinctively sensed the danger. Her fur bristling in alarm as her tail lashed against Song Sha's leg. Lowering herself, she bared her teeth at the giant spirit bat. Song Sha gripped Xing Xing's mouth, inwardly sweating. Xing Xing, you're merely an awakened late-stage pup, daring to snarl at a royal beast. You truly are audacious. Turning his gaze back to Yurta, Song Sha suddenly noticed something amiss. The gaunt man seemed oblivious to the presence of the beast god behind him. Moreover, Yurta exhibited no malice whatsoever, instead appearing intrigued as he regarded Song Sha. What could this mean? They were not allies. Yurta seemed more like an observer than a participant. As Song Sha pondered, he felt an unexpected brush against his being, a sensation akin to a touch upon his very soul, as if something had penetrated his body to reach his mental faculties. He looked back at Yurta, only to find lingering curiosity and intrigue reflected in those crimson pupils. Even if you are a beast god, you cannot simply touch people. Song Sha found himself at a loss for words, his perception of Yurta's grandeur diminished, just as he was distracted by Yurta's antics. The slender man atop the giant spirit bat addressed Meng Wum. Meng Wum, you've hidden yourself away here. With those words, the giant spirit bat leaped from the sky, its massive wings stirring up violent gusts. The creature was enveloped in a deep green hue, its mouth gaping wide, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. and its blood-red diamond pupils gleamed with excitement as they fixated on Meng Wom. Seeing that Yurda had no immediate intention of intervening, Song Sha turned his attention back to the man, bewildered. If this were any other hidden beast, one might understand the desperation to form a contract. After all, hidden beasts were merely a tier below the legendary divine beasts in this world. Yet Meng Wom embodied misfortune and curses, ordinarily. Beastmasters and their pets would flee in terror from her. What could prompt someone to seek her out? Did they believe themselves to be overly fortunate, desiring to add some hardship to their lives? Moreover, the evident animosity between the man and Meng Wom suggested a deeper history. Who was this individual that could inflict harm upon her yet remain unscathed by her curse? This person seemed undeterred by Meng Wom's ominous power. But Song Sha felt the weight of fear. Her skills could indiscriminately wreak havoc, and should she unleash them, he would be nothing more than fodder. Under pressure, Song Sha stepped forward, positioning himself between Meng Wom and the giant spirit bat. Sir, do you have a grievance with Meng Wom? The gaunt man appeared to notice Song Sha for the first time, yet it was clear he regarded him as inconsequential. He did not respond to Song Sha's inquiry, instead directing his words at Meng Wom. You are now standing behind a beastmaster? It seems you've changed significantly. Meng Wom remained silent. Her amber-slit pupils fixated on Song Sha, a frigid emotion that he could not quite discern flickering within. With a gentle sweep of her tail, she nudged the Li-Tai bear to Song Sha's feet. Meng Wom, you should leave. The sloth bear clutched the hem of Song Shao's clothing, looking helplessly at Meng Wom. Although it appeared quite filthy, it bore no injuries, seemingly well protected by Meng Wom during their days together. Song Shao tightened his grip on his phone, calculating the response time of the Enforcement Bureau, uncertain if their dispatch personnel would be capable of contending with the giant spirit bat and Yurda. He relaxed his body slightly, gazing at the gaunt man. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Song Shao turned, bearing the sloth bear away, exuding an air of absolute detachment from the unfolding events. Yet, as he turned his back to the man, he slightly raised his head, locking eyes with Meng Wom. His left eye now a brilliant shade of gray. At that moment, the stars suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning before Meng Wom, and in an instant, Meng Wom vanished from his spot, leaving behind only a faint bluish lightning trail, akin to a meteor's tail, swallowed by the dense forest. Shao Hao, let's go. At the same time, Shao Hao gripped Song Shao's shoulder, and Song Shao, cradling the sloth bear, hurried after the stars. Haikalu, known as the god of 10,000 eagles, was a formidable force in the flight category, its speed rivaling that of lightning. However, even with such prowess, Song Shao remained uncertain how long they could delay their pursuers. The disparity in their pets' levels was too vast. Perhaps the giant spirit bat would need only seconds, or even just a moment, to capture them. Reality proved Song Shao's naivety. The giant spirit bat required not even a second. Although the stars could engage in battles against opponents of higher evolution levels without faltering, the giant spirit bat towered over the stars by a staggering 4 levels, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Bam Bam. The giant spirit bat unleashed a spatial confinement skill, instantly immobilizing the stars and Meng Wom. With a gentle flap of its wings, it sent the stars hurtling several meters away. Chapter 77, The Flowers of Dreams. A sharp pain pierced Song Shao's heart, the brilliant gray of his left eye glimmering with a faint crimson hue. There was not a shred of hope, not the slightest possibility of victory. Moreover, the gaunt man could contract a beast of the royal level, the giant spirit bat, indicating he was at least a 5th-tier beastmaster. This meant that his other 4 pets had yet to make an appearance. The stars, battered and bruised, staggered to its feet, its ruffled fur radiating an indomitable spirit, as if it would charge once more at the giant spirit bat upon Song Shao's command. Silently, Song Shao lifted the stars into his arms, while the gaunt man had already located Meng Wom. Not a combat-type pet. Meng Wom's greatest ability lay in its curse of misfortune, yet the man seemed impervious to its effects, employing some unknown means to negate its power. Coupled with Meng Wom's injuries, it would soon succumb to the claws of the giant spirit bat. Lily. Tears streamed down the sloth bear's face as it cried out in heart-wrenching despair. Lily, Lily. Song Shao observed the sloth bear nearly slipping from his grasp, and after a moment of silence, he turned his gaze towards Yurda, shrouded in the shadows of the night. You touched me, so lend a hand. Yurda appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that Song Shao was aware of its psychic touch. What else would you expect? You've touched me several times. I'm not dead, am I? This marked Yurda's second moment of astonishment. First, upon realizing Song Shao could see it, and second, upon discovering that Song Shao knew of its psychic interactions. Yurda contemplated briefly before a colossal figure emerged from the inky darkness, its length surpassing 100 meters. Adorned in pure white feathers, with horns upon its serpentine head and long black tendrils flanking its jaw, black fins protruding along its spine. In the presence of such a behemoth, Song Shao felt insignificantly small, akin to mere grains of sand. With Yurta's arrival, the entire forest fell into an eerie silence. Unlike the spatial confinement of the giant spirit bat, it wielded no skills, merely its presence sufficient to instill fear in all. Yurta's white body obscured even the faintest moonlight, standing against the sky as an insurmountable, unapproachable deity. The giant spirit bat, still sporting a malevolent grin as it toyed with Meng Wumu, froze. Its mouth agape in shock as its diamond-shaped red eyes constricted. It screeched, casting Meng Wumu aside, instinctively turning to face Yurta. The gaunt man, equally astonished, gazed at the godlike Yurta, muttering, "The White Marsh King. There truly exists the White Marsh King. The White Marsh King, a descendant of the legendary divine beast." Yurta. A voice as vast as a melody echoed from the heavens. The stars slowly ascended from Song Shao's embrace, its bewildered gaze fixed upon him, attempting to reach out with its claws, but it ascended far too swiftly, soon soaring to a height of several meters. As the stars remained oblivious to the unfolding events, its fur and wounds began to heal rapidly, the mottled gray deepening to a rich slate, while its form enlarged, fangs sharpening. And the electrical patterns on its cheeks transformed to a deep black, a halo of blue currents surrounding the lightning on its forehead. This was the evolved form of the star's bloodline, yet it was unlike the dreamlike scene. Kulu. While Song Shao remained in a state of confusion, Shao Hao suddenly called out. Undergoing a transformation akin to the stars, its form expanding, the black at the tips of its wings shifting to blue, and its pristine claws morphing. Blue feathers sprouting from its brow. Was this the evolved form of Haikulu's bloodline? Yurta glanced once more at Song Shao, its godlike form gradually becoming transparent before vanishing. The gaunt man watched the spot where Yurta had disappeared, silently exhaling in relief, thankful that Yurta had shown no intent to strike. Yet, this figure who appeared to be a high school student had somehow compelled Yurta to utilize its skills. But what did it matter? Even if he had only brought the giant spirit bat, a royal-level beast, it was an easy task to deal with two evolved pets, wasn't it? Wait, were these two pets the evolved forms of the gray-eyed and Haikulu? He was not from the 10th district and was unfamiliar with the local beasts. But he recalled that Haikulu's evolved form did not resemble this at all. The gaunt man felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, yet reassured himself. He was merely a second-tier beastmaster, a high school student still in his youth. Even if Yurta had cast a skill to temporarily elevate his pets, they still lagged 3 levels behind his giant spirit bat. As Song Shao witnessed Shao Hao transform into its evolved state, the piercing pain in his mind intensified. Once the discomfort subsided, he heard the sloth bear's exclamation, "Lily." At this moment, Song Shao's left eye had undergone a transformation. Within the gray iris shone a brilliance akin to deep blue sapphires. He regarded the injured Meng Wumu, its body marred by blood, steadying his emotions as he spoke. "Stars, unleash the wrath of thunder." The stars lifted its head, the currents on its cheeks shimmering with a pale blue luminescence. And the darkness of the night resonated with a thunderous roar. In an instant, bolts of lightning flickered incessantly, and a tremendous, terrifying rumble cascaded down from the heavens like an unrelenting tide. This was undoubtedly a power beyond the capabilities of an evolved pet. The gaunt man recognized the skill's might at a glance and shouted to the giant spirit bat, "Darkness strangulation." The colossal bat ceased its playful demeanor, unfurling its wings like a shroud of darkness that eclipsed the sky. The once twinkling night, adorned with scattered stars, was engulfed in an impenetrable blackness. An abyss that seemed to pulse with life, instilling profound dread in all creatures ensnared within its grasp. The emaciated man observed the stars, gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness, and spoke, "Giant spirit, we must endure. The temporary evolution of Yurta is time-limited. Once that time elapses, they shall revert to their original forms." The giant spirit bat nodded in acknowledgement as countless shadowy claws materialized around the stars, closing in ominously. Shao Hao soared into the air, unleashing an air slash that severed the black claws behind the stars. Yet, those shadowy appendages, akin to rampant weeds, swiftly regenerated after being cut. In this fleeting moment, the koala bear seized the opportunity to bring forth Dreamwom, who, battered and bruised, gazed at the perilous plight of the stars. Suddenly, it bowed its head, shedding a solitary tear. That tear, upon touching the ground, blossomed into a delicate blue-purple flower, reminiscent of the flowers from Song Xiaoming's dreams. Chapter 78, The Celestial Slash. Dreamwom is undoubtedly the most extraordinary among the hidden beasts. Each hidden beast possesses a unique ability. Some can command the weather, others can create, and some can manipulate fate itself. The emergence of these hidden beasts is enough to drive all beast tamers into a frenzy. Yet Dreamwom is a being that all shun, inherently cursed with misfortune. It signifies ill omen and heralds death. Forever condemned to solitude, it exists in isolation for centuries. At the pivotal moment of evolution, only those dreamwom who have endured relentless rejection and disdain while still harboring hope and love might ascend to become the prophetic and evasive dream ram. The koala bear stared, transfixed, at the tear that fell from Dreamwom, which instantly transformed into a luminous blue-purple flower. Dreamwom's once massive 3-meter frame swiftly diminished after the tear fell, reducing to about 1 meter in height before ceasing its shrinkage. To the koala bear, this signified the imminent demise of Dreamwom, and it rushed anxiously to Song Shao's side. Meanwhile, Song Shao was also in dire straits. The stars were ensnared and suffocated by the darkness of the giant spirit bat. The insatiable shadows, once entangled, became sharp blades, inflicting countless wounds upon the stars. Kulu. Shao Hao ascended to the same altitude as the giant spirit bat, soaring upwards towards the enveloping dark sky, its deep blue tail emitting a faint glow, akin to a shooting star streaking across the vast, silent night. Song Shao beheld Shao Hao, a thought of the celestial slash flickering in his mind. As anticipated, when Shao Hao became fully enveloped in a gentle luminescence, it surged forth like an unparalleled blade of light towards the giant spirit bat, cleaving the night asunder like a colossal chasm. Song Shao's heart swelled with a bittersweet emotion upon witnessing the crescent-shaped blade of light, several dozen meters long. He had never imagined that Shao Hao would unleash the celestial slash in a desperate bid to save the stars and their companions. The blade of light struck the giant spirit bat with precision, causing the emaciated man to tremble at the sight of such formidable power. Is that the celestial slash? No. It cannot be. The celestial slash could not possibly wield such strength. It must be the celestial shattering slash. He vividly recalled that this Haikalu was merely at the initial awakening stage before Yurta's temporary evolution, typically capable of employing only a handful of basic skills, perhaps 1 or 2 intermediate skills. How could it possibly perform the celestial shattering slash? That is a skill that even extraordinary-level beasts might not master. Domain. The emaciated man murmured, his gaze filled with complexity as he regarded Song Shao, this mere high school beast tamer. If circumstances were different, he would feel gratified to have such a talented youth in existence. However, at this moment, he could not allow him to grow. The giant spirit bat, responding to its tamer's command, activated its domain, its diamond-shaped crimson pupils igniting. The blade of light that had reached its presence abruptly halted. Domains are typically special skills awakened only by beast emperors, and the giant spirit bat's domain is one of dark mastery. When it manifests its domain, it possesses absolute control over the darkness within a 10-meter radius. What a pity for this Haikalu, the emaciated man remarked. The blade of light, transformed by Shao Hao, had entered the domain of the giant spirit bat, falling under its complete dominion. Thus, if the giant spirit bat wished to shatter its domain, Shao Hao within would also be obliterated. Freed from the suffocating darkness, the stars surged with fury, gathering immense lightning in their foreheads as they launched an attack on the giant spirit bat. Song Shao, observing Shao Hao suspended in midair, felt an emotional connection that dispelled any fear from it. The giant spirit bat shielded itself with its massive wings as the stars conjured a series of lightning bolts. Yet all were effortlessly thwarted by the bat. Cracks resembling spider webs began to form around the giant spirit bat. Song Shao covered his left eye, concentrating his mental energy, and instructed Shao Hao, utilize the celestial shattering slash. As his command echoed, the excruciating pain of shattering was wholly transferred to Song Shao. In that moment, the crescent-shaped blade of light, now several meters long, radiated a brilliant glow, and suddenly, 7 identical crescent-shaped blades of light materialized around the giant spirit bat, as if replicated. Kulu. The domain of the giant spirit bat shattered entirely, yet contrary to expectations, Shao Hao did not perish alongside it. Instead, it found itself ensnared by 7 blades of light in a vicious entrapment. The giant spirit bat, bewildered by the failure of its domain, clumsily attempted to evade the blades with a quick teleportation. However, before it could catch its breath, it turned to find the stars had appeared behind it. Shao Hao, having been only at the initial awakening stage prior to Yurta's temporary evolution, exhausted all its energy in executing the celestial shattering slash, its form quickly shrinking back to that of a Haikalu, plummeting from the sky. Yet, the stars, utilizing the lightning shadow technique, left behind an afterimage that transformed into a streak of lightning, catching Shao Hao and delivering it safely into Song Shao's embrace. Holding Shao Hao close, Song Shao faced the giant spirit bat, which bore several wounds inflicted by the blade. In a fit of rage, the bat unleashed its fury upon the stars. Electric kiss. At the moment the giant spirit bat's wings swept towards the stars, Song Shao commanded. Thus, The stars opened their mouths, sinking their teeth into the bat's wing. The electric current surged through the giant spirit bat's body. Although the lightning attribute counters the dark type, the vast level disparity rendered this electric kiss ineffective, causing no substantial harm to the giant spirit bat. The stars were flung aside, crashing helplessly into the trees. Dust and night intertwined, as Shao gazed at the stars. When they fell to the ground, their forms rapidly shrank, reverting to their mottled gray state. It seemed that the temporary evolution had come to an end. Chapter 79, Fiery Spots. Shao withdrew Shao into his beast ring and sprinted towards the stars, only to be halted by a tug on his clothing. He turned to find a tearful koala, its eyes reddened, extending a blue-purple flower towards him. Lily, it said. Dream Witch Mu said this can help you. Upon seeing the familiar flower, a flurry of thoughts raced through Shao's mind. He accepted it, glanced at the injured and shrunken Dream Witch Mu, and then dashed towards the stars. At that moment, the stars had succumbed to unconsciousness, their fur patchy and uneven. Shao cradled the stars and placed the blue-purple flower into their mouth. Giant spirit, let this end. The gaunt man ceased to regard Shao and approached Dream Witch Mu, who struggled to rise from the ground, her diminished form devoid of any resistance. Dream Witch, you wish to use me to awaken Polas? I shall not grant you that wish. The gaunt man regarded Dream Witch Mu, recalling the Polas she mentioned, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern visage. Polas, the legendary hidden beast, possessed the extraordinary ability to manifest the desires of both humans and their companions. What a fantastical power it was. Any fervent wish, no matter how outrageous, would come to fruition. However, by the time the gaunt man captured Polas, it had already succumbed to slumber. Due to its unparalleled ability, Polas could only unleash its power by retracting its previous blessings, which meant it must awaken to perform again. Before its slumber, Polas had been living alongside Dream Witch Mu, undoubtedly bestowing its abilities upon her, accounting for the man's repeated failures to capture it. Yet, now it would all come to a close. The giant spirit bat, obeying the command of its beast master, expelled a massive sphere of black energy from its mouth. This orb ascended slowly into the sky above Shao and the stars, enveloping them like a colossal black shroud. Shao, cradling the newly awakened stars, let out a long sigh. This was indeed the scene from his dreams. As darkness enveloped them, devoid of any light, Shao stood, looking down at the stars. Stars, shatter the darkness above. With a thunderous clap, Shao closed and reopened his left eye, his brilliant gray gaze entwined with faint blue currents. The stars stood, gazing upwards at the suffocating darkness, bright and piercing currents flickering across their brow and cheeks. Thunder rumbled incessantly, exploding in the darkness, a terrifying and overwhelming aura swirling in the air. The stars ascended slowly into the tempest of lightning, their gray-white fur transitioning to a bluish-gray hue as their form rapidly expanded, the tips of their once fluffy tail now tinged with the same shade. As Shao observed the evolving stars, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. He swiftly and silently shed his garments. He recalled that in his dream, he had been struck by lightning alongside the stars, rendering his attire in tatters. He had previously informed Eugenuan about the appearance of Dream Witch Mu, who was en route. Shao could scarcely believe how gruesome it would be to appear before a throng of inspectors in his naked state, once the stars completed their evolution. It seemed he would need to carry an extra set of clothes in the future. At that moment, streaks of lightning descended, striking the stars, singeing their fur black, only for it to regenerate rapidly, this cycle repeating thrice before their fur settled into a fixed bluish-gray. Intricate patterns emerged around the current markings on their brow. Due to their profound resonance, Shao's body mirrored the stars, electric currents swirling around him, the patterns of electric shocks appearing and vanishing in succession. As the stars stabilized, he finally extricated himself from this state. Observing the stars undergoing their transformation amidst the tempest of lightning, their evolutionary form had nearly stabilized. With his left eye, he examined the details. Name, Fiery Spots. Attribute, Lightning. System, Combat. Level, Early Evolution. Skills, Thunder Roar, Beginner, Advanced. Electromagnetic Paralysis, Beginner, Advanced. Electric Impact, Beginner, Elite. Electric Kiss, Intermediate. Elite, Swift Lightning Shadow, Intermediate, Elite. Explosive Claw, Intermediate, Apprentice. Thunder Armor, Intermediate, Apprentice. Thunderous Might, High, Elite. Lightning Slash, High, Apprentice. Thousand Thunder Phantom, High, Apprentice. Evolution Path, Learning Evolution, Bloodline Evolution. Secondary Attribute, Combat. The bloodline evolution form of the gray-spotted beast was unexpectedly named Fiery Spots. At that moment, the stars were surrounded by faint blue currents that resembled flames of lightning. Song Shao also discovered that the initial level of the star's previous beast classification had vanished, indicating that they could no longer be classified as a sea-level gray-spotted beast. Moreover, this evolution had even triggered a secondary attribute. From henceforth, the stars would possess both lightning and combat attributes, though they had only awakened one intermediate skill, Explosive Claw, as a combat skill. It appeared that their primary attribute remained lightning. What astonished Song Shao the most was that Thunderous might had evolved into a high-level skill, which could be considered typical, as some exceptionally gifted beasts might fortuitously awaken a high-level skill during their evolution. Yet, the stars had not only awakened Thunderous Might, but also two additional high-level lightning skills, Lightning Slash and Thousand Thunder Phantom. Moreover, the intermediate skill Thunder Armor served as a defensive skill, compensating for the stars' lack of defensive capabilities. As the evolution concluded, the stars gently descended from the lightning, landing before Song Shao. Their towering figure now exceeded 3 meters in height, requiring them to lower their head almost to the ground to meet Song Shao's gaze. Then, the stars realized why their beast master was completely unclothed. "Baba, why did you take off your clothes?" Song Shao, still absorbed in studying the stars' data, froze momentarily, silently retrieving his garments from the ground. Suddenly feeling a bit awkward, he had intended to celebrate the successful evolution of his companion, only to look down and find himself entirely bare. "I was merely concerned that the lightning would damage my clothes," he silently explained. The stars nodded but fell into contemplation. Realizing that beast masters must shed their clothing during evolution, they resolved to remind their master not to forget to undress during Shao Hao's evolution next time. Unaware of the stars' absurd thoughts, Song Shao, now clothed, stared into the oppressive darkness overhead and spoke solemnly. Lightning Slash. Chapter 80. Despairing Evolution? Lightning Slash. This can be regarded as a group lightning attack skill, channeling all of one's power into a single bolt of lightning, akin to a thunderbolt from the heavens, capable of delivering a devastating blow to enemies in a straight line. This bears a subtle similarity to the stars' swift lightning, both transforming oneself into a bolt of lightning. "Baba." The stars rose, their regal visage shedding the clumsy demeanor of their juvenile gray-spotted form, suddenly appearing majestic and unreachable. Their bluish-gray fur crackled with faint blue electric currents like flames, and they leapt towards the black curtain, transforming into a streak of lightning that struck overhead. The Liwei bear stands at a mere meter in height, trembling before Meng Wum with tearful eyes as it observes the gaunt man approaching. Lili. The slender man scoffs at the audacity of such a diminutive creature to obstruct his path. His current identity necessitates discretion, otherwise he would not have come with only a great spirit bat as his companion. Yet, he never imagined that he would one day be confronted by a Liwei bear. The creature's frailty renders it beneath his contempt. He effortlessly swats it aside, turning his gaze to the incapacitated Meng Wum and commanding the Great Spirit Bat. "Take Meng Wum away." With a swift motion, the Great Spirit Bat ensnares Meng Wum in shadowy tendrils resembling twisted vines, binding him tightly. Meng Wum struggles valiantly, but the effort exacerbates his wounds, causing dark purple blood to flow profusely. The Great Spirit Bat, seemingly amused, lifts Meng Wum and feigns a careless sway, resulting in more blood spilling forth from the beleaguered creature. The gaunt man merely states, "Once you're done playing, let us leave. Meng Wum has already located the forbidden ground for us. Polaz is of utmost importance." The Great Spirit Bat acknowledges with a cry, lifting Meng Wum into the night sky with its shadowy tendrils. As the slender man rides atop the Great Spirit Bat, they ascend to a height where a dark vortex, reminiscent of the one through which he arrived, slowly unfurls in the night. Meng Wum, suspended in midair, thrashes against the encroaching void. Meng Wum. Despair fills the creature's heart as it watches its body being drawn into the black hole, the light in its crimson eyes dimming. Born as an embodiment of misfortune and curse, Meng Wum had always brought ill fate to those around it. Now, in this final moment, it found itself poised to bestow misfortune upon its friend. Polaz, a companion encountered in the Forbidden Realm, was the only creature capable of countering Meng Wum's curse. In a sudden surge of determination, Meng Wum bit down on the shadowy tendrils that ensnared it. It sought to evolve, to transform into the Disaster Dream Realm, rendering its adversaries powerless against its curse, thus ensuring its freedom from capture. Disaster Dream Realm, the harbinger of calamity. A dark purple, ominous light began to emanate from Meng Wum, filled with despair and hatred, as it embraced its singular evolutionary form. Disaster Dream Realm Meng Wum. The shadowy tendrils binding Disaster Dream Realm began to snap one by one, and the Great Spirit Bat, half submerged in the black hole, suddenly called out, "Great Spirit." The gaunt man, alarmed, turned his gaze toward Meng Wum, realizing that evolution was occurring at this critical juncture. "I cannot allow Meng Wum to evolve into Disaster Dream Realm." Great Spirit, Shadow Bind. The Great Spirit Bat unleashed a torrent of black, silk-like shadows that surged toward the evolving Mengwom. Just as those malevolent shadowy forms were about to engulf Disaster Dream Rom, a faint blue lightning bolt struck down with a resounding crash. In an instant, all the black tendrils were severed. The gaunt man's pupils quivered in disbelief. How could this be possible? It was merely an awakened-level creature. How could it possibly escape the Great Spirit Bat's grasp? Could it truly be evolving? At this moment, a torrent of curses threatened to spill from the gaunt man's lips as he realized that he had inadvertently triggered the evolution of the gray eye pattern in the face of danger. Freed from its bindings, Mengwom plummeted rapidly, and at that moment, a cool, slightly somber voice echoed in its ears. Mengwom, this winning ticket is for you. May your wishes come true. The stars transformed into lightning, and Song Shao caught Mengwom, the chill of the night air brushing against his face. Under the illumination of the lightning, his delicate yet somewhat aloof features exuded a sense of wild abandon. The smile on his lips was faint, yet his eyes radiated genuine concern. As the night grew as cold as water, over the desolate and barren mountain forest, Mengwom gazed into Song Shao's eyes, extending its hand to accept the ticket representing half of Pola's power. In that instant, the dark purple light enveloping Mengwom transformed into a pure, immaculate white. And as the brightness of the snowy hue intensified, Mengwom's form swiftly began to change. 2 snow-white antlers sprouted from its head. Its dark purple skin morphed into a snowy coat, and its long tail shortened, revealing a gem that appeared in the center of its forehead, a diamond-shaped gem radiating a faint azure glow. This was a creature that bore no resemblance to either Mengwom or Disaster Dream Rom, its entire being pristine white, as pure as the snow atop a mountain. Song Shao watched as Mengwom underwent its transformation, blinking in astonishment as a snowflake landed in his palm. He tilted his head back, and the night seemed to conduct a silent celebration as snowflakes cascaded from the stars. Song Shao summoned Shao Hao from the Beast Ring. This was a once-in-a-century spectacle, the evolution of Mengwom into the Dream Illusion Ram, an event so rare that it had not been witnessed in centuries. Despite still nursing wounds, Shao Hao could not be bothered, flying joyfully around the evolving Mengwom, delighting in the snow falling from the sky. Ban Ban. While the stars were equally thrilled, they maintained their composure, their fierce gaze fixed on the Great Spirit Bat and the gaunt man, who were nearing the black hole. Song Shao retrieved his phone, recording the scene, capturing the images of the Great Spirit Bat and the gaunt man. Chapter 81, Dream Illusion Ram. The gaunt man, observing Mengwom on the brink of completing its evolution, recognized the futility of his efforts. The rift in space could only transport one creature at a time, and with only the Great Spirit Bat remaining, its energy was severely depleted. Faced with the evolved Dream Illusion Ram and the bothersome high school student, his chances of success were slim. As his plans crumbled, the gaunt man reluctantly prepared to depart with the Great Spirit Bat. Stars. Song Shao could not allow him to leave so easily. Instantly understanding his intent, stars leaped into the night sky, transforming into lightning, only to split into dozens of bolts that encircled the Great Spirit Bat and the man like a net of thunder. Thousand Thunder Mirage. This skill served the dual purpose of creating duplicates and binding. While the power of the split lightning was diminished, its sheer number made it a relentless barrage. Each bolt capable of manifesting as a star, truly embodying a mirage. You are gravely mistaken if you think evolution will allow you to retain me. How naive. The gaunt man retorted, his expression darkening. Just then, a low, slightly hoarse voice resonated from behind him. If you cannot, then what of me? Sir, you are in violation of the beast safety law, posing a grave threat to the safety of creatures. We are now here to arrest you. Jin Qingwan, clad in black combat attire, bore signs of a recent battle, and beneath him stood a fierce Rui Long, a beast emperor-level entity. The emaciated man recognized him at a glance and was aware of Jin Qingwan's identity. He froze in place, ceasing any further conversation, and swiftly retreated into the black hole with the giant spirit bat. Jin Qingwan cast a glance at the fierce Rui dragon, which promptly opened its mouth, unleashing a blinding beam of white light that struck the giant spirit bat with great force. Song Shao, observing Eugene Yuan greeting him while following Captain Jin, felt a weight lift from his heart. However, true to the laws of drama, the police always arrive at the last moment. Beneath Eugene Yuan was a falling blossom seed, in the form of a bud, with enormous leaves that could be flapped to enable flight. These falling blossom seeds are typically the cherished beasts of the Enforcement Bureau's internal staff. Eugene Yuan signaled for the falling blossom seed to soar towards Song Shao, and as it approached, its eyes widened. He quickly opened his phone, capturing a picture of the Dream Ram about to complete its evolution. It was as if an endless snowfall came to an abrupt halt at the moment the Dream Ram opened its eyes. Beneath its snow-white lashes lay a pair of light green eyes, reminiscent of spring waters. It gazed at Song Shao, paused for a moment, and uttered, "Dream, thank you." At that moment, the Dream Ram shed the paranoia and hostility of its previous form, the Dream Witch, becoming significantly more tranquil. Song Shao regarded the Dream Ram, which stood approximately 1.2 meters tall. It appeared that a pet's evolutionary form does not necessarily correlate with an increase in size. This is particularly true for certain unique creatures. The Dream Ram's back sprouted snow-white wings, and it ascended into the air, its calm voice laced with an icy demeanor, "Dream." A glimmer flickered across the green gem on its forehead, and the giant spirit bat, which was battling the fierce Rue dragon, intended to teleport away from the attack, but suddenly faltered, inexplicably teleporting right in front of the fierce Rue dragon. The fierce Rue dragon, observing this foolish creature that had inadvertently collided with it, extended its claws without mercy and struck it down. The Dream Ram, rumored to possess the ability of foresight and evasion, now appeared capable of not only predicting and avoiding danger, but even altering the course of impending events. Seizing this opportunity, Jin Qingwan apprehended the emaciated man entirely. He turned his gaze towards the Dream Ram, soaring towards Song Shao. Realizing that Song Shao had played a significant role in the Dream Witch's evolution into the Dream Ram, merely a high school student who had nearly been suffocated by refuse upon their first meeting, it was astonishing that just 2 months later, he had brought forth such surprises. The Dream Ram first flew to the unconscious Strength-Tail beast, then carried it before Song Shao. Dream, may I accompany you? Just for a few days." Song Shao was momentarily taken aback, and Yu Jinyuan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This was a legendary hidden beast. Moreover, throughout millennia across the stars, only one hidden beast had ever appeared, and now this freshly manifested second one wished to stay by a human's side. Song Shao gazed at the Dream Ram, gradually understanding its desire to accompany him. "You seek to find Bolas, do you not?" The Dream Ram nodded in affirmation. "Dream. Yes, your beast possesses Bolas' abilities." Through the Dream Ram's explanation, Song Shao learned why the emaciated man was so intent on capturing it. When the Dream Ram was still the Dream Witch, it had encountered Bolas, the first beast unafraid of its curse, upon just emerging from the Forbidden Zone. The Dream Witch had sought an opportunity to evolve into the Dream Ram. Every Dream Witch aspired to evolve into a Dream Ram, rather than the calamity-inducing nightmarish Ram. But nearly all Dream Witches failed. Upon learning of the Dream Witch's wishes, Bolas had promised to bestow its powers upon the Dream Witch once it matured. Bolas' skill was to fulfill one's desires, a truly extraordinary gift. However, just as Bolas was reaching maturity, it was discovered by human beast tamers. The emaciated man, wishing to acquire Bolas' blessing, captured it, only to find that Bolas had expended its blessing, falling into a deep slumber. To receive the blessing, one must reclaim Bolas' gift. The emaciated man believed that the Dream Witch had received Bolas' blessing, which is why he pursued the Dream Witch relentlessly. His immunity to the Dream Witch's curse stemmed from the fact that he always carried a part of Bolas with him. If you wish to find Bolas, you should actually go to the Enforcement Bureau. Song Shao suspected that he had merely stumbled upon a ticket imbued with Bolas' blessing by chance. To truly locate Bolas, one must visit the Enforcement Bureau. Immediately, Yu Jinyuan projected a flattering smile, speaking softly, lest he frightened the Dream Ram. "Indeed, you can come to our Enforcement Bureau first. The one who captured the villain moments ago is our captain. We will assuredly assist you in finding Bolas." Unbeknownst to them, the Dream Ram suddenly grew wary, swiftly flying away from Yu Jinyuan's side to approach Song Shao again. Dream. He does not look like a good person. I do not trust them. I only trust you, human." Yu Jinyuan lamented. "Woe is me, to be rejected." Song Shao, unexpectedly trusted by the Dream Ram, found himself unable to refuse and nodded in agreement. The Dream Ram relaxed, and Song Shao gradually realized that the Dream Ram had perhaps used its abilities on him just moments prior. Star and Xiao Hao exchanged glances, silently sighing. What to do when our beast tamer is so popular? Chapter 82, The Gift of Yurta. As Yu Jinyuan looked at Song Shao with a tinge of envy, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the towering star, which stood over 3 meters behind Song Shao. This beast resembles Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast somewhat, doesn't he? But then again, he couldn't comprehend why he could not identify this creature. He was an academic achiever, having gained admission to one of the top 10 beast tamer universities with high scores. How could there be a beast on Blue Star that he did not recognize? Could it be a creature from another planet? It should be. And given its size and aura, it must be a transcendent-level beast. Still, something felt off. Aside from Song Shao, the only others present were members of the enforcement team. Where was the beast tamer of this creature? Could it possibly belong to the suspect? My goodness, there is still a loose end. Just as Eugene Yuan was about to press his communicator, Star suddenly crouched down and nudged Song Shao with its fluffy head, asserting its claim before the dream ram. However, with Star's head now so large, the nudge buried Song Shao deep within its fur. With his face tickled, Song Shao reached out to pat Star's fluffy head. Eugene Yuan, having just switched on his communicator, stared at Song Shao in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. What is happening? As a suspect's beast, why are you so friendly to your enemy? Is this reasonable? Eugene Yuan focused on the intricate lightning patterns on Star's forehead, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this beast possibly be Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast? On the other end of Eugene Yuan's communicator, Jin Qinghuan's deep voice inquired, but he was too preoccupied to respond. He pointed at Star, asking, "This beast looks somewhat familiar. It can't possibly be your gray-eyed spotted beast, can it?" Song Shao nodded in affirmation, admitting, "It is Star. It has just evolved." Star, pleased with its now noble and powerful form, chimed in agreement with Song Shao, calling out to announce its identity, "Spotted." As the voice of Xingxing fell, Eugene Yuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, letting out a sharp gasp. What the hell? Don't fool me. How could the evolution level of the gray-eyed spotted beast possibly be like this? He remembered clearly that the evolution level of the gray-eyed spotted beast was a nearly 2-meter-tall black electric pattern. How could it possibly be such a large creature? Moreover, its fur was black, not ash-gray. Song Shao looked up at the imposing Xingxing, whose cold demeanor softened as she lowered her head to meet his gaze. Song Shao chuckled softly, reminiscing about the arduous process of Xingxing's evolution. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of relief as if the dust had settled. He gently remarked, "This is a brand new evolutionary path for the gray-eyed spotted beast, a completely new evolutionary form. It is called the fiery lightning spotted beast." The name fiery lightning spotted beast conjured images of lightning like a blazing fire, dazzling and noble in its essence. Eugene Yuan's mind was engulfed by the notion of the gray-eyed spotted beast's new evolutionary path, his thoughts a chaotic muddle. Following Song Shao's words, he inquired, "What kind of evolutionary path is the fiery lightning spotted beast? Is it bond evolution?" "It must be bond evolution," he concluded. Considering Song Shao's deep emotional connection with the gray-eyed spotted beast, which would enable profound empathy. Surely, in a moment of crisis, the gray-eyed spotted beast must have fought valiantly to protect Song Shao, thereby achieving bond evolution. Song Shao did not answer immediately, leading Eugene Yuan to think he had guessed incorrectly. He then asserted with conviction, "It must be item evolution. I never expected the gray-eyed spotted beast could evolve through an item. This is truly a major breakthrough." Song Shao glanced at Eugene Yuan, interrupting him before he could finish. "It is bloodline evolution." Eugene Yuan was rendered speechless, as if someone had suddenly choked him, all sound abruptly ceasing. He exchanged a bewildered look with Song Shao, blinking in confusion. The reality was that a person could indeed become flustered under pressure. Eugene Yuan suddenly found himself in a flurry, first raking his hair, then glancing at Xingxing and back at Song Shao. Upon realizing that Song Shao was not jesting, his hand holding the walkie-talkie began to tremble. "Hey, boss. Did I just hear correctly?" Song Shao said the gray-eyed spotted beast underwent bloodline evolution. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie, with no response. Eugene Yuan thought the boss was equally stunned when suddenly, Lai Ruolong appeared, accompanied by Jin Qinghuan. The snow from the evolution of the dream lamb had yet to melt, and Lai Ruolong sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from his nostrils. Jin Qinghuan approached in a blink, his demeanor far more composed than Eugene Yuan's. With his helmet obscuring his expression, he could only be seen assessing Xingxing before turning his attention to Song Shao. Suddenly, Jin Qinghuan inhaled deeply, producing a black communicator and dialing. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast has evolved. The drowsy expression on Ku Yao's face, still waking from sleep, shifted as she responded, "I understand. Have him come find me. I will prepare some new energy meals tomorrow." Jin Qinghuan exhaled. "You may need to come in person. The gray-eyed spotted beast has evolved into a completely new form." Ku Yao was immediately wide awake, astonished that it had indeed evolved into a new form. Previously, when the energy levels of the gray-eyed spotted beast had been maxed out for some time without evolving, she had suspected that its evolution might hold unexpected surprises. What path did it take? Jin Qinghuan replied, "Bloodline evolution." Ku Yao abruptly fell silent. After a long pause, her steady voice trembled slightly. "Are you certain?" Jin Qinghuan nodded, glancing at the completely transformed fiery lightning spotted beast. "Certain." Ku Yao promptly rose from her bed. "Wait for me." Having listened to the entire exchange, Song Shao couldn't help but interject, "Captain Jin, I could actually take Xingxing to see Professor Ko." Jin Qinghuan appeared not to have heard him. "You stay with you for now. Wait for Ku Yao to come find you." With that, Jin Qinghuan approached the dream lamb. taking photos to report back to the bureau. Yuan composed himself, subtly signaling to Song Shao. It's a rare opportunity for the boss to invite Professor Ku over. I mean, to ask her to come. You should help make it happen. Song Shao replied. So it turns out that Xingxing and I are part of your little scheme. Song Shao began to gather his things, intending to message Professor Ku to request a pet-sized collar, when his hand brushed against something furry in his backpack. He furrowed his brow, pulling it out to reveal a feather. It was a pure, flawless white feather, slightly longer than his palm, strikingly familiar. Is this a feather from Yilta? Chapter 83, Xingxing's Vehicle Tool. Holding the feather, Song Shao recalled Yilta's massive form, adorned with pristine white feathers, and felt increasingly certain that this feather belonged to Yilta. Why would Yilta leave him a feather? Was it a parting gift? The White Marsh King, a descendant of the deity king, a beast of divine caliber. Was it truly this hospitable? Not only had it facilitated the temporary evolution of Xingxing and Xiaohao, but it had also bestowed a gift upon leaving. Wasn't it said that such beasts had notoriously peculiar temperaments, becoming increasingly volatile and capricious as their bloodline approached that of the divine king? Was this Yilta perhaps an exception? Yuan, observing the large feather in Song Shao's hand, jested, "What is this? Which divine beast gifted you this?" Song Shao, a self-proclaimed poor student, although capable of perceiving the data of beasts with his left eye, was not well versed in many of them. Holding Yilta's feather, he inquired, "This is from Yilta, known as the White Marsh King, left for me. I wonder if it holds any special significance." Just before Yuan could respond, he thought he had already endured enough shocks for the evening, and it would be quite challenging to find something that could make him lose his composure again. However, this notion was swiftly overturned in the next moment. Who? The White Marsh King. Yuan reached out, placing his hand on Song Shao's forehead, hastily checking if Song Shao was in his right mind. No, he thought. He should go back and schedule an urgent appointment for Song Shao to see a neurologist. Having encountered the dream which moved evolving into the dream lamb, a phenomenon that occurred once in several centuries, was astonishing enough. Now, being trusted by the dream lamb was quite the fortune. Fine, he conceded. After all, protagonists in stories often attracted the attention of the wealthy. His own beast had achieved bloodline evolution, attaining a completely new evolutionary form. That was indeed extraordinary. He accepted that. However, why should it be the White Marsh King? The legendary descendant of the deity king, a creature of such caliber that could be encountered by Song Shao. Yuan felt exhausted, fatigued, and wished for the world to end, this foolish world. Jin Xingluan intended to take the man back to locate Bolas, and also to fetch Kuyao. Leaving Yuan behind, Song Shao rode atop Xingxing, with the recently awakened koala sitting in front of him. His task was to return the koala to the elder to complete his mission. Xiaohao also sat on Xingxing's back, leaning against Song Shao, gazing up at the dream lamb flying beside them. Snowflakes swirled around the dream lamb, and it was said that one could gauge its mood by observing the snowfall surrounding it. On the way back, Song Shao encountered the white two beast once more. Seeing the crowd of people and beasts, it froze in fear. Song Shao had Xiaohao place some snacks on a branch for the white two beast, choosing not to disturb it further. After evolving, Xingxing's speed had reached over 100 meters, and it could unleash a series of 5 or 6 lightning strikes without breaking a sweat. As Song Shao watched the scenery rapidly recede behind him, he began to contemplate a new training plan for Xingxing. At present, the speed of the stars necessitates that Xiaohao exert his utmost effort to keep pace. Had it not been for the consideration of Yuan's falling flower seed's velocity, he would have already sent the leady bear home. Upon exiting the forest, the mobile signal stabilized, and Song Shao received a call from his elder brother, Song Qin. "Hello, Shao, I've withdrawn the bonus for you. I've been trying to reach you, and I was on the verge of calling the police." Song Shao sought to soothe his elder brother's agitation, first divulging the good news regarding the successful evolution of the star. "Brother, the signal was poor in the area of my mission, but I have delightful news. The star has evolved into an entirely new form." The anxiety on Song Qin's face dissipated, replaced by joy. Yet, perhaps due to the plethora of surprises Song Shao had delivered, he seemed to have lost the capacity for astonishment. Nevertheless, he was elated. "That's splendid. Although there are some issues with the renovations at the family restaurant, it matters not. I'll cover the costs for you, and we shall celebrate in style. By the way, with the star evolving into a new form, do you think reporters will come? Last time, after your victory, several reporters sought us out. And if our restaurant were to catch fire, I would be unable to evade responsibility." Song Shao contemplated. This new form was indeed a result of bloodline evolution. A piece of news explosive enough to attract reporters. There should be reporters coming, he mused. Lili, the star turned back to inform Song Shao that they had arrived. The twilight of dawn had not yet fully faded, yet not a single leady bear was asleep. They stood in unison at the entrance, eagerly awaiting. The keen-eyed Lady Bear had already spotted the wounded Lady Bear in front of Song Shao and quickly signaled to the others. Lily, Lily, Lily. At this moment, upon hearing the calls, Song Shao observed the Lady Bears and conceived an idea, promptly inquiring of his brother, Brother, what issue has arisen with the renovations at the store? Is it a matter of insufficient manpower? Song Qin's frustration surged as he recounted the renovation team, who were initially performing well, suddenly claimed that another company offered a higher price. Halfway through the job, they insisted on a price hike, and in a fit of anger, I sent them all packing. Brother, I have a group of friends. Let me inquire if they can take on this job. Meanwhile, a group of Lady Bears enthusiastically welcomed the errant Lady Bear, expressing their affection through playful scolding. The elder bear, particularly, demonstrated a series of martial arts moves, chastising the Lady Bear and asserting that it understood its error and would never depart without notice again. The adventurous spirit of the young Lady Bear was thoroughly crushed in that moment. The dreaming lamb, the instigator of this situation, hesitated as it watched, discreetly hiding behind Song Shao. Observing that the elder bear had completed its reprimand, Song Shao approached to discuss the renovation situation with his brother. Li, renovations? We can manage that, no payment required. The elder bear generously waved a paw, patting its own pouch to indicate it would handle the expenses. Song Shao nodded. Then come with me, but I must insist on some compensation. The specifics can be discussed with my brother. The elder bear suddenly bowed deeply to Song Shao, and the Lady Bears behind it immediately followed suit. Li, thank you. Song Shao lowered his gaze and reciprocated, thank you all. Were it not for the Lady Bear's arrival, Song Shao would never have accepted this task, and thus would not have discovered that the flower enabling the star's evolution was not the Thunder Flower, the Imperial Spirit Flower, nor the reverse growth grass stalk, but rather the tears of the Dreaming Witch. Such stringent conditions for evolution made success a matter of sheer luck. Strangely, Song Shao was reminded of the blessed lottery ticket bestowed upon him by Polas. Was that not a manifestation of wishes fulfilled? Come aboard. Song Shao beckoned to the Lady Bears. Although the star had grown considerably, accommodating all the Lady Bears was somewhat challenging. Ultimately, a few Lady Bears clung to the star's tail and successfully boarded. The star sighed helplessly, lamenting how this diminished its prestige and image. Chapter 84. Professor Ku's Discomposure. Upon returning to his brother's establishment, Song Qin, clad in a fitted tank top, displayed a physique that was quite pleasing to the eye. Song Shao glanced at his own considerably stronger, yet still fair complexion, and sighed. The elder bear, upon the mention of its duties, transformed as if it had become a different bear, immediately assuming the role of overseer. It swiftly surveyed the area and identified at least 3 potential hazards, likely left by the previous construction crew, who had purposely set traps for Song Qin, intending to force him to rehire them later. With a thump of its chest, the elder bear issued a command, and over a dozen Lady Bears, armed with tools, began to work systematically. Song Qin circled the now larger star, showering it with praise as if it cost nothing. Song Shao, witnessing his brother's increasingly lofty demeanor, interjected before the star could hit the ceiling. Brother, how much is the bonus this time? I wish to purchase a shrinking collar for the star. He could not allow the flattery to continue. The star already bore a heavy image burden, and after much effort to slightly shift perceptions, he could not let his brother's indulgence undermine that progress. Upon hearing about the bonus, Song Qin's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. He leaned closer to Song Shao, whispering, 537,386. Shao. I've never seen such a substantial sum. For the Song family, indeed, it was an unprecedented amount, especially considering that previously, to acquire Song Shao's first pet, his brother had to painstakingly save for 5 years to amass a mere 500,000 star coins. Brother, give me 300,000. I want to buy a shrinking collar for the star. The remaining funds can stay with you. In truth, Song Shao's nature was such that he found it difficult to trust anyone entirely unless they had first invested 99% of their efforts. Only then would he extend his own meager contribution. Yet, Song Qin had devoted 100% to him, and as such, Song Shao had no reason to distrust his elder brother. As expected, Song Qin immediately refused. What are you saying? This is your and the star's earnings. I cannot take it. Previously, I used your bonus to renovate the store, and I already feel quite ashamed. I should be the one supporting the family, not relying on you. Shao, others call you a genius beast master, but you are still Shao. I am still young and capable of supporting you. There is still some of your remaining bonus in there, likely around 500,000. Take it all. As a beast master, there are many expenses. Song Shao fell silent for 2 seconds, merely accepting the card that contained the star's winnings, while he refrained from taking the champion card. Brother, you should keep this. Song Qin did not decline any further and accepted it, then turned to look at the star and Xiaohao. By the way, both the star and Xiaohao have gained considerable fame and have many fans. I could display their images in the store. It might attract quite a few customers. Song Shao considered this. The star was indeed in a brand new evolutionary form and was bound to make headlines, especially with its bloodline evolution, which could simultaneously promote his brother's store and serve as a form of endorsement. All right, the star and Xiao Hao are both fine with that. The dreaming lamb quietly fluttered over, nonchalantly gliding back and forth in front of Song Qin, instantly captivated by the dreaming lamb's beauty. Song Qin eagerly inquired of Song Shao regarding this pet and whether it could also participate in the endorsement. Observing the dreaming lamb's seemingly casual movements that inadvertently revealed its intentions, Song Shao chuckled. Brother, you ought to ask it. Upon inquiry, the dreaming lamb feigned hesitation before finally nodding, albeit reluctantly. Eugene Yuan stood silently to the side, pondering. Oh, elder brother, are you truly unaware of the immense value of this spokesperson? This is the only dream lamb discovered in the entire galaxy thus far, and the sole instance of a newly evolved bloodline fire-spotted beast. He should invest. Eugene Yuan's thoughts were entirely ignited. He could already envision this store skyrocketing in popularity, leading to a chain of establishments, ultimately becoming a household name across the stars. However, before Star could even pose for a photo, it was whisked away. In a dramatic turn of events, Professor Ku's elegant pet, resembling a graceful swan, descended with an urgency that was almost palpable. Amidst the swirling dust, Song Shao felt himself effortlessly lifted. Turning his gaze, he saw the creature named Lucida gently placing him upon its back, swiftly followed by Star. Professor Ku regarded Star with an intensity that bordered on fervor, causing even Star's notoriously arrogant demeanor to feel a twinge of unease. This was the evolved form of the gray-eyed spotted beast, and Professor Ku could not help but caress its fur. Song Shao, do you realize you have created a miracle? It has never been documented that a C-class beast could exhibit bloodline evolution. As she continued to stroke Star, her smile broadened, while Song Shao hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that Xiao Hao could also undergo bloodline evolution. Would that news cause her to faint from excitement? Let us go. We must test Star's metrics immediately. This is the first successful case of non-dragon bloodline evolution in the galaxy. The dream lamb flew to Song Shao's side and whispered, Dream, is this woman a villain? Why does her smile seem so frightening? Song Shao chuckled, explaining, Professor Ku is the trainer responsible for Star. She is a wonderful teacher, not a villain. Professor Ku's gaze briefly shifted from Star to the dream lamb and then returned to Star. 3 seconds later, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the dream lamb? Song Shao, puzzled, replied, It is the dream lamb. Didn't Captain Jean inform you? Professor Ku was momentarily taken aback. He just rambled on with trivial concerns when he faced me. I didn't want to listen to his incessant chatter, so I came directly to you. Upon confirming it was indeed the dream lamb, a smile broke free from her controlled demeanor. In truth, she had initially been a composed beast trainer, but she believed that no trainer could maintain their composure after encountering an unprecedented bloodline-evolved beast, and then the legendary, exceedingly rare creature on the same day. This was a pet her mentor had never seen, yet had always longed for. Noticing Professor Ku's smile becoming increasingly unrestrained, the dream lamb cast a skeptical look at Song Shao. Dream? She truly isn't a villain? Song Shao reassured her. Professor Ku is simply excited. With a grin, Professor Ku took out her phone, capturing images of both Star and the dream lamb, and for the first time in ages, she updated her social media with a post. The caption read, An ordinary day, encountering two extraordinary beasts. 3 seconds later, her phone buzzed incessantly, resembling a bomb countdown. Chapter 85. What to do when the pet is too outstanding. Professor Ku, maintaining an air of calm, switched off her phone and adopted a gentle smile as she gazed at Star and the dream lamb, as if witnessing her academic triumph. Lucida returned to the laboratory. The swan-like creature gracefully acknowledged, Lucy. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Lucida's eyes, and Song Shao perceived the surrounding air suddenly freeze. The scenery before him rapidly transformed, as if he were viewing a series of swiftly flashing snapshots, culminating in the sight of Professor Ku's research institute. Is this a skill to traverse space? Such spatial abilities are at least classified as super-tier skills, akin to a slender man using a black hole. Indeed, spatial skills are exceedingly convenient, allowing one to disregard distance and traverse between two locations. No longer would he need to fret about oversleeping. He could simply awaken to find himself in the classroom or office, a delightful prospect. However, spatial abilities typically belong to supernatural, ghostly, dark, or fairy-type beasts, and neither Star nor Xiao Hao belonged to those categories, indicating they would likely not acquire such skills. Perhaps his third beast could be of a more suitable attribute. Upon arriving at the research institute, Professor Ku prioritized locking the main door before attending to Star. Those old coots won't be able to barge in now. Having secured the door, she turned her attention to Star, whose size was now quite substantial. She retrieved a temporary shrinking collar, placing it around Star's neck. As the collar's red light flickered, Star gradually shrank down to approximately 1 meter in height, while still retaining the appearance of the blood-spotted beast. Star was quite accustomed to the testing process, standing confidently on the apparatus as Professor K focused intently on the fluctuating readings. As the energy level surpassed 1,000, then 1,500, and reached 2,000, she noted that for a normal beast evolving from awakening to evolution stage, the energy would typically range from 1,000 to 1,500, 2,000. However, Star, being the only non-dragon bloodline evolved beast to exist thus far, was bound to exhibit some anomalies, and Professor Ku had mentally prepared herself for a pleasant surprise. Yet, as she observed the continually rising values, she realized her preparation was far from sufficient. When the readings hit 3,000, she still managed to maintain her composure. But as they surged beyond 3,500 and approached 4,000, she instinctively clenched her fingers, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the fluctuating numbers. 4,500, 5,000, 5,500, 6,000. As the figures climbed towards 6,500, her expression became increasingly dazed. It was important to note that the energy values for beasts in the later stages of evolution typically hovered around 5,000 to 5,500. Bang! Bang! A commotion erupted outside the laboratory door. Song Shao glanced towards the entrance, where he saw 4 faces pressed against the glass. To be honest, were it not for Song Shao's strong mental fortitude, anyone else witnessing those faces would surely scream, as it resembled a scene from a zombie apocalypse. Teacher. Senior sister locked the door. An anxious woman, appearing slightly older than Professor Ku, exclaimed. The elderly man, referred to as teacher, with his thinning white hair and frail frame, yet brimming with vitality, lamented, I told you not to be so harsh on senior sister. And now, even I am locked out. How can we possibly witness the dream lamb and that newly evolved bloodline beast? After lamenting, the old man pulled out his phone, cheerfully sending a voice message in a tone of appeasement. Xiao Yao, it's your teacher. Are you tired? Your teacher's wife brought some food for you. I specifically came to deliver it. Please open the door and let me in. A burly man with a square face, visibly embarrassed, also retrieved his phone and remarked, Xiao Yao, it's your senior brother. If you don't let me see the dream lamb and the newly evolved bloodline beast, I swear I'll hang myself at your laboratory door. Another handsome young man imitated him, squeaking, Senior sister, I beg you, just let me take a glance. Or I'll hang myself alongside senior brother at the door of your laboratory. Outside, amidst the cacophony of wails and desperate antics, Ku Yao gazed intently at the final value that had stabilized, slowly blinking her eyes. A staggering energy value of 7,000 could rival that of an ordinary extraordinary level pet beast. Yet, this was merely the first day of Star's successful evolution. As Star continued to grow, its energy levels would undoubtedly soar, and perhaps soon, a pet beast with energy exceeding 10,000 would emerge. Is this the power of bloodline evolution? A celestial qualification unattainable by any ordinary pet beast throughout its lifetime. After the initial shock, Ku Yao exhaled deeply, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. The mere thought of being responsible for Star's energy nourishment, knowing that her name would be inscribed in the evolutionary history of this bloodline-evolved pet beast, nearly overwhelmed her with joy. She pressed a button, and the laboratory door swung open swiftly, causing the 4 individuals perched by the door to tumble onto the ground, promptly bowing deeply to Ku Yao and Song Shao. Song Shao regarded these exceedingly unreliable individuals with a sense of familiarity. Ah, wasn't he this the renowned S-level pet beast cultivator, widely recognized alongside Professor Ko? The elder at the forefront often graced the news as well. Though aged, the old man was sprightly, nimbly stepping over his disciple's back to be the first to lunge toward Dreaming Lamb. Dreaming Lamb, at present, only trusted Song Shao among humans. And upon facing this somewhat eccentric old man, it retaliated with a swift slap, soaring high in displeasure while casting a disdainful gaze at these peculiar humans. The old man, having been struck, suddenly welled up with tears, muttering, It truly is Dreaming Lamb, it truly is. He then turned his fervent gaze toward Star, extending his hand. But Star nimbly dodged the gesture with a flash, scurrying into Song Shao's embrace. Bamboo. The remaining 3 individuals rose, mimicking the old man's earlier actions, but unlike him, they received no slap from Dreaming Lamb. Disappointment etched on their faces. They furtively glanced at the values displayed on the instruments, and after a moment of silence, turned their gazes towards Song Shao. The old man adjusted his attire and extended his hand towards Song Shao, greeting him warmly. Hello, Song Shao. I am Jiang Weilin, an S-level pet beast cultivator and also Ku Yao's mentor. Would you be interested in having both me and Ku Yao oversee the care of your newly evolved pet beast? Hello, Song Shao. I am Su Qing, an S-level cultivator and Ku Yao's junior. Hello, Song Shao. I am Wang Qi, an S-level cultivator and Ku Yao's senior. Hello, Song Shao. I am Lin Feng, an S-level cultivator and Ku Yao's junior. Song Shao stared at the four outstretched hands before him, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 86, Third Order Beast Master. Ku Yao approached, placing a hand on Song Shao's shoulder, pulling him behind her as she addressed her beloved friends. It's one thing for my mentor, juniors, and seniors to come. But why are you here to steal my thunder? The old man displayed no pretense, exclaiming, in this situation, only a fool would continue to act aloof. My dear, I do not have many years left, so please grant me this wish. Ku Yao was speechless. She recalled that just days prior, her mentor's health check results indicated he was more sprightly than this group of youths. Senior sister, have a heart for us, or we three might just hang ourselves at your laboratory door. Ku Yao was exasperated yet amused, retorting, what do you think I posted on social media for you to discover? Come take a look at the energy values of this newly evolved fire stripe. The group of white-coated individuals lined up before the screen, scrutinizing Star's data, fearing that Shao Hao might grow bored within the beast ring. Song Shao prepared to summon it out for a brief play. As he casually formed a seal and waved his hand, his expression suddenly froze. Why was there another beast ring? In addition to the deep blue beast ring representing Shao Hao, a brand new milky white phantom ring swirled around Song Shao. Was this third order? When had he broken through? Song Shao could not fathom it. Only when Shao Hao flitted around him, calling his name, did he snap back to reality. Kulu. Shao Hao too had noticed this milky white beast ring, elated that its master had swiftly ascended to the rank of third order beast master. Shao Hao's exclamation drew the attention of others, and Ku Yao turned to see Song Shao gently touching the milky white beast ring. Third order. She recalled that Song Shao was only 16 years old. The last person to achieve third order at 16 was a genius from 200 years ago. The one before that was by Fei Yuan, a general who led humanity and pets to triumph over the insect race a millennium ago. Ku Yao found herself momentarily uncertain about whose talent was more extraordinary, Song Shao or Star, or perhaps they complemented each other. This could perhaps explain why Star, in the early stages of evolution, possessed energy levels comparable to extraordinary level pet beasts. You look no older than 20, yet you are already a third-order beast master. Wang Qi, tall and robust, turned to see the phantom ring enveloping Song Shao. He recognized the fire stripe as Song Shao's pet, and the affectionate Hailuyalu nestled beside him was evidently also his. It seemed third order was indeed achievable. Song Shao pondered for a moment, recalling that his original birthday coincided with his current self, both in January. Now it was June, meaning this body was 16 years and 5 months old. It is 16, Ku Yao clarified. Wang Qi's grin faltered on his rugged face, while Ku Yao's words ignited a flurry of commotion among the others examining Firestripe's data. Under 20 and 16 were entirely different concepts. While 20 could be deemed a genius, such talents were a dime a dozen across the galaxy. However, a 16-year-old beastmaster? Song Shao was the third in history. The old man leaped over, gazing at Song Shao as if he were another rare pet beast. 16? In high school? About to enter the second year, Song Shao replied. Would you be interested in attending Blue Star Beastmaster University? I'm just a modest professor there, with some authority to recommend outstanding students. Yes, such promising talent should be secured early. Song Shao recalled his earlier thoughts in the principal's office, having received an invitation from Blue Star Beastmaster University after winning the high school competition. But his aspirations lay elsewhere. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to forge my own path. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. It was unexpected that Blue Star Beastmaster University had already attempted to recruit him, albeit unsuccessfully. However, this young man was dismissing the top institution in Blue Star? Did he aspire to reach the heavens? The heavens. Could it be that this lad truly aimed for the skies? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. A 16-year-old third-order beastmaster, with a pet beast that had successfully undergone bloodline evolution, excluding the dragon lineage, such talent and potential were indeed worth pursuing. The admission standard for Lanluo's Star Beastmaster University was to become a fourth-order beastmaster before the age of 20. With Song Shao's capabilities, he could likely break through to fourth order in just 2 years. Coincidentally, that time frame aligned perfectly with his college entrance examinations. Each year, no more than 20 individuals from Blue Star can enter Lanluo's, and all must have studied at the Blue Star Beastmaster University for a period before they can barely qualify after a breakthrough. Should Song Shao manage this, he might set yet another record. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out if you require any assistance, he was informed. Song Shao accepted the card, which bore the name Zhang Weilan, a name frequently encountered in the realm of pet news and education. I appreciate your help, he said, slightly bowing. Zhang Weilan reminded him of one of his former teachers, a kind-hearted yet occasionally eccentric elder. No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Shao's phone rang. It was Eugene Yuan. Song Shao, the boss wishes to speak with you. After this, Eugene Yuan handed the phone to Jin Xingwan. Song Shao, it's me, Jin Xingwan. We have located the whereabouts of Polas, so you can assure Huanding Lam not to worry. Additionally, I must inform you that the higher-ups are aware of your gray-eyed bloodline evolving into the fiery spot, and we need to keep this information confidential for the time being. The evolution of non-draconic beast bloodlines is explosive news across the galaxy. For your safety and that of the fiery spot, this news must remain under wraps. I hope you understand. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shao grasped the implications. Ever since the bloodline evolutions had naturally perished hundreds of years ago, human beast masters had been gripped by an inexplicable anxiety, fearing the insectoid species might seize upon this moment of weakness to strike again. Hence, efforts to revive bloodline-evolving beasts have never ceased across the cosmos. Regrettably, every attempt, save for the draconic lineage, had met with failure. As the sole surviving specimen, Xingxing risked being taken away for research, much like a laboratory mouse. In such a scenario, not only would Xingxing be in jeopardy, but his own secrets would also be at risk of exposure. Faced with these potential outcomes, the insistence on confidentiality from the higher-ups felt like a mere delay. As Blue Star could barely rank among the top 3 in the galaxy, remaining at the bottom for years. During this period, stay close to me. I will guide you through your training. Understood, Song Shao replied. There is one more matter. Upon hearing Jin Xingwan's serious tone, Song Shao instinctively braced himself for something more pressing. Ahem, please pass this to Professor Ku. In Chapter 87, Undertaking the Grave Task. After receiving the message, Professor Ku engaged in a conversation with Jin Xingwan, her demeanor visibly more tense as she began to meticulously record Xingxing's various data. Once the body data was completed, she proceeded to assess Xingxing's skills. Evident enhancements were noted in all primary skills, now elevated to the advanced level, and the power of Electric Kiss had similarly reached an advanced tier. Following the assessment of newly acquired skills, the instruments indicated that Xingxing still possessed half of its internal energy, an extraordinary endurance capacity. That evening, Jin Xingwan needed to return to the Forbidden Zone to eliminate pollution levels, and at that time, Song Shao would accompany him. Training within the Forbidden Zone would yield far quicker enhancements than at the Beast training base, and the benefits extended beyond that. You must log onto the task network shortly to accept a mission regarding the Forbidden Zone. This training will prove essential if you wish to travel to Lanluos in the future, as these tasks are also among their evaluation criteria. Professor Ku instructed as she removed her mask. Meanwhile, Jiang Weilin was busily preparing a batch of energy meals for Xingxing, perspiration beading on his forehead. Yet he still reminded Song Shao, shortly, you must log onto the task network and accept a mission related to the Forbidden Zone. Completing this task during your training is imperative. Song Shao agreed and pulled out his phone to browse the available tasks. Having completed a single sea-level mission to locate a missing koala, he earned a meager 5,000 star coins and 10 points. The tasks on the network, however, did not offer monetary rewards, but rather points. The tasks were officially released, thus lacking bounties, yet the points were exceptionally generous, with each task yielding a minimum of 10,000 points, prominently marked with 5 black stars. An ominous aura permeated both the task content and the interface. Jin Xingwan's current task involved addressing pollution levels in Region B13, which had 3 tasks associated with it at present. Area B6. Abnormal pollution levels. Investigate the cause. 1,000 points. Resolve. 10,000 points. Area B34. Abnormal pollution levels. Investigate the cause. 1,000 points. Resolve. 10,000 points. Area B19. Unexplained seismic activity. Investigate the cause. 1,000 points. Resolve. 10,000 points. Upon reviewing the aerial images of these 3 regions, B6 appeared shrouded in fog, as if something terrifying lurked beneath the gray mist, reminiscent of the monsters concealed in urban legends. B34 was enveloped in dust, resembling a desert where every sand dune appeared grotesquely shaped, as if they might spring to life at any moment. Upon closer inspection, one might discern distorted features that did not belong to humanity. B19, in contrast, was a chaotic scene, with trees uprooted, the earth fissured, and beasts scattered, hints of insectoid corpses lingering in the shadows. Among these regions, B19 was the clearest, with the seismic activity clearly marked. Such a massive disturbance could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either a particularly powerful insectoid had awakened from its slumber, or a beast had escaped from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Much like Huanding Lam and Polas, they resided within a rift between worlds, akin to the legendary Peach Blossom Spring. After careful consideration, Song Shao chose B19, as it at least provided some clues, whereas the other two were shrouded in mystery. Upon accepting the task, the post temporarily vanished from the network. Should Song Shao successfully complete it, the post would reappear on the homepage, marked as resolved. And it would note that the Beast Master who solved it was Song Shao. Anyone wishing to view the post would need to pay a fee ranging from 100 to 1,000 star coins. Once the task was accepted, Song Shao refrained from further browsing the forum, seizing the opportunity to train with Xiaohao and Huanding Lam. Xiaohao's energy levels had been assessed, and its growth rate was nearing the mid-stage of awakening, comparable to that of Xingxing in its early days. This was not merely an illusion. The beasts contracted by him exhibited distinctly different evolutionary speeds and paths compared to others. Huanding Lam encouraged Xiaohao to attack without reservation. Thus, Song Shao witnessed Huanding Lam effortlessly evade Xiaohao's strikes with a mere flick of its wings. Even a casual stretch allowed it to sidestep Xiaohao's ambush. It could accurately predict all of Xiaohao's attack trajectories, a testament to Huanding Lam's foresight. As Xiaohao's energy was completely depleted, Huanding Lam yawned languidly. "How long can you foresee?" Song Shao inquired. Huanding Lam closed its eyes, and the light from the pale green gem on its forehead flickered. Moments later, it opened its eyes in shock, turning to Song Shao with an expression of urgency and hesitation. The ability to foresee interfered with causality. If it revealed what it had foreseen to others, allowing them to evade the event, the subsequent trajectory would become disrupted. Within its vision, Huanding Lam saw Song Shao experiencing significant adversity. Yet the ultimate outcome indicated that it would all culminate positively. Song Shao discerned the meaning behind those pale green eyes and realized, "Something has happened to me, hasn't it?" The Dream Lamb nodded in affirmation. "Is the outcome favorable?" The Dream Lamb replied, "Indeed, it is." With a sigh of relief, Song Shao smiled. Then why the somber expression? As long as the result is good, a challenging process is inconsequential. Gaining without effort is a delightful affair, but one must not become overly reliant on it. The Dream Lamb nodded thoughtfully, then abruptly closed its eyes and unfurled its wings, ascending into the air. Countless snowflakes cascaded from above, settling upon its upturned face and lashes. The pale green gem upon its forehead radiated a gentle glow, and as the light intensified, a droplet of emerald green formed and coalesced from the gem. The Dream Lamb extended its hand, catching the droplet, and descended to stand before Song Shao, appearing utterly fatigued, as though it had expended all its energy. "Dream, dream," it murmured. "Carry it with you. If you ever find yourself ensnared in a dilemma, it shall provide the answers you seek." Song Shao accepted the droplet, which floated in his palm as if alive, drifting towards his face, and upon his momentary relaxation, it swiftly merged into his left eye. Thud, thud. Song Shao turned his head to see a colossal yellow beast-like pupil suddenly appearing on the window. "Open the door. I have come to retrieve someone." Chapter 88, Trials in the Forbidden Zone. The imposing figure of the fire dragon filled the doorway, expressing its displeasure at the small entrance. Managing to fit only one claw inside. "Come on, don't keep this mighty dragon waiting." It was quite the indignity for a dragon king to be reduced to serving as a mount, if the beast tamer did not provide it with ample treats. It would surely unleash a sneeze that would singe the tamer's hair. Professor Zhang hastily prepared a 10-day supply of energy meals for Xingxing, accompanied by a high-concentration energy supplement that was over 10 times stronger than what Song Shao had previously purchased, likely tailored to Xingxing's current strength. The Dream Lamb clutched the energy liquid, consuming several bottles before recovering from its extreme weakness. However, this ability bore a resemblance to Pola's blessing, as it would lead to a subsequent period of vulnerability. Pola's would arrive in District 10 tomorrow. Yet, Jin Qingwan did not specify the nature of the punishment that awaited the gaunt man. At times, the unspoken implications were sufficient to indicate that matters were far from simple. Both the Interstellar and Blue Star realms maintained distinct legal systems for beast tamers and ordinary individuals, with the upper echelons inherently endowed with privileges. Given the gaunt man's rank as a 5th-tier beast tamer, it was already an unexpected boon that he could relinquish Pola's, let alone discuss any form of punishment. Song Shao felt an unsettling certainty that this matter would not conclude until the gaunt man faced retribution. It was imperative to grow stronger, he thought, as he patted Xingxing's head. While the fire dragon lacked spatial traversal abilities, its speed was anything but sluggish. Yet, Song Shao found himself puzzled. Jin Qingwan was a 4th-tier beast tamer, whereas the fire dragon was a divine beast. The disparity in their ranks was perplexing. He recalled encountering a mid-tier divine fire dragon at the Interstellar Beast Challenge, whose beast tamer was a 6th tier. What was the true nature of the relationship between this fire dragon and Jin Qingwan? The fire dragon led Song Shao to a temporary base, where a soldier clad in a black anti-contamination suit stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing the fire dragon, the soldier raised his hand. scanning it with a device to confirm its identity before allowing both the fire dragon and Song Shao to enter. The dream lamb curiously circled around the soldier. Upon returning to the base, the fire dragon swiftly shrank in size, transforming into a mini fire dragon about 1.5 meters tall. It then adeptly entered Jin Xinghuan's room to fetch several bags of snacks and began to eat without a care. Though Jin Xinghuan said nothing, Song Shao sensed an air of resignation emanating from him. It was quite peculiar that a man as serious and stern as Jin Xinghuan would have such a carefree companion. However, all of Jin Xinghuan's other beasts seemed to share his austere demeanor. First, go and collect your gear. Afterward, I will have Yu Jinyuan explain your main tasks. Song Shao nodded and followed Yu Jinyuan to retrieve the equipment, including identical black anti-radiation suits and black anti-contamination helmets. The radiation and pollution levels in the Forbidden Zone were hundreds of times greater than outside. To avoid having their mental faculties eroded by radiation and pollution, it was best not to remove the helmets. Yu Jinyuan demonstrated how to use the anti-contamination helmet. Song Shao touched the helmet. It felt cool to the touch, resembling a material akin to bone rather than hard metal. Each helmet could absorb pollution values up to 100,000. Once full, the wearer's vision would turn red. This is a replacement chip. Take good care of it. While we are operating on the periphery, it is highly unlikely that the helmet will be rendered inoperative. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Are there beasts in the Forbidden Zone? With such high levels of radiation and pollution, how do they survive? Song Shao inquired as he donned the helmet and secured the replacement chip. The Forbidden Zone is teeming with beasts, Yu Jinyuan replied, looking intently at Song Shao. His tone unusually serious. And our enemies are among them. What could this mean? Soon enough, Song Shao understood. Within a robust iron cage were grotesquely mutated beasts, displaying features of both beasts and certain insectoid traits, their eyes resembling pale, unfocused insectoid pupils, exuding an unsettling odor. This is a B-level extraordinary Soloro tiger. With an A-level degree of pollution, having undergone 3 rounds of extermination, Yu Jinyuan explained, pointing at a Soloro tiger standing about 5 meters tall. After 5 rounds of extermination, it will completely shed its pollution and regain its sanity, allowing these beasts to return to a normal existence. Should they fail to adapt to the current human world, there will be ample wilderness for them to inhabit. In truth, they suffer immensely, yearning for someone to save them. What we do is merely fulfill the role of that savior. 1,000 years ago, the beasts were plagued by pollution from the insectoids. They discovered that beasts contracted to human beast tamers exhibited significantly enhanced resistance to pollution, even becoming immune. Thus, they forged a pact with humanity. The disadvantaged beasts requested that humans spare no effort in rescuing those tainted by pollution, granting them a new lease on life. Since defeating the insectoids 500 years ago, humanity has upheld this promise. Beast tamers are never solely basking in glory. They bear responsibilities as well. Yu Jinyuan patted Song Shao on the shoulder. Song Shao gazed at the Soloro tiger, silently enduring its suffering, and for the first time, contemplated the responsibilities of a beast tamer seriously. In the afternoon, as the youngest member of the team, Song Shao followed closely behind Yu Jinyuan into the polluted zone. He found himself on the fringes of the contaminated zone, where his primary adversaries were low-tier beasts. Yet, even D-rank creatures, once tainted, exhibited an alarming ferocity and a significant surge in combat prowess. Song Shao, perched upon the back of Xingxing, gazed through the dense, murky fog at the detection device, which revealed a red dot 50 meters away. Xingxing remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Its tail end entwined with pale blue electricity, while Xiaohao spiraled above them. Xiaohao, 50 meters ahead, Song Shao commanded. Responding swiftly, Xiaohao melded into the gray mist, reappearing moments later to relay, Kulu, Kulu. Approximately 3 meters in size, it appears clumsy but is capable of striking. Chapter 89. Testing the damage of explosive claws. Look at this, Xiaohao exclaimed as Xingxing propelled them forward with a burst of speed, arriving beside the contaminated beast in an instant. The turtle-like creature, covered in sharp, menacing spikes, was startled by the sudden appearance of Xingxing and retaliated by spewing mud and debris. Song Shao, this is an evolved mud turtle. Its combat power has escalated to near extraordinary levels due to contamination. You are no match for it. Retreat immediately. Second team, rally. Jin Yuan's warning was lengthy, leaving Song Shao little time to absorb it. He directed Xingxing with urgency, Thunderstrike. A formidable bolt of lightning materialized in the fog, crashing down upon the mutated mud turtle, singeing its body black. The creature let out a pained cry before collapsing into the very mud it had expelled. Within 5 seconds, Jin Yuan arrived at the scene. Witnessing the defeated mud turtle lying helplessly, its tail sticking up in a comical manner, while Xingxing displayed a look of disdain, clearly unimpressed. Is that all? Team leader. We've been here for just 5 seconds. And you've already dealt with it? The second team's members were momentarily taken aback. Although they had encountered mud turtles before, they usually required considerable effort to subdue. 5 seconds seems a bit exaggerated. Song Shao felt that dispatching creatures one by one was time-consuming. With Xingxing's energy levels soaring, it could easily handle the mutated low-tier beasts without pause. He inquired, Jin Yuan, are there any similar creatures like the mud turtle nearby? Is there a way to gather them together? This area has already been cleared once, leaving only some mutated beasts of no higher than extraordinary rank. The directive is to eradicate them within 3 days. Jin Yuan regarded Xingxing and Song Shao, then suddenly proposed, there is a method. The second team's leader whispered, you're not suggesting we use the stinky bomb, are you? Its destructive capacity is far too great. Jin Yuan replied, he possesses that ability. With that, he retrieved a lantern-shaped device from his pack, its pink exterior quite aesthetically pleasing, albeit emitting a rather unpleasant odor. We call this the stinky bomb. Despite its odd scent, it holds a powerful allure for contaminated mutated beasts. If one wishes to attract numerous mutated creatures at once, the stinky bomb is the optimal choice. Moreover, its scent disperses within a kilometer, so there is no risk of attracting higher-tier beasts. Jin Yuan tossed the stinky bomb to Song Shao, who caught it, noting that its aroma was reminiscent of sulfur, unpleasant, yet not entirely foul. Within a minute of holding it, red dots began to converge around him on the scanning device. Xingxing, prepare for battle. Xiaohao, stay alert. 2 minutes later, a mutated flying beast appeared, its elongated fangs menacing and its body adorned with crimson, eye-like openings. Through his left eye, Song Shao assessed, mutated bat beast, late evolutionary stage, fury level 5. Xingxing tilted its head back, a surge of electricity emerging from its forehead, growing larger until it matched the size of Xingxing's head, before launching a powerful electric strike at the mutated bat beast. The creature, overwhelmed by the refined electrical assault, plummeted from the air with a cry, and before it could hit the ground, Xiaohao followed up with a swift air slash that rendered it unconscious. As the bat beast crashed to the ground, the second team quickly placed a shrinking neck collar around it and confined it in a cage. However, before Song Shao could catch his breath, 3 more red dots approached, each a late evolutionary stage beast, comprising flying, wood, and water types. The flying mutated magma bird, engulfed in black-red flames, sent forth a scorching wave towards Xingxing, while a ball-like spiked beast composed of black vines emerged on the right, accompanied by a water-type sticky carp, its mottled scales and pale eyes marred by parasitic white tendrils reaching for Xingxing. Are we not intervening? There are 3 of them. The second team leader exclaimed. Isn't Song Shao still a high school student? If something goes awry, the minor beast tamer protection law could land us in serious trouble. He was poised to charge in. Jin Yuan remained composed, glancing at the second team leader. You have no idea what this minor high school student has been through in the past few days. It would terrify you to hear. As Song Shao surveyed the encircled mutated beasts, he stroked Xingxing's back. Let us test out our new skill now. Xingxing nodded, the lightning patterns on its face beginning to glow faintly blue. In an instant, 3 bolts of lightning emerged from within Xingxing, teleporting behind the 3 mutated beasts, encircling them like a chain. The leader among them, the mutated magma bird, with the highest fury level of 10, turned to Xingxing and unleashed a fiery assault infused with ominous black energy. The impact shattered Xingxing's illusion, and upon realizing it was a mere shadow, the magma bird's fury surged by 2 points. Song Shao observed as its fiery red feathers ignited in flames, unleashing a wave of heat toward Xingxing. Xingxing merely raised its head, revealing a colossal charge of electricity. The clash of lightning and heat surged violently within the fog, 1 red, 1 blue, colliding fiercely. Banzan, Kulu, Song Shao commanded without turning his head, electromagnetic paralysis. At that moment, the sticky carp, attempting to ambush Xingxing, was detected by Xiaohao hovering above. Without hesitation, Xingxing flicked its tail, the gray-blue tip crackling with electricity, striking the concealed sticky carp like a bowling ball. Though the spiked beast's venomous tendrils had yet to reach Xingxing, it swiftly used its tail to send the sticky carp flying. However, no matter how far the spiked beast was propelled, the illusions created by the thunder shadow persisted, relentlessly pursuing it. With a decisive motion, Xingxing raised its claws as if grasping something, and in an instant, the 3 shadows transformed into bolts of lightning, tightly ensnaring the 3 mutated beasts. The ensnared creatures spun in confusion, yet their fury levels compelled them to continue launching attacks at Xingxing. Meanwhile, Song Shao regarded the captive beasts before him, declaring, now, let the explosive claw damage assessment commence. Xingxing excitedly tilted its head back and cried out, Banzan. Chapter 90, a subtle shock as the magma bird opened its beak, preparing to spew molten rock towards the stars. The stars flickered past, a subtle smirk gracing their lips. With an explosive force, its claws struck the magma bird on the head. This marked the first occasion the stars had tested the power of their explosive claws on a pet beast, and upon unleashing the claws, charged to 8/10 of their capacity. The magma bird's head spun a complete 180 degrees. Its anguished cries echoing as the lava it had been ready to unleash was inadvertently poured upon the head of the sticky carp. The unfortunate sticky carp, caught in the crossfire, widened its grayish-white eyes as if they might pop out in disbelief, exclaiming in outrage, "Carp! Carp!" Feeling a hint of embarrassment, the stars cast a glance at the sticky carp. Seeing the flames licking at its head, the stars aimed another explosive claw at the spectator, the spiky bald beast. The creature, struck, spat out a mouthful of venom, which, upon its head spinning 180 degrees, landed squarely on the sticky carp. While the fire was extinguished, the venom took effect, leaving the sticky carp despondently gazing at the stars, unable to restrain its sobs. "How cruel. I think you're the real mutated beast here." Shao, watching this scene unfold, found it hard to bear. Indeed, the stars often seemed to experience sudden lapses in judgment. The leader of the second group observed the stars' erratic behavior in silence for a moment before turning to Yuan, saying, "Brother you were right. This is indeed quite terrifying." Yuan replied, "What he meant by terrifying is not quite what you think." Shao instructed the stars to hand over the 3 mutated beasts to Yuan, then produced a stinky bomb, saying, "Continue." This time, as Shao took out the stinky bomb, he lingered a bit longer, and the detection device illuminated with a dozen red dots. The gray mist ahead appeared dense and oppressive, reminiscent of dark clouds looming over a city. "Brother you, are we really not going to take action? There are not 3, but at least a dozen, and I can see that there are no fewer than 5 extraordinary-level beasts among them." Yuan, too, felt uncertain. While Shao was indeed strong, facing a dozen mutated beasts at once, some of which surpassed the level of the fiery bat, was a daunting prospect. Considering Professor Ku's regard for Shao, if anything were to happen to him, their leader would surely be furious. Yuan turned to his team and commanded, "Stand guard." Before he could finish, his voice was drowned out by the rumbling thunder, the sharp lightning seeming to slice through the gray mist like a radiant sun imbued with lethal intent, illuminating the surroundings and creating fissures in the endless haze. "Thunder, Phantom." Shao issued commands for 2 high-level skills simultaneously. Currently, the stars' combat style leaned towards the use of singular skills, while effective against lower-level beasts. This would prove inadequate should they encounter high-level beasts like the giant spirit bat in the future. The utilization of combination techniques could significantly enhance the stars' combat prowess. This was an opportune moment for training. As the formidable thunder was about to descend, the stars summoned phantoms conjured by the thousand thunder illusion, appearing behind each beast. The spreading lightning ensnared the mutated beasts tightly. Just as they sensed danger and attempted to evade, the phantoms transformed into lightning, binding them securely. With a thunderous crash, numerous brilliant bolts of lightning descended, wielding a devastating force. Amidst the flickering lightning, Shao's exquisitely handsome visage remained composed, his tousled hair gently swaying. As he spoke once more, sky-splitting slash. As his command fell, a bird's cry resounded above the gray mist, and the pure white Hikaru soared gracefully. Shao raised his face, his left eye transformed into a dazzling deep-sea blue. In that moment, his spiritual energy fused with that of Shao. The sharp, snow-white blade of light surged dramatically, and in an instant, dozens of white blades erupted around the bound beasts, swift as lightning, cold as snow, and fierce as the wind. The piercing blade light and pale blue lightning illuminated the long enshrouded gray mist, shredding the remaining contaminants into fine particles. "Is this the sky-splitting slash?" The leader of the second group stammered, disbelief evident in his voice. "Can someone tell me if I'm dreaming? A pet beast that hasn't even reached the mid-stage of awakening is executing a high-level skill. You're still at the age of drinking milk and already on the battlefield, killing with abandon." Not only was the second group leader flabbergasted, but his team and others also found themselves in a state of bewilderment, plunged into silence as they began to question their existence. Wondering if they had been enchanted by some illusion-casting beast. The fiery bat could perform high-level skills, which was impressive. But what astonished them was that a newly transformed pet beast was expected to wield such abilities. However, this Hikaru was yet to reach the mid-stage of awakening. What a predicament for them. Their pets couldn't even learn these high-level skills upon reaching the extraordinary level, and yet this mere infant had executed such a powerful move. The might of the sky-splitting slash is far beyond what an awakening-level beast could achieve. I must be dreaming. "Brother you, do you think some beast is hiding and confusing us, causing us to hallucinate?" Yuan, too, was momentarily dazed. He was nudged by the second group leader, which brought him back from his stupor. Though he maintained an outward calm, his mind was racing. What the hell? Song Shao. You never mentioned that Hikaru could wield the high-level skill sky-splitting slash. You're being unfair, Song Shao. Given our relationship, you should have shared this with me. From now on, you shall be known as Song One Hand. Eugene Yuan took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the leader of the second group. I told you, he is not an ordinary beast master. The second group leader nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, he was anything but ordinary. If this was considered a typical beast master, they wouldn't mind being ordinary in such a manner. After dispatching the dozen beasts, Shao Hao excitedly flitted around Song Shao, occasionally nudging him with its head. Noticing this, the stars eagerly approached to nuzzle Song Shao as well, but its considerable size caused it to inadvertently push Song Shao back several steps. Observing the foolishness of his offspring, Song Shao steadied himself and patted the creature's head. Be steady, everyone is watching you. Upon hearing this, the image-conscious stars immediately composed themselves, suppressing their frivolous demeanor and adopting a regal, aloof disposition. Shao Hao chuckled softly, perched on Song Shao's shoulder, gazing into his azure left eye before suddenly bowing its head. Kuru, I am once again grateful to have encountered you and forged a contract. Chapter 91. The Tomb Sticker task begins. Subsequently, Song Shao employed this combination method to train the usage of combination techniques, simultaneously honing the synergy between the stars and Shao Hao. The outcome of such training was that all low-level mutated beasts within a 10-mile radius were captured by Song Shao in one fell swoop. While the team members transitioned from initial shock and confusion to numbness, ultimately accepting the reality with calm resignation. They could not deny that there indeed existed insurmountable peaks in this world, alongside geniuses who would forever remain objects of admiration. Gazing at the once desolate beast cage, now brimming with an overwhelming abundance of creatures, a task that would typically require 3 days was accomplished in merely 3 to 4 hours, surpassing expectations. Eugene Yuan retrieved a specially crafted black communicator and dialed in. Report. Team 1 has successfully completed the mission and awaits further instructions. The man on the other end of the line furrowed his brow, skeptical of Eugene Yuan's boastful claims. Eugene Yuan. It's only been 4 hours since I assigned you the task. How is it possible that you've completed it so swiftly? Eugene Yuan smirked with pride. Captain, I assure you, I have not exaggerated the situation. The task is genuinely finished. The captain, Eugene Yuan's beloved uncle, raised an eyebrow, grumbling. Are you trying to jest with me? Turn on the video. I want to see how you could possibly have completed the task in the time it takes to relieve oneself. Eugene Yuan let out a quiet scoff, muttering. Do you take 4 hours to relieve yourself? Is there an issue with your prostate? The captain, infuriated, shouted. Do you really think I can't hear you? As the video activated, the captain's anger abruptly ceased, revealing a staggering array of mutated beasts, seemingly countless, filling the screen. Was it possible that Eugene Yuan had not been boasting? Who had accomplished this? The captain's eyes gleamed with astonishment. You could not have done this on your own. Although the remark was harsh, it was undeniably true, and Eugene Yuan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. It was Song Shao, the high school beast master brought along by team leader Jean, who completed the task entirely on his own. Just then, Eugene Yuan approached Song Shao and pulled him into view. A delicate yet somewhat youthful face appeared on screen, prompting the captain to remark, indeed, each generation surpasses the last. He enthusiastically invited, still in high school, would you be interested in applying to the Blue Star Military Beastmaster University? I could recommend you. After graduating, you could serve directly under me. We cannot allow such talent to be snatched away by others. Eugene Yuan, standing beside Song Shao, interjected, Uncle, don't get your hopes up. Even professors from the Blue Star Beastmaster University have failed to recruit him. Can you really claim to be more authoritative than the esteemed professors? Moreover, Song Shao was the only beastmaster to successfully achieve bloodline evolution with a non-dragon-type beast, transforming his gray-eyed spotted beast into an entirely new form, the fiery spotted beast. The captain's excitement suddenly turned to silence, his gaze towards Song Shao now imbued with disbelief. Furthermore, Eugene Yuan continued, Uncle, did you know he managed to make a beast that was less than mid-awakening capable of utilizing advanced skills? Its power rivals that of extraordinary beasts. Do you believe you could handle that? For the first time in his life, the captain, who had never known defeat, entertained the thought that perhaps he could not grasp this situation. Unable to contain himself, Song Shao interjected, Thank you for your kindness, Captain, but I already have my sights set on a goal. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. I wonder if you could assist? The captain snapped back from his shock. Although he found this young man elusive, he knew such talent would one day venture beyond the stars, representing Blue Star. Speak. What is it? Song Shao explained the task he had received, which involved investigating the seismic activity in the B-19 region. I have completed my mission here. When can I proceed to B-19 for further examination? Upon hearing B19, the captain's expression grew grave, as if recalling something significant. After a long pause, he addressed Song Shao. The difficulty of the B19 mission hasn't been upgraded? There have already been incidents involving Beast Masters. Song Shao was momentarily taken aback. B19 was rated 5 black stars in the mission rankings. How could it possibly be upgraded? The captain continued, it likely hasn't been updated in time. This task should have been handled by the military, not assigned to freelance Beast Masters. Previously, a team of Beast Masters took on this task, clearly hired by wealthy families, aiming merely to earn points for prestige. However, that high school student encountered a mishap, suffering severe mental strain and losing the ability to connect with beasts, rendering him incapacitated. Song Shao pondered for a moment, asking, was this high school student named Sikong Bo? The captain was astonished that Song Shao was aware of this. You know? And you still dare to take on this task? Currently, there was no consensus on whether the seismic disturbances were caused by wild beasts or dormant insectoids. Only that they exhibited extreme aggression, targeting the mental faculties of beast masters. Do you still wish to proceed with this mission? Song Shao lowered his gaze in contemplation. If the threat involved mental damage, it could stem from psychokinetic beasts, or, if insectoids were involved, he lacked sufficient knowledge about them. Since I have already accepted the task, I intend to investigate B19. The captain, impressed by Song Shao's determination despite his youth, recognized his strong will. Very well, tomorrow morning at 7. I will send someone to escort you. There will be a team nearby at B19. You may accompany them. The following morning at 6:30, Song Shao was ready, cradling the drowsy Xingxing in his arms, while Xiao Hao buzzed energetically above his head. At 6:50, Xiao Hao called out to him, Kulu, a creature resembling a lizard, entirely clad in emerald green with a pair of bone-like wings sprouting from its back, landed before the base. The red-scaled lizard, a malevolent type, Beast King level. Upon seeing the red-scaled lizard, Yu Jinyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Why is it this creature?